Battles on the track. Speed that pushes the limits. Racing against the clock. This is where drivers test their skill, endurance, and courage. Welcome to the heart-pounding world of auto racing, where every second counts. This is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series, bringing real affordable endurance road racing to you on North America's most prestigious road courses. With live flag-to-flag coverage of America's best grassroots motorsports racing, AutoZone presents ChampCar.Live. Hello everyone and welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. It's the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. This weekend's race, it's the Hawk Performance 14-hour at Daytona International Speedway. So let's take a look at Daytona International Speedway, courtesy of Google Earth. As we head out onto the front straightaway, the pits just off to the left as we cross the start-finish line. Drivers will pick from a number of driving lines, diving down into turn one at a very high rate of speed into this very tight, decreasing radius turn one, and whistle through an even tighter turn two as they barrel down into turn three, a wide, constant radius corner leading to a very fast and for most a flat-out turn four, bringing the cars rushing into turn five, a corner very much like turn three. A good exit at track left. The cars will cross over to the right, lining up for the all-important and tight left-hander turn six, where we see a lot of overtaking opportunities. Then it's up finally onto the tri-oval, the cars gathering great speed as they head into the quick bus stop chicane. A fast exit brings them back onto the tri-oval, into high gear now and around that 31-degree banking as they head back to start-finish, and that is a lap around Daytona International Speedway. 3.56 miles is the distance, 12 turns, and that is what the teams will be facing for the next 14 hours of racing this weekend. And good morning, everybody, from Daytona International Speedway. Yes, the center of racing. Paul Veltum here, calling the race with you with Kyle Lockrow. We've got Les Epps and Nolan Waldrop also down in the pits getting ready to light up their cameras as the cars roll off of the grid. You can see out onto the racetrack, some 110 cars joined us for this race. Several cars got stopped up in the wait list, and the cars are already out on the racetrack circulating. Welcome, everybody. Hope you're having a fantastic start to your weekend. We certainly are here at Daytona for our traditional return to the racetrack. I think we've been doing this for about 16 years. And we got another one lined up for you today, folks. As the cars head through turn number 5 here, being led by the pace car. Kyle is on the racetrack in one of the cars this weekend, so he'll be starting off here with Rad Racing, and then he'll be joining us a little bit later here in the morning to help out with the show. So yeah, if you're just new to the series, if this is all new for you and you stumbled across our broadcast, welcome everybody. This is Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. This is endurance road racing. This is grassroots motorsports racing for the average guy, I guess you might say. Just about anybody should be able to feel as though they can participate. And so if this is something that you think you would like to get involved in, you can be sure and check out our website at ChampCar.Live. And it looks like we've got a car stranded already on the side of the racetrack with the hood up, coming through turn number 6, and he's progressed. Oh, it looks like the hood might have come up on the car while he was on the reconnaissance lap. and he's left the racing surface. So the car's coming out of turn 6 up onto the high bank. This is that transition that the cars make, and then as they come back down towards the bus stop, the Le Mans chicane. And they'll progress into that bus stop and then come back out, obviously. Once they go in, they got to come back out, right? So yeah, let us know where you're watching from this weekend. How's your weekend going, everybody? And sure hope you're going to enjoy today's broadcast. It should be a lot of fun. As the cars are now coming through the bus stop and headed down back to the front straightaway. Here we see the cars making that transition. Some of the cars choosing to ride on the apron at this point. That won't be allowed during competition unless, of course, the car is injured. But they can certainly ride on the apron during these cautions, and that because some of the cars, some that we're on a 31-degree banking in some areas of the racetrack, and that's not necessarily good for engine oil. Kind of doesn't want to stay in the oil pan when you're on angles like that. Cars coming by for the first time if you're just joining us. Hey, Fred, welcome. Thank you for that. Morning, Lee. Yeah, the fun is just about ready to begin here. As the cars come through through turn 1, down into turn 3. So what we're hoping for is this time by, we're hoping for the cars to go green. We're hoping for that pace car to come in. Look as the cars come through the International Horseshoe, also what we call turn number 3. So it looks like that car that was stricken has already left the area. So hopefully, it looks like they got a spin and continue on car number 26 already as the cars come through turn 5. Back towards 6 here. So welcome, everybody. 14 hours of race on tap for the Hawk Performance 14-hour Daytona race as the cars come back up onto the high banks. And we sure appreciate Hawk Performance and all of the folks that support the series. And if you haven't made it to Daytona yet, you really want to make it out here. It's a lot of fun. This is an incredible racetrack here. There we have it. 3.560 is the distance, 12 corners. We're running that Rolex course. You can see many of the cars choosing to ride the apron here on these slower laps. So Les Epps has joined me in the booth, so he's going to be helping out, calling the race here. And we got Nolan Waldrop getting suited up and ready to head out to go down and get some pit road footage for us. Sorry, guys, just kind of getting organized here. We got it's pretty hectic. There's a lot going on. Yeah, appreciate that. Thanks, Les. Anywhere I can find info about the car classes? Well, Judith, what would you like to know? If you go to the ChampCar.org website, you can find there the rule book, and it does describe all of the information about the various car classes. Now, I can give you a little bit of information here. The classes are determined largely by their engine size, by engine displacement. So Class A are cars with an engine displacement of 1.91 liters and under. Class B by 1.92 up to 2.4 liters. C Class is the larger class of the organization, of their club. That's 2.41 up to 3.91. And those cars typically include the inline six, like the BMWs. D-Class is what I call the American Iron cars. These are the larger displacement, the V8s. And the EC is our exception class, and about 25% of the field this weekend are encompassed in EC, cars that are outside of the rule set and do not qualify for a podium position. And then we have the F-Class cars with a total as raced VPI of 300 points or less, which is a really cool new class that's been added to the series, and it gives guys with cars that are just beginning to develop a chance to come in and get started in the series. So that's a rundown of the classes. But yeah, Judith, if you go to the ChampCar.org website and look for the rule book, you can download it from there and check out all the particulars on it. Good morning. Is it Jaron or Garen? It's probably Garen. Yeah, I'm from Indiana too. From northern Indiana up there, Fort Wayne. Of course, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, close to my heart. Okay, Judith, great. Glad to hear that. We'll be getting started here shortly once they get all the cars around. About 110 cars are here this weekend, and once they get done circulating through and we get the ping going here, we'll get our pace car pulled in. And we'll be ready to go racing. So, yeah, we had a car stopped on the racetrack, so there's some things they're working on there. Close to Bloomington, all right. Yeah, so we do have some emergency vehicles tending to a car over around turn number 5. That's a heartbreaker. Yeah, they got him on the hook. Want to keep that tow rope taut? That might be one of the Rad Air cars, actually, but it's not. Our co-host, I believe that is Kyle in the car there. So hopefully it's not Kyle's car that's on the hook. I don't think it would, because I think he would keep that tow rope taut. We must keep it taut. So car still circulating here. You drive with Team Oversteer. Good morning, Hyler. A TLM USA car. This is their number 172 BMW. They have 3 BMWs here this weekend. And then we've got a camera in the Eddie Vedder Corvette. Big hopes for that team. Struggled last year here. They seem like they've really got that car sorted out with the electrical bugs, and it seems to be working better. And I can see the USS Enterprise is heading out onto the racetrack right now. Heading down pit road. And it looks like the speed of the cars is picked up. The pace has been picked up. Cars coming down the front straightaway again. Looks like the pace car has left. And we are green here, folks. We are green at Daytona International for the start of the Hawk Performance 14-hour at Daytona. And cars come down into the turn number 1 for the very first time. 110 cars starting this race this weekend as they head down into turn number 3. And there's the Enterprise getting a late start just ahead of them. Here's the front of the field coming up towards that very fast left-hander turn number 4. Love that turn. There's the Salins Porsche coming by. And Salen's right up at the pointy end of the field as they now come through turn number 5 for the first time under green here this weekend. There was no practice time yesterday. This is their first time on the racetrack. Onto the high banks again. And here they come around the corner and down towards the bus stop. The Enterprise trying to get away. Down into the bus stop they go. You can hear those downshifts. Progressing out of the bus stop. And it looks like they've slowed down now. We are under a purple 35. So a purple 35 has been called. Yeah, it looks like there's a car off up against the tires there. We've got them on screen here. And crews showing up on scene. It is reported to be car number 906, which I don't believe I have a 906 on my sheet. But it might be one of the Rad Air cars. No, I don't think so. Stop, Judith. But Les is up here with me. How you doing?
Doing pretty good. Getting everything's kind of squared away, getting up to the booth. It is a long walk up here, let me tell you.
Yeah, this is one of the longer journeys to get up from the pit road, from registration, which is out in the middle of the racetrack, all the way around up here into the tower. It's a bit of a journey.
But honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way. This place is just spectacular. I mean, it's just a very grand level. So if you guys ever get a chance to come out here, the thing to do, plan the family trip, Daytona is very welcoming to tourists, as you guys might know, and ChampCar is very welcome to families. So come on and race with us.
Yep, it looks like up against the wall there, coming out of the bus stop, is the scene of the crime. It's a common hit point out there. Remember, they used to have grass out there, and then they eliminated that. They paved it, which I think it was a good idea.
I think it's a pretty good idea too. It does make it seem like it's a lot wider than it really is. So that he might have misjudged that and came in a little too hot in the first lap, and cold tires, cold brain. We know how that story ends.
Yep. So it's full course caution down to purple 35. So all the cars slow down to 35 miles per hour and hold position. So we don't typically deploy a safety car in these situations. We just have all the cars slow down to 35 miles an hour while emergency crews work to remove the stricken car. And then we'll be back to racing here in just a little bit. So Kyle's out in one of the Rad Air cars. And you can see they're just riding around on that apron there to avoid the high banks. TLM USA in that car 172. Eddie Vedder, really look to see things from them this weekend, expecting to see them climb up through the standings. So just a few laps in so far. Wilson Daily Racing is leading the way. Oh, there's a fresh reset. Team Salem Mustard, Team Salem Ketchup, 2 and 3. Fawn Group Motorsports in 4th. Equip Octane in 5th. Kaywood Racing in 6th. We've got 7th RPM AutoWorks, Infinitely Challenged in 8th. Bad Habit Garage in 9th. And Section 8 Racing in 10th. In the number 607. So there's Gus Racing. We got you can see the as the pylon cycles, you've got the multiple colors there. Well, the colors are keyed by the car class, and you can see that up above that yellow bar towards the top. So that tells you which class the car is in. We talked a little bit earlier about the various classes that we have. And then so you'll see your top 10, and then the remaining cars that are in the field, you'll see those cycle down below.
So actually an important point I do want to say, as I learned firsthand, with some of the new modern cars, the ABS does freak out when you're on the banking and going slow. So not only is it a good idea to save fuel by going low in these purple 35 situations, but it's a good idea just to help the traction control ABS not freak out. So as we start to get, more newer vehicles into the series, it's very important for the driver just to know that, because if not, you'll have a Christmas tree on your dash.
So just take a look at the racetrack here, and you've been at this racetrack. You've raced here, Les. What's your take on Daytona? What are some of the high points, the low points, the things to watch out for?
Well, turn 1 definitely will sneak up on you. You are going at maximum speed. So just to, and everyone thinks, I can late brake and I'll put it close to the wall and everything will be fine. That's not how it works out. And as the day goes on, you start to get a lot of marbles and used rubber out on that outside groove. So once you're out of the groove in turn 1, you were just going flat in, and that's to a bad day. Turn 3 is infinitely hard to get right. As a driver, I will always say to people, they're like, oh man, turn 3, I just got to get the horseshoe right and everything. They make it look so easy on IMSA, but it is definitely difficult. Yep. And I think we agreed on turn 4, Paulie. It was our favorite turn on the track, because you don't get turn 3 right, you could just keep it flat through turn 4, and it's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sweeper. Most guys we love the sweeping corners like that. It doesn't have a decreasing radius, and it's pretty much flat to the mat for most cars that come through there, for our cars.
Right. You might have a little lift in the rain, but other than that, it's perfect. Then you'll go right around to turn 5 and 6. They're just kind of more of the same with the horseshoe, just kind of getting the car woed down and getting a good run onto that banking. And the rule here is, just the unspoken rule, I should say, is if you're going slow, stay low. If you're going fast, go high. And that's how you make all your passes and put it right up against the wall. And one of my personal favorites is hearing the engine reverberate off the wall as the Daytona sign starts to pass you, and it just feels magical. So I love this track. It's a great track for sure. Great spectator track, good ambiance.
Looks like we're back to green here, folks. These cars pick up speed as the stricken cars have been pulled off the racetrack. There was 2 of them. Looks like might have been one of the Section 8 cars that was stricken.
Yeah, everyone's kind of getting back up to speed, and looks like they're all playing nicely. Down into the Le Mans chicane.
It's busy down in the bus stop, the Le Mans chicane, as you said. And you can see we just got stacks of cars coming through that area, rolling back up onto the high banks here at Daytona International.
Man, that's a cool shot right there. I love that. You can see the cars kind of compress as they come onto the banking, and then when they get to the straightaway, look at the suspension. You can start to see air under there again.
Camaro's a little slow coming through there. And what's the rule, Les, about driving here at Daytona as far as coming around the banks, positioning your car?
So you definitely want to try and maximize your speed no matter what car you're in, especially if you're in a Miata. You're trying to maximize and keep it right there at the top of the RPM range. But if you're going slow, just try and stay low, stay predictable, and just keep it nice and tight to the inside. And if someone's making a pass on the outside, you're going to feel them go past you. Even at this level, you're going to feel the aerodynamic wash. You're going to feel the steering wheel kind of shake. So it's a real thing for sure.
So if you're a slower car, you're going to stay. One of the trucks took a spin there and won. You're going to stay low because the faster cars are going to be coming around the high side.
Yes, sir.
So when in doubt, stay low.
Right. Check your mirrors.
That way, there's so much traffic out there. That is the one thing about this event is there's a lot of traffic. So you need to keep your eyes on your mirrors unless you've got the fastest car turning the fastest laps. You definitely want to keep an eye on those mirrors. Look at all those cars coming through turn 3, the International Horseshoe here at Daytona International. And
the importance of our field is there's so many different styles of vehicles and just builds. There's so many different ways for cars can make speed. So you have your big blocks and your cars that have the good top end, and they'll be, killing it on the straightaways. But on the infield, you'll have the cars that are a lot more nimbler, I guess you'd say. The Miatas. It looks like we actually have a lot of Miatas here, a lot of Boxsters too. And they'll come through on the brakes and they'll make all the passes. And if they can just get away on the straightaways, it works out good. So you'll see a lot of cars be like, oh, well, how is a Miata beating, a Camaro? But it's all on the infield.
I love coming out of 6. I mean, this is where you're just trying so hard to get that maximum exit speed. You want to... It's so easy to overcook it going through 6, isn't it?
It's super easy, yeah. And if you go wide, you're just going to have to take a wider angle. But this is very important that you don't miss any gears. You get all your shifting done crisp and nice, not jamming things in the gears. At a 14-hour race, you could lose a transmission here quite easily. It's a lot of shifting. A lot of people think it's just flat out, but I will say it's become more of just a 14-hour sprint race now with the level of cars we have. We don't see too much attrition anymore. A lot of people actually do their we got somebody going off there. As I say it, I'm sorry to jinx you, sir.
The commentator's curse.
Right.
Strikes again. But yeah, this place is hard on engines, and so it can be kind of hard on the hardware. I don't think it's a particularly rough track to race on. I don't find it as being particularly hard on suspensions and things like that, exhaust systems like we see at maybe a Sebring or some of the tracks are a little bit known for being harder on that equipment. But it does have a tendency to take out its toll on engines. So let's take a look at the Eddie Vedder machine and see how things look behind the wheel as we go on board with them in that Chevrolet Corvette. Great group of guys. Talked to them yesterday in the garage. They were so looking forward to getting started here this year and making a better show of it. Wilson Daly Racing has stretched out a 1.4-second lead, so right together there still with the Salem Mustard car. Fawn Group Motorsport in third, Team Salem Ketchup in fourth, Equip Octane fifth, and RPM Auto Works is in fifth.
Oh, that Eddie Vedder cars, man, they are making some moves and making some passes for sure.
I think we had the Fawn Group camera, but I think their camera might have gone down. Eddie Vedder, such a fast car. This is one of the cars that scare people because the thing is so wicked quick. There you see the Daytona logo up on the banks here as they come through the Hong North Trans Am 2 Mazda MX-3. Quick race car, always doing really well, and you can see it's looks like it's flashing maybe a local yellow. Yes, one of the cars has slowed down. Was that one of the Salen's Porsches that had slowed there?
It did look almost like a blue streak though too, so it could be Atlanta Speedworks.
Now we'll see if we can catch with them on one of the cameras as they come through. But yeah, we see there's the stricken mobile.
Yep. It's like we got a purple 35.
Oh, yep, back down to purple 35 now for that car. As Nolan Waldrop is heading downstairs on a journey to go out to the pit road and get us some pit road shots. So thanks for joining us, everybody. Welcome to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Daytona International Speedway this weekend, the Hawk Performance 14-hour at Daytona. There's the Enterprise coming through and the two Salen's machines.
You know, with that Enterprise, the video doesn't do it justice. That thing is long. That is a big, big vehicle for sure.
It is. That thing is so great, too. When it comes by the tower at full song, you can hear it, and it's just thumping the ground with that big V8 engine inside there. Definitely a real crowd pleaser.
For sure. You can see everyone drop back down to the apron here to save fuel and potentially their motors. Lots of BMWs.
And it looks like an EV has pulled up to help out that car that's stricken. And car number 30 looks like the Panthera Racing Toyota Supra. No, not a Supra.
Oh, goodness.
That's hurting our hearts up here in the booth, guys. That's painful right there.
Yeah.
We don't want to see that.
I talked to those guys yesterday, and they actually had an incident last year where they had a ball joint separate, and they went into turn 3. So they said they went ahead and replaced everything. They took the points hit for it, and they decided to come out and play with us again this year. So let's hopefully it's nothing too serious, and it can be fixing to get back out there.
Yeah, definitely. So what's next on the docket for you, Les, as far as racing's concerned? You got something lined up, don't you?
Well, yeah, our next race, actually, I'll be going to Gingerman, the Cookie Cutter Classic, and I'll be driving with Findurance Racing. So, in the G35, I think it's going to be an EC class, so it'll be a good time for sure.
Yeah, Gingerman's a fun racetrack. If you haven't had a chance to race at Gingerman, you should definitely check it out. It's one of the more convenient tracks to work at. You've got your paddock right there, then your pits, and it's just very easy access. You can camp there overnight in South Haven, Michigan. Kind of a tourist spot. It's kind of a sort of a high-end boating community there. So some nice restaurants. Just a great place to go visit and go racing. It's one of the few places I took my family when I was racing, and I said we can do Road America and we can do Gingerman. You guys will enjoy it there. So.
Right, yeah, they have a lot of spots for families. You can do, I think it's in the fall time, they do, they do some sort of picking. I think it's strawberry picking or not. But yeah, or blueberry or something like that. I'm not remembering exactly what I said to my family to get them to go. Like, oh, no, we're going to go to an orchard, guys. And, why are you bringing your helmet? Oh, just in case,
Yeah, one of the IT support guy just poked his head in the booth here and said, "Are you guys doing okay?" And gave him the thumbs up. Yep, we're doing good. They take such good care of us here at Daytona.
And that's part of the whole experience too. It's not always just the racetrack; it's the people too. The people that work at the racetrack. That's what makes this feel so welcome. And I can honestly say, as a competitor and working on the other side of the wall now, Daytona has been fantastic.
Yeah,
very welcoming.
Great place to go racing, and I think it's probably one of our key events, really. I mean, we always pack the field. We always have a big waiting list, and that's why, Les, when we did our video yesterday here in the booth, we mentioned, if you didn't get to race this year, make sure you sign up early when those signups become available, because number one, you get a discount for signing up early. Number two, you might actually get to race here with us, because we always have a waiting list.
Right, there's always a waiting list. And the third point, you might have forgot about this. If you sign up for something and your car's not ready, that's extra motivation to get the car ready. So just as soon as it becomes available, just hit the button, and that you'll figure the rest out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out from there. Yeah. That's a great point. It's a motivating factor. It's like, well, we're signed up. We put our money on the line. We better get this done.
Better get it done.
Eddie Vedder heading into turn 5. Here comes 6, Les. He's lined up really good. He's trying to sweep. See, the BMW wants to sweep over and pick up the line there to get a good exit. And the Corvette, he belongs on the high side. He's such a fast car. Makes that transition. It is a little bit overcast. A little surprised it's not been like this weekend. We've been here a couple days, and but right now, it's a little bit overcast. We don't have any rain in the forecast today. They do have some weather coming in tomorrow, so there's no threat of rain today, he said confidently.
Right. I wasn't gonna say the R word, so I was gonna say inclement weather. You say it 3 times, it'll happen. So
I'm a brave soul.
After NCM, I don't take any chances, man.
Oh, that was brutal. It was so brutal. $35 entries for Gingerman at present. All right. Thanks, John, for that. Appreciate that.
It's a great track for beginners to start at, too. So if you're thinking about stepping your toe into Champ Car, it's a 2-day event, too, and you get a practice day. So you get a day to practice, and your first day kind of maybe warm up, and then your second day, I'm sure you'll be full tilt and ready to go. So come on out.
It really is. I've mentioned that before. I think it's great for beginners because it's a really safe track to race at. It's not blazing fast like Daytona or Road America or even Road Atlanta. And I think there's exactly one tree on the premises, and it's in the middle of the field. So if you hit that tree, it's really an amazing event. Right. The likelihood that you're going to bend up your car at Gingerman is pretty low.
Yeah, it's very cost effective, I'd say. So depending on where you are in the country, I mean, even if you're a little more south, it's not a bad tow. It's pretty much a straight shot.
And we're going back to caution here. Back to full course caution for the field here at Daytona. And as soon as we see what the story is on that, we'll certainly bring that information to you. We see a little bit of dust getting kicked up here as cars are coming through towards turn number 3. It's like my eyes frequently want to go to the Le Mans chicane because that's a hot spot. It's where people like to go to meet. Yeah. This is like the hangout spot. We want to go over here. I don't see any offenders over there. But we are going to code 35. And it looks like we have a car stopped over in turn number 6.
Oh.
So I don't see that car.
It looks like you have the EV off to the left of the screen.
Yeah, if we look, here's another view from 6, but I don't see him, so I'm not sure what the issue is. Car number 750. And that is... Well, not sure. I'll have to reorganize this. Yeah, that's the OVD Motorsports team. They got a Miata that they brought here this weekend. And so, for whatever reason, it's unmotivated to continue. But we're just getting started.
They're playing the long game. That's what it is. Playing the long game.
They're going to pace themselves here.
Right?
Why get excited? What's the rush? That's like one of my favorite race team names is What's the Rush? I love it.
Right?
It's so good.
Let's save fuel if we go slower.
I think Nolan is hoofing it all the way down there. I'm not sure, but I'm seeing him walk through the gates here. So this is going to be an exercise in exercise today for the Nolster, the Roman Nolan. Yep. Good morning, Sean. Andrew Johnson. There's a man who has won this race. I think Andrew is most likely the most winning driver in Champ Car. It's more of where hasn't he won a race.
Wow. That's an impressive stat.
Yep, miss having you at the track out here, Andrew. Adrian's saying here at Money Shift shop, prepping the Civic for Gingerman and working on the new build we have going on. Uh-oh, dun dun dun.
Right.
What's that all about?
Don't leave us on a cliffhanger, Adrian.
What's better than music in the shop? ChampCar.Live broadcast. Oh, I appreciate that. So the standings right now, Wilson Daly now 7 seconds. They are pulling a lead on this field. Of course, we're under caution here, so I don't get too excited. But Team Salem Mustard in second. The Fawn Group's actually an EC cars there in third. So third place actually goes to this Team Salem Ketchup car. And then we drop down to Kaywood Racing, Atlanta Speedworks making their presence, Apex Racing here this weekend. And they're in 10th place. So we are under caution here at Daytona International Speedway. We're going to take a quick break and be back in just a few minutes and get things back to green. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Junior are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps them find a deal on the right parts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company.
While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone here. We are under caution here as we have a car stranded over in turn number trace. Not able to motivate, so they're going over to pick up that machine. And that is, looks like Team USA, number 87. Yeah, it's a Chevrolet Camaro. And they had some problems with it, although I don't see the car over there. That's the name of our pain right now. I do see some EVs over in 5 over there, though.
Yeah, down in 5, it looks like there's pretty busy.
Just out of our camera view, they're kind of in between the 2 cameras.
Right.
So as they're working on that, failure to proceed. Good morning, Erwin. Yeah, good point, Rooster. That's exactly such a wide variety of different cars. It's just all kinds of cars out there that about anything you can think of. We've got some vintage machines out there. We've got cars that were built after the year 2000, and there's a nice variety of cars out there, and that's one of the things I think that makes Champ Car special. It's not a spec series. It is ruled in such a way to try to get the car's performance to kind of be equal, so just about anybody has a chance at the overall win, certainly at a class win, and that's one of the reasons we see such a good mixture of cars up at the front of the field come close of the race. We have, BMWs with inline sixes, we have Miatas with 4 cylinders, and we'll often see a C-class car and a B-class car and a D-class car and an A-class car all up at the front. So the parity that the series has gone for over the years, continually refining the rule set, seems to be paying off in that way.
Yeah, and it breeds good racing. Depending on where track you go to, you can totally you could win it overall, and you can't. A lot of people like to try and game the system because we're racers. We like winning, right? So you want to build it to the rule book, right up to the edge. But there might be someone that just optimizes a little bit better than you in a different chassis, and there you go. And it's not always about spending the most. That's the best part about this sort of racing, because there's always somebody with a bigger checkbook than you. So it's really cool to have Champ Car do that. That's why it's one of my favorite racing series, and that's why I'm doing this. I love it.
Yeah, we had Will Nonamaker on the show back at VIR, and I was talking to him about that very thing. It was, I saw you guys working on your car, and you were changing this and doing that, and he's like, well, yeah, we have breakdowns too, like anybody else. It doesn't matter. We've learned over the years that it's just be as prepared as you can.
Right.
You have a schedule of end of life on certain parts, and you have checklists. We talked a lot about checklists. You got all these checklists you go through to prep the cars to make them as ready to go as possible, as you possibly can, and then you always that little element of luck. Is it going to work out?
Right.
What's going to happen, and but yeah, that is another interesting part of it, because you see it in Formula One, you see it in all lines of racing. Anybody's car can break down, no matter how amazing and how much momentum they seem to have going into the race. And so I've often said the race, 90% of the race takes place in the garage before you get to the track.
That's true.
So you really do want to learn from mistakes and make those lists. I think lists are a great idea. Not only for end-of-life parts replacement, but also just in your general prep. What am I going to do before I get to the track? I'm going to have my fuel figured out. I'm going to have everything torqued down, ready to go. We've heard some stories of cars that I had a situation too when I first started racing. Just ran out of gas early going out on the track because forgot to put gas in the tank. That was didn't have a list.
Right. It's very important. Wasn't an automaker saying they usually can go a couple years on a actual rear brakes? Didn't he say that at NCM?
Did he? I do remember somebody saying that.
Rear brakes, they could go a while, but that just goes to prove if you know thy vehicle, right, you can just keep going. And definitely a big shout out to the crews there, because they're really the unsung heroes sometimes. You don't always get to see them on camera. I'm going to try to do a really good job at that this weekend, but they're the ones staying up late, doing the things, bleeding the brakes, changing the oil, looking at the diff fluid, saying we might make it, we might not make it, or just changing the tires in the soaking rain, But
we got a car stopped at the exit of pit lane, so they have to get him out of the way. That's the BR Racing Mazda Miata, so that pit lane is not obstructed. Need to be able to get cars in and out. So yeah, this Code 35 thing was implemented. We started dabbling with it several years ago, and then it became kind of mainstream here. We were hitting it pretty heavy last year. So the concept is when we have a car that's stranded and we need to put the course to caution, what we used to do was display a double caution, and that meant everybody goes down to 50% race speed, and at that point we send out the pace car. Pace car generally would pick up the field with the leader. the field gets compressed, and then once the emergency is taken care of, then the pace car comes in, and we go back to green. We've done it that way for years and years and years. And, of course, with that, there's always, because of the compression of the field, some strategies have to change a little bit because, one guy's developed a great gap, and all of a sudden that gap is gone, and vice versa. So the Purple 35 came into being because of two things. One thing, you can get rid of that issue. But even more importantly, it's by suddenly slowing everybody down to that 35. I shouldn't say sudden, but it's gradual. Then they can go to work out there. The crews can go to work on the accident scene or whatever the case is, somebody stranded, much more quickly. And even more importantly, we can get back to green more quickly as racers. So we're not waiting for the pace car to come all the way back around a 3.5 mile racetrack and then come into the pits. No, once the track is clear and race control is satisfied, we can just go back to double caution, bring the field up to speed gradually, and then go back to green. And that's really much more efficient use of track time that way.
Well, for sure. And as a racer, it creates a double-edged sword. So if you're in the lead, you get to keep the lead. No one's catching up. As long as they're, doing the 35, you're in your same position. You still have your 2 seconds, your 5 seconds, and you don't lose that lead. But if you're the guy in second place, you can't count on that last-minute caution to help you catch up to maybe make that last-minute pass into the Le Mans chicane, So it's definitely a double-edged sword, but it requires a little bit of sorting in your mind. But that's why we do that. We don't do racing because we thought it was easy. Like, we do racing because we thought it was easy, right?
Yeah, we were so wrong.
We were so wrong.
What's that banner that I saw? I had posted it a couple of times. We don't race because it's easy. We race because we thought it would be easy or something.
Exactly. We thought it was going to be easy, but turns out everyone else thought it was going to be easy too.
Oh, we got a car pulling off of the racing surface at the exit of pit road. So there's just so much going on right now. And this is a high stress load for the crews because they're trying to keep track of everything that's going on. They're sending us back to green now. Cars are coming down the front straightaway.
Back to green.
Yep.
Looking good.
So Wilson Daily Racing leads Team Salem Ketchup and Mustard. Atlanta Speedworks, Eddie Vedder now poked their head inside the top 10. Kaywood Racing in 10th place.
Looks like we got a Atlanta Speed car still on pit lane there. Looks like they're doing some pretty extensive work. We'll see if we can get Nolan down there to maybe get a better view of that there.
Yeah, he's still working his way around this massive facility and trying to get down towards pit road. Coming around the high banks here, we got a slower car down on the apron. You can see how much faster Eddie Vedder is, and that's why he stays to the high side. And the cars that are not running at that pace are staying to the low side. Checks the brakes there as he gets ready for the bus stop here, Les.
Right. And the cool thing is a lot of people ask, like, oh, why would you touch the brakes in a straightaway? Well, when you come off of turn 6, sometimes you can grab a little bit of curbing, and that kind of knocks the brake pad back. So when you're coming down in full speed into the Le Mans chicane, you want to make sure you actually have a good brake pedal, and they did that, textbook style.
Yeah, they've changed the curbings in the Le Mans chicane from the way it used to be. The curbs are not only higher, those gators are higher, but they also have some triangles in there. So you got to be careful. You really do not want to be riding over, try to swallow that curb. It could do some damage.
Yeah, definitely can lead to some attrition of wheel bearings for sure.
Look how fast he comes barreling into turn 1. A decreasing radius. It is tight down here. The BMW willfully or accidentally leaving room to the inside, whistling through turns 2 and 3 here, or 1 and I guess that's 2, and I don't know if that's 2 and 3 how they call it, because this is actually turn 3.
That's 3, yeah.
The International Horseshoe, it's called. And it looks like he has slowed down there.
For yellow, looks like there's a car off in between, maybe before 4, looks like over there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, off to the left here, yeah.
So slows up for that and then continues.
This Daytona towing crew, too, the safety workers there are definitely on top of it, for sure.
And the car that stopped on track, I'll get that for you. Car number 976. That's one of the Rad Air cars.
They seem like they're having a little bit of a time here. They did tell me that this was their first time to an oval, so maybe they're having some issues, and it can be particularly tricky with, if you've never been to an oval here. But looks like we got our guy.
It looks like, something's bapping him in the head there. Something hanging loose.
Maybe it's a wind chime or something. I'm not sure.
Got to keep it pleasant,
right?
Full course caution has been declared here at Daytona once again.
Looks like he has his wiper on there. I'm not sure. Oh, no, there's the stop. There it is.
Yeah, sometimes those things are just a mind of their own.
Right.
If you're just joining us, it's a 14-hour endurance race here at Daytona International Speedway for the Hawk Performance Daytona 14. Paul Felton with Les Epps, Kyle Lockrow, and Nolan Waldrop bringing you all of the race coverage this weekend. And it's a little on the overcast side out there, and it's not too hot. The temperatures are good. It's not overly humid or anything. It's a pleasant day out there for racing. I don't know. Can we say it's a great day for motor race?
It's always a great day for motor racing, you know?
It really is.
Rain, hail, sleet, snow. It's always a great day. It just depends on the tires you have, right? Looks like we actually have the pace car out picking up the field now, so that is going to take away Wilson Daly's lead.
Extravagant lead, yes. And and occasionally that's done maybe for the traditional sense to really to bunch up the field and allow the workers to work on something. Let's say you have, I don't know, maybe an oil spill or something like that where the crew needs to be on the racetrack, and having cars going by even at 35 miles an hour it's not great. But if you bunch up the field, you get these big gaps between the field and nobody on the track so that you can work.
They can really diligently, I don't think it's oil, but, you can really diligently clean up things, or parts that come off also if you have some contact. But
yeah, maybe you got debris. Maybe there's a bunch of dirt that was kicked up on the track. We don't have anything on the race control logs about it at this time, but if we get anything, we'll certainly bring it to your attention.
Looks like Timothy G says, I have as much negative camber as I can get on the Rabbit. It will be for the Neon 2, front and rear, -5 degrees. Ooh, that is a lot.
But yeah, they've got the hook over there. We can just see it out of frame here on our turn 3 camera. And, they've got them on a rope. So they're pulling the radar car out. I wonder if it's the same car that had trouble with just right at the beginning of the race.
I think so.
Yeah, these are really cool looking cars. I love the paint scheme they got going on there. They definitely have everything they need to do the luchador thing, like Paul Tracy did. They got the colors. All he needs the hat,
right?
The helmet thing, and we need a bad guy.
We do need a bad guy in ChampCar. Everyone's so nice. I'm trying to stir up stories. Everyone's so nice. Everyone's so pleasant.
We need a bad guy. So get your votes in. Who can we have as a bad guy in ChampCar? And we'll go to them and say, hey, what do you think about being the bad guy? be the luchador.
Right.
Show up at the track with the mask on. It'd be great.
You can always go good later. I mean,
that's right.
But for now,
you can. That's right. You're like Hulk Hogan, back
right.
and forth,
back and forth.
Tyler says, I think we are at 3 in our B-Class car. I have Coney oranges for the F car. They aren't slotted at all. I'm going to mill them.
Nice. Everyone's so open with their setups, too. That's like a family setup with it. People genuinely want to see their competitors come out to the track. Maybe not be as successful as them, but they want to see them actually come out to the track.
Well, and the odds that anybody, you're going to give anybody anything that's really going to be used against you, it's just so slim. They're going to be at the same track. And, it's just, you might as well just help each other out.
Right. A number of cars with the wipers on, so maybe we are getting a little bit of sprinkles down there.
It does look that way, doesn't it? It wasn't called for, but it is looking like we have a number of cars with their wipers on. I think it was only like a 2% chance. It was just very slight chance of rain on the docket as the pace car goes down around turn number 3 now.
Looks like we have to do that sequence of 5 minutes before these. Paulie said.
That's right.
But looks like
this is where we rewind. Yeah.
Right.
Cut to previous.
Doesn't look like any rain.
30 minutes ago. Cut to current.
Yep.
It's a deluge out there. Have you raced here in the rain?
I have. It actually races pretty well in the rain. It drains really well. It wasn't traditional rain like when I went down.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like Race Control says they're trying to get everything packed up there, but people are still keeping pretty good gaps. So.
Coming around turn 6. Where's Nolan in the pits right now? Finally made it back to pit lane.
You see everyone's kind of hunkered down there, and it's great.
And Timothy says tire wear is great, and he runs like he's on rails. So always have 950 pounds front sprung. And talking about the setup of the car, he calls the turtle back to caution. So we might be getting ready. Oh, and car 32 stopped off track in turn number 7. That's the Premium Dude's car that won the race last year, I believe.
Wow.
We had such a dramatic finish here last year. And I don't see him on my standings here, but car 32 reported stopped off track over in corner number 7. Looks like pace car is still out, so I guess that's why we're under this caution.
Yeah, it looks like it's actually getting properly damp out there.
Yeah, a little shiny there.
Yeah. So the rain line is going to come into effect today, for sure.
So what is the rain line here at Daytona, Les?
Well, I plan on trying to win this race in the 24, so I'm not going to disclose that. No, seriously though, it's the rain line. It's usually about a foot to a foot and a half off of the dry line, depending, what way you're turning, what way direction of the turn goes, and it's the gray area, not the shiny area. So with that, it's you want to stay off the normal rubbered in surfaces because rain or water and rubber, the water just sits on top of the rubbered in surfaces. So you want to go to like more of a grayish area, and it's not perfect by any means. I know they always say like, oh well, Senna took the narrow line and it worked out great, but it definitely requires more car control, and you want to stay off the painted surfaces. So we're going back green. Let's see these guys do the thing.
You mean I can't drive like Senna?
Well, there's a documentary about that.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Paulie, he's being humble, ladies and gentlemen. He's properly quick. Like, don't let him fool you. He's properly quick.
I appreciate you saying that. Makes my heart swell. You're a pretty swell guy. You're a pretty fast driver yourself, too. Very impressive. Oh, we got Nolan in the pits with the 122 EC car. Oh, it's the Toyota Z. Look at that. Is that a Toyota?
No, Nissan Z. I got you.
Yeah, it's a Nissan Z. That's pretty.
Oh,
I like the wrap. Yeah, if we have any Toyota Zs, let me know.
Guys are taking on off.
Car 122, that's the KM Racing team here this weekend.
Hong North there, properly quick. I'm not sure what they did to that car in the off season, but it seems to gain quite a bit of speed.
Yeah, we were talking about this yesterday during one of the breaks. Tell them what you told me.
Yeah, so at Road Atlanta, normally I was in the John Allen Special Mini Cooper, and typically we're pretty close together in speed. I was like, oh, hey, friend, we'll just pass some traffic together. This will be great. And I came out of turn 7, and the Mini Cooper is really strong in low speed to mid speed, like corner exit. And it seemed like, man, they had a rocket thruster on the back of that thing. And I was like, oh, well, okay, bye. See you later. You just take this lap, clear them out up front, and I'll catch up later. You know. But yeah, they did something to in the off season. That thing is a lot quicker for sure. Like in the rain, you can see everyone's just kind of more stable hands. You can see a lot smoother shifts, you know?
Definitely. Yep. I love this. I just love turn 6. I don't know why. Yep. It's just so cool. It's a tight corner. There's miles and miles of room to the right. And if you go in iRacing and do this, you find out you just need to cut it close. You really do, don't you? Because if anything less, and you would think, oh, but I'm going to have all this great runway speed.
No.
For some reason, it doesn't work that way.
It does not. You know, it seems like if it's 1 mile an hour on the front end that you lose like 25 on the back before you get to La Mans chicane. So it just feels that way. I'm sure there's some type of equivalent of with the aerodynamics, but it just feels bad when you do it bad.
Yeah, I mean, when it's one of those things. It's a little deceptive, and so that is one of the nice things as we go back to caution here. At least, it's a local caution over in the bus stop. Car off to the left there, up against the barrier. The iRacing League, the ChampCar Racing League, is just so helpful for that because, you can go out there and make a lot of mistakes. You can really see those deltas and say, oh, okay, well, I guess that didn't work so good.
Right? A lot of people's like, oh, it's just a video game, but it's pretty accurate. I mean, the only thing you might not get from iRacing is you won't see the Ferris wheel, and you don't get the goosebumps because it's very accurate for sure. Just the way the car feels in the braking zones too, the wiggle around in the back ends. And it's very competitive too, for sure.
Yeah, you can find out more about the ChampCar iRacing series on the ChampCar website. All you have to do is check out the forum, and all of the information is there. And we do live stream those events too on ChampCar.Live. So, thanks for joining us, everybody, on ChampCar.Live. Really appreciate everybody tuning in and all the support and the outpouring of support that we've gotten as we're here at Daytona. And yeah, it just looks kind of nasty out there. This is really unexpected.
But it doesn't seem like anyone's coming in for tires just yet, so that's good. And it seems like everyone kind of played the part and thought about it like, well, maybe Daytona has a little bit of inclement weather. But it is Florida.
Yeah, Floridian Motorsports out here this weekend. They sent me their link, so appreciate them doing that. We got to bring them up so you can see what it looks like behind the turbocharged Porsche 944. Really interesting race car.
For sure. It has a turbo sticking out of the hood. I mean, it looks so
It's sick, isn't it?
Right? The 5-year-old me goes, oh, yeah.
And every year we just we see them and think, how did they make this thing last?
Yeah, and it just keeps going. Just keeps going. And they finish pretty well also. And you can see how close the guys in front. It's local yellow right now, but you can see how close in front they're racing to each other, you know? And that just goes to prove how respectful everyone is to each other.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Thanks, Timothy, for that. Yeah, I've been doing a lot of work in between the races on cameras, lenses, and all this kind of stuff, putting a lot of energy into that, so appreciate that. And also, yes, we are going to be hearing from Kyle quite a bit today. He's enjoying some stint time. He's going to be doing some instruction for those guys, and then we'll get to hear his perspective on how the drive is going today. And you can see he's really keeping an eye on those mirrors as he heads into this decreasing radius, relatively slow corner. Like you said, if you ever want to find out how fast your car can go, bring it to Daytona and you will find out the absolute top speed of your car.
For sure.
Because you have so much time on the tri-oval, on the mat, and that car's just it's all I got, baby. It's all I got.
That's all I got. And you get a little bit of more speed with the draft sometimes, or you at least get up to that top speed quicker, but man, Daytona's a wonderful place. I can't believe they used to run this thing on all four on the beach.
No, the Enterprise is in the pits too. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Used to run it out on the beach, and there's some great old video of that. And Kyle just taking it easy. Champ Car competitor off to the left, giving him some room as he comes through. I believe that's turn 5. He gets a good exit, does the BMWs. He lines up for 6 and brakes really early. Ooh. I wonder if that's a local
yellow there.
Yellow, maybe. I don't see Kyle's indicator there, but yep, there's the blinker right in the middle, I see. So
yeah, Kyle Lockrose, he's one of my favorite drivers. I got to say that, you know. He's definitely switched on. I mean, every time I kind of think I throw him from a loop.
They'll be coming in for passing under caution.
Yeah, that's
when it seems like, wow, I'm so much faster now than. Yeah, that's the red flag in your head that says, "Ooh, I think I might have made a mistake.
I might have messed up."
Boy, that was easy,
right? Oh, it's just a neon, but no, maybe not the thing to do.
Maybe not. Still under caution, still getting passed.
Yeah.
These poor fellows. They're going to keep pit lane busy. Well, and we have a lot of new drivers driving with us, Les, and they may not be that familiar with how the Flagtronic system works and how to, and we have a whole list of codes to explain, what to watch out for, how to use that. I think he's under caution. Maybe it's green. It just looks like it's blinking yellow because I am showing a green up here in the tower.
I'm showing a green also.
So maybe that's just honestly just getting past. He is calling in. You can see he's on his on the call button there talking to the crew. The Enterprise spending quite a bit of time in the pits here.
I know.
As we're top of the hour here, so we'll go ahead and take another commercial break and rejoin the action here at Daytona International Speedway. Thank you so much, everybody, for signing in. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone at Daytona International Speedway, the world center of racing. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And we're back to green here at Daytona International Speedway, World Center of Racing. Paul Velton with Les Epps. And we've got someone in the booth joining us today. Les?
Yeah. So I got my friend Andy, and I actually don't know your last name. In my phone, you're saved as Andy.
That's hilarious because you're just Les, and it says ChampCar underneath it. So
there you go.
It's like when you make internet friends, right?
Right.
It's just like it's either someone's Instagram handle or gamer tag or something.
Right.
So I just remember you're Les.
Right.
I think it's Super King, and I have that on there as well.
That's what we do, yeah, for sure. I haven't seen you in like 2 years. That's since the Champ Car. I think we were at Gingerman together. And we talk like every other week, and it just seems like we talk all the time. It seems like we're always together, but, you know, he's across the world doing all sorts of stuff. So introduce yourself.
Yeah, that's funny, right? So my name's Andy. I'm just a novice driver, just really getting into the sport, and I'm loving it. So the first time I met Les, we're at Gingerman. I was racing with AJ and Rebecca. They were the follow-on mission, that beautiful blue car. And I'm so thankful that they gave me that first opportunity to get into wheel. And I really caught the bug.
Yeah.
You know, I've been like an HPD time trial guy. Never really thought that I would be getting into some wheel-to-wheel racing. And, man, the first time I got in there, that adrenaline, taking that green flag, I was hooked. So, yeah, now I'm here this weekend with Warriors in Motion. They're another veteran-run company, or excuse me, veteran-run race team. Carl and Mike have been doing some amazing things recently. So we just came back from the Mint 400, an off-road race in Las Vegas. So I still got some dirt and rocks in my shoes from that, but
Yeah,
it was an absolute blast. So going from dirt to asphalt, man, couldn't ask for more.
Just goes to prove Champ Car can be a springboard to like any type of racing you're doing. I mean, we have some of the best competitors in the world, and everyone comes through and kind of cuts their teeth a little bit, and then some people just kind of stay or come in and get some more practice. And like yourself, you travel around, and it seems like you're all in it now. So if you guys check out his Instagram, he recently just sold his 911 and just going full out wheel-to-wheel racing now. So in like, you know, more affordable cars, because that's the idea, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So I decided that I want to get into a little bit of spec racing, so I'll be racing for another series and just kind of spreading the love out. And I love going, learning about new things. I was with the garage shop at Land Speed Record Racing. We did the Mint 400, just kind of being all over and experience racing. The thing that I love most about this hobby is the people.
Yep.
You know, like you're all competitors, you're all fighting for that same trophy, but at the end of the day, if you need a jack, if you need a wrench, you know, people next to you are going to help you out, because it's no fun being P2 out of 3 cars, but it's a whole lot of fun if you're P7 out of 25, right? So that's what I love about the community.
Oh, the trophies reads the same. I still send them to my mom. It's fine. Well, how many people were there? 3? That's fine.
Yep. Yeah, so just loving life, man.
Oh, yeah. So you want to talk more about the Warriors in Motion program?
Absolutely, yeah. So Warriors in Motion, run by Carl and Mike, runs out of North Carolina. So what they do is they help get veterans, especially recently separated veterans out of the military. They might be searching for what's next. Sometimes you kind of lack that drive and mission after you've been doing it for 20 years. And motorsports really fills that gap. It's one of those sports that is somehow individual and at the same time an incredible team sport. So usually guys come out, they look at the cars. There's a wonderful fleet of BMWs, a couple Corvettes. Now we got some Polaris Razors. Ooh. And guys can really figure out if they enjoy the hobby. You know, do they want to wrench on cars? Do they want to work strategy and data? Do they want to go racing? There's a little bit of something for everybody. So I highly recommend it if you're a veteran looking for a little bit of purpose, looking for a project, you're in the Carolinas area. Check out Warriors in Motion on their website or on Instagram. And if you're looking for somewhere to contribute to as the year continues, please go ahead and check them out as well.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, there's something for everybody, including in Champ Car. If you're the engineering type, if you're just the guy that likes to work on the cars, or if you're the guy that just likes cleaning the cars. Like, I always appreciate a nice, clean car. And at Daytona, people are like, oh, well, but in the top end, the 1 more mile an hour is still 1 more mile an hour into the Le Mans chicane. And I mean, if that gives me just that little bit of edge to make that dive bomb, I mean, to make that pass, I won't say a dive bomb.
Yeah, you better watch out, Chelsea might come for you.
Right? Cough, cough, cough. No, to make that pass and just very confidently, that is what it is. You got to love that factor. So
yeah, I definitely give a shout out to AJ from the Follow Mission in terms of cleanliness. And that man is meticulous. That blue car is always shining. And after a session, we'll be out wiping down the engine bay and everything.
Yeah, that's the big Malibu that races with us sometimes, yeah?
That is. The crazy thing is that was his car in high school. So awesome. When he joined the Army, it sat in his mom's backyard for decades. Wow. And then afterwards, when he started doing the follow mission, he decided that he wanted to take a little bit of history. He cleaned that thing up, they Ella swapped it, and now it's on a racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, it moves out. I remember the first time I met you, I was behind you, and like you were sliding through like turn 3 at Gingerman, and I was like, okay, like I can do it too. And in my head, I'm like, don't have fun, Les. You got to be meticulous. Just drive your own race. But we actually, that's how we met up. And I'm like, dude, was that you? Was that you? And we high fiving afterwards.
Yeah.
And so in racing, you can meet some of your best friends, and that's, I will always say, come out, do a race, hang out, enjoy. Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. We were still dialing in that car. So the first time that I ever drove wheel to wheel was not only at Road America, but it was also in the rain. So that was the first time that I got into that car. And we're still dialing the brake bias. So I'm not going to say anything, but Ray is very familiar with who I am because I came into the pit lanes a couple times.
Like,
got to start talking to.
For sure. And they weren't, I'm sure it wasn't too mean, but they were like, hey, just hang out for a little bit.
Yeah, he was just really checking in on me, you know. It was just a really slippery car, and we're still dialing in the bias, so I spun out once or twice. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna confirm that. Yeah. But you know, Ray just want to make sure that as a newer driver, that you know I wasn't in over my head, and that's something that's awesome about Champ Car. You know, they'll take care of you, and then they'll develop and mentor you. Like you're saying, you got pro drivers, like one of my buddies, David. He's driving out here in that Z, and he's a pro driver, and now he's here at Champ Car. And you got someone like me, complete novice, you know, just a track day guy, and somehow we can get on the racetrack at the same time and have a great time.
Yeah, you learn a lot, and it goes well.
You sure can.
Looking down into the race here, let's see.
Yeah, we got Wilson Daly still leading over Team Salem, the mustard car and the ketchup car. And then it's Eddie Vedder, who's now brought that Corvette up towards the front of the field. Watch out, Sled Bull Racing's up there. Atlanta Speedworks and Brew Crew inside that top 10.
Yeah, everyone's running pretty strong today. Everyone we would think would be running strong is running pretty strong.
And we've got Team Infinity was in the pits with the hood up. They're headed down pit road now, getting ready to head back out. We got to thank Andy for coming in and joining us, brother. Appreciate you. Hope you have a fantastic weekend here at Daytona International.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having me, guys. It's been a blast. I'm going to head down because I should be getting in the car in a little bit.
Oh,
hopefully, fingers crossed, everything goes well.
Yeah.
If I do something crazy, make sure. I think it was Carl inside the car.
Right. Yeah, it was somebody else.
But if you see some awesome passes, yep, it was definitely me.
That was definitely
All right. Take care. Thanks so much, guys.
Appreciate you.
Solid, man.
All right. Thanks. Take care. Appreciate him coming up and talking to us. Yeah, I got your message, Covey, and I'll see if I can pass that along to timing and scoring. We are separated, so unfortunately, yeah, they keep the riffraff out of the race control. Nolan and I showed up to walk into the booth here, and he said, "Excuse me, can we help you?"
Yeah.
I said, "Okay, we got to go through the whole credential thing and explain who I am because nobody knows." Okay, looks like we're going back to caution here, full course caution. Let's see. And car 122 stopped on the racetrack. Car 122, it's the KM Racing 2004 Nissan 350Z, stopped on the racetrack over in turn 1.
That's usually not a good spot at all right there.
Yeah, and our view is a little bit obstructed, but I can... Okay, it looks like he has just pulled off there, Les, and parked behind the barrier of turn 6. So, yeah, out of the view of our camera, he's way to the left and just pulled over there and parked it. So the crew is already on the scene, and they are preparing to tend to that car and the driver and move them out so we can go back to racing.
There's definitely some heads-up driving there. So usually, if you start to feel something going wrong with your car, you want to find the area where you can pull off and not be impacted, if you will. And that's some heads-up driving by that guy.
Yeah, we've seen some nasties over there in the past, so it's good that he was able to get off the track. And it looks like the TLM number 3 car is not on the racetrack. They have that car off. Looks like it's off track, if I have this right. If I Bill W, let me make sure I've got the proper car here. I'm not quite certain. But yeah, it looks like that car might be off the racetrack right now. Look at that Porsche 914 or 916 out there. It's just so cool. We got such a great variety of race cars.
It really is.
And I loved seeing that old vintage Porsche out here.
I was trying to get the scoop on that car. I don't know what motor that, because it definitely seems a little bit quicker than the stock motor. Let's just say that.
The sewing machine motor that usually comes in it.
Yeah, I heard that. I know they're really reliable, but man, like that car is definitely a little bit quick. I was trying to get them to pop the hood for me when I was walking through pit lane, and they're like, nope. And they gave me a little shh sign, and I was like, okay, okay, sir.
Nolan down in the pits, the 842 there in pit lane, getting some work done on that car. And that is the BR Racing Mazda RX-7. So a different, obviously not the vintage old RX-7s. But yeah, they're getting that car worked on there.
Still a good looking car for sure. And I think that's also still a rotary too.
And just keeping the tires warmed up there. Yeah, but Covey, I will definitely head down and talk to them. I got your text. It's at the next break. I will walk over there and ask them to look into that. And we typically have one timing and scoring person. We have two here this weekend, and they are extraordinarily busy.
Mm-hmm.
I walked over there and the Porsche's coming into the pits. The old vintage Porsche is coming in, but I walked over to ask them a question to do something for me about an hour ago, and they still have not been able to get to it. So they are busy beavers over there. There's so much going on right now with cars going off the racetrack and then having to be towed, and so everybody's pretty busy right now. And this usually calms down later on. Back to full course caution here. Looks like the car's picking up speed, might be going back to green here shortly, and it looks like Kyle at the wheel here. So it's 50% race speed. On board with Eddie Vedder there. And it's back to green here at Daytona.
Kind of nice and smooth, man. That Eddie Vedder Corvette, man, they seem like they really got that thing dialed.
So Wilson Daily Racing leads over Team Salem Mustard. Then it's the catch-up car. Eddie Vedder behind them in fourth place. Sled Bull Racing, Brew Crew, Atlanta Speedworks, and TLM USA in the car number 172. And that's this car here. So that machine having a good start of this race here at Daytona. 14 hours on the schedule, 12 hours and 35 minutes unofficially remain in the race. That clock you see is just an estimation. It is not official. That's just a number I type into the clock when I start in the morning.
I think we were joking over lunch yesterday. We were saying, like, what if we, towards the end of the race, we gave her, like, a bonus hour, like, surprise, bonus hour. And then what the teams would, how they would really figure out how to do the things, almost like the Joker lap in some of the rally racing. Just a throw a corkscrew in there.
And yeah, Larry, just like Tyler said, we're a member-only series, so it's kind of a technicality. You're welcome to come and watch our races. You're just going to you can buy a full membership, so you don't have to buy a weekend membership, or you can just buy a weekend membership. And that information is on our website. It's usually about $20, I think. Most of the races you're able to get in and do that. And so, yeah, it's on our website in the calendar, the events. You can click on supplementals and read through there, and there's some information in there about coming to the racetrack and watching. No, they don't have all of the spectator areas open here at Daytona. Of course, if they opened up everything, then they're going to have a little bit of trash here and a little bit of trash there, and it's a cleanup nightmare. So it's controlled, and we don't have that many folks that come just to watch. So for the most part, the stands are closed off, but you're welcome to hang out in the inner part of the racetrack in the infield and watch. And so, yeah.
Come on out.
Come on out. Team Infinity back in the pits. They're doing a driver change. So car is in the pits right now.
I want to say happy birthday to Andrew, the owner and driver of number 265 CLS Racing. So happy birthday, Andrew.
It is close down there. Hong North squeezing down. Team Salem Mustard has now overtaken the lead of the race from Wilson Daly by 1/2 of a second. The Porsche Boxster team, of course, just a bridesmaid last year by an incredibly thin margin, with Premium Dudes snatching the win at the line. A very exciting race here last year at Daytona. And this year, Team Salem now leads the race, and so it's kind of a repeat.
Right.
Hopefully, I'm sure they're hoping that they have a better shot of the win this year. You can see the Salem Mustard and Ketchup cars going by and whistling through the field, working their way through. Of course, the Eddie Vedder team, they're lurking about behind, very fast car, trying to catch up. And I'll tell you, I don't think anybody's got the pace for Eddie Vedder. I mean, they are such a fast team.
They are hooked up for sure. I mean, just if you look at their driving too, it's really clean. It's just, it's nice smooth shifts, perfect to the downshift.
Checks that brake pedal.
Yep.
And it looks like the wet stuff is let up. Looks like they're back to that dry line. The Corvette guys got to love that.
Yeah. The thing is moving out for sure.
All right, so with that, we're going to take another commercial break here, folks. So be sure and stay with us. We're at the iconic, the legendary, the Church of Racing, as David Twatty calls it, Daytona International Speedway, with ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Eddie Vedder on the move here as he's moved up into 4th place with that Chevrolet Corvette. Team Salem Mustard leads by 4 seconds over Wilson Daly Racing. And then it's the Team Salem Ketchup car in 3rd place. Eddie Vedder, Sled Bull Racing, Bruker Racing is having a fantastic start to this race. I mean, that is highbrow stuff for that team to be up at the front of a Daytona race. TLM Racing there in 7th, an extremely experienced racing team organization headed by David Twatty in the TLM car there in 7th place. Big-time Florida racers. Atlanta Speedworks there in 9th, and the number 66 scored in 10th. I don't have a description on that car just yet. Welcome, everybody, to ChampCar.Live. Les Epps here this weekend, calling the race with myself, Kyle Lockrow, and Roman Nolan in the pits.
Yeah, it's a wonderful view up here. You know, I've always been on the other side of the wall, but it's a wonderful view from up here, and it's definitely looking to shape up to be a pretty smooth race. I'm always optimistic. I'm the optimistic one to say, like, oh man, it's gonna be a smooth race. Everything's gonna be fine. There's not gonna be any inclement weather. Everything's gonna be fine. But in my heart of hearts, I know racing breeds drama.
Yes, it does. Well, it's the only way to go. I mean, you just can't go around life being a Debbie Downer. I mean, you're not going to make any progress.
Exactly.
Car's heading down into the Le Mans chicane and working their way out of it. The Floridian Motorsports guys, kind enough to give us their in-car view. And they're showing a caution down there. Oh, there it goes back to green. Caution. So maybe it's a local caution down there in the bus stop. And I'm having to continually scroll those control logs because we've just got so much going on. Subpar Racing in there. 1970. Here it is. Subpar Racing is the 1970 Porsche 914. They had a spin and continue, and it looks like they might have impacted the wall also over in turn number 7.
Well, they're on screen right now. It looks like they're doing okay. I mean,
turn 7. Yeah, maybe they grazed it and just kept going.
Wow.
Porsche versus Porsche into turn 1. Oh, he came back around the inside. Wow. Pushing the issue here.
Right?
The two Porsches back and forth.
I mean, it might be a family car, but let's go.
I was pushing the issue there. I expected, surrender there, but no, I don't think so, pal.
No, he's like, this is a race. I want this.
What are we doing here? There's the Porsche heading into the corner. Our camera's trying to catch up here. I may have put too many cameras out, Les. I think I've gobbled up all the bandwidth there is.
No, I mean, I think the viewers are really enjoying the views because it's such a big track and it's magnificent. Like this view right here, out of turn 6, looking back down into 1, and somewhere up there in that booth we are, but
way up there. Yeah.
It's so grand.
It really is, and putting cameras up like this on these steep banking, it's a lot of fun. I mean, you're barely hanging on, and you're way up there high against the wall, and this is such a fun track to be at. I mean, come on, look at those cars. You can see the roofs of the cars as they come through that high banking and flatten out heading towards the Le Mans chicane. There's the Salins Porsche looking good. Headlights already on. It's kind of a new thing for Champ Car. We came out with this rule now where you always have to have headlights on your cars, so they don't necessarily have to be turned on,
right?
But they need to be available on the race car in case it starts getting kind of dark like this. We have some races where it starts getting overcast.
Right, and Daytona is actually really well lit at night. And as a driver, I gotta say I love that for sure, and just the photographers love it too. But we go to some tracks that are pretty dark at night, and you gotta have some good lighting, some curb lighting, and the light bars work decently, not great, but if they're aimed perfectly, like really well, then you got some good lighting. But if you're just throwing lots of lumens at stuff, I mean, you're gonna wind up blinding yourself and everyone else around you. So aim your light bars, please.
Yes. Be kind. Aim your light bars.
All right.
Headed down into turn 3 here. There you can see that pit wall.
Look how close they get.
Ooh,
wow,
that might be the Vetter Corvette there.
Yep.
I think we finally caught up with them as they're coming into turn 3 here. And this used to be a track we couldn't even hardly do a show at. The cellular technology has improved so much. We are a little bit skippy on audio, but it is miles and miles ahead of where we used to be just 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah. More cell towers. We need more towers.
I'm seeing some more of the moisture stuff building up on the windscreen there, Les.
All right, so the viewers got to remember, not even 5 minutes ago, you're looks like it's clearing. So
leave it to me.
Right?
Well, we had this conversation when I was doing a show with Bob Varsha, got a name drop here.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a classic response for that. He said, "Oh, I wish I had that kind of control and power, I'd bottle it and sell it."
Yep.
So Eddie Vedder looking great out there for that team, up in 4th place now. Sled Bull Racing, Brew Crew up into 5th.
Well, Sled Bull, it's showing up as a 2002 Volkswagen Jetta.
Nice.
Wow.
Hey, that's kind of near and dear to your heart, too.
Oh, for sure. I mean, that's, and a lot of people,
Jetta.
2002s, let's see, I think those came with like a 1.8 liter turbo in those things, so just goes to prove all different types of makes and models can come out and compete. For sure.
Local Yellow got a car spun over there in the corner. Looks like around turn number 3. TLM USA car, one of the lead cars. Yeah, I don't see it over here, so maybe they've already cleared and moved out, but just look at all the traffic. And there's the Floridian Motorsports Porsche there. Salem, one of the Salem's Porsches. Yeah, everything looks good over there. But there is some action over in turn number 6. We keep getting a local yellow over in turn 6 for a number of cars. The 707 of Hungry Geckos.
Looks like something.
Looks like we've gone to purple 35.
Yeah, say something maybe in turn 5, kind of from my view here.
So we'll take a look at that turn and see if we can get any information from this camera. No. Right there, we'll look at the turn 6 camera. No. All lies.
Yep.
All quiet on the home front.
So cool.
Yeah, code 35. Looks like that 707 car, Hungry Geckos, some issue there. Over in turn number 5, we don't have any description. And there is a small gap in the camera views between these two cameras. And so here comes the emergency vehicles to the rescue.
Right.
I still think we need a theme song for these guys. I got to come up with something, Les.
Yeah, we might play it a lot though. That's the if you make it.
I've threatened to do. You remember The Price is Right? That the one where the hiker is climbing up the mountain and he's going yo da da dee do dee do 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 dee do. I want that really bad, but I know I'll get flagged for it, so I can't do it. Yeah.
Bob Barker will come back and get you.
He's like, hey, you got royalties to pay for that, pal.
Right.
So, yeah, obviously the Geckos machine stricken over just outside of camera view, as luck would have it. Darn it.
Right. Pretty sure Kyle's going to say we need more cameras.
He probably will.
We're on board with him right now. It looks like he's just taking it easy.
Yep, down there on the apron, just waiting for another caution to come to a close so that he can head back out onto the racetrack. We do have a team that's kind of in the doghouse. That's Apex Racing. They did a speed and continue. They received a pit lane warning. Black flag and drive-through for the 822, though. Looks like they were speeding on pit lane. It's the Tooth Auto Racing guys.
Got some pit lane callers here coming in. Looks like everyone's going to try and maybe get their fuel stops in, their driver changes.
Yeah, while we're doing that, we just talked about Tooth. They've become a new advertiser of the show. Sure appreciate that's myraces.live. Been working very closely with Erwin and his wife, and it's been really great. They have a great product, the myraces.live website. You can check it out. And I've been working with some of my customers, getting them converted over to using myraces.live. And the benefit of it is that you can send your live feed to that platform, just like this one here. And then you can customize your overlays as we go back to caution. And you get to keep that default stream key. And I know it's get kind of techie, but but with YouTube, they will change that default stream key occasionally, maybe once every year or two. And by sending your feeds to myraces.live, you don't even need a YouTube channel. They'll farm it out to YouTube for you so you can share it. And so that's kind of nice. It kind of cuts out the amount of work you have to do. But if you do have a YouTube channel, they'll forward it right out to your YouTube channel as well. And in a big race like this, 14 hours, YouTube has an 11-hour and 55-minute maximum on a live stream DVR recording. You can keep live streaming, but you won't get the recording. It will tip off and stop recording at that 11:55. And so for an event like this, myraces.live says no problem. We'll just develop another stream for you and keep that recording going so you don't miss out on any of your recordings. So it's really convenient. And they've got a couple commercials they've given us, so we're running those and just really appreciate those guys. myraces.live. They have a free version, and I think it's just $15 a month for the full version, which allows you to modify and control all of your on-screen all the on-screen overlays, so you can have sponsors and things like that. They have all kinds of data that they'll throw on there for you, so you can see you've got your gaps, your positions, who's in the car, name of the team, and on and on. So just a very flexible platform and a great group of people out there. They got a great Discord channel that I'm a part of, and so there's lots of techie geeky people out there like me that answer questions and help you out. And and they have a nice camera system too that they offer, the Mine A5 system. They have a full kit that they can provide for you, and it's pretty slick. So a lot of people like that.
Yeah, and I'll speak to it. It really is a lot It's very helpful, as we were talking about list as you're doing in your car. Torque the wheels, do all the things.
Oh, yeah.
But if you forget to start the camera, you can start the camera remotely. That's one of the bigger things too. So if you say you have a driver in the car, if it's say you're in the car, you're starting it off, and you're just like, oh no, I forgot to start the camera, and you can radio in and they can start it for you, and don't even worry about it. Just go on about your drive, doing all your things, and it's another form of communication too.
Yeah. Look at the rain coming in, Les. It looks like it's dropping sideways on the racetrack. So we are getting some of the wet stuff here at Daytona. Really unexpected, but here it is.
Yep. It's going to rain.
A view of the cars coming out of turn 6. And looks like Rad Air. Looks like he came in, and now he's heading back out. Same helmet, so I think that's still Kyle. So I'm not sure what happened there.
I'm not sure about the fuel tank size on those cars. I mean, maybe they don't have enough fuel to do the full driver stint. So
could be they just wanted to keep him in the car.
I mean, if you're doing good, if it ain't broke.
Yep. Heading down pit road now. So coming up on 11 a.m. here at Daytona International Speedway. Really appreciate everybody signing in and watching and keeping tabs on their favorite teams. Oh, here he is coming into a stop here. So it must have been just picking up his clock, Les.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we might have caught him at the beginning portion. Wheel comes off.
Yep. So the protocol here, Les, let's talk about that a little bit. There you see he reached up, he hit the kill switch. That turns off all the power to the car.
Yep. Turns off the power, puts your wheel up, and as a driver, you want to make sure you help get your co-driver back in the car. So he's going to help him slide on in, and it's a lot easier to do if you loosen up the belts first, if you're different shapes and sizes. So he's helping him out there. I've actually driven one of these Neons. I'm not sure if this is the one that I drove, but they're street cars right from back in the day. They fit so many different shapes and sizes. So you can see Kyle's really helping them out there. And when you're taking fuel, here's one of the things. You always want to make sure you have your visor down. So he's starting to fog up a little bit so he can't see anything. You can see that there. But, got to calm your breathing. Breathe out your nose. Relax. Don't fog up your, But when you're fueling, you have to have that down, or else you get a penalty, and that's no bueno.
So right now they're fueling the car while they're also doing a driver change, and that is permitted in Champ Car.
Yes.
So they've got a guy behind them with a gas can dumping fuel in the car. They have another person behind that person with a fire extinguisher pin pulled, ready to go in case a fire breaks out. So right now there's 4 people probably over the wall right now working on this process. They're not allowed to do any work per se on the car until that the fuel cap is put back on.
Right. And I know it's a 5-minute minimum when you're taking fuel, but that goes by so quickly. You can see they're working like an oiled machine here. So
yeah, you know what Kyle's doing is reaching up around his shoulder there, making sure the belt is over the Hans device, and they're having a little trouble there. We're seeing it was not coming down over the Hans device, and you need that in order for the Hans device to work.
Yep. And so it looks like they're done with fuel because we actually have other people over the wall now checking tire pressure.
Yep. And the sun's starting to come out a little bit.
Yep. And a big part of Daytona is this is one of the longest straights we go to. So when you're actually stationary there, it's you lose quite a bit of time coming down pit lane. And you see the other cars going around you. So the mental game is like, when you get in the car, you're like, I want to go, I want to go, I want to go. But you don't want to speed down pit lane because that's another infraction. You have to come back through. You want to make sure you have all your safety gear on. Make sure you're safe going out to the track. And they'll stop you at pit out to make sure your belts are tight and your Hans is on. And if you don't do that, I think in the meeting they were saying it's like a 10-minute penalty now. So that can definitely throw a big wrench in your race. For sure. I mean, that's essentially 2 stops, and that's quite a few laps down. So you always want to make sure you cross all your T's and dot all your I's when it comes to safety.
It does sound that way. Yeah, Mark's saying he's seen a lot of people on the apron during the cautions. Yeah, I think part of that is the concern is when you're really not at speed, is uncovering that oil pickup, the oil being just laying on the left side of the engine. So yeah, it is a concern when you're rolling around there on the apron. It's certainly something that's come to my mind. You can hear it tinkling in the wheel wells as you're doing it, but you gotta pick the which is the less of 2 evils.
And ideally, when you go back to green, you want to hopefully when it's going to happen. You can kind of see the yellow come out, and you can kind of shake the wheel a little bit to get some of that debris off the tire, so you're ready to go.
Oh, back to caution again. The number 87 now, the accused, and we'll see what the story is there. That's Team USA, that Chevy Camaro. As the sun finally comes out and begins to bathe the racetrack, as Eddie Vedder now rolls into pit lane as well. The Salins cars have pitted, so I don't even see them in the top 10 right now of my standings. So, but Eddie Vedder now pulls into their pit box to get their pit stop done, and very timely, as we just went to caution for them. So this is going to be good for them.
And these are the calls that you make to, really help the race, help your efforts in the race, because now everyone's going 35 miles an hour. It takes quite a bit of time to get around this long track. I think it was a 3.5.
Yep.
So it takes quite a bit of time.
Yep. There's Brew Crew coming through. They just got out of the pits a little while ago. Cars headed towards, on the tri-oval here, headed towards the start-finish line. You can see more cars deciding, okay, this is a good time. I'm going to peel off here. And that looks like a Miata going backwards on the front straightaway, but it's not. I can remember back in the day when I was a young man, there were a lot of Corvairs that were raced, and my mom had made the comment, you can't tell whether that car is going forward or backward on the racetrack. It just kind of looks the same going both ways, which she used to own a Corvair. Talks about that car frequently.
Those are mid-engine or rear-engine cars
Yeah.
back in the day? Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are my first efforts of the mid-engine, just family sedan. Well, not sedan, but, family car. Got the Team Infinity J30.
Some of them were even air-cooled.
Jeez.
They're doing the Volkswagen thing, man.
Yeah.
They had a nasty habit of kicking the water pump belts, fan belts. But yeah, they had interesting car.
There's definitely a time of the ingenuity of like, well, let's give it a shot. Let's see if it works. Some things stuck, some things didn't.
Yeah. Purple 35 out here at Daytona International. Car 87 stuck in turn 7, it says. That's the Camaro. So there they are, getting picked up in the Le Mans chicane on the rope. Keep the rope taut. For Doc's sake. Drive him crazy. And I think there's a cut through right up there, so they'll be able to pull them. Just drive up past counter direction here and just pull in there and get them off the track pretty quick.
Got Dennis commenting about the Bob Barker joke.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Price is Right was pretty cool, man. Can't hum it for too long, of course, right?
Yeah.
Looks like we're going back to yellow here.
Yep, Eddie Vedder's still in the pits. Didn't quite get it done. I think that's Ian, Bill's son, there in the pits. We got a lot of Chiswick's out here, and there's a big Champ Car presence this weekend to help make this event happen. So a lot of people working here.
Oh yeah. And if you can see in frame right there, that is a Shark Infinity. So a lot of people always say, is that a Shark car? I always see in the chat like, yeah, that's the Shark car. I think it's at Road Atlanta. They played the that Baby Shark song. They said for 12 hours before the whatever Bluetooth speaker they had blew out. But yeah, they're playing the Baby Shark song. I don't know if I could do 12 hours of that for sure.
Well, they have the Shark car and a Baby Shark car.
Oh, jeez.
So they have two, and the black one is Baby Shark. Wow. So yeah, that would be. What's he thinking?
Yeah.
That's funny.
But you can see it's automatic, and it moves out really good. The way the Champ Car points and the rule set say, like, I'm sure they could have converted this to manual, but you get less, you take on less points with an automatic, and it seems to be working out pretty well for them. I mean, off the corners you might lose a little bit, but just the smoothness and reliability of shifting is, works out good.
Well, and he has won a race, one of the Daytona races here in that car.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a pretty epic moment for the Team Infinity. And yeah, Ed and his team, they always bring a well-prepared car, and they often do very well. They race a lot at Sebring with us. We often have at least 2 events at Sebring each year. And so he's big-time Florida racer as well, and always does really well. But to win Daytona was a huge feather in their cap.
For sure. You can see they coming into 6 here. I want to see how they exit this corner, because I know this car has some power.
Yes, it does.
Just hear it just rev up and oof. Up onto the high banks, and looks like it's going to go tuck down into the draft, and has some pretty long legs on that automatic trans for sure. Oh. Catches that is that Atlanta Speedworks there?
Yeah.
Like it's nothing.
Such a monster. Waffle House, No, I don't know of any cars. Have you seen any less that use a sequential in Champ Car? Has anybody tried to?
I don't think so.
Yeah. Because you can do a swap.
Yeah.
But it would have to be
from
another production car.
From a production-based car, yeah.
So if you have a production-based car with a slap box, let us know.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Also, I appreciate your name. Everyone knows I love some Waffle House for sure.
Oh, man, every time I see a Waffle House now, I think, less. I better pull in and check. You might be there.
I might be, actually.
That's great. Oh, we got another car stranded here going to turn 3. Driver's right.
Yeah. Very peculiar spot there.
Just pulled over and said, nah, I'm not going to do this anymore.
I'm tired.
But good question. Good question there, Waffle House. Anybody else have any questions? We know there's a lot of people signing in that don't know what this is, what we're about. This is the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series. It used to be called Chump Car. And the idea is get yourself a car, inexpensive. We're going to caution. And, put a roll cage in it, safety equipment, work on the brakes, get the brakes working better for endurance racing, put some good tires on it, safety gear, and go racing. And you don't have to be a pro racer. You don't have to have a lot of experience. You don't have to have a license or a certificate to race in Champ Car. This is, as you might consider, a starter series, but we also have some pro drivers here, like Andy Pilgrim racing here this weekend in the TLM car.
Right.
But, absolutely. You can come racing in Champ Car, and you don't even need a race car, do you?
You don't. You can just rent a seat. So I frequently do that, especially for the Daytona race. I usually find a seat in a competitive car, and you contact the owner, and you can go to the Champ Car Garage, and there's a whole breakdown of list of people that are looking for someone to race their car. You contact the owner. They tell you exactly everything you might need to bring, and it's usually just helmet and your safety equipment and a smile. And it's you show up and have a good time.
I don't have a race car. Do you have a race car?
I have a few broken race cars.
All right.
Broken.
If I'm going to drive, I'm going to be looking for somebody that has what we call an open seat, a slot available. Because this is endurance racing, no one driver can drive the entire race. This is a 14-hour race, for instance. So the way the rules work in Champ Car is you can be in that seat for a maximum of 2 hours at a time. And then you have to take a 1-hour break. So because of that, each team has to bring multiple drivers. And the cost is kind of high. It was about $2,500 to enter a car in a race, maybe, give or take, depending on the event. But the team captain, the owner usually of the car, will divide that cost up along with tires and all the other consumables amongst many drivers. And by doing it that way, people like Les and I get to go racing. and it helps offset the costs, of course, for the team ownership as well. And so there's a lot of opportunity, and you don't necessarily have to have experience unless the team is partial to people with experience. But as Les said, you can go to the Champ Car Garage, which is a Facebook channel, and do some searching there. You can also go to the ChampCar.org website and go to the forum. There's a thread in the forum for connecting people together. That's drivers and teams. So, if you're looking for an opportunity to go racing, it really doesn't take that much. And that's really, I think, the niche of Champ Car, Les, is the ability to go to these epic racetracks like here at Daytona, go racing. You don't have to have a ton of experience or a license or anything like that. And you can go racing on these, incredible venues like these folks here are today.
Right, and with a little bit of luck and skill, you can stand on that top step. It's amazing the quality of people you'll meet here. And like we said, we race with a lot of professional teams. So or professionals will come in and be like, oh, I want to get more experience at Daytona. I have this race coming up. Or even when we do Watkins Glen, I was going to say it coincides with, I think it's 2 or 3 weeks after that. That's when IMSA goes to Watkins Glen. So you'll have a lot of IMSA drivers there just trying to get seat time. So you can potentially be renting a seat with another IMSA driver. And that's, I mean, how cool does that sound, right? Over Christmas dinner. Yeah, I race with a professional guy. Here's me taking a picture with him, and we shook some champagne, and it's great,
It definitely is. So with that, we're under caution here at Daytona International Speedway. We're going to take another quick break and be back in a few. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We'll be right back.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Welcome to Parts Badger, where we want to be your online machine shop. Through our online platform, we connect our global manufacturing capacity to your fingertips. You can request a quote, place an order, manage your parts, and even share that information with a colleague right online. If you prefer, you can work with our experienced team of sales representatives who are supported by our design engineers and project managers as well. Whether your project's big or small, simple or complex, Parts Badger can get it done. See if we can help your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right. We are back to green racing here at Daytona International, folks. Welcome back. Paul Veltum with Les Epps. And Kyle Lockrow will be up here a little bit sooner. The Roman Nolan cam down in the pits, keeping an eye on the action down there as well. So sure appreciate him down there this weekend. And our very own Mr. Les Ismore Epps will be down there in the pits as well. And part of our evil plan today is to get the interviews too at the end of the race. So that's going to happen. So lots of good stuff on tap, so make sure you stay with us today, and hope you're having a fantastic beginning of your weekend. The weather is clearing a little bit here. We've got some sunshine, and that's a welcome sight for all the rear-wheel drive cars out there.
For sure. I know some of the Miatos are probably like, oh yeah, here we go.
Well, and guess who's sprung into the lead of the race?
Eddie Vedder.
Eddie Vedder now leads the race over Team Salem with their mustard car. Brew Crew in 3rd, Wilson Daly in 4th, and Sled Bull Racing is in 5th. So I'm just checking something. Some folks were just seeing if the session... Oh, there we got it. So let me say this, tell us to Kelly that we've got that now.
Yes. I'm really impressed by Sled Bull. I mean, they're really hanging on there. It seems like they're putting up some really respectable lap times there. And if you guys look off to your screen here, you can see like the last lap time versus other people's lap times, and it's quite impressive.
So, okay, we've got Speed Hive data. For those of you that were waiting on that, that is up and running now. So some great news there. Special thanks to Kelly Childs for getting that running for us. Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you, Kelly. You're amazing. She's waving back. Nice.
So yeah, Eddie Vedder over Brew Crew Racing, who's moved into 2nd place. Wow, they've got to be over the moon, sitting in 2nd place right now. Team Salem Mustard in 3rd. Wilson Daly Racing has slipped to 4th. Another really fast team, brilliantly fast racing team. Sled Bull Racing there in 5th place. Then we have Valerian Steel, Floridian Motorsports behind them, and a plethora of EC cars here this weekend.
For sure.
Les, there's about 35 cars, I think somebody said, has shown up. So about 25% of the field. And it's actually not all that unusual. In fact, when I came and raced here, I was racing an EC car, and it was just like that. There were so many EC cars here, which is part of the fun of the sport. We have people coming into the sport and just, cutting their teeth, trying it out with their car, and so they're often not quite within the rule set, and they're going to be put in EC. Looks like some work going on the front of the Miata here, the number 486, I believe that is, and 468. That's the Flying 5J Racing Team.
Right. When the hood comes up, it's usually not a good indication.
And the hood is up for sure, and they're under the bonnet of that machine. Go back on board here at the front of the field. Eddie Vedder heading down. This looks like maybe turn number 5. Not sure. No, maybe that's 3.
No, that's 3. I can always tell by the double curbing,
Well, those two corners are pretty similar, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
It feels like you drive them pretty much the same way. And so I think Kyle's out of the car now, of the Rad Air Racing car, and so I know he's doing some coaching, and then when he gets done with that, he's promised to come up and lend a hand to the broadcast coverage, which is always great. So look forward to having him back up here.
He's probably out drinking some water, calming down, relaxing, just trying to stretch his limbs. And did a good job today.
Yeah, it's one of the Rad Air cars there, just as Eddie Vedder's going by, heading into 6.
We got quite a few cars from here, and I was talking to some people in the paddock yesterday, and there's a team down there with a Cobalt and a Cavalier, and they came down from Canada. So it's
nice.
That's a long haul. He told me in kilometers. I think he said it was like 2,200 kilometers, and I was like, I don't know what that means.
Somebody tell me what that is.
Yeah, 10-millimeter wrench. Got it. Yeah.
That I can understand.
Right. Other than that,
you can spot a 10 mil from 10 yards, but what's a kilometer and a half? I have no idea.
But yeah, they came down from Canada, and it seems like one of the cars is actually in pit, what I can see from here right now, but it seemed like they were ready to go.
Unless you've got some automotive repair experience, so I think maybe we talked about this a little bit at NCM. So you kind of started out in automotive repair, didn't you?
I did. I started out, I went to Universal Tech, and one night watching Speed Vision, I was watching rally racing, and the commercial comes on. Do you want to work on high performance cars? I'm like, yes. Would you like to have a exciting career? Yes. Well, do this. And I'm like, they know me personally. I got to do this. So I moved to Illinois, and I moved to Illinois to go to school, and I became a technician. And did that for about 10 years, and decided that, sometimes your back kind of hurts a little bit. So I became a CNC machinist, and it's been a great time. It's been a great life, for sure.
Yeah, that's definitely what got me out of it, too, was the back issues. It's like, I am way too young to be dealing with this. I'm going to just go on about my life, and let's go do some IT stuff. One of the cars stranded, track left, coming out of turn number 3. And we got a black flag on a car number 407 for dropping fuel. That's the Southern Diesel and Auto team, their Ford Mustang. They usually give you a few turns, maybe a lap of grace. But if you've topped off fuel, and that's usually what happens, you go out there and you're spilling a lot, they're going to bring you in. Don't want any gas getting dumped on the track like that. But over in turn number 3, they've marked up car number 118 as the offender. Car number 118, I actually don't have that.
He's starting to continue, though.
Oh, yeah, looks like he kept going anyway. So I was like, yeah. Okay. So much for that.
Good.
Let's see, got my track cameras a little bit confused here. Here we go.
Okay, yeah,
looks like he must have kept going. Yeah, there he is. Coming through turn 5 now. And yeah, some of these cameras getting a little sticky out there with the frame rates. It's all right. We can just
oh yeah,
I can reset those.
It's peak time issues. You know, a lot of people are up and about doing some things. We are at Daytona Beach, so definitely.
This is always a busy time of the year.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, racing is a family sport too. So if you come on out and say you get the wife and the family and the kids with you, even if they don't want to stick around and watch you do the cool things on the racetrack, they can always go to the beach too. So that's a good selling point.
Yep.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
Where's everyone getting those nice wings? Well, I don't know. AutoZone, maybe? I don't know.
I think Nine Lives Racing is actually one of our sponsors. I see a lot of Nine Lives Racing's wings out there, so possibly.
Yeah, this is a place that you could probably really use a wing. You could get some of that stabilized, that back end car a little bit. We get those big high speeds. And I've heard some arguments, Les, that for the most part our cars don't need wings. And I remember talking to David Twatty about that when we had our E36, and I said, what should we do about a wing? He said, don't put a wing on it. You don't need a wing. And he doesn't, I don't think he runs any wings on his cars either. So, yeah.
I think it definitely depends on the shape of the car and your setup. So I will say a front-wheel drive car, more on a twistier high-speed track. Definitely I prefer a wing just to get that back end kind of settled in there, and it gives you another point of adjustability. So sometimes if you get something that's inherently unstable, you can kind of dial something in there, and it works well for renters too. So if you want to get, you're renting your seats out to someone that's a little bit more on the greener side of the novice, then you can make the car more stable where it won't be as maybe not as quick on the edge. You can make it more stable where they can get more comfortable as the weekend progresses and take a little bit of wing out. So for most sure, I would say aerodynamics is a real thing.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I noticed it racing with a Miata team. That's another car that does benefit from a rear wing. We were at Road America, and on the big end of the front straightaway, the back end started getting kind of light, and it just kind of started floating a little bit. Some of the guys weren't too keen on that and said, yeah, that's not cool.
Yeah.
So at the next event, the owner put a wing on it to get that back end a little bit more planted, like you said, and some driver comfort there, if anything else, when you're hitting a $118, a $119 in a Miata, and she starts to lift off the ground. Maybe you want to put a wing on it.
Yeah, our Parts Badgers from NCM a few weeks ago, I mean, if you look at their car, their aero package is pretty stout. And you've seen what they were able to do in the rain just with, obviously great driving, but with the aerodynamics, they're really trying to get that car sucked down to the ground.
Yeah, definitely. And they certainly seem to have that car dialed in and figured out, too.
But it does go for driver preference too. Some people like oversteer, some people like understeer, and more solid cars, So, and like I said, the setup. So you can actually, if you're into engineering and kind of nerding out about the cars and the setups, like ChampCar has a space for you for that too. With the timing and scoring, ChampCar has a space for you.
So Eddie Vedder now 43 seconds ahead of Brew Crew Racing. Team Salem in the mustard car back 5 seconds from Brew Crew right now. Then we've got Wilson Daly back 24 seconds from Team Salem. So some sizable gaps there inside that top 5. But that 6 second gap from Salem's up to Brew Crew, that's not a lot. It would not take much for them in the Porsche to make up some time on the BMW team, but to see Brew Crew up in second place is really something. D-Class leading the way in the Eddie Vedder machine we're on board with right now. Brew Crew, a C-Class machine. Wilson Daly, a C-Class machine. And then a B-Class machine behind them, the Sled Bowl Racing team. And then an A-Class team, Valerian Steel. So kind of what like we talked about before, Floridian's behind them in a D-Class car. It's just a nice blended mix up there, which we love to see, that the parity of the series is working out as it's been written.
Right, and a lot of people, a lot of other series go power to weight or with horsepower rules, and have a dyno there actually at the track to measure things, and that breeds good racing also. However, with this open, or I should say, our more open rule book, you can see it's working out just fine. It's all the different classes of cars, and all within the top 10. So CRX there.
John Whitner saying really helps the Mini. I can imagine that small wheelbase. I bet you love that rear wing back there.
Yep.
Especially in the wet. That would be just plain terrifying. Sorry, but it would be. And you guys got that car dialed in. I mean, that thing gets done, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, they were leading, or they weren't leading, but they were pretty high up at NCM a few weeks ago.
Yeah. And that's a tricky, very technical racetrack. So, that's pretty impressive performance there. And, it's not like this is the Whitnauer's first year. They got a lot of experience honing and pruning that Mini Cooper to just get the most out of it, and obviously the wing has been an important part for that. Yeah, and Beesball saying, we just guessed. I mean, and I think that's the way it happens a lot. It's a lot of guesswork, and I got to really hand it to Roy for his videos on rear wing development and really just passing along what he's learned, getting that wing way up in the air. It's not a chaparral, but it's still way up there, and it's great. I mean, just getting that data is just super, super helpful. So, a lot of us are just kind of guessing. I don't know. We'll put this on there and see what it does.
Did it feel better? All right, well.
Did it slow us down that much?
Right.
Well,
I think you said it was the driver comfort too. The less things you really have to worry about per se, the better. Looks like they're going down the local yellow here. The car off.
Yeah. That's where
like exit of turn 3 looks like.
Yeah, looks like over in turn 3 we've got a car stranded over there. Emergency vehicles are over there, but they're keeping us green. There you can see them off to the right.
Our competitors are being super respectful of that too. That's a lot of heads up driving through there, just trying to get everything together and respecting the emergency crews that are out there, boots on the ground.
That's the looks like we got the cars that are being mentioned here are the 202 Volkswagen Jetta of Sled Bowl Racing, and that's a black flag drive-through. Oh no! That's really going to hurt because they're a front-running competitor right now. Also a black flag drive-through shortcut with an advantage on the second apex. Oops. Both took the shortcut. I think one followed the other. The 222 is the other offender of it's 2244. Their Ford Mustang. They'll be coming in for a drive-through penalty for shortcutting the course. I got to tell you, when you're heading down into those turnarounds, those horseshoes, you're like, man, I could cut this. This is a beautiful path right around. If I'm having a little trouble getting by somebody, I could definitely get some advantage on this cut through. But you think anybody would be watching?
Right? How will they know? They're never gonna know.
Team Salen's going down into the bus stop here. I think one of the cameras might be a little bit behind because they've already come out of there, it looks like. We'll have to reset that. But, yeah. go back on board with Hong North. We were kind of expecting to see Hong North march up towards the front. You know, we talked about this before, Les. Just a really fast car. We haven't seen them, but there they are in 17th place. Now, we know there's some EC cars ahead, so they're certainly within the top 15. They're probably banging on the door to top 10. So it's just a matter of time as we have reached the bottom of the hour here. It is 11:30 here at Daytona International on the high banks. It's Champ Car. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Junior are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps them find a deal on the right parts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's twitch is back. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back everybody to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Daytona International Speedway. Porsche's in the pits. I just like that thing. I just love that. I love seeing vintage race cars, man. You know, they're cool. I used to race a vintage Datsun, so yeah, it's just, it warms the heart. Mm-hmm. But back to the race at hand. Eddie Vedder leads this race. There you can see Brew Crew Racing there behind them. And then it's Team Salem in the catch-up car. 32 seconds now, the gap from Brew Crew up to Eddie Vedder. And check this out. Salem's has actually lost some ground and now 11 seconds, almost 12 seconds down on the Brew Crew BMW. Wilson Daly behind them in fourth place in that C-Class car. And then you have Sled Bull Racing, Valerian Steel. And looks like Valerian Steel actually... they've slowed down. Something's up with their Delta. Looks like they're coming back around with it, but a little bit of concern there for a moment that maybe they had stopped off the racetrack. So look at the amount of traffic coming through the bus stop here and heading down. I mean, it's just, it's a beautiful sight. I just love Daytona. I love Champ Car. It's just so great to see all of these competitors coming together at a place that we love to go racing and just enjoying the sport.
Such a wonderful racetrack, for sure.
Nolan down in the Salem's pit right now and is able to see some of the action going on pit road. Les, you're going to be heading down to the pits before too long and spending some time out there too. So we're going to have 2 pit road reporters this weekend. So gonna definitely be bringing you as much coverage of the event as we can. We've got about 15 cameras on the racetrack. We have about as many in-car cameras too. So lots of race coverage for the show this weekend, folks. Hope you enjoy it, and I hope you're having an even better weekend. Maybe you're prepping your cars. Maybe you're doing some other things with the family. Whatever the case may be, we hope you're just having a great time, and we really want to see you come out and join us at one of the races coming up soon this year. There's so much racing yet on tap for the 2025 season, and we're all over the place.
Yeah, chances are we are going to be in a city near you. So
if you want to find out more about Champ Car, maybe you've been to the website ChampCar.org, you've checked out the rule book, and this is something that I could be getting into. What you might want to do, a lot of people suggest, and I would suggest as well, is you might come out and volunteer with us. And you can find the volunteer form on the ChampCar.org website. It's just great to come out here, spend some time with the staff, spend some time at the track, spend some time with the club, and get the feeling of what this Champ Car endurance road racing thing is really all about, and really get a feel for it. We will warn you, though, once you get out here and experience it, you're going to want to do it.
Yeah.
It will get into your blood, won't it?
Yep, pretty much all the money. All the things. You're like, well, I don't really need to eat a full meal today. I can totally buy a race car. I mean, that's the way I logic my life. But like Paulie was saying, if you just want to have something to do, come out for the weekend, volunteer with us, get a nice little fancy shirt, give you a radio and a little bit of authority, get me in pit lane, get up close and personal to all the racing, and it's get to meet all the competitors and shake the hands and kiss the babies, and it's I don't know. I really love Champ Car. I can't say enough good things about this series. I mean, it's given me quite a bit, from my start to where I am now in Champ Car, and my big scary goal of ultimately is to race in IMSA and win the 24 here and get that Rolex, but I don't think I could do it without Champ Car. I mean, this is a 14-hour race, and if you add 10 more on to that, that's the 24. But we got competitors this weekend that'll be doing 2 stints at least. Two stints in the car. So 4 hours in the car here is quite taxing, especially when the sun goes down. Your brain uses a lot more bandwidth just trying to pick out where your braking points are or your turn-in markers are at, because one moment you got sun in your eyes as the sun starts to set.
Oh,
and then,
big hit for Red Air Racing.
Oh,
did he get hit again? Oh, must have got struck from behind. They're in the strike zone. This looks like they're over around the turn 1, Les.
Oh, no.
Yes, they are indeed over in turn 1. They're right at our 2 o'clock. And the third car in the incident has pulled through and gone around and continued on. And it might be one of the Porsches. It's got a big wing on it, so I'm not sure if he just got choked up behind.
Right.
But this looks like one of the Z cars in Rad Air Racing.
Well, the car restarted.
Yeah, we'll go back to our instant replay and see what happens here with Rad Air Racing on the instant replay as they come down into turn number 1. And the classic is a car comes in and just loses control in a really bad spot. But let's see yep, there he is. He's just right in the middle.
Oh, no.
He gets hit from behind and punted into the Z, and he's going to get hit again just right there.
Yep.
He gets hit twice. I think Rad Air might have been able to get around him, but he slowed down so much, and the car behind just could not get it woed down. They come in there less. They come in so fast into that blind corner. Oh,
and that's real tricky too, because you got to make a decision, left or right, and if you choose left, then you might get tapped. If he chose right, and he still got tapped. So
yeah, and I think you can almost see he's in the rearview mirror. He's looking for traffic. He doesn't. I think he wants to dive to the right, and he's checking to see if it's clear. You can see his head. He's looking to the right, and that's when he gets hammered. Oh, it's terrible. Well, all the cars have continued. We do have an emergency vehicle down there on the scene, but all of the cars have continued from that location.
Oh, no, wait. I think he only made it a little bit further. I think the car might have left down in the 1. Yeah.
Said no thank you.
Yeah. That's the issue with those Neons. They're really light. They're front-wheel drive, so any damage to the front end really takes a toll on those things.
Oh, yeah. It looks like he is kind of crossed up there just in the middle of the racetrack. And so what a shame. It's one of those things, as you come through there, Les, you got that wall there.
Yep.
You're coming down there fast. It's a decreasing radius. Your car's on the edge.
Mm-hmm. And you could see he kept it nice and tight through there. He was expecting to be passed by a faster-moving vehicle, so I can't fault him for that. Just one of those tricky things with racing. You got to choose left or right real quick, and it looks like he was going to go for the right, and the other cars couldn't get it slowed down enough.
Yeah, they're going to hook it up, but you just if he's dropping fluid, then we got to deal with that as well. There could be some water on the racetrack. That's another thing, Les. We're not supposed to run coolant in the series, so
right. So this particular racetrack, we're perfectly fine. We're in the south, so you don't have to worry about any coolant or freezing or anything like that. In the northern states, though, where we're from, it can be kind of tricky. Like the NCM a few weeks ago, it was pretty chilly. And Road Atlanta, it's definitely snowed before. So earlier in the season, some people are tempted to run coolant, or even if you're storing your car in a non-heated garage or something like that, got to drop a little bit of coolant in there, and that just becomes part of the checklist. Drain it all out when you get to the racetrack, and then that way you get some type of freeze protection when the car's in storage.
So we saw from an in-car camera, the Rad Air car really does have a lot of damage to the front end. The bumper cover's ripped off, and it looks like the rescue crew is trying to figure out, what are we going to do to pull this thing through here? They're still at the site. I don't know if they're decided the tow truck is pulling off. Maybe they're going to go to a flatbed for this. The rollback is on the way. It's coming out of 6, and so it looks like that is the plan B they've decided to go to here for the Rad Air team. What a heartbreaker for those guys.
Right. Yeah, they're out of northeastern Ohio, actually, from around my hometown. So I know them. I know the guys pretty well. But it's a long tow down. But they do still have one more car on track, so there's a chance for at least some good champagne shaking tonight.
Yeah, so we're on this view. We don't really need to be. What we're doing, just really looking for that rollback to come pick them up. And boy, just a tough situation for those guys. Yeah, not sure much the Z could have done, and who's to say how he got twisted up going into the corner too. That could have been any number of things. There's just so much traffic out here. And it's similar to an accident we saw with Rodney Earwood in his Z car where he got hit head on. I think it was just a little bit further back in turn one. The car got turned around and he was facing the oncoming traffic and just got hammered. And it's did quite a number on that car. There's the number 3 in the pits. We see they're under the hood there on the Roman Nolan cam. It looks like they're looking at that car.
Looks like the other car there is it an Accord? I think that's Fat Crack Racing. Yeah, they're in the pits too. I think they're a B class car.
Yeah, Beesball, if you're interested in joining us like we've been talking about, definitely recommend, check it out. You can come out and volunteer with us. You get paid, you get fed, and you get to find out what the series is about. Love to have you out. We've got a race coming up in just 2 weeks in South Haven, Michigan at Gingerman Raceway. It's a great place to go check it out. So don't know where you located at, and we can give you some ideas on some races you can attend to check them out. You can also go to the ChampCar.org website and look at the schedule there and see all the races on the docket so you can get an idea where you can come. So there's a black Z coming in. I think it was the gray Z that got into that whole mix-up. So
might have been. Oh, there's
go
a black
back
Z in
and
there now.
code 35. So 234 spun and collected, 988, 847, and 975 needed picked up. So we'll go through all of that so we can make sense of all the code. So 234 is the Never Start Racing 2008 Nissan 350Z. So Never Start Racing is the car, and it's reported that they spun and then collected a car, 988, which is the Valyrian Steel Mazda Miata, and 847, which is Team Oversteer in their Chevy Camaro, and of course, Rad Air Racing, we saw that in car 975, and they had to be picked up. So, looks like they picked him up by the butt, and they're dragging him.
Yeah, my heart goes out to this driver. I'm not sure who's in the car, but
he's taking a beating.
Yeah, it's that is the hardest driver, the hardest ride right there, because you're going backwards, and you're like, oh man, it's starting to set in. Like, I'm not in the race right now, but you always keep your perspectives high and your hopes high. Maybe you can get back to the paddock, and hopefully nothing's too bad.
Well, and I think, too, what it does, you're also reeling in your mind, what could I have done differently? What mistakes did I make? Could I, and it's all that regret of, if I would have just, had my eyes up a little further, if I would have just done this or done that, maybe I could have avoided all this. And this is the kind of thing that just haunts you night after night. About this moment, I'm at Daytona, and this terrible thing happened. What could I have done differently, if anything?
Right, and I guess the only solace you can take and rewatch this video. I know you don't really want to relive the experience, but you can look back and say, well, wow, there's really nothing I could have did. I couldn't see around that wall. There's nothing else I could have. Maybe I could have went a little bit wider, but that would have still put him in the path, right? So I think he'll take a little bit of solace. It might take a few nights to get over this, waking up in the middle of the night, but nothing's a Waffle House can't cure.
There you go. There's got to be some positive to it. We'll just take another look at this. This was just a few moments ago. Rad Air Racing coming down the front straightaway. This is as fast as the car can possibly go. Starts braking. His entry looks great. I love the clipping of the grass on the way, and that's perfect. And now he sees there's a car here, and there's just gets kicked into it. He was so close to avoiding it on his own, and then he got pushed out of control. It pitched the car. The back end pitches to the right a little bit and noses him right into the Z.
Yeah, unfortunately, but I mean, like, he's close to the wall there, and you come around here, and it's just one of those. Okay, which decision do I make? Okay, outside. No.
It's a bad enough hit to take you out. I don't think that's bad enough to write the car off.
For sure.
I think the car will be all right, but this is one of those things. It's possible. This team is a multi-car team that they may have the gear they need to get this car back on the racetrack, actually.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, it's a 95 Neon. It has to live out of pure spite. I mean, if anything, just out of pure spite, it has to live.
Yeah, there's AutoZone dealerships around. There's part stores, so there's got to be some parts out there to get them back onto the racetrack with us. TLM USA in the number 172. They're shown in 9th. They're actually in 7th place. They've got a couple EC cars up ahead of them. They have had a great race with this car. This number 3 car shown down in 67th. So, and actually, a 67th is a mid-pack car.
Right.
It's normally you look at it and say, oh, wow, they're in last place. No, they're actually not doing that bad.
Yeah.
So it's just because we started this race with 120 race cars, and that's why they're laboring their way up through the field. TLM USA brought, I believe, 3 cars out here this weekend. I saw 2 of them at least, and so at least 2 cars took the start.
Well, I'm scrolling through the list right now, and I mean, there's just a plethora of cars, and I love it. I love it. See a Ford Contour down in 63rd place, so 98 Ford Contour. That's something you wouldn't expect to see on the list, but just goes to prove you can, I shouldn't say any car, but you could pretty much have any car out there and look into our rule book on ChampCar.Org, and you can be competitive. Sure.
Yep. The cars leave the Le Mans chicane and head back up onto that high bank. And what's crazy is this is where this camera's located is on a bank.
Mm-hmm.
It's you're already on the banking, but you're not on that big 31-degree banking that you see up ahead. And Kyle Lockrow has come back to the booth.
Guy.
So, hey, buddy, how you doing?
Take your time. Take your time now. Take your time.
He's excited.
Relax.
How's it going, guys? How's it going, everybody?
It's going great. Look at this, 433 people watching right now.
All right. Thank you guys so much for tuning in.
So we're
Thank you to AutoZone, TireRack.com, all of our sponsors. Thank you guys so much. Yeah, it's been wild out there. It's been a lot of fun. I just happened to catch that on our way up to the booth. The first thing, the important thing is, from what I just talked to the team, Mark Nolan is okay. He gave a thumbs up to the team and the camera, so they knew, and then they gave a thumbs up to the co-driver. But I watched the replay, and that's one of those blind sections of the course you really have to watch. But you really, as drivers, you've got to be very heads up through there. You've got to, if you're going to be behind guys, you've got to be heads up. You've got to be looking a corner ahead of you, and things like that can be prevented. I mean, we know it's that kind of racing, things happen, but unfortunately, it just took out a couple good cars. Unfortunately, it was us, but we'll get it fixed. We got some of the best guys in the business, and we'll get it back out there. So as we're back on board here with Hong North, it looks like they're having a good race so far. 14th, it looks like, overall. And I believe 5th in class right now. So they are putting on a good show. I waved at them as they passed me a few times on track. So they're having a good show. So
yeah.
Eddie Vedder leads the race over Brew Crew Racing. So those guys having a good race of it so far.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we knew Eddie Vedder was going to be fast. I mean, the speed they show at high places like Road Atlanta. And, I mean, this is another one of those big boy tracks that we visit on the circuit. So the guys did they always do a good job. Dan Tilley and his crew always do a good job. I got some updates I'm going to share with you guys here periodically. I apologize to those that texted me and I had not been up here to give updates. I will slowly get those in here over our next little bit. Timmy, thank you so much for the compliment. Yeah, we did the best we could. Doing neon things, that's all I can tell you. Having a rad time at the same time. No, it was good. I know the team made some awesome improvements and some cool upgrades over the off season, and I think we surprised a few people that we were able to hang with. So very, very thankful to Andy Fifik, Bill Snow, everybody with Rad Air, and Matt, Joe, and Dylan, and Sam, and Nick, and Brandon, everybody down there, all the Rad Air guys. It's a lot of fun. But as you can see here, the track is starting to get very, very slick. I noticed that later in my stint because I was in pretty much about the full 2 hours. And you really got to be careful because you're starting to hear the right rear scream a little bit. The left rear is starting to scream. And the reason being is the ambient's gone up. The sun is beating down throughout the cloud cover, and the track with that moisture's coming up. Plus, we've had a little bit of sporadic showers. So you're getting changing conditions, and you really just have to be heads up. So sometimes you have to be ready for a quick change. We're on board here still with Hong Nort. As you can see here, we're kind of walking down to the bus stop series. Nice and smooth. Looks like he just went down to fourth gear there. That's usually a fourth gear spot. A little bit of clip of those curbs right there. If you straighten that out just like he did right there, you can get a great run out of that bus stop, and especially if you're in what I would consider like a GT car. Some of your slower cars, to make it a little simpler, I'd say, for some of our viewers, your faster cars, think about them like a prototype if you're watching the Rolex 24, and then the slower cars, think about them like a GT car. They kind of have to run that same GT, let's say, posture what the faster guys do. So like you'll see the Mustang right there on the right as they're coming into the brake zone, but you can see they're running that top, and then they have to make those adjustments as he's backing off early so he doesn't run right up on the traffic.
How is your perspective with the new pavement there? I feel like it feels like it's wider. You know?
They did a good job with it. I'll tell you what, it's very grippy, but when it got wet there, when we got that quick shower, it was very slick. And the rear-wheel drive cars, especially like your Corvettes, as we're back on board with the boys with Eddie Vedder, those guys had to be very, very careful because the car is loaded really hard on the left rear right there, and then you're going over a bit of a transition. This track has develop some more character because the last time this place, a little bit of catch and release there. He did a good job, but I mean, we know these guys know the deal. And what you have to do is you kind of just have to get it settled, but you have to really play with the throttle, and just management of that is really what's going to keep you from spinning out, because we know when it gets slick back there, and especially before the repave, we would see guys lose it, and right to the left side of that Daytona sign on the wall, we'd watch somebody wipe a car out here at least once a year.
Right.
Looks really, really good here. Now, we know this is a high horsepower D-Class car, as you see him kind of working the wheel there. The bumps right there, Les and Paulie, I can tell you, we are getting more character back into this place. Those bumps in 6 are very, very rough. The car's hopping through there, and it's actually causing cars that if they get in there a little deep, they're going to jump about a half a lane if you get in too hot.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't actually see that on there. That's super interesting.
It's kind of what made him really have to play some catch and release with the wheel. Is he had it slowed down, but as the track gets slick, he's sliding and hopping over the bumps because he's loaded up on the right rear tire, and then he's trying to let the car right there. You're waiting for the car to take that squat, and you're just going over that transition. Did a nice job there. See, that's what I'm talking about. You really just want to anticipate that traffic. When you're in that faster car, it's your job to just manage the closing of the gap, and you're going to notice that with the difference in the speeds right there. You're going to really need to be careful about it.
All right, so with that, we're going to take a quick break. Kyle Lockrow back in the booth with us. Stay with us, everybody. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and it's Eddie Vedder leading the race. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone, back here at Daytona International Speedway, and we are green, folks. We had a number of cautions though this morning. Kyle Luckrow's back in the booth again, and you were out there on the track. You got to spend some time just doing some circuits.
Yeah, it was just some Sunday driving, as they call it now. We were having a little Code 35 fever there for a little while, but I think just the hard part about Daytona, Paulie, is we don't get a practice day, and so many teams come down here, and this is their first race of the year, and especially if they've done upgrades over the off season or they've made changes. And with the weather that we've had this year in various parts of the country, I mean, you're getting 4 seasons in one day sometimes. So unfortunately, these teams may not have had the opportunity to really shake down their stuff and work the kinks and the bugs out. So unfortunately, first lap under green here, all of a sudden you find out she won't go, and it just makes it frustrating. And a lot of it was some mechanical stuff. There were some crazy moves out there by some people, and I definitely think the best thing I would do is, if you're team principal or team captain, I would just get on the radio, tell your boys to just kind of settle in here a little bit. We got a long way to go, guys. We have just hit the 3-hour mark, and we got a long time till we hit sunset and some nighttime, and you want to be there at the end. And that's a lot of what this race is battling that attrition and not becoming that victim.
Well, yeah, I think that's absolutely the case. I mean, that's that lack of practice really shows up at a place like this, especially considering the more cars here than usual, more cars in a Champ Car race. We're never going to get more than we're going to get here, where you packing the field out and you've got people waiting in line wishing they could race. In all the EC cars, it's just clearly a lot of cars that haven't been on a racetrack before, or they haven't spent much time on a racetrack. They're not combed through, and so they're not going to have that prep. And like you said, they're going to go out with no practice and be like, well,
I got what I got.
The fuel pump's not working. It's just, you never know.
And it's not the fault of the driver in the car. I mean, regardless of whether you've got your pro in there like a Todd Lamb or a Doug Oakley or somebody like that, or you get some of our new guys, like for some of my teammates, like Mr. Mark Nolan and some of the others of Rad Air, that have not been to Daytona. It doesn't matter your experience level in that side of it. I mean, when it's mechanical, it's mechanical. You're kind of just along for the ride. As we got a good shot here, so I'll give you a little bit of perspective with this, folks, and then I'm going to give those updates. Again, folks, I apologize I've not gotten those updates. I will try to get them out here over the next little bit of our show. But as you can see, this is a very tight corner, which is the International Horseshoe. And if you ever watch a Rolex 24, usually this is just, there's flags all around it. And what it does is there's flags that represent every driver's home country that come and race in that year's edition of the Rolex 24. So that's where that name kind of comes from. But as you can see, you try to get a straight run out of there, and then most of them are staying a bit to the right of the white line, but then you'll see one of the cars right there. You can go over it or straddle it, and then you just want to kind of not touch the curbs if you can, because you don't want to put yourself out in a dangerous spot, but you want to give yourself a good run, get yourself kind of pointed to the right side, to then set yourself up for the left-hander through the kink. And depending on what your combination is you're running, you might be able to carry that flat, maybe a slight lift, just a touch of the brake to set the nose. And that's all it is, especially if you're like we'll call them the GT cars. We don't want to call them the slower cars. We'll call them our GT-ish cars. If you're a GT car, you might be able to carry that momentum through the kink and head to 5 for the West Horseshoe and continue to work where you may be a little bit quicker than some of your bigger powered cars through the infield. And then looks like we got RVA graphics around here. He's rolling, so no harm, no foul. Yep, and that's the thing. Great job by the driver. Those guys are very experienced. Just had something happen, fired it back up, found a clear spot, and got back into traffic there. As you can kind of see here, so we got our camera here, and we're looking at the entry to turn 6, right about the turn-in point, but you can see they'll come up over the rumble strip there. Some of them will just kind of gracefully hit it with their left sides. And if you point to the scoring pylon for the pro races here, you can actually point right at your turn-in point and not really have to turn the wheel to the right if you're by yourself. And you can see a lot of cars are doing that, especially the drivers that have probably been here before and know that.
Yeah, I love turn 6, love getting that pivot off the curbing and then turning in for 6. Get that clipping point, but the throttle's begging you to add power. It's just like, please, let's get going. And then you rocket up out of 6 up onto the high banks here, and it gets super steep, super quick.
Yeah, and I mean, you go from flat, a little bit off camber there through 6, and then all of a sudden it flattens out. Then it's like, all right, boys, we're going 31 degrees. And as you can see, folks, we were setting these cameras yesterday, getting ready for our broadcast, and I told Polly, I said, let's give these guys, because I feel like our viewers need to see how much that 31 degrees, you're leaning on the right side of that car. As you can see here, it looked like one of the cars, and you'll probably see him as he comes through NASCAR 1 and 2. He was up there digging on the high side. If you got a really fast car and you can keep those RPMs up, it's a great way to make time, but it gives you a good run down the backstretch. Like there's one of them. It looks like that's the team-equipped the Mini Cooper entry right there, just rolling the high side, straddling the lanes, and got a great run off of NASCAR too.
Well, leave it to me to switch the cameras on you right as
no, you're fine.
I never did that to anybody else that's ever worked with me. Doc never complained about that.
That just shows how much you like me as a co-host. That's fine.
Okay, I did it a lot.
That's fine.
If we're going to be honest.
But no, I mean, so far it's been good. The cloud cover is keeping it a little bit cooler, which has been good because we're not baking in these cars this weekend. I mean, it's very humid, which you got to make sure you're hydrating. So any drivers that have yet to get in the car, the best thing I would recommend to do would be to really hydrate, get yourself some electrolytes and water, make sure you eat a banana for the potassium to prevent cramping. If you're brave enough, have a little pickle juice.
Here's your camera shot.
Oh, yeah, this is right here. This is when I told Polly, I was like, we got to do this. You can see the cars transition back to the flat there. You feel like you're watching the Daytona 500 or the Rolex 24. So it's awesome. I mean, just such a cool shot. But we wanted you guys to see that and really understand what the banking does to these cars and just how you adjust to it. And especially, we're hoping one of these guys will buzz the camera at some point and give us one of those cool shots. But we're just trying to give you guys everything we can.
So Eddie Vedder leads about 32 seconds over Brew Crew Racing, continuing to stretch out that lead. 2:11, their best lap time, a 2:16 Brew Crew's best lap time there in second place, and they have just got to be over the moon sitting in second place here in that C-Class machine.
I'm sure Arjun's got to be absolutely thrilled. I know the past 3 or 4 years they've come down here with great speed, and unfortunately the cars just had some type of crazy mechanical thing happen or caught up in some mess or something. So no, it's a great opportunity for them to be able to get a little bit of redemption. I mean, this is the same strength that we saw out of them at Road Atlanta, Paulie, with their top 3 all day long up until what happened and dropped them down the order. But knowing that team and their experience level, I'm sure Arjun went back to the shop there in Atlanta, had his guys work out the kinks, and looks like they brought that speed and then some.
Now, one of the close fights right now is with TLM USA and the number 172 on board with them now, up to Sled Bull Racing, 5.4 seconds the gap for that 6th place position there for the Team USA. They've been looking really good in that BMW and just trying to keep it clean out there and not give away anything unnecessarily. But we are seeing, again, a great mix of D-Class, C-Class, B-Class, A-Class cars, all in that top 10. Again, really reflecting the parity of Champ Car and Series brings. So great to see that.
I mean, but this is no surprise out of TLM. I mean, David Twatty and those guys, they have a very experienced team. I mean, that's the team, that's the car that there's some high-profile talent in that car that are here driving this weekend, and they're just doing a great job as always. But they bring that experience down here, and they know how to work through things. They know to let the race come to them. They try not to go out there and get it. Not that they're not pushing it, but if they know how this race works, they've been here enough, they know to just let it start to come to them, and they'll work themselves into that podium position. As you can hear on board, it looks like he's coming in here for a pit stop. So as he puts the shield down, so a lot of guys will run with their shield up just for a little bit of the cooler air. So you come down for that, you'll stop here, you'll see Sue, and she'll get you your timer. But you have to come to a complete stop. You really want to make sure you're controlled. So right here, comes to a stop, gets that timer, says hi. And then what you'll do is you'll work yourself over to the right side to the drive lane, and I think they're pitted a little closer to pit entry, so they're staying a little more to the left, which would be more of your transition lane here. It looks like
he's trying to dip away.
Yeah. So they're probably a little bit farther down here. But what they'll do is as you get within about 5 to 6 stalls, you'll start to use that transition, work your way to the left, and then come to that complete stop in your box.
Yeah, we can see him pulling over actually just in my line of sight here from being in the tower. As they pull into that pit box there, you can see the flag hanging out. And the car comes to a complete stop. They'll kill the power to the car, and that's a safety issue. We want to turn off all the electricity to the car if they're going to take any fuel. And so I don't know if he's forgotten to do that or not, but that will be something that they will need to do.
Absolutely. That's a requirement for safety. So, and as we can see, I'm kind of looking outside the booth, Polly. We're starting to get some more of that sunlight, which is great.
Yeah, the sun's coming out.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful sunny Florida. We can't really go wrong. But what we're going to notice too, folks, is as we're approaching, we're 12:15. We're starting to get toward that 4-hour mark. We're going to start to get toward the hottest part of the day. The drivers really have to adapt to. Oh wow, that is some wild racing down there in NASCAR 3 and 4 right now. That is a big pack of cars. Got one on the apron.
Yeah, he's not supposed to be down there.
Yeah, that's usually if you have a problem, but there might be something that we don't know yet, so we're not going to speculate. But I think we're going to have to really monitor how much that ambient goes up, and maybe if Les has a temp gun, we could get some track temps. And that'll give us a gauge of kind of what these guys are dealing with, especially in the infield and where it's really getting baked by the sun.
Oh, Les says he does have a temp gun. So
oh, perfect.
Maybe we get some track temps down there. Les's guy gives the salute, the attaboy salute. He's on. He's the man on. Oh, speaking of cars on the apron, it looks like that might be our wounded soldier that was we found on the other part of the track, but he's actually progressing onto the racetrack again. So, yeah, hiding out on the apron, certainly passing on the apron is a big no-no. We want you on the racetrack. That'll get you flagged in. Darn it, the fun police will get you.
Now, if they were having some type of temporary miss or something like that, I will say that is smart of the driver to get down there, to get out of the way and get away from the faster traffic. But absolutely, I mean, that transition from some of the shots you're going to see, I can't stress this enough. I mean, if you just drive down there and you catch that at the wrong angle, you'll spin the car out. I mean, you see that in some of the pro races, and these cars here at this level in Champ Car are not at a level where they're going to get away with not having that happen. So you really just got to be careful about it.
Valerian Steele being meatballed by the Champ Car team. So some kind of a mechanical issue for Valerian being brought in. And we've also got some cars that are going to be black flagged with a drive-through penalty for passing under caution. One of those cars is the number 153 of DVM Racing and the number 321 Ford Escort of What's the Rush? Again, one of my favorite team names. So those poor guys get called in. And we got a car that missed the apex altogether, just kind of got drove to the outside. It's like, well, I guess I'm not going to be welcomed at the apex.
Yeah.
I'm going to
but very
go around.
But very heads up by the driver. Instead of trying to force an issue, because, I mean, realistically.
He's back down on the apron, actually.
Yeah. But smart of the driver to step himself out of that lane instead of trying to force an issue and be real smart there. You can really see the body roll on these cars, too. I mean, you're loaded up on that left side, and then all of a sudden you straighten out, and then you got to try to get the best run right there to get out of the that bus stop and get up onto the oval.
You can see the speed difference there, too. Mm-hmm. Some of the guys really carrying the speed as we go to caution. Full course caution now being called, likely because of that slow car. He is crawling down there. I don't know. Oh, we got another car coming. These are coming into the pits, actually. So it's probably not from those cars. But, as soon as we see anything, we are going code 35 now. But just going back to that Le Mans chicane, it's changed quite a bit, Kyle, from the way that it used to be back when I raced here, even very recently. And it looks like that curbing at the exit there is more pronounced.
Oh, it is. There's a small sliver as we go to the code 35 period. You can see the cars getting down to that So there's a small sliver that you can kind of touch that won't do a lot on my screen here. I wish we had like a telestrator where I could point to it and make a happy face or something. I know that would get us in trouble. But anyway, as you guys can see, you can see the white line of the paint. There's a little bit of that right there. And then if you gently graze that curb, it won't really hurt the car too bad. But if you step over, as you get farther to the left of the curb on the driver's left, the curb, like Paulie said, is more pronounced and gets higher. And if you start, you'll hear the chatter, especially if we're on board with the car, you'll hear the bub. That's great. It looks like you're hammering on the curb. The problem is that does a lot of damage to hubs. It does a lot to suspension pieces. We talked a little bit of that at Road Atlanta, but it's very much pronounced. And I think they did that to try to encourage drivers to stay in those track limits, even at that professional level.
Yeah, obviously. To be honest, when I was completely honest, when I was racing here, I thought it was a little immature in that area. That it should have been a little bit more like this. It just felt like you could cheat some, you could cheat some room coming out of here. And there were, if I remember right, there was maybe some grass in that area, and there were guys that were digging it up.
Well, they're just straightening it out a little bit. That's all it was.
Yeah, so. And now it's a little bit more, it kind of keeps you honest.
Well, remember, Paulie, for those that have probably watched the Rolex and other series, remember that bus stop has changed 3 or 4 times. Years ago, I remember the 2001 edition of this race, before they really changed it to what it was for a while. It was a long bus stop. You would turn in, and then you would go for a bit. You would enter closer right up where the banking is. And then when they decided to shorten the bus stop, it made it a little bit more of a smooth and straighter run onto the NASCAR 3. So I think what we have now is going to work. The biggest problem is just always guys try to find ways to straighten it out to the best of their ability. And, they're doing their job, but it's hard, and especially if you're a driver that hasn't been in the car yet with no practice day yesterday, you're navigating some uncertain waters for a little bit.
How do you like the entry? Are you eating a lot of curb? I see this natural, slow driving line. Are you using some of that, the gators?
Gently with the neon. I was trying to. Bill and Andy were very specific. We wanted to keep the car off the curbs, just as actually there goes one of the cars right there. As you can see, he kind of just gently touches it a little bit, just working on his line. If you take a bit of a wide entry and go straight, and then you turn in a touch early for the right side and just gently touch it, you can get through there. I like what they've done because it forces you to back your corner up a little bit. But if you do that and you smoothly roll the car in, and then you pick the power up in a good spot, and you get the car hooked up and you work with some throttle management, you can get a great run out of that bus stop and really make some hay coming up on a NASCAR 3 if you're trying to get a run on somebody, especially if you're a faster car or like a prototype type car. So I like what they've done with it. I think the biggest thing is we just, as Champ Car drivers, we just have to make sure we keep our fellow drivers backed off a little bit, back up the entries, get them into the corner. 3 wide on the entry doesn't work. Saw it a few times. It usually doesn't end well for a driver, but I think
you get to the right-hander, and the guy on the inside's in big trouble, and you got that sandwich effect, and it could be bad for everybody.
Well, it's a funnel. You funnel down from 3 or 4 lanes of racing down the back straightaway, coming off of NASCAR 2, and then you pretty much have about a lane to a lane and a quarter working that bus stop. Now, if you can go 2 wide, if you know what you're doing, but you got to have 2 drivers that have immense trust in each other, and you have to respect each other and stay off each other, but you've got to have a car that's willing to use up a little more curb. So sometimes you might just want to back off, get a run, go single file, and then get up on the banking and 3 wide it out.
Well, you look at that, you say, well, it's plenty wide enough for 3 or 4 cars, but not when you're at speed. The faster you go, the narrower that racing line becomes. And so when you're really hauling it in there, you're not going to have room for other people unless everybody slows down. So you just compromise you.
Yeah, that you just have to be smart about it. You really just driver discretion, driver discipline really rewards you at a place like Daytona. Thinking about the big picture, this place, if you're an endurance racer and you know how to endurance race properly, you can run well here. And that's why we see sometimes not the fastest cars. They may be down the order quite a bit first couple hours, but then we get to nightfall, and all of a sudden we're looking at top 10, top 15 overall cars for cars that are just out there putting and turning laps at 85, 90%.
Yeah, definitely.
So as we can see here, looking at our flag official there in the stand.
Yeah, he's looks like they're just kind of holding that purple 35 out there, and that might be coming in soon. But we'll see. Right now, we've got a notification on one of the cars, and they're not really giving us a cause, but they are showing car number 487, which I don't know if that's a mistype. I don't have a 487 on my sheet, so maybe that's why they've kind of come to a slow down there to figure out what they're doing. But looks like one of the officials coming down the ladder there.
Might have been having a bit of a conference there.
I don't see any activity over in turn one, but it's marked as one, so I'm not sure where the major malfunction is here.
Yeah, I don't have a 487 in any of my records or anything too, Paulie. So looks like we might have a little bit of a hiccup there as well. But we'll see if we can get that ironed out. Might just be just been a typo, no biggie. So we'll figure it out. We're very good detectives, and we also have people that can do it for us.
So welcome everybody. If you're just tuning in, it's ChampCar.Live presented by AutoZone here for the Hawk Performance Daytona 14. Obviously, Daytona International Speedway. Paul Veltum, Kyle Lockrow, Les Epps, and Nolan Waldrop. We're reporting and bringing you all the race coverage for this exciting event here. 14 hours of endurance road racing. We went green at 9 a.m., so we're going to throw the checker at 11 o'clock tonight, and that'll wrap up another visit here to this epic racetrack here in Daytona. As we go back to caution here, hopefully going back to green here momentarily. We'll get back to racing here, folks. The Rat Air machine. We saw that accident in dramatic style in the replay right here on ChampCar.Live. And we were able to watch that in replay. That car still in the garage being serviced. Looking at the hit that they took, my first impression was, Kyle, I think they can fix that car.
I think they can.
If they have the equipment. It doesn't look like it was enough to write that car off.
The only concern I would have would be potentially maybe the car be out of a little bit of alignment with taking a couple hits to the rear end. I mean, I know those guys can fix anything. I've watched them absolutely bring things back almost from the dead, essentially. But they bring quite an operation down here, and with their engineering and knowledge of stuff, I think they can get it fixed. The front of the car didn't look too bad. Just the couple hits in the rear would be a little bit concerning for me, making sure toes are correct, making sure that it didn't knock any of the rear suspension out. I mean, that car is pretty strong, but the one hit looked pretty good, but we'll have to see. I think they can get it fixed. I have all the confidence in the world, and I hope they get it fixed because we got some good drivers that are looking forward to experiencing the high banks.
Yeah. Following Eddie Vedder here around the infield here at Daytona as he rolls through turn 5, and a little bit of a catch there. You'll see he'll cross over the racetrack he's going to need to make a pass here, and head back up onto the high bank.
Yeah, he did a really nice job there of working. I got a note from Dan about who was in that car. I'll have to pull it up here in a minute. But what he was doing, folks, is usually the inside line is usually the way to go when you're passing. But if you have a car that is set up well enough and you have a driver that's pretty experienced, you can run the second lane through some of these corners, International, West, even the kink if you have the stones to do it, and you can keep it underneath you. But you can really run, and even in turns back on the NASCAR 1, you can run the second lane. You just have to carefully do it and know that you're kind of the odd man out. But what I liked what he did there is he took a little bit of a wide entry. He saw the Reeves Racing, I believe the Camaro right there, and he kind of tucked to him a little bit to straighten the exit, and then got away from him as he went out. Didn't crowd him, let's say, in a negative way, but just made sure he didn't put himself where he leaned on and potentially rolled off the tire. A little bit of close racing there as we come off of NASCAR 4, but that's what I'm talking about. You can roll that top side and really make some time, and that's usually what we see is those faster prototype-ish cars, as we'll call them, up there running the top, and then our GT-ish cars running the bottom. But you have the faster cars here. I mean, that car's got a solid brake system on it, but even then, he had to back off a little bit early because you don't want to overcook those brakes. We have some heavy brake zones here at Daytona, Paulie.
Yeah, heavy brake. You're certainly going to have to really jam on the brakes to go into that bus stop, but you don't want to overdo it. But certainly 6, you're going to be on it pretty good. And that's, in turn 1, obviously, you're coming from maximum total speed and just working your way down into turn 1, and it's a decreasing radius. So it's not a come to the turn, brake super hard and turn as you would at a lot of racetracks like, say, a Road America. You're going to have to gradually work the brakes into the braking zone to slow the car down enough to get through 1 cleanly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely playing some catch and release, but I think with that being a rear-wheel drive car, Paulie, the tire, it's getting hot. They've been out there for about 3.5 hours now, pushing that 4-hour mark. You're starting to see a little bit of used tires, really having to be careful here as we're on board with the level 30 BMW. Adam behind the wheel as he comes off a NASCAR 2. As you notice, he just eases the car up to the right to set up for the bus stop. Nice smooth shift down to 4th. Looks like he may, for their combination, he's going to 3rd gear. And it really depends. Some teams can use 4th gear. Some teams can use 3rd gear. It really depends on how much power you can get and what you need to get out of there. Right there, you could hear the engine wind up right there. He got plenty of pull getting out of the bus stop as he hooked on. So right here what he's doing is he's drafting off the car in front. If you get in behind them, the car behind, anybody that wants to understand drafting better, go watch Days of Thunder, and there's a great scene in the movie if you've never seen it, and it involves Sweet and Low, and that's all I'm going to tell you. Viewer discretion is advised, but you'll learn a ton about drafting in that movie. So, but what he's doing is the car behind, he was letting the car in front pull him, and when you get in behind him, that wall of air that you're trying to push through is no longer there because it's open. Whoa, that was a little sketchy right there, but looks like no harm, no foul. And, we got a car against the barrier right there, Paulie, coming off of 1 into the infield.
Yeah, I'm checking the logs now to see what officials want to do about this. But obviously they are.
That's a bad spot, so I have a feeling we may go to a code 35, and it looks like we have, Paulie. We are down to a code 35. And, yeah, they're in a rough spot right there. I can't tell who it is because, again, they always do this where we have no camera. And we talked about putting a camera there if we could have gotten it.
If we only had more cameras. Could never have too many cameras.
No, not at all.
We put 15 cameras out. It's not enough. No. All right, so we're going to take another break as we're under caution here at the great Daytona International Speedway. Stay with us, folks. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company.
While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, once again here at Daytona International, and hope everybody's having a fantastic weekend. Joining us here on the show, I mean, look at this shot. It is
I told you, Paulie.
so
I told you this would be gold.
cool.
I mean, 3 wide, 2 wide.
Kyle told me, everybody.
I told you this would be a good shot. I told you.
me.
I told you.
So they're doing. They got the lunch thing.
Okay, cool. Yeah, they just sent us something.
So yeah, this is the part where the cars are coming off the high bank and they flatten out as they come down to the front straightaway, the front area of the racetrack. And
yeah,
so you can see that transition. This is where they're leaving. They're going away from you and pit in way down there to the left. You start blending into the pit in lane.
Yeah, it's so cool, and I mean, you really get a sense of the speed they're carrying through here. I mean, if you look, as there's some cars that are getting ready to come to that camera. I mean,
a little brake action there.
Yeah,
got a little check up.
Well, actually, Paulie, there's a technique in drafting, and for anybody that watches a NASCAR race, what you can do if you're in a draft, sometimes when you lift off the accelerator or the throttle, you lose momentum and you have to wind the car back up. There's a trick with trail braking in a draft where if you keep it flat and then you just put about 5, maybe 8% brake in the car, you can actually scrub enough speed to stay off the car in front of you, because in Champ Car you're not allowed to bump. You're not allowed to bump draft, so you have to stay off that car in front of you. So that driver, what you probably saw there is he was trail braking a little bit to stay off the car in front of him, so he didn't have to lift off the throttle. It's a crazy technique that you kind of have to do, and it takes a little time to master it, but if you figure it out, you can really work the draft. And if you're in a pack of cars, you can really just be patient and then find the hole that works for you to get out of that and maybe make some positions up.
Get the text.
So anyway, we're still rolling here, folks. We are having a great race. Eddie Vedder is still out front. It looks like Team Salem, the Mustard entry, is up to second. Eddie Vedder is starting to put on a little bit of a clinic here, guys. Looks like they got a bit of a lap on the Mustard car. Brew Crew Racing still a strong third. Wilson Daly Racing in fourth. And the Floor Idiot Motorsports team has worked themselves up into the top 5. Kaywood Racing in 6th. Sled Bull Racing in 7th. Prefect Racing in 8th. I'm probably going to butcher this. Valerian Steel is in 9th, and TCR is up into your top 10. So, I mean, we have a very competitive race here, Paulie, and I know we're looking at our stuff here. We have some close racing. I mean, Eddie Vedder's kind of stepped out. They're kind of up there at the ranch having their own fun, but the gap from what I can see, to Wilson Daly to Brew Crew is about a second and a half. I don't know if we may be getting ready to get into another cycle of pit stops, but
yep,
they're pretty close in lap time. They were about 0.6 of a second faster than Brew Crew last lap.
And Brew Crew is just fallen behind Team Salem. I don't know if this was through a pit stop cycle or not, but Brew Crew was looking so strong earlier. And now they have fallen back a little bit behind the Salen's car. Salen's was able to overtake them for second place. The gap just 6 seconds now, so it's not a huge gap. But, you can't help but be impressed by the gap you see between Eddie Vedder and second place. And it's kind of a race for second place right now, with Eddie Vedder just showing all that muscle that Corvette has. And you've got the Wilson Daly team, of course, that team that led earlier today. All of these guys, with the exception of the Vedder team on the 72nd lap, you've got the Salen's cars, you've got Brew Crew, Wilson Daly, Floor Idiot. Great to see Floor Idiot doing so well, too. They had a massive accident some years ago. We thought, oh, no, if that car ever going to make it back, because it's one of the oldest cars in Champ Car as far as time with the series.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it's sort of a classic Champ Car. We don't really want that car to get to go away. We want to see it. Love seeing that car. So great to see them sitting in 5th place right now. Kaywood Racing in 6th, Sled Bull, Prefect Racing, Valerian Steel, and TCR, your top 10.
And Paulie, you were talking about how we have so many different cars this weekend. While we're on board here with back on board with TLM, as you can see that drafting I'm talking about, guys. Now, he may be getting ready to come in. Probably not, but he was drafting a little bit till he got the RPMs wound up a little bit there, and then he moved to the high side. And just, again, that's an experienced team, pretty veteran lineup there, and they will, they're making hay right here. He's got to run to the inside. He might try to dive in. He's got the lane inside of that. I believe it was a BMW. He might try to get inside of the truck here. The fastest butt in the South, as it says on the back of that truck. So, little bit there as Betty White is telling everybody, you're number 1. So no, those guys are a lot of fun in the Volkswagen. They're great. They do a good job. It's always fun to race those guys. Whoa, 55 car there. It looks like the RPM guys. It looks like it stepped out a little bit, and now the TLM car. And that's the problem right there. This track is very narrow, folks. And whoa, he's trying to get inside there. A little bit of that was close, but. So anyway, that's what happens is you're running okay, but then you get choked up a little bit in a point, And unfortunately, it just makes it harder to how to work your way out of it, because then you're in a rhythm, you're running, and then all of a sudden you get checked up.
Yeah, absolutely. As they bend into 6 here, and so back up onto the high banks here for TLM. Great show in the 172 car, so they got to be really happy with that. The other car struggling right now down in the middle of the field, but it's like we were talking earlier in 61st place, but that's
not out of it. We got a long way to go.
We started with over 100 cars, so that's the way it's going to be. You're going to have some of that north.
But again, if you stay after it, 61st, okay, they might not have winning pace, but if you stay after it and we get into the later hours of this race and attrition sets in and they slowly work themselves through the field, we've seen guys start way in the back here and finish in the top 20.
So, Kyle, as you know, and I think it just bears mentioning, this is a different topic altogether, but, I started up that little camera website where I'm helping people get live streaming with the E-Action 4K camera, and really been kind of, I don't know if partnering is the word, but MyRaces.Live's really kind of come into fruition around that same time, and I really like working with the MyRaces team. We set up those cameras either to go right to your YouTube channel or to the MyRaces.Live channel, and we've got some commercials now. They've become an advertiser for the show, so it's just really great to have them on board with us. This is what the MyRaces.Live product looks like. You've got this ability to put overlays in there. You're going to get some information about the position of your car, what the gaps are. You get the name of the driver in there. You get the name of the team in there, the best lap time, the last lap time. So it's just a lot of really cool information. You can get your logos on there how you want. It's only $15 a month for the paid version. There's a free version where you just have to leave their logo on there, and you still get some flexibility with that, and that's free. That's just, all you're doing is basically just sending your stream to them. You know what's cool about this is I found out you don't even have to have a YouTube channel. They are providing that channel for you. So if you don't want to go through the gymnastics of developing a YouTube channel that you can do the live stream and then setting up the events and all of that hassle, you can just say, look, I'm just going to send it to my default stream key, as we call it in tech world, to these guys, and I can manage the stream from my iPhone, from the app. Les pointed out, even if you forget to turn on your Mind camera, you buy one of their Mind camera kits instead of the kit that I offer, and you can turn that thing on from the pits, from your phone. You can manage the stream and the camera from your phone. So a lot of flexibility, and it's affordable, and you get some really good features. So you might check them out, MyRaces.Live. They're here this weekend. In fact, the owners are here. Claire and Irwin, a couple great people out of California, racing with the Tooth Autosport team. And, so make sure you check them out.
No, and they're great people. They provide phenomenal support. They've helped us with some stuff and made some suggestions for us with ChampCar.Live on a few things. And, it's just they've been a great addition to the series. We're blessed to have them here, and we wish their team great success here. We'll have to see if we can try to find them. We'll see where they're running today. I don't know if this is their first time to Daytona or not, so we'll have to maybe we'll have to get some insight on that, Paulie.
Yeah, we'll take whatever we can get.
As we're still on board here with the level 30 entry, as Nihul's in the car. I believe I said that correctly. I apologize to the team if I butchered that, but he's really smooth right now. As you can see, just very, again, relaxed posture in the car. He just made a shift from 4th to 5th, coming off a NASCAR turn 4. He keeps the car down a little bit lower, trying to not make the track as wide as he could, but he's by himself, doesn't seem to have anything around him right now. They're running 10th in their class, 24th in the overall positioning. They're just biding their time. We're approaching 4 hours. The nice thing is, take your time, be smooth, adjust as we get into the higher ambient with the humidity coming up. It got a little wide there, it looked like, but a nice job of bringing it back. Didn't touch the rumble strip, and that's what you got to be careful about. That's a great example, folks. As the track, as you come off of that 18 degrees tri-oval, you're going downhill and you're going away, and the racetrack kind of goes away a little bit as you turn into turn 1 to go into the infield. So you really, where you had that grip a couple hours ago, as the ambient goes up and you lose a bit of grip in your tires, as we get into this race, you have to adjust your brake markers. We talked about that at NCM. We talked about that at Road Atlanta. And with the heat, there may be some moisture, that Florida sense. We might just be dealing with, there might be a little bit of moisture, fluids drop down there. There's all kinds of factors that play into this. Coming through the between turns 5 and 6 through the short chute, turning in nice and smooth there. You hear him working, getting back to that throttle, winding that BMW power back up. And then if he gets a straight run out of there, you kind of aim right for where it says Daytona on the wall, right about the A and the flags, and then use that as your reference, and then just ease yourself and work yourself onto where you want to run the banking, whether it's bottom, middle, or top lane.
Yeah, drivers talk about tracks that flow well. And this is one of those tracks that flows well. And it's really just about how the car you can connect the corners, and it's just clean, smooth, logical. It makes the track really enjoyable to drive at. As Eddie Vedder leads a couple of laps over Team Salem in the mustard car, 22 seconds the gap to third place for Brew Crew. 0.3 seconds now the gap for Wilson Daly to Brew Crew. I'm smelling a pass coming up for third place. Floridian Motorsports, not to be underrated. A 2:19 is their fastest lap time. They're hovering down there, lurking about, as David Hobbs would say, in 5th place in that turbo-powered Porsche 944. Kaywood Racing also in the mix of it in 6th place, another D-Class car. We're seeing several D-Class cars enjoying this dry weather out here, this very fast 3.5-mile racetrack. But not to be left out, Valerian Steel then shows up in 7th place right now in that A-Class Miata. So congratulations, guys. Great to see you. They've only dropped 1 position since the start of this race, and we've got a team here, Prefect Racing. Haven't heard much from them in a long time, and I was wondering if they were going to make their presence known this weekend. They're actually in the pits right now, but they have passed 21 cars for position. They're in 10th place right now with no EC cars up ahead in the top 10 for the first time today.
Paulie, I'm trying to look outside of our booth here and see if maybe we can catch it on the camera. Let's see if we can find that battle between Brew Crew. Even some of our viewers here in the chat are talking about that battle for second place is or third place in the overall is getting ready to get hot and heavy here. And I believe that is leader of C-Class too. Am I incorrect, or is that?
C-Class is Brew Crew, yeah.
C-Class
that is the C-Class leader. D-Class is Eddie Vedder. A-Class is Valerian. B-Class is Sled Bull Racing. All of those inside the top 10. F-Class is being led by, looks like Covey Racing right now. Covey shown in 20th place, so great to see them in a field of 100-plus cars to be inside the top 20 in an F-Class car, and that really does speak volumes into the value of bringing an F-Class car to a Champ Car race.
Paulie, and great point, Paulie, but I just found it. Hit that camera in turn 5, and let's give these folks a show, Paulie, because I'm looking. They are getting ready to come into that kink here. They are getting ready to come to us. You will see it, and it is getting really, really good.
Look, the Eddie Vedder Corvette there. We see the Miatas coming through.
Here they're coming, because I just saw them working traffic there. They had just worked with there. That goes them right there. We'll see them come to it. I mean, they are separated by 2 car lengths, folks.
Yeah, and Brew Crew had an in-car camera feed. I was looking while Kyle was waxing on there. I didn't see them live, so I'm not sure what the story is there. But nevertheless, we've got some track cameras. We can maybe catch some of the action, too.
I mean, it's getting great, folks. Like I said, they're within a couple car lengths of each other. Wilson Daly and that BMW team in the 15, they have slowly closed down, and it looks like they might have just made the pass, maybe in turn 5 or turn 6. And it looks like I'm looking out here, and it looks like we may have just had another change of that position. This is going to go back and forth, so we'll have to really closely monitor that. I mean, this place the racing here, Paulie, I can't stress it enough. The show this place can put on, it's incredible what can happen here. I mean, we just remember last year's race. I mean, that race between Premium Dudes and Team Salins was incredible. They were back and forth for the last half hour of the race?
Yeah, and just the way that race finished, too, as we go to caution, was simply epic to see such a great race. And it was cool down in the pits afterwards. And I saw Will Nonamaker down there. They had just lost the race by just a hair. And he said, so... Was it a good show, though? I said, yeah, you guys put on a heck of a good show. So just always the optimist, and just love that.
Yeah, I mean, it was something to be here for. I can attest to that. It was fun to watch from the pits. So as we're back under code 35, Paulie. So.
Yeah, looks like car 573, but that was pit lane speeding. So we haven't quite got any of the data back from race control on the cause of the caution, and we are scanning. I'm just going to eyeball with my computer glasses on. I'm not going to be able to see real good, but I don't see anything in the infield offhand, so we'll check through our cameras here and see.
Out in NASCAR 3, Paulie, I just checked here on the scoring. It looks like it may be... I see some safety crew out there. It looks like they're attending to a car to tow somebody. Just off to the left of our camera. We do that every time. So we don't do hot pulls here at Daytona. So what they'll do is, and if the car is capable of rolling, instead of putting it on a rollback or putting it essentially on a tow truck, what they'll do is just, for those that may not know this, they'll put a tow hook. All the teams have rings on the front and back of the cars where the tow truck team can just come up to you with a truck, hook you up to a tow cable, and then the driver's just has to gently drag the brake enough to put tension on the cable, and then you just have to steer very carefully, work in conjunction with the tow truck driver, and then they'll pull you back into the paddock and get you situated. So usually if they do that, it's not an end game for you, but you just got to make sure that cable doesn't wrap up in your stuff either.
And Eddie Vedder has pitted, and I've got a notification here. Top speed of Eddie Vedder here at Daytona, 147 miles an hour.
That is incredible.
Oh, and he just said, don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody. No, you just told me. I'm obviously going to share it. Yeah, that's pretty stout.
So as you can see here, it looks like everything kind of normal for these guys, just typical driver change, just check in, making sure all the belts are, the new driver just got in. I'm sure Dan, Tilly, and the guys will give me an update here after their pit stop, and we'll kind of find out who's in the car and what's going on with those guys. But this is business as usual. They always come down here. I know I talked to Dan a little bit in the garage area yesterday, and I said, you guys ready for another successful weekend at Daytona? He said, well, we'll see. He said, maybe we'll see the 10th and the 14th hour of this race this year. And I said, I'm sure you guys will with what you did at Road Atlanta. He was a little pessimistic about it. I know because of those gremlins that they've had, but I think they've done a good job. I don't want to give them the curse, as we'll knock on something here in the booth as looks like we're working back to the yellow. We should be going back green here.
Well,
but they were optimistic for a good run today.
They were, and I talked to them last year when we were at VIR, and I said, hey, how's things going? And they said, it's really touch and go. We have no idea. It was the end of the year VIR race, and we don't even know if we're going to be able to get 2 laps out of the car. Well, they ran, I think they almost won that race. I mean,
they did, almost.
That thing was killer, and they had been chasing gremlins all year, and so I think morale was low, but they just kept working at it. And then the thing was fine. They finally figured out what those gremlins were. They got taken care of, and so they show up here today, and they're really on full song today.
Yeah, and I mean but again, business as usual. This is what we saw at Road Atlanta from these guys, and we didn't expect anything but this as we came here. So real quick, I have an update from our 5th place car, the Floridian Motorsports team. Brian Moody just got in the car, or will be getting in the car, should have right about 1 o'clock, and Charlie Brown ran the second stint, and Jason Hickman started the car. So far, so good for these guys, running top 5 overall. and hopefully good things to come for them as we work the back half of this race.
All right, so we're going to take another commercial break and be back in just a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live here at Daytona International Speedway. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Welcome to Parts Badger, where we want to be your online machine shop. Through our online platform, we connect our global manufacturing capacity to your fingertips. You can request a quote, place an order, manage your parts, and even share that information with a colleague right online. If you prefer, you can work with our experienced team of sales representatives who are supported by our design engineers and project managers as well. Whether your project's big or small, simple or complex, Parts Badger can get it done. See if we can help your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant.
Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway for the Hawk Performance Daytona 14 hours here at the World Center of Racing. I'm Kyle Lockrow with Paulie Veltum, Lester, the Less is More, Cam Epps on pit road, and Roman Nolan Waldrop is with us as well. We've got a great race going on for you guys. We have just popped over the 4-hour mark here in today's contest, and everything has been a lot of fun as we got our camera here in turn 5. I mean, we are just putting on a show here, guys. It's been great. We're got a little bit here in the coming out of the bus stop, big group of cars right there. We'll run through our order real quick. So Eddie Vedder continues to lead, and Team Salem Mustard is in second. Brew Crew Racing is still third. Wilson Daly Racing is not far behind here, about 3 seconds back from them in fourth, and Valerian Steele has worked himself up into the top 5. Now, I think we're getting ready to go through a cycle of pit stops, but Paulie was just pointing out to me that we are starting to get a little bit of a battle here. The top 3 cars are now separated by about 33 seconds.
Well, yeah, we've got we got Team Salem there. Eddie Vedder did come into the pits and get that pit stop done. And so now the top 4 cars, you got Eddie Vedder, Team Salem, Brew Crew, Wilson Daly, they've all pitted once, according to our records. I don't know. And then we've got, so Floridian also pitted once. Valerian Steele's actually pitted 3 times, and they're shown in the pits right now. So, rough things are going on for them. I don't know if the pit fuel consumption, but again, they are the A-class car leader right now, up the front of the field in 8th place. So maybe they need to make some extra pit stops to get some gas in that Miata.
Well, it depends on the fuel that they're burning too, Paulie. I mean, some of these cars, if they're turning them up with the tuning, depending on with having to sling these engines quite a few RPMs on the banking and stuff, you're going to probably burn a little more fuel than you anticipated. And if you were by yourself and not drafting with other cars, that's going to burn more fuel too. So, and that makes a difference. So as we're back on board here with Eddie Vedder and the guys. So they're coming through the tri-oval here. Whoops, looks like our camera locked up there in the car. I can tell you there is a massive amount of wind here, folks, so it is probably going to play with our equipment a little bit. I mean, I'm looking right out from our booth, and the flags are almost straight out, and they are whipping pretty good. I know when I was coming through, when I was in the car a bit ago, when I was coming out of NASCAR 4, that headwind was tremendous, and it was a lot to push against for that little neon.
Neon's like, man, what are you thinking?
That thing was screaming and probably cussing me up and down, one side down the other.
It's funny, man.
But it makes a difference. I mean, that headwind there, but then if you go in different parts of the track, that's going to give you a little bit of a push down into NASCAR, kind of through NASCAR 1 and 2 with a tailwind. So,
sorry about the audio there. I'm trying to avoid that choppy audio. It just gets caught up in the buffer a little bit.
And with being so close to the beach here, folks, I mean, we're only about 5 miles from the Atlantic coast. And you get, there's a system that may be sitting off the Atlantic coast. I mean, Daytona does get affected by that a lot, and also just being in the state of Florida. I mean, we're prone to pop-up showers and unexpected conditions. So this is a typical day at the ranch.
Yeah, there's an airport nearby. There's a lot of radio wave interference. We had some issues, even with line of sight. Some of the Flagtronics equipment was like, nope, I don't think I'm going to do that connection. So we've put a lot more work into this event than we typically need to. And we've also got a larger crew than usual to accommodate that because we kind of know what we're doing.
But this kind of is our crown jewel, Paulie. I mean, we have our national championship, but it is one of our crown jewel events here in the series, and it requires that attention. And we want, as Champ Car, we want to give it that attention because it deserves it. It's one of our highest car counts that we get of the year. And, I mean, there's people that are even waitlisted folks that hopefully get their registration in for next year, and we see them down here. But I mean, there's so many people that want to come do this because they have the ability to race at a place like Daytona where so many legends have been made. And I mean, the Daytona 500, the Rolex 24, the Daytona 200, the Daytona Supercross, the flat track outside. I mean, there's so many things that happen here. How many years have we come here, Paulie, and they're having high school proms in the 500 Club?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, every year.
Right.
I mean, this place is a multi-purpose. I mean, they've had concerts here. They did the Dale Earnhardt tribute concert in 2003 here. Years ago, and a lot of that money went to the Victory Junction camp in North Carolina. They're always doing something here at Daytona.
Yeah, I forgot about the prom thing. That's almost like every time I come here. They didn't talk about it this time, so that's good.
Well, we're a week earlier than we usually are because usually we're first weekend of April.
That must be it.
Yeah, I think we just hadn't hit prom season down here in Florida. But usually it's hilarious because you'll see these high schoolers come in and they're all dressed up and they're coming in their limos or mom and dad's really cool ride so they can impress their date, and they're all dressed up, and then they see us sweaty especially by that time of the night, sweaty, stinky race car drivers and crew members. So, but it's really cool to see what this does. I know yesterday that they were doing an event here in the Rolex Club for one of the sponsors. As we're going yellow here, Paulie, one of the track sponsors, Advent Health, was doing something for their staff. So there's always something going on here at Daytona with ISC.
Yeah, going to caution here. Looks like we have impact into wall at car number 48 as the cars are slowing down now. It's over in turn 7.
So while you're looking for that, Paulie, I'm going to give a couple updates here. I just got from Kwood Racing, truck Rebellino is now in the car. And John Bland is in for the third stint for the 241, the Happy Hour Miata. So we're definitely getting some driver changes. Thank you guys for bringing those in. We'll try to get all that stuff out there as much as we can. Todd Lamb gave me an update this morning. Doug Oakley was the one that started the 718, and then Todd went in. He said he's just hoping this new engine will go the distance today. So hopefully it'll be a good day for all the Atlanta Speedworks guys. And I did notice that the Rockwell guys are teamed up with them again. So I think what was a very competitive nature has now turned into somewhat of an alliance.
It's the red Dodge Dakota, the Hee Haw Racing team. There's no G on that. Hee Haw Racing.
Hee Haw Racing.
Got into that Barry. That's like that. Like I said, that's a common meeting place. Someone said, I guess I wish they would have kept the grass. Well, having the asphalt's nice though because it's slow. You have more slow down opportunity there, and so I'm glad they paved it. I don't think there should be any grass on a racetrack or anywhere near it. I like pavement.
If you folks watch what was the Coke Zero 400 or what was known for years as the Pepsi 400 or Firecracker 400, Ryan Preece in the 41 car at the time had a vicious accident down there. And to Paulie's point, what grass does when you get a race car, especially an aerodynamic piece like a stock car or one of these sports cars, when they slide on pavement, and especially if the grass is damp at all, it'll actually pick up speed, and if it catches a bump or a rut in the grass, it'll actually cause the car to get airborne. And that's another reason why you see flips so violently, and a lot of times flips start to accelerate and go faster, and you'll see excessive amounts of flips is because of that. So to Paulie's point, it is better to have that. because it gives you that runoff and it allows the driver to try to slow the car down and maybe get a little bit of a control of it, where when you're in the grass, you're kind of along for the ride. So unfortunately this happens, but this is a typical trouble spot, that entry into the bus stop. You're heavy braking, a lot of times going from fifth to fourth, maybe from fifth to fourth to third, pending your combination. And if you wheel hop or get caught out, or you and somebody get together, you end up saying hello to Mr. Barrier on the left.
Yeah, the car gets twisted up, it gets unbalanced, and it takes time. You need room to gather that up, and you just don't have a lot right there. That's just the way it is. So, and going back to what Kyle said about backing up the corner a little bit, it's being prepped for it. And frankly, I'll just tell you, this is one of the trickiest parts of the racetrack when it comes to racing here in Champ Car, because our car count's high. You're going to have a lot of people trying to slip down the inside, and you just got to be really on your toes heading in there to make sure you got your lane and you've staked it out, and you're not going to get into, a fisticuffs going into the corner.
We talked about this at Road Atlanta. Driver respect and driver discipline. Sometimes you have to be the bigger driver, and you kind of got to back out. I mean, if they've got the line on you and they're well underneath of you on that one side, it's better to just kind of hang out, get in behind them, and live to fight another day. I mean, especially as early as we are in this race, but the drivers have to respect each other enough to do that. And you just kind of have to be mature enough in that sense with your driving ability to know when it's a time to race and when it's a time to ride. And with the different experience levels we've got, but it's Daytona. The problem is, in that sense, is you get a lot of drivers down here that love this track, have always wanted to race here, and they want to put on a good showing for family, friends, sponsors, or partners that are helped them get here. And sometimes we see red or we see tunnel vision, and unfortunately things happen, but that's the world of racing we live in.
Yeah, it is. It's part of the sport, and this is part of growth too. We are a starter series, and so you're not going to see something like that from a veteran like you will, say, the Salins teams. But this is something that we got a lot of guys out here, and there's a lot of growth and experience taking place right now. I mean, people will leave this racetrack today, and they'd be like, wow, I learned so much. I mean, it's like information overload as a fresh driver. I remember the first time I put wheels on the track was at Mid-Ohio, and I was just like blown away when I left that weekend. I learned so much, and it takes time. There's just so much to learn, and that's why we do what we do. Our cars are very safe. They're, Ray Frank, our safety director, takes everything very, very seriously. He is fantastic at it, and one of those highly acclaimed safety directors in the world of motorsports. And so he's one of those guys that makes sure to keep us safe. So we're not a series that gets a lot of injuries. We just, but we do bend up some sheet metal now and then, and learn from it, and come back to play another day. And so yeah, it looks like. We're 35. I'm not sure what's happening with my Flagtronics. It's a red 35. I think somebody might have hit a wrong button.
Christmas in March.
That's what looks my thingy just shut down, so maybe it's rebooting. I don't know. But anyway, so at any rate, this is an unfortunate part of racing, and so. But they'll get it loaded up, they'll get it fixed up, and they'll get back out here and race with us.
And that happens. And even teams like Team Salins are not immune to issues and are not immune to mistakes. We're all human, Paulie. I mean, mistakes happen, errors happen. We don't know. There's so much unknown when you get on that racetrack, and you have to take all of the knowledge that you've learned. And there's drivers, to your point, the drivers are going to take the knowledge of what they've learned this weekend, and it's going to make them better, faster, and they're going to have a whole new respect for being able to incorporate racing on a banking and then racing mixed with the infield and the bus stop, and then take that going to Gingerman, Watkins Glen, and some of these other big boy tracks and some of these other smaller bull rings that we go to. They'll understand that kind of give and take as we move forward, and that's one of the great reasons why we love to come to Daytona. So as we have about 9 hours and 41 minutes to go in this contest, we are still live here for the Hawk Performance Daytona 14-hour. Eddie Vedder is still out front as we are under the code 35 still. It looks like the safety team has gotten the Hee Haw Racing entry worked out, so hopefully we should be going back racing here very, very soon. Looks like the safety team has gotten it all taken care of. I see him running through the infield. But Eddie Vedder still leads. And Team Salem Mustard entry is in second. Wilson Daly has gotten back by Brew Crew for third. And Brew Crew now is in fourth. The Floridian guys are still hanging on in the top 5. Atlanta Speedworks in the 996 entry has worked itself up to 6th. Hong North, one of our in-camera cars, is in 7th. Kaywood Racing, our buddies in their Lexus SC400, are in 8th. TLM, the 172 entry, Paulie, has worked itself up into 9th. That experienced lineup, I'm telling you, it's going to pay dividends, and Prefect Racing rounds out your top 10. And as I'm scrolling down the order a little bit, I just got an update from the guys a little earlier from Bent Over Racing. Those guys are really, really cool, and I saw a sticker on the back of the car, and because I'm talking to you guys, it looks like we're back yellow here as we're on board with the 172. We should be going back green here in a minute. We've talked about this, and the green flag is back out as he is on the fastest butt in the south and gets a pull and pulls out up to the high side and is running again. So I saw a cool sticker on their car, and I believe they race for a specific cause. Guys, if you're listening, I glanced at it as we were battling on the racetrack. I apologize. I didn't read it close enough. I was trying to not get run over off of NASCAR 4. But if you can give us a little bit of insight on that, we'd love to get it out there. So far, looks like they're about 15th or 16th, or maybe about 15th in our contest so far today. And from what I could tell, they wanted to let us know, stop with the code 35s. We want to go racing. So they wanted to pass that along. Corey, I feel your pain. I was in the car saying the same thing, and I was trying to keep my mouth quiet because I knew I had a camera to my right. I was like, this is getting old. I felt like Groundhog Day, but no. From what I said, Corey got out. Matt got in a while back. I'm not sure who's in, but guys, let us know what's going on. Let us know about the cause, and we'll be sure to get it some airtime. And yes, let's get this code 35 fever out of here and go green flag racing, boys and girls. So as we're still on board here with TLM and the 172, you can see him kind of come to mid-track. Let's ride on board with him for a lap, and we'll just kind of walk you through the Daytona International Speedway, the Rolex 24, this international course for the layout. So he's coming through what's the International Horseshoe, coming off of what's turn 3. He tracked all the way out there. That's definitely a good line through there. And then he pointed right at the right side of the track. Didn't really have to turn the wheel much. Just went to 4th gear. Car should be able to go flat through here. Might just have to pedal it a little bit with the heat. Used a bit of curb. Braking early because he's catching some traffic. These experienced drivers really know the closing rate. So as you come through the West Horseshoe, which is turn 5, in a bit of traffic, but if you're by yourself, if he can get a hole here, he'll try to work to the left side to maybe make a pass in this Miata. He's going to stick the nose in there. Successful. He's got it. This is a tight turn into 6. So you turn in, you track out about mid-track, and then you kind of aim straight for, like I said, where it says Daytona on the wall. You drive straight up onto the banking. And this is a good instance right here. It looks like one of the cars got a little squirrely there, so we're 3 wide in front. But you see he found the hole. It kind of worked. He'll split this traffic right here. He went to the inside and then eased up to the middle lane to go outside of the yellow entry on the bottom. And even though there's that car in front as he works off of NASCAR 2 toward the bus stop, if you can see a car in front of you, you're going to get, looks like there's that Mustang there. I think it's the 222 entry. He backed off, heavy car on the brakes. But the 172's on the brakes, going to catch the Enterprise here.
Oh, boy, he really reeled him in coming in there. You know the TLM's got the handling, so he could brake much later, much lighter car.
And caught him in the worst spot. I think he anticipated the Enterprise to get on the brake, but I think the crew wasn't ready. I think Mr. Spock was sleeping at the controls or whatever there. I know that's a horrible reference. But
really checked up going into the bus stop there. Lost a lot, but wow, did he power out of that bus stop in excellent fashion.
And that's what he did. He got a great run out of there, but that horsepower in that car. Now here's right here. This is the questionable part. You're going to run up to the top here. You want to give yourself a good arc down into to the turn one. But what you have to be careful about is you're going downhill off of there. That painted section gets really, really slick even as the heat comes up. Now they're single file through turn one here. You'll come out to about mid-track, like I said just a few moments ago. Now right here you want to be patient. You can try to make a hole. It's there. It's kind of questionable. He's going to work the left side line, going to run the outside there, but the car backed off.
Yeah,
going to try to get
a nice
around.
shot down around the inside. Slow hands around the horseshoe. And you really want to, if you're not using all the exit, you're just not coming out of there hard enough, so you're leaving something on the table as he sets up for 4 here. This should be flat out in the dry.
Last lap was a 2:21 for these guys. They are slowly catching.
Oh, he's on the outside. Oh, he almost
some contact. And you got to be careful because this track is so narrow.
Yeah, everybody wants to be to the left, and he just zipped down in there. So he's covering the inside line. Good heads-up driving by the Champ Car drivers to his right. Saw him coming. Looks like he's going to try to meet the sandwich here, be in the center.
Great move right there,
See what he can do here.
Split the middle. That was risky, but it was great.
This is critical. He really needs a good exit there. He does get the clipping point on the exit, looks like, so he must have got the pass done. Really yanks that shifter down into gear, looking to get that power. He needs a good exit.
Now, what he can do here is, if I was him, I don't know, he's probably going to try to stay in line, but it looks like at the top end of the on the power there, he's going to go with the Mustang with the faster car.
He's going to
let him
to the
pull,
left.
Yep, and then outbrake all these guys, and then that should be the 976 entry right there. Outbrake one of the Rad Air Neons into the bus stop. Nice and smooth, but that is that experienced team. They run so many different series, so many different levels, little catch and release through there, nice and smooth. I mean, that's just picture perfect right there. Now, gonna probably the Mustang, he's gonna be side by side with him here a little bit, probably toward the top end, but just real smooth. He knows he's gonna be better on the brakes. And if it pays off, it looks like even at the top end of it, he's going to be a little bit better. So, but running that outside, you keep that motor wound up. So that was a very nice heads-up move. But that's the thing. He's anticipating the closing rate. You really have to be careful with your closing rate because the speed difference in some of these cars is so substantial. You have to pay attention to it because you saw him when he caught him in the wrong spot. When he caught the Enterprise, it absolutely broke all of his momentum. As it looks like we got an entry a little bit wide there. Looks like no harm, no foul. That might be the 6. Is that the 696? No. I think I'm a little incorrect on that one. No, that is. We'll try to get clarification here shortly. But a nice move to the right, outbrake, turn into international. And he's kind of just staying in the tire tracks of one of the open throttle entries. As it seems like it's started to space out a little bit. I know there's been a number of cars that have had some issues, accidents, mechanical woes. It looks like we're starting to see things spread out as we're approaching the 4.5 hour mark, which is good. Usually this is about when we start to see that rubber band stretch out a little bit, and now these guys can get in and really do some racing. I mean, you still have to be mindful of the packs when we get the code 35s and we get bunched up, but I think these guys will really put on a show for us as we get into the afternoon. As you can see, kind of staying in line with the BMW here on the top, getting a bit of a pull here on the top lane of the track as they're up toward the wall. Nice move down there to the bottom. Looked like he got caught off guard there, but it looks like the white car might have moved a little bit. Thought he could take it 3 wide. Nice move, thought better of it. Move back up, still in line as they go by some traffic, and he's going to outbrake the open throttle entry into the bus stop. So that's just a perfect example of working the traffic and being heads up.
All right, with that, we're going to take another commercial break and be back in just a few minutes. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. We're at Daytona International Speedway, the Hawk Performance Daytona 14. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to Daytona. I am Kyle Lockrow with Paulie Veltum, Les Epps, and Nolan Waldrop. We are live here at the World Center of Racing, Daytona International Speedway, as we are looking at the field coming at us off of turn number 6 from the infield onto NASCAR turn 1. That 31 degrees of banking is no joke here, folks. Eddie Vedder still out here, about 17 seconds ahead of Team Salem, the mustard entry. Wilson Daly is about 37 seconds back of Eddie Vedder. Bruker Racing is a lap behind Wilson Daly in 4th place. Those are your top two. Those two BMWs are your leaders in C class. Eddie Vedder leading your D class. I believe, right now Wilson Daly is your leader in C class. Floridian Motorsports 5th overall and 2nd in the D class. And then we have Atlanta Speedworks in the 996th in 6th. TLM has worked themselves up into 7th. Our onboard here, our buddies in the 172 entry. And Hong North still hanging in there in the top 10. And a couple EC cars mixed in there. Our open throttle guys in the 69 car right now, they're leading the EC class, it appears. Kaywood Racing is there in round out your top 10. In 9th, and then TCR seems to be rounding out your top 10. So we are just getting to slowly approaching that 5-hour mark here in the race. I just got an update unfortunately, from the guys with Missing Link, one of the EC entries, the 178 car. They have blown a head gasket, and unfortunately that will put an end to their day here at Daytona. So guys, we are sorry to see you out of the race. Thank you for coming and joining us once again. Hope everything works out, and we hope to see you at an event here very, very soon. So before the break, Paulie and I were talking about this a little bit as we're watching these guys going into the bus stop. So we're getting into the later part of the day. The cloud cover that we had early in this race, that little bit of moisture, seems to have tapered off, and the track is getting hotter, but it seems to be coming to these guys. It seems that the grip level is there to an extent, and it seems like these drivers are able to push the cars quite a bit. You notice they're nice and smooth, as looked like that was our race leader Eddie Vedder headed into the bus stop. It looks like they're able to really just take advantage of what this track has. Some great racing as we see the cars coming off of the International Horseshoe, turn 3 there. As you can just hear those engines go by our camera as they're headed to the kink in turn 4. They really are just, so far they seem to be okay. As we said, it's strung out a little bit. They're minding their P's and Q's, which has been excellent. Really getting some good racing in here. So we're definitely we're going to be in for a show here later, and it seems, I'm looking, Team Salem, since we've come back from break, had knocked a little bit of a lead off of there, and Wilson Daly is right there. Now, mind you, we're kind of, with the cycle of pit stops, things have changed it a little bit, but I think we're going to have a good battle on our hands. Last lap time, I believe, for Eddie Vedder was a 2:16.10. Team Salem was a 2:20, and Wilson Daly was a 2:20, or was about a 2:20. Actually, was a 2:16. Wow, those two top cars are within about 0.6 of a second lap time wise on each other. So it's very, very interesting to see, and it's going to be. We'll have to see if they can keep this extreme pace up. I mean, we just saw an EC car unfortunately lose a head gasket with the pace that these guys are pushing. This is turning into a sprint race, it kind of seems like sometimes, Paulie.
Well, and we've run into this. It's Daytona. It's hard on engines. There's a lot of load. It's unusual for cars to experience a load like that for such a long period of time because you're just on the hammer all the way around the tri-oval. So it's hard on engines. This will test any of them, and that's what happened to our E36 when we came here with that M3 engine. Just couldn't handle it, let go. And that's after a fresh build. So it's unfortunate, but it is hard on the cars. And as you can see, the wind picking up. We're expecting about 25 mile per hour winds here this weekend. So, there's a small dog alert out right now.
Yeah, that wind is absolutely insane. And that headwind and tailwind, and even the crosswinds, depending on where you are on the racetrack, we talked about this before one of the commercials, that will affect the car. And you're probably thinking, well, that's something we hear usually in a stock car race or a sports car race. No, what it does is that wind is pushing against your car because your car is trying to go through that resistance in the air, but it'll actually make the car harder to drive. It'll sometimes make that steering wheel feel a little bit heavier, especially if your car doesn't have power steering and you're having to push through that, and you have to adjust to it. I mean, if we were dealing with maybe a 5-mile-an-hour breeze, you don't really feel too much of that, but 25 mile an hour is pushing against that when you're trying to turn in at speed, and then even on that banking, it really affects your car. And if air gets up underneath the car, it can give it that bit of vibration that you sometimes don't expect and can catch you off guard. As we're on board here still with the TLM back with the 172, you can hear the wind whipping inside of the car, and that air that buffers around in that car, it can upset the car a little bit, and it really affects what the car does and what the driver's got to do. You're noticing he's having to really work the wheel through there. Some of that's as the track gets hot, but the wind pushing around, it does make you have to work that wheel a little harder.
Yeah, it's kind of like a parachute in a way, the way that air can come in there. And you'd think it would just make it so comfortable and cool in there, but for some reason it doesn't. All the heat coming off that transmission tunnel, coming off the firewall, it gets really hot in there. It just doesn't really go away. In fact, you'll find the drivers, and I used to do this too, Kyle. I'll just stick my hand out the window like a cup and just try to pull a little bit of air in from the outside just to give myself a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, and that's a great point, Paulie. Especially a lot of drivers now, looks like Fawn Group there, and their Veloster threw up a little bit of dirt there, got the left rear just on the grass there, but that's a no harm, no foul. Yeah, so what drivers will do is a lot of times you'll see this under caution. They'll just gently stick their hand out the left side window just in front of the, little bit of catch and release there as, hi, Betty, we're number one ChampCar.Live. Anyway, so you'll stick your hand out very briefly there, and what it does is that air will hit your glove. A lot of guys will roll their glove up real quick, and they'll let the air get up underneath their suit to where it cools your body temperature down. It's kind of it's kind of a non-technological way without having a cool suit. It just lets that cool air get in there and cool your body temperature down, because that's something that really a lot of people don't realize, especially with dark interiors in these cars, as it's a little bit of close racing here, but everybody doing a nice job. The 865 car, our buddies at Thrive Racing actually got an update from Tiffany here a little bit ago. I think Tiffany Alexander, I think, is driving with them this weekend. She was just letting us know that they're here, they're having a good race, and so far it's just business as usual. We wish you guys the best of success. And Tiffany, to the message you sent me before, I'm not really sure. I'll have to check on it. It might have gotten cleared up. Yep, it might have gotten cleared up. It looks like we are good to go there. So, but thank you for giving us a heads up on that. We'll add that to the checklist of the gremlins we've had with things this weekend. So, but good luck to the three guys the rest of the day. And please keep those updates coming in, folks. Let us know what's going on. We want to know how your weekend's going. As we see, Roman Nolan is on the job this year. Once again, looks like everybody's kind of settled in here. We do have one. Looks like we got a car in the pits here. Might just be for a normal pit stop. Oh no, that is less is more, Cam.
Yeah,
that's right. Yep.
Whoa. There we go.
Yep, there he is. Yep.
Blink.
Les is doing his thing here. He is always on it. I think he stole Roman Nolan's cam. I know we're experiencing some issues with some. I'm teasing, folks. We're experiencing some issues with some stuff. Looks like we're 102 right here. Yep. So, and that is 102 degrees. That is hot, folks. I mean, it's high 70s, low 80s here, ambient here in Daytona. And 102 degrees, and then with all that heat coming off that race car and those tires as they build up in pressure, especially in the right sides, when you're leaning on them on the banking, that gets really, really slick. And hot racetracks are not fun, and that's something where you really have to adjust your air pressures and make sure that you're not overheating it, because then if they get too much overinflated, it's like driving on basketballs where the car skips and just doesn't want to be in there. Just saw a huge lockup from one of the entries getting into. Oh, we got a big lockup from somebody still coming off of the International Horseshoe there. It looked like it was either a Miata or an S2000.
There's a Miata that went ultra wide. The yellow Miata there that was getting all of his money's worth out of this racetrack weekend.
So let's just put that in the car. 122 degrees
in the car.
That is just a nice, lovely. It's a little warm, and that's something that you have to train for, and that's something you have to be ready. I mean, hydration is great. You can go to the gym and do all the workouts and do everything too, but race fit. Nothing beats that time in that race car and working those muscles that work the pedals and work the shifter and moving your arms with the steering wheel and sitting with that posture of in the seat, whether you're close up or a little farther away, higher, lower, etc. You have to work and develop that ab strength and that core strength to hold yourself up in the seat. And then here at Daytona with the G-forces, your head actually gets pulled to the right. And we don't experience that a lot at really any other track because this is the only one we run with the excessive amount of banking. So you're going to see a lot of drivers when they get done the next couple days, they're going to be sore, especially their neck on the right side because of their head being pulled.
Well, I think the other thing that's unusual about Daytona, Kyle, is that it's the only track where I've ever felt G-loads pushing on the top of my body. It's really unusual when you're going through on the high bank, you're going through at speed, and the faster, the more speed the car picks up, the more and more pressure you feel pushing down on your head. It's a really bizarre feeling. It's very different than any other racetrack I've ever driven on.
You have to develop muscle strength for that, and yes, I know there's a lot of drivers that 125 in there. That dark interior, folks, I mean, the driver's dealing with that, and mind you, he's in a double or triple layer fire suit with Nomex socks and underwear, almost 126 degrees, and that's a black car with a wrap on it, but the interiors are dark, and that just soaks up that heat. And it makes it very challenging, especially in this part of the day. The drivers have to be properly hydrated. You have to be ready to go. And that's why a lot of times drivers will go to the gym and they'll go sit in saunas. And if you're Bobby Allison years ago, some of the old school drivers in NASCAR, they used to ride around with their heat on with the windows up to prep for it. So, I mean, you really have to develop a tolerance for this. And sometimes if you don't feel like you're ready, you kind of just have to expose yourself, and then your body just has to develop a tolerance for it, and then you build up that immunity to those high temperatures.
Yeah, I wasn't really well protected when I raced here. Actually, after the race, the next morning they took me to the hospital. I spent a couple hours in the hospital, and they told me.
So I just got a comment from Mr. Richard Buckholtz. He was saying if people don't have cool suits, they probably shouldn't be out there. Richard, I kind of have to disagree with you a little bit there. Cool suits are phenomenal. They are great for drivers that need them. I actually just threw in a comment. I actually do not use a cool suit. The reason for that is in the world of stock car racing and even in this form of racing, their electronics have to power that system with that water, and if the system falters, you also don't want to become reliant completely on cool suits and all of that equipment. And the reason being is because if that happens and all of a sudden you have an alternator issue or a battery issue, the first thing that the team is going to instruct that you have to shut off or kill is driver comfort. So you have to develop a tolerance for it and know how to drive and still be competitive and not let it distract you, even in extreme temperatures, even if you're baking in 130, 40 degrees in that car. And also, I've seen the downside of what cool suits can do. I know a little bit of catch there from Wilson Daly. Nice job getting through there, but that's that slick. That's 105 degrees on that racetrack. You have to really be careful for that. And I just don't like to run it because I don't want to be reliant on it, because that one day that I can't use it, I don't want to be overheated in the car and then end up getting into an incident because I'm overheated and not trained and prepped for it. So I absolutely respect what you're saying. If you have the ability to use it, they're phenomenal. But sometimes you kind of have to think about it from the other side. Well, I want to get the car to the finish. We got 4 hours to go. but I got to keep the car running. So the first thing I got to do is I got to preserve the car. So just giving you a little bit of driver's perspective there. And, I mean, it's my personal choice that I don't run that system. And I just do that because, again, I don't want to rely on it all the time.
Looks like RPM AutoWorks off the pace a little bit down there in 37th. Just bringing that up because it's a little unusual for RPM. Don't know if they're running some issues, laying pipe the same. To pit in, we've got the Fawn Group Motors team shown in the pits right now. So just, again, a rundown here. We've got Eddie Vedder leading the field by 19 seconds now over Team Salem Mustard. Wilson Daly.
Yeah. The less we instead of less is more, we just need to call it Mayor Les. He is the mayor of the Champ Car Garage.
Yeah, this is where the action is, man. This is where it's hot. This is where everything's happening, and this is where everybody's making those key decisions for their crews. So it's important stuff. So again, going back on the standings here, we've got Eddie Vedder leading Team Salem Mustard. Then it's Wilson Daly Racing, Brew Crew Racing, Floridian Motorsports, TLM in the 172, Hong North in 7th, Atlanta Speedworks there. They've moved 7 positions for this 8th place spot so far. They've also just had 1 pit stop along with all of the other leaders with the exception of the EC Class open throttle car. And we've got K-Wood Racing there shown in 10th place, but they're actually 9th. And it's TCR, that track car rental team, that's actually in 10th place. And everyone's shown just having made a single pit stop so far, which can't be right because we started at 9, 12, 1. So, yeah. I think our data on the pit stops is a little dated because we got started on the Speed Hive data was a little late, so I think it's a little bit behind. But anyway.
Still on board here with Wilson Daly. Had just got an update from Bill Strong. He was just giving me some information there. Looks like there was a little bit of touch and go with a couple situations here, and we know they're watching, and definitely got to try to make sure we don't touch anybody and try to stay off those guys and while they're out there on that racetrack. But unfortunately, sometimes we have those space and time conflicts. So coming through the tri-oval here, you can see him moving his hands around, and that's not him trying to look cool. It's that wind as he's coming in there. You can see the car moving a little bit as he's under braking. Driver's working really, really hard in there right now, and I mean, it just that time of day. Track is slick, and especially turn 1 is right there. Even, I mean, you can tell he's definitely probably with all the racing he's done, probably got those tires pretty heated up as he's trying to chase down that Mustang. You can really hear that engine wind up. He got a great run out of the International right there as he's coming to the kink. A little bit of a gentle lift off the throttle just to kind of let the nose settle, and then heavy under braking right there. You saw him have to work the wheel. Definitely a lot of front brake probably cranked into that car a little bit there. Got a great run off of here. Looks like he may try to clear that Mustang. That 222 is a strong piece. I had a few encounters with him on the racetrack, and those guys play for keeps. I saw him go into the bus stop at one point, and, man, he just absolutely got in there. I don't know if he over-anticipated it, but he got in there hot, and I hope that driver that started the race got himself a new fire suit from Ron over there at Discovery Parts, because I think he soiled it with that D-Dido down there in the bus stop. But he got it recovered and kept digging, so. As we can see here, Les is looking inside one of our cars. So what he's showing you right there, folks, are hoses. And a lot of teams, that they happen to have a window, they'll have what's called like a NACA And what it does is those hoses, as the car's going through that air, the cooler air will go into the car. And a lot of the teams will either have it pointed at the driver, they'll have it pointed at components in the car that get excessive heat. Let's say your transmission tunnel, if you have an ignition system that's exposed, if you have any type of electronics with a fuse box or anything going on. And a lot of teams in the front fascia of a car, or the front of the car, like where the headlights and stuff are, we call it fascia. So what you'll see is you'll see holes, and what they'll do is it looks like we're going yellow here, Paulie. We'll have to check and see what's going on. But I'm going to close this up for a second. So we have one in the guardrail, Paulie, over off of turn 1. Looks like a pretty decent hit here. So, but let me close this back up. So they'll have it run into various components, and as we're it looks like we're going under code 35 here. Yep, getting everybody slowed down here. That was took a pretty decent hit.
Where's he at? Over at the exit of 1?
Yeah, right at the exit of 1. If we pull our camera up, he's probably just to the right of it, like we always end up happening.
We actually had a camera kind of pointed at that spot, but that one's not working today. So
yeah.
But yeah, turn 1 camera. As you can see, we're not really on the money there in that spot, but we can see it from our vantage point here, and all we're really seeing is a car parked up along the wall there, on the driver's side right, on the outside. And we do see some of the crew heading that way, the track crew heading over there to see what they can do, what needs to be done. There's not a lot of room over there. It's tight, tight quarters.
And if you happen to step out or get tagged, I mean, as you can see, folks, there's plenty of runoff here, but as you come to the exit there's not a lot of room there. Now, there's a guardrail that's behind that 300 brake marker that's a bit down the track, and our camera view doesn't really help it, but right off of where the 2 bubble is where that guardrail ends, and he's probably about maybe 50 to 60 feet, maybe 75 back of that end of that guardrail, nosed in there. Looks like the driver seems to be okay. It just looks like he might have just gotten punted and might have gotten in there where it was 2 or 3 wide and got pushed. Hopefully we can get some more detail. But it's very tight through there, and unfortunately this racetrack has a lot of where you fan out and then you funnel in, and then you fan out again and then you funnel in. So it's just kind of that ebb and flow, and unfortunately it looks like that car got caught out with it.
Yeah, it is a little bit of a shock, especially, again, a lot of new drivers here. The first time your car comes to a stop up against the wall, you kind of take that hit. It's a bit of a shock, and you just kind of take a moment to catch your breath, and oh, okay. Not necessarily injured, but at the same time, it just takes a minute or two to kind of realize this is what happened. I'm okay. Everything's all right. And now you have to sit and wait, because in Champ Car rules, you're not allowed to get out of the car unless you're in a dangerous situation, more dangerous than getting out of the car, like a fire, for instance. It's really the only case where you should be getting out of the car after an incident. You are to sit and wait for the crew. Strapped in, yeah, absolutely, so that you're actually in the safest place you could be inside of a race car.
And keep the wheels on. Don't ever take the wheel off.
And so once that crew shows up, they'll tend to you, and they'll decide, talking to you, what they want to do. And the first thing they do is they check on the driver. They want to communicate with the driver, and they want to know really what the situation is. Many times they don't know the whole story. They don't know if your car won't start, if it just broke, if you ran out of gas, if maybe you're dazed. They're going to check on you first, and then they'll formulate a plan of how they're going to take care of the situation. Thank you.
And every situation's different. And when you have minor incidents where it's just, in this case, it looks like he's nosed into the wall, doesn't appear to be the safety team, there doesn't appear to be a sense of, not that they're not urgent trying to get you out of that situation, but if they're in a pretty calm, cool, collected manner, which they usually always are, if there doesn't seem to be any urgency or hand signals for anything further than that, it's pretty much a standard incident. They'll get you situated, get you up on the wrecker, and get you back to the garage. So as we're looking at, looks like Team Salen's here, the 943 is in for a pit stop. Looks like we're going to be changing the right front tire here. Looks like they're checking something. Looks like they're checking something. Now, with as fast as that car is, they might just be checking brakes. Looks like they might have had a little bit of, maybe they're trying to cinch something up. Looks like they might have had a little bit of contact. It looks like they're putting a patch there on the right front. So might have gotten some closing rate wrong on something, or just been too close to a situation while in some traffic. But looks like they'll get it patched up and go again.
Yeah, definitely doing some work on that right front quarter. Looks like you said, he's tearing some tape away. Could be securing something under there, like a brake sensor. But tires, looks like they might go ahead and replace those right side. This is a counterclockwise racetrack, and people talk about the Porsches being quick. Well, they really aren't a power car by any means. They're about as fast as an E30. The only advantage you can get out of the cars is they have superior brakes and rolling speed through the corner because of that mid-engine design. And so the trade-off, of course, is going to be tire wear. There has to be a trade-off somewhere. Yeah. And so the tires suffer. So therefore, you have to change tires during a normal race. You wouldn't have to on another car. That's the only advantage they really have, is that cornering speed, that braking. And so you have to take advantage of that on every corner to have your advantage.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And that's where experienced drivers, usually that Salen's has in the car, they have a pretty core group that runs pretty much every time out that they show up. So those guys know and understand about keeping your momentum up. So as you can see, they're jacking the left side of the car up. You can see the crew guys they're taking. Looks like they may be changing tires all the way around. And looks like they're just doing some courtesy checks on the brakes, probably just making sure, like Paulie said, checking brake sensors, making sure everything's on the up and up. Looks like they had to do some patchwork a little bit there on the left side too, Paulie. So looks like they've had some more wounds today over at Team Salen's. The hot dogs got burnt.
It's a very busy racetrack. This is a very fast race car.
Oh, it is.
And they're having to consistently pass probably close to 10 cars on every lap. So that's one of the things about being a front-running car. You're going to have to pass a lot of cars on every lap, and you're really counting on everybody heads-up driving to see you coming, so that way you can get through cleanly.
As we see Paulie, or not Paulie, Paulie, you're up here with me, Les, thank you. The Less is More cam is now, it looks like our buddies with Team Equip. I think these were our Canadian buddies that we met at Road Atlanta. They said they were going to be at Daytona this weekend. So it looks like fuel, driver change, doesn't seem to be anything out of the norm for this team. They were very excited to come here. I think, a quick octane in their 2008 Mini Cooper S entry. They are right now, if I'm not mistaken, they are our second in the EC class.
And, of course, the crowd favorite, the USS Enterprise, also in the pits. They've got the standard mop hood prop to keep the hood up right now.
Les is putting in those steps today. He is running. So it looks like we got a line here of cars, guys coming in for various things. And when you have, you're to that point in the race, we just passed over 5 hours, you're going to start to see some fatigue on the drivers. You're going to start to see fatigue on the cars. Looks like these teams are adding oil. They're checking components, making sure, probably checking the suspension pieces, as we got a clip of Brew Crew there.
The Enterprise is an LTD, Timothy.
So it's the fastest butt in the South here. Hee Haw Racing, the 48 truck. That is a cool truck.
They were in the news a little bit earlier, but it's good to see they're getting that car serviced, get that truck back out there. Back to green we go.
So, absolutely. As you can see here, just getting the driver set up and fueling that thing. That is an interesting place for a fuel fill right there. That is kind of very unique, but a good way to kind of hide it a little bit and make sure it's not there on the side. So we're back on board with our race leader, Eddie Vedder, who is continuing to put on the show here. It looks like they're a lap ahead of the mustard entry from Team Salem. So let's do a quick running order, Paulie. It looks like we're in an exchange of pit stops. The 172's in, the sister car is in, a lot of cars in. We just saw Hee Haw. We saw Bruker Racing was on pit road. The Enterprise is in for some service. Looks
what we're
like
seeing is, well, go ahead.
I would say it looks like the Racing for Heroes, the Warriors guys are in, Atlanta Speedworks is in, and go ahead, Paulie, what you were saying.
Well, it's just that the Eddie Vedder team is leading the race sizably, but the Salem team, the Wilson Daly team, and the Brew Crew team, all three of those guys that are behind the Eddie Vedder team in second, third, fourth, respectively, they've made their second pit stops, another pit stop, but Eddie Vedder has not. So the sequencing is a little bit off between them. It's probably a third pit stop, judging by the clock. So, but it's Eddie Vedder's probably due for another pit stop. They chose not to pit there, so obviously not inside their window to make the pit stop under that caution. We're getting enough cautions, Kyle, where they can probably bank on another one within the next 30 minutes, so they don't have to be too concerned about that. But, yeah, you do want to be careful that you don't let a good opportunity go by. But obviously, outside of their pit window, they're not going to come into pit right now, but they might come in later as another team, Salem Porsche, comes into the pits to pick up their clock. They are at pit in right now, and now pick up their clock and begin rolling down pit lane. 20 miles per hour, the speed limit in all Champ Car races. I think there might be one where we actually have to go a little bit slower because there is no pit lane per se. They actually have to go into the paddock to get pitted. It's a little bit awkward, but for the most part, 20 mile per hour speed limit in pit lane as Team Salem, their sister car, coming in for service as well.
So I do want to cross on this, Paulie, as we can see Eddie Vedder back up at the ranch. It looks like they're getting ready to put another lap on Hong North, another one of our camera cars. I did get a note from my Rad Air buddies. They are going to, because they want to make sure that they get some quality TV time, they are actually going to move the camera over to the sister car. So it will actually be in the correct entry. Nice. A bunch of us were like, hey, you're in the 976. I was actually in the 975, the sister entry, so we're going to move it over to that car. I know the guys are still thrashing on the 975. So be glad to see some neon moon back there out on the racetrack. Got an update from Hoosier Daddy Racing in the 946 entry. They are up to 6th out of 15 in A class. They are running well. They are taking advantage of these code 35, stretching that fuel. And that actually, thank you guys for mentioning that. That brings up a great point. Paulie, we have to do the 2-hour driver stints. It's required. But the fueling, yes, you have to be on pit road for 5 minutes, but doesn't mean you're always taking 3 jugs of fuel. It doesn't mean you're always taking 2 jugs of fuel. With all these code 35s, if you have drivers that were pulling it back into a higher gear and not running the RPMs up, they may be saving some fuel. So you got to wonder how much these guys can stretch this as we get later into this race to maybe where they might be able to eliminate one pit stop, let's say, or maybe play some strategy based on when we get the 35s late in the race.
And it looks like we might have a car stopped on the racetrack over in turn number 6. It's the Southern Diesel and Auto Ford Mustang. Car number 407, that has come up. And so we'll take a look at turn number 6 and see if we see anything over there. There's coming through 3 through 5. I don't see anything there, so over the corner. Just not seeing any issues there right now.
Paulie, I'm checking marching ants. It looks to me, based on what I'm seeing, they may be over at the bottom of NASCAR 1 on the apron. They might have gotten it rolling, but it looks like they may still be stalled over there. So.
Excellent. Get to drive. Just get here. Nervous? Ready to get in the car? Are you nervous? No, I'm not nervous. I'm just ready. Ready for more time. Our car is cooking, dude. We're looking. The car is fast. 167 down the straightaway. What'd you say your speed was? 167.
167?
Wow.
I can't even say that. It's a straight face. 167. Dude,
wow.
It's like a squat truck going down. We don't have any front. That's properly fast. You guys heard what Mustang was it? It's the 607. 607 Mustang. Yeah.
That's our Section 8 racing guys.
That's moving. Right. That's moving. You guys got it all back together, going back out? Oh yeah. You good? Oh yeah. Excellent.
So the gentleman to the left that he just shook hands with the glasses, that's Mr. Brandon Corfel. Brandon actually is a doctor by trade. And he is also, I think he is. Oh yeah, that's crazy. That is some big boy territory. But anyway, Brandon is a former instructor. I think he might still be an instructor, but I know he's worked with a couple different organizations and clubs like myself. I've had the pleasure of instructing with Brandon and Les. We worked in the same organization together for a period of time. So Brandon's a good guy. Good to see him back out here. And he's a great doctor, very knowledgeable. If you're having a medical issue or if you need some advice, go talk to Brandon. So as we are back on board here, Team Infinity, Ed Stein and the Shark Boys. Same cast of crew. I talked to Ed and the guys a little bit and got an update from those guys. They have that good core group that is continually and always with them each and every race. So I will try to pull that back up. I know, Ed, you sent it to me at some point, and when I find it, I will absolutely talk about it. So, but looks like they're running pretty good so far. We're seeing a local yellow on his Flagtronics. That might be that stalled car. It looks like it's still down there. It's kind of hard to see from my vantage point here in our booth up in the tower. But I'm sure eventually so the officials will give guys time and guys and girls time to try to get their cars rolling. It looks like it cleared itself, so it looks like they may have gotten the car moving, Polly. So as you can hear these guys and see them coming out of the International Horseshoe.
Trying to get all of our pit road reporter gear and everything. We got gear problems and trying to.
It's been a weekend for us so far.
But I appreciate all your work, your hard work, Kyle, and Les and Nolan. Everybody's doing a great job. We're just keeping the plate spinning.
We're soldiering on. So, but that's a cool shot right there. As you can tell, folks, you're on the flat coming out as you come out of NASCAR for some good 3-wide racing right there, now back to 2 wide. And you see as the cars are coming right at our camera, and then you'll see them kind of twist like a roller coaster, and then they go up into that 18-degree tri-oval as they prepare to hit the start-finish line and then make another lap. It looks like Brew Crew Racing and a few of the cars here are coming in for a pit stop. So it looks like we're still in that pit stop cycle there, Paulie.
Yeah. Yeah, and it feels like people are kind of going on to their own playbook, as far as that, we see so many races where you have a 7-hour race, 8-hour race, where the pit stops are going to be. You get into a 14-hour race, there's a lot of cushion in there because you have so many hours that you're going to be racing for. And of course, the goal is to take as few stops as possible. That's the key. The only thing with the racing in Champ Car is you have to take a break. That driver has to come out after 2 hours of racing. Even if 30 minutes of it is under caution. If he's in the race car doing circuits, they got to get him or her out of that race car after 2 hours. And the goal is then to try to make the car go 2 hours on fuel. And that is not an easy thing to do. You would think, 2 hours, that's not a big deal. I can do that on the freeway. Well, This isn't the freeway. This is wide open throttle racing again and again and again and again. It is difficult to get some of these cars to make it 2 full hours on fuel. So, but you want that as your target, because if you think about it, then if the car will only do an hour and a half, then you're not really maximizing the stint time for the drivers. You can't leave that driver in there because he would have to come back in, or she would have to come in a half an hour. Then you got to do a driver change. So again, the goal is to get 2 hours on a load of fuel, and that's the perfect sweet spot that these teams are looking for their pit strategy.
As we are seeing more cars on pit road, I did see the 234 entry. I'm trying to remember the team name. I'm scrolling through here. I'm having a little bit of an issue with some of my stuff here, folks, so I apologize, being kind of off my game. Never Start Racing. I just saw that team, the EC entry. Looks like they are behind the wall fixing an issue. And it looks like there's another car going behind the wall here. I can't tell. There's a few cars. I mean, we're starting to see attrition setting in here, Paulie. I mean, the hotter temperatures and everything, I really think that we're starting to see these cars take quite the beating, just with the demand and the load we're asking them to perform here this weekend at Daytona.
It's Daytona. It's not going to be easy on the cars. It's like We'll check in with Hong North in their car.
Looks like everything's still good to go for these guys. Looks like they're chasing Ed and the Shark Boys are still after it here as they're working out of turn 5, headed to 6, and then back on to NASCAR 1. Now, you'll see something right here, folks. You saw the Shark car right there poke the hole to pass that Fox Body Mustang, and then you saw Hong North go with him. That's something you can do as the driver that's behind. And I know we've talked about this at Road Atlanta and NCM, but I mentioned that this was going to be a key pivotal thing here at Daytona. And the reason being is you want to try to not work your car super hard. If the car in front of you can kind of open the opportunity for you and you can just slide in there and go with him, it actually isn't as stressful and hectic on your car because you don't necessarily have to brake as hard to get in there when he kind of gets that car offline a little bit, and you can take advantage of a misstep by that car that's being passed. So that was very heads up there by the Hong North driver. And but again, experienced teams that with drivers that have been around Champ Car for quite a while that know what they're doing. And same with the Infinity guys. I mean, these guys run Daytona every year. Ed brings that stout crew. I know Dave Costello is one of his consistent drivers. He lives locally here in the Daytona and Ormond Beach area and usually always runs with Ed, and that car always runs up front. Yeah, that wind, folks, in some of these cars is really messing with some of our feeds, and we're getting a lot of that feedback and the choppiness with the motor. That's not them having an issue. That's unfortunately just feedback from the weather out here. The wind seems to have now changed directions a little bit, and it's from what I can tell, it's kind of pointing straight at our broadcast booth. So from what I can tell, that's going to make it a little bit interesting as you turn into off of 6 coming onto the NASCAR banking. That's going to want to make the car push out toward the wall, and on entry it might make the car feel a little bit loose, and then going into the bus stop, which is right where the Shark car is headed, you're going to have to work the wheel a little bit there. As you can see, kind of a little bit of movement. That might be the wind pushing on the car a little bit. So you have to make that adjustment. And then with the wind coming through NASCAR 3 and 4 with the way it is, that's going to want to push the back end of the car around through the corner. So you really have to keep a steady wheel as you come through that banking. I mean, the cars are pretty good about settling in, but you still want to make sure that you just hold a steady wheel, especially if you got cars around you up on that banking.
Let's see how things are going for Eddie Vedder. Up at the front,
business as usual. So.
Yeah, single-handing it, and things are looking pretty stout there for that team.
Right hand on the shifter, left hand on the wheel. Sunday drive, probably listening to some Pearl Jam in there while he's rolling, leading the race, and just everything's going well for those guys.
Obviously very relaxed. You see, he doesn't have to hardly turn the steering wheel at all. He's just grabbing another gear.
See him, you can hear him just work and rolling into that throttle, especially for a high horsepower car like that. You don't want to just jump into the throttle. You want to roll into it nice and smooth, get the car. Whoa, big catch right there. And see, that's what I'm talking about with that car. Just turned in and the car just got a little upset, might have rolled off the left rear, but it might have been that wind that might have affected it a little bit, where it just got to a certain angle and the wind just kind of broke his momentum.
Well, he's got that big wing poised on the back of that race car too, and there's some big gusts. We're forecasting 25-mile-an-hour winds. Well, we're down in a bowl, so what happens is, and Kyle and I experienced this when we were out there yesterday playing with camera setups, was you're just getting whipped all around. It's a lot of fun, actually, but probably not the best for aero on the race car.
It's the closest and safest thing to a wind tunnel without actually being in a wind tunnel. But when to Paulie's point, when you're in that bowl, I mean, you're subjected to that all the way around. And being inside this racetrack, especially when you're in the infield, I mean, it's moving you around. As we see the fields coming at us there, we just saw the Floridian guys coming by, and
he's coming down the high side.
Yeah, 222 Mustang just went by. That looks like Vetter, our race leader right there. As you can see, the car really rolled over to the left side because you're carrying decent speed through there. But, I mean, there's a ton of body roll, but there's a lot of transition to where you're on the right and then you're back to the left. You're staying on the left and then you try to straighten out to then get onto the NASCAR banking. So I had some keys to success that I was talking about. Slip sliding away. As we get into the heat, and we've talked about it, I mean, Les has showed us what the temperature. You're sliding around this racetrack. We just saw it with Eddie Vedder. You're really going to have to back your brake zones up, really going to have to adjust to the temperature. As you can see here going over into turn one, into the infield, you got to be really careful because as the track gets hot, you start sliding. So you want to make sure you manage that to where you don't get in trouble and end up going for a spin. Looks like one of our entries got a little wide there. But he got it collected. Brakes, and more brakes. There are heavy braking zones here into the bus stop, into turn one. You have got to get a foot full of brake pedal and make sure you keep it for 14 hours. So
Nice. We told the truth and said everything we had on the car. So we started 24 laps down. So
24 laps down.
The good news is it's still running, so we're no longer in last place. We're slowly moving up.
Slowly creeping up, huh? And I was told if I see a camera in my face, my daughter asked me to say hi to Ophelia. So I got to say hi to Ophelia.
Gotta say hi to you. That's it. It's our first time at Champ Car. We're having a great time. It's everything I hope it would be.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Most definitely. Mind if I take your temperature? I'll take your temperature.
Yeah, go for it.
Well, you're a little under so long, actually.
Cool under fire.
Say hey, stick in the water with. But these guys, first time coming out,
we're having a great time.
Champ Car. Great times in Champ Car.
Thank you. Have a good time.
More satisfied customers right there.
Yep, absolutely. That just means we'll see them back in another race, and we got to commend them for telling the truth, Paulie. They didn't lie to us. They didn't lie to Tech. They paid their penalty and their penance, and now they're working playing catch up.
So I hope you guys are enjoying the show, Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. I'm Paul Veltum, along with Kyle Lockrow, Les Epps, and Nolan Waldrop, bringing all of the racing action this weekend here at Daytona International Speedway, the Hawk Performance 14 at Daytona. Eddie Vedder leads by a couple of laps over Team Salem and the Mustard Car. Then it's Wilson Daily Racing, Brew Crew Racing, Floridian Motorsports, Kaywood Racing in 6th. Then it's TLM USA in car number 172. Then it's Track Car Rental, TCR, in 8th. In 9th place, it's Prefect Racing, and Hong North rounds out the top 10. Down in the pits, that's one of the Section 8 Ford Mustangs there being serviced with Les at the helm of that camera. It's a busy office. A look at the starter stand there as they stay out in the sun and give us the flags. Sometimes we go through this little reset of the feed that we get from the cell towers. So everything kind of locks down. So, and then they'll loosen up.
Yeah, that feedback, unfortunately, folks, is just that weather just kind of messing with us a little bit as Nolan is headed back out to get us some more. Looks like he might have gotten his camera fixed there, and he might be headed back out to get us some more footage.
Yeah.
So we're back on board with TLM USA and the BMW entry here. This driver looks real relaxed in there, headed into that brake zone. Wow, big closing right there. And, of course, as we go to show you that, we get a little bit of issue there with the camera. So, unfortunately, also, too, folks, keep in mind, we are right outside of our in our backyard is the Daytona International Airport. So we may be getting a little bit, because I can see from my vantage point here in the booth, I'm looking right at the control tower. So we may be getting a little bit of issue and some resistance due to from over at the airport. So that could be playing into a little bit, but I think the wind is a lot of the issue as well. It's really messing with our electronic setups here this weekend.
We're pretty close to the ocean, of course. The beach is not that far away. My wife asked me on the phone, she said, "Did you see the beach?" It's like, I never see the beach. I imagine it's very close, but I'm not even trying to find it. So I'm just like, where's the track? Where's the hotel? Where is Cracker Barrel? Where is IHOP? Where's the track? Where's the hotel? That's really all I'm looking for.
So we can tell you.
Aesthetic.
All right, so to Paulie's wife, if she's watching, what we can tell you is outside of our broadcast booth, at a 45-degree angle to us to our left, you can see the high-rises over there that sit along the famous Highway A1A that runs right along the coast, down the Atlantic coast here in Florida. It looks gorgeous. It is beautiful. It is a nice day. It's a great day to walk on the beach, but you're going to get blown all over. We were over toward the beach last night just driving down A1A, and I tell you what, the water was very, very choppy, and the wind is probably – anybody that's out on the water is probably not having a good time right now. As we're back on board with Eddie Vedder here, our race leader. These guys just continue. They just ran a 2:15.93 last lap. I mean, these guys just continue to put on a show here in a clinic, and they're now 2 laps up on Team Salem, the Mustard entry. A lap back from them is Wilson Daly. A lap back from Wilson Daly is Brew Crew. We've kind of gotten to that point where we're starting to see, again, just the stretch out, and really, I think we're going to start to see the stronger cars kind of come into the fray here. But, I mean, again, Vetter's run such a clean race. They're really legging it out on these guys.
And we got his car stranded. I'm not sure exactly where he is. I'm looking at the information here on the race control logs. Don't see anything there.
Looks like, Paulie, it is the 222 entry that is at the bottom. It looked like they were attempting, because I see a tow truck rolling way off in the distance. It's just up on NASCAR 1 a little bit, and then they're all the way at the bottom. It looks like the team attempted to get to an access point to get off the racetrack and get away, but unfortunately, I think they just weren't able to get to it. As we see the team here, I know they sent me a message.
Yeah, AOA, by the way, number 155 will be meatballed, but we don't have, looks like they're getting ready to fill in what's going on here. But, And the number 65 is also being black flagged for speeding on pit lane. And that's the USS Enterprise. So they'll be black flagged and brought in for that.
So 2244 at the 2009 Ford Mustang, that is the entry that is stalled down at the bottom of NASCAR Turn 1. And that's a shame for those guys, Paulie. I was looking here. They are 23rd overall in the running order, and they were running down on Apex Racing, catching them. So that's a shame for those guys. I mean, they were putting on a pretty good show today. Be up in the top 25 out of 122 cars is nothing to be disappointed about.
Yeah, that might be the Prefect Racing Team Lexus, the different livery. Then maybe that's it right there, because I was going to say it used to be black and yellow. Well, there's a black and yellow Lexus going through, so that's probably the Prefect Racing Team machine right there. And it's great to see those guys back with us again as Eddie Vedder leaves the bus stop and heads back up onto the high banks here at Daytona International. So with that, we're going to take another quick break and be back in just a few seconds. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone from Daytona International Speedway, the Hawk Performance Daytona 14. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Junior are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped them find a deal on the right parts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We are under a purple 35 here once again. Was it, Kyle, that we had a collision or something?
Yeah, Paulie, it looks like we had a car off. Looks like from what I can tell here on Marching Ants, the 665, one of the Miatas, is being pulled off. It's on the tow hook right now. They should be able to get down there to the exit at turn 5 at the West Horseshoe and get the car off the racetrack. So hopefully this won't be a long code 35, but it seems that that should be the only incident there. So hopefully we'll be able to get rolling pretty quick.
Yes.
So back here, we are back here and still rolling. Oh, we got an interview here from Les.
I'm going to have to clear that camera first. It's just it's not cooperating. So I'll try refreshing that as we see that car getting pulled off.
It's a bummer for those guys. So, but like we talked about.
Second attempt went much better. Would have
There
loved
we
to
go.
have gone on without that, but that's racing. We'll be back with a few things sorted out a little better.
Excellent. So
we've been doing a lot of stuff from the region. So we've been doing Sebring also. We've been doing some stuff in Georgia. But
Oh, that's the old Supra.
So we're looking forward to the next one.
that is racing for sure.
It is.
But yeah, you come around strong. Ladies and gents, he made pretty much everything you don't see with a Toyota symbol on here. He made. So that's the dash. That's the brake flips. That's that front arrow. You know. So these guys are tried and true. They just keep coming back for more. So
Hey, we didn't give it up. It's once in the blood. It's in the blood.
speaking of blood, would you like to say anything about that?
Yeah. This is carnage that came not from the track or anything related to a car, but I was trying to open a bag of chips. Trying to put my fingernail into my finger. So.
Oh.
So it'll be a warning to you. Don't open chips.
Don't open chips. Have a banana or something. Have a banana. A little bit easier. But
We'll put that in our show notes, Paulie. Chips are enemy.
It's funny.
Of all things, the weird. Mark that down in that racing book we all write of weird racing injuries and war wounds. When the chip bag gets you.
When the chips are down. Leave them down.
So real quick, the 665 entry looks like we are back racing here. Like I said, it should have been a quick code 35, get that car pulled off. That is the low on power Miata. That was a very interesting group. I got to talk to those folks a little bit last night in the paddock area, and they were telling me about it. That should be the same drivers. They have drivers from California, Texas. They've got driver lineup from all over the country, and those guys, it's their first trip here to Daytona. They are excited to be here. They were hoping to, their goal for today was just get the car to the finish. Hopefully, maybe it's just a quick issue, and they can get the car back rolling and on track, and they can see the checkered flag later this evening. So, folks, thanks again for tuning in with us here. We are still rolling. We appreciate all of you guys watching right now. We got 435 of you watching. We really appreciate it. Please continue to hit that subscribe button, hit the like, share this out to all of your folks and friends. If they're enjoying a nice, quiet Saturday, let's put some horsepower into their diet here for as we get through the latter part of this race. But we really appreciate all you guys tuning in. Eddie Vedder is still 2 laps ahead of Team Salem Mustard. A lap behind, or on the same lap, it looks like now, Wilson Daily Racing. Brew Crew Racing was in 4th. Paulie, we got a video sent to us that looks like during our commercial break they had a little bit of a hiccup there. He had sent me a video. Paulie was just checking some stuff in our production, in the background with the production team. It looks like the car had a little bit of a hiccup there. Derek was behind the wheel of the car. I think he tried to squeeze through the middle, and unfortunately he kind of got squeezed out and went for a ride, but it looks like they got the car back rolling. They're still in P4. The Floridian guys, that's your second place car in the D class, is in 5th, and Kaywood Racing has worked themselves up into 3rd in D class and 6th in the race. We have an EC car mixed in there, Open Throttle Racing, and the 69 car in one of their BMW entries. It was St. Patty's Day not too long ago, Paulie, so that's very fitting for them. TLM USA is still in 7th, TCR in 8th, Prefect in 9th, and let me scroll through here. And we have Valerian Steel rounds out your top 10. So it is very interesting to see how this race is going to play out.
Yeah, Brew Crews just really had a stellar day. Other than that little accent they had down there coming out of 6, it looked like they're really on song today. So they do need to be careful. It's a long race, and obviously they don't want anything silly to take them out of this position. Their 4th overall is no joke. That's a pretty amazing accomplishment. They're in a great spot, and really all they have to do, I think, Kyle, is just click off laps. Just keep the car out of trouble, keep it out there on the racetrack, and just turn laps.
Well, the perfect driver right now, to your point, Paulie, is in the car. John Stone, Papaw, as I called him. He last couple of years, John is a grandfather now, and loves his family very much. And I remember when I believe his daughter gave birth to his first grandchild. He was ecstatic and beyond excited for it, and we were very happy for him. I was driving for Brew Crew at the time, and looks like Papaw is putting on a good show here at Daytona. But John's very smooth. I've had the pleasure of racing with Brew Crew Racing in the past and be a teammate with John. I've raced with him, against him in the sister car. He's very smooth. He's a great driver. He is the perfect one at this time of the day to just dial it back to about 90% and just turn laps. The patience and discipline John has is very, very proven, but Brew Crew always brings pretty solid drivers to the field, and but John just is one of those guys where you just put him in, he turns laps, he gets you some spots, he's good at maintaining, and he keeps the car out of trouble, which is the important part.
Well, a lot of times that's really what you want. You, in your stable of drivers, you want those guys that you can just plug in the car and you know they're going to bring it back the same way it leaves the pits. So that's really the main mission here. And then if you have a guy that's a hot shoe and is super, super talented, great. You know, you can put him in for at the end of the race, or maybe at the beginning, try and get some good positions early on too. So, but you definitely want guys just like John that are just going to go out there, turn laps, and bring the good laps, and bring the car home in one piece for you.
Absolutely. I mean, you couldn't have said it any better there, Paulie. And that's the thing. I mean, John. And he'll do that. I've watched him do it. He's a fast driver, but he's so smooth. I mean, you can see not a lot of movement in the wheel. Nice, smooth shift right there. Doesn't slam the car into gear. Just let it set, go in, and he's very methodical and careful about that. So, I mean, he'll give that car a good ride, and they're sitting in a good position right now. It looks like they're about on the same lap as Floridiate based on timing and scoring, so we'll have to get that ironed out. Because you just listen. No, that's good. We can listen in here. It looks like Sean Hannon is in the car for the Infinite Loop Racing Team, the 1998 Ford Contour, in the 808 car. And see this too, like this car. These guys always come. They bring a good piece. They're not lights out Eddie Vedder quick, but these guys are always there at the end. If this thing stays together. Nice and smooth on the downshift there, going to third, getting ready to turn into one. These guys are having a pretty good run so far.
Well, and I like, too, that it's not the usual recipe. You've got a contour, which you just don't see that, very often in the sport.
No.
And yet, it's an effective one, too. Oh, Jenny said wanted me to thank you, Kyle, for the beach report.
Oh, not a problem. That's what I'm here for. We'll have sports at 4 and weather at 5.
There actually is a live beach cam. If you do a Daytona beach live search on YouTube, there's a which I've used on the show before too.
Nice.
In between, coming back from breaks and that kind of thing. So Nolan hoofing it, man, trying to get out to where he needs to be. It's
unfortunately here at Daytona, due to the rules by Daytona, NASCAR, and ISC, you can't have any type of scooters or bicycles or anything like that. So unfortunately, Nolan will be getting his steps in this weekend as we're back on board with the Hong North entry. So to close up on the Infinite Loop guys, glad to see him back out there and still running. They are 87th overall in our running order, but they're still chugging. And they're best lap of the day was a 2:28.15, and they're just slowly working on trying to pick some spots off. We wish you guys the best of luck the rest of the day, and keep us posted on how it's going.
And help me out with this, Kyle, because I really want to make sure we land the point that this is a starter series. It's an opportunity for people to get into racing. So if you're watching this and you're thinking, this is really cool, I wish this was something I could do, you definitely can. You don't have to be, maybe just $1,000 is where all you need to be. You just need a little bit of money to get your gear together and buy some seat time. You don't have to have a license like you do in some other series. You don't have to have any prior racing experience. You don't even need a race car. You can actually buy seat time, and Les and I talked about this much earlier in the show. But I just want to bring up that point because we have so many people watching, and we know that there's a lot. This is getting exposure to people that don't know anything about what this is, and this is called ChampCar. It's been around for about 16 years. It used to be called ChampCar, but the idea is, if you're familiar with lemons, it's kind of a grown-up version of that. It's essentially you have inexpensive cars that you put safety equipment in, and then maybe you can warm over the engine a little bit. You have so many points to work with, and then you can go racing with that car on America's bucket list tracks. We have races all over the country that we conduct, and we have a schedule on the ChampCar.org website, shows where all the races are. So this is an opportunity for the common guy to get out there and do some racing, and that's partly why Kyle goes into a lot of exposition about how's this guy driving the car and what's the car doing. You don't get that on major network broadcast because, well, that's really not the topic. It's just about positions and things like that. But that's not what we are. We're a starter series where there's a lot of people out here that probably never been in a race car before. Majority of them have. They're very polished drivers. But that's kind of the cool thing about ChampCar is that you can get into the sport. You can drive on these amazing racetracks, and you don't have to be rich. You don't have to have an amazing sponsor or anything like that. And even a race car, and the reason we say that is because there are almost always teams looking for drivers, especially at a big event like this. You're going to have quite a few teams that have a driver lineup and somebody bows out and then they need to replace that driver. So partly that's because of the rules. We have a maximum stint time of 2 hours for each driver. So then a new driver has to get in the car, and the guy that got out or girl that got out has to spend at least an hour cooling off before they can get back in. So because of that, these teams are bringing a host of drivers with them. It also helps divide up the costs of everything, the tires, the fuels, the entry fee, all of that. It gets expensive. So there is opportunity out there. Now, sure, some of the teams, they want experienced drivers, but not all. And so it gives you an opportunity to dip your toe into racing. And we have a lot of pro drivers that join us, though, too, a lot of pro teams, like the Salins team, for instance. We all, even Andy Pilgrim's out here this weekend. There's a lot of high-profile drivers, but then also just, the entry-level driver as well. So there's a lot of opportunity in Champ Car. And one of the best ways, Kyle, I think, to get started in the sport is really just to come out and join us, volunteer for an event, come out, spend a weekend with us volunteering. You get to know some of the staff, some of the ins and outs of what's going on. And you really learn a lot, and, of course, at that point, you'll be hooked.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Paulie, you pretty much hit the nail on the head with a lot of it. So for our viewers that are watching the broadcast, I threw the ChampCar.org link into the website so you can learn more about our club and our organization and what we have, all the partners that help us out, like TireRack.com, AutoZone, Hawk Performance, our race title sponsor for this weekend. Check it out. You can see the schedule. Like Paulie said, we hit, like Daytona, we hit so many bucket list racetracks on our schedule to where you can race at these iconic places and not be a multi-zillionaire running in some of your professional series and have to bring all that money to the table. You can come out here, you can volunteer, learn, like Paulie said, you can learn who the players are, you can learn who the players are on the staff, learn about the series, talk to some of the teams, talk to some of who would be your fellow drivers, potentially teammates, if you were to rent a ride from certain teams, or drivers that are looking for a ride if you started your team. I mean, we have a eclectic group that it's just amateur drivers that have never raced before that are looking to get hooked and enjoy the fun like we do, all the way up to guys that semi-professionally race, but also folks that professionally race and are using this for additional seat time. It's a great series. I've been in Champ Car myself since 2016. My first race was at Charlotte, North Carolina at the Charlotte Motor Speedway on the old Roval configuration in 2016 in July of that year, and it's been an amazing ride ever since. That was still back during the Chump Car days. Now we transitioned into the Champ Cars days, and it's been great. And I can attest to the fact that even though this is an amateur racing and you're thinking, especially for some of your bigger teams and your pro guys, well, why would I want to do that? It's not pro. Wow, that was a handful of wheel right there for Wilson Daly. That driver in there, they are fighting that car. I know that car does not have a rear wing on the back of it, so I have a feeling with that wind, he is always having to get a handful of wheel, and he is trying to keep that thing stabilized. I want to give a tip of the hat to that driver. You are working, sir, ma'am, whoever it is. But to finish up what I was saying, this series has so much to it because it gives you that opportunity to get extra seat time at places that professional series actually race. And if you're looking to make something out of this, it's a good way to come and get seat time for your approval process with your whoever your competition directors are for what the series is, because they look very heavily on this at experience at Watkins Glen or Daytona or others. But for drivers that are just learning and wanting to experience it, it's a chance to come race where the legends have raced. Racing at a place like Daytona that legends have won the Daytona 500, the Rolex 24, like Dan Gurney or Richard Petty or David Pearson or Scott Pruitt. Let's say Scott Russell on the two-wheel side of it with the Daytona 200, Miguel Duhamel, 5 or 6 time champion of the Daytona 200. I believe multiple time champion of the Daytona 200. I mean, you're racing at the same place these guys are, and it means a lot, but you learn a lot because you can pick the brain of these guys, and you can start your own team or you can rent a car and figure it out. But volunteering is the best way to go about it. Come out, see what it's all about, hang out for a weekend, grab a weekend membership, be part of it, and then make your decision from there and what works best for you and your budget.
Yeah, you can get the weekend budget or membership where you just come out and do it just for that weekend. But it's you might as well just get the full membership. Then you know that way you're not buying memberships every time you come in. It's gonna be cheaper in the long run just to get that annual. So if you have any questions, feel free to message us here in the chat. If you're brand new, you probably won't be able to message because we have some security I had to put down on the messaging. You have to be a subscriber for at least a day before you can message. But you can feel free to notify us. You know, there's the ChampCar.org website has email addresses. You can contact myself. It's paul.veltum@champcar.org or the info for any questions you may have about the series. So lots of opportunity for you to get involved, and you might as well come out and test the water and see what it's like, because even if you don't want to maybe drive, there's certainly a lot of other opportunities, from photography to working in the pits to helping the staff with various things. There's a lot of work that needs to be done, of course, and having that support for not only the club, but also teams are looking for support people too. So there's a lot of opportunity there for you to come out and get involved in the sport and do something extraordinarily different from what anybody else is doing at the office.
No,
you can be sure of that.
That's a good point. And we also want to thank all of our sponsors too. I just noticed real quick, I'll get back to the ChampCar. Oh, looks like we're going. It looks like one of the entries took the shortcut through not the International Horseshoe, the bike track, for that one, the first turn in there. But it looks like they were just trying, I think they had a hiccup. They were trying to keep the car fired. They got it rolling and took off, so everything's good. We're still lean and green. But if you're interested, if anybody's interested in sponsorship, we want to thank all of our sponsors that make this happen. Our title sponsor for ChampCar with TireRack.com. We have our series sponsors, Hawk Performance, who this weekend is doubling as the race sponsor, Lifeline USA, Parts Badger, Frozen Motors, Flying Wrench Motorsports, Electronics. We have our class sponsors, Krispy Kreme for the A-Class, Discovery Parts for B, 9 Lives Racing for the D-Class. We are still open and could use a C-Class sponsor, an F-Class sponsor, and I'm sure those EC guys could use a little love too. And we want to thank all of our ChampCar.Live sponsors.
Yeah.
Looks like the 808's having a little bit of a hiccup here. But real quick, AutoZone, thank you guys so much for what you do. Candelaria Racing Products with Sentinel, we appreciate it. Better Call. And our supporting sponsors, Laminex Protective Films and CallToGrid.com. If you have a company that wants to get some extra exposure, you want to help the grassroots of racing, but you also want to do some stuff, reach out to us. Absolutely. We appreciate it. We want to make sure you guys get the biggest bang for your buck. If you're interested,
reach out to me.
Yep, reach out to Paulie Veltum. His paul.veltum at ChampCar.org. He can hook you up with that and get you situated, take care of you, make sure we get your name plastered out there and your logo, get you some brand awareness, hopefully get you some new customer base, and we will absolutely take care of you guys. So, but thank you to all of our sponsors that have been with us for quite a while. So if you're looking, go buy some brakes, go get a Lifeline system, and go get a donut.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot of sponsorship and advertising opportunities. MyRaces.live has just come on board to support the show and as an advertiser. So really appreciate having them on board. Good group of people. And there's plenty of other opportunities for sponsorship, advertising, and so on. So hope you feel free to reach out to myself, and I'll be happy to talk to you about some of the opportunities and get your name out there. We have such a broad audience in motorsports, and of course the show gets a lot of exposure. You can be sure that it won't be money wasted. This is a valuable asset for your company if you're interested in getting your name out there. So just getting you up to speed here a little bit. Also, what's going on with the event here? Number 126, the Level 1 Racing was meatballed for parts falling off the car. We did have side-to-side contact that was observed between the Gus Racing team and the let me get this right, the 117 and the 155 AOA Motorsports. Just a pit lane warning there. No action was taken, and it was inconclusive really what took place there. We had a 4-off continue on the number 16 from the Ground Up Motorsports. That's something that the race controller does keep an eye on, is the number of 4-offs. So if you get, you'll be warned in the pits the first time, and if it continues to happen, then they'll take action on that driver, maybe even the team. So, just got to keep the tires on the racetrack. That's really what it comes down to. Nolan's in the pits right now, getting some footage.
Looks like we're still in a little bit of a cycle of pit stops here. Paulie, let's update these guys real quick. It looks like Team Salem Mustard has taken the lead of this race. Eddie Vedder is now in second position. Wilson Daly Racing is still in third. Brew Crew in fourth. Floridian guys are still rounding out your top five. TLM USA is up to sixth place. Open Throttle, the number 69 car, is still leading the PC class.
Yeah, so Eddie Vedder dropped to second place when they came into the pits. They're down 15 seconds from the Team Salem machine. So that would lead us to understand why there was a change of position. So Team Salem leads this race now for the first time in this 14-hour contest with plenty of racing. Over 8 hours now remain, just 8 hours remain in the race. So stay with us, folks. Lots of racing on tap at Daytona. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. We're in the pits here with Nolan at the helm here. Number 696 in the pits.
So it looks like a standard driver change right there, as you can see. So for those that may be new to Champ Car or have never watched with us before, especially with us being Daytona, so when you're fueling, you can only have up to 5 crew members fully suited head to toe in fire safety gear. The only exclusion from that is closed-toe tennis shoes. In case of any spillage of fuel, Champ Car doesn't want drivers to mess up your driving shoes or get fuel on them, and then you end up slipping on the pedals. So it's 5 over the wall. You have your fueler that you saw, then you have 1 individual on the fire bottle, and then you have your driver getting out, the driver getting in, and then there is an individual that has to be fully suited, like we talked about, that can assist with only the driver change. And until that gas cap goes back on the car and is fully seated and closed, no other work can be done at that point. And then once that's done, then the safety stuff can come off and they can attend to other things.
Yeah, sorry about that, Mike. Folks got that tamed. There was a report on Infinite Loop coming from the corner workers. They reported a smell like differential fluid. So they are now behind the wall in the garage, it looks like, and they're tending under the hood of that car.
Yeah, it's a shame for those guys. But hopefully they can get it fixed and get back out there and be able to take the checker tonight. So we're about just past 3 o'clock here, Eastern Standard Time on the East Coast, and it looks like we're just over the 6-hour mark. Everything seems pretty relaxed down there right now, and everybody seems to be doing okay. We're starting to see a little bit of attrition as we're back on board here with TLM USA, but that's just Daytona. But we see this every year, and unfortunately, it happens. That's racing. Nothing, that's just part of the process that we all go through, the kind of ebb and flow of it. But we're here at Daytona. That's really the biggest thing that you can state about it. It's an amazing experience. It's awesome to be a part of. But now we'll start to see how the heat is affecting these cars, and if driver fatigue with mistakes, if drivers are missing shifts, or if things happen, are starting to cause some of the problem. Nice move there by Eddie Vedder, our second place car. Looks like we may be going yellow here, Paulie.
Yeah, it looks like we will be going to full course caution. Eddie Vedder has been steadily decreasing the lead as he's waving to the people behind Don't come barreling by me. We're purple 35. Yes, he has cut that deficit to Team Salem by 3.99 seconds on that last time through under green. And again, the Vetter car has pitted relatively recently. Not expecting them to have to pit anytime soon. I think the Salem's cars will probably stay out there too. As the 831 times it perfectly coming in for their pit stop. 831, this is one of the Team MDR Motorsports cars, the Porsche Boxster. They have a Miata here this weekend, a 93, and then they've got also the Boxster here, which is a 98.
So, Polly, I'm checking out Marching Ants. I'm not seeing anything conclusive at this point as to why we're code 35, but I wonder, based on the fact that you just said the 808 was dropping some, potentially people were smelling fluid, I wonder if officials and control were getting reports of fluid on the racetrack and they needed to attend to it. I do see safety out on the back straightaway. Looks like they might be picking up some debris. They're moving around. They may be checking for some stuff. So this might be a little bit of doing some track cleanup, making sure everything is on the up and up on that side of it. Because at the speeds we're carrying here, folks, I mean, you heard some of the speeds that these teams are doing down this back straightaway and here at Daytona International Speedway. The last thing you need to do is have somebody hit something and then it cuts a tire and creates a bigger mess. So always need to take safety into concern as we're in the pits of the Brew Crew team. I think I saw, it looks like Arjun either just got out of the car. It's his wife Kate to his right there in the shorts. It looks like Arjun may be either getting ready to get in the car or he just got out. I have a feeling probably getting ready to get in.
So we did have a report on the 988, that's Valerian Steel, of dropping fuel. In fact, they were black flagged for a drive-through on that from the left rear. So perhaps crews are just checking on that fuel spill. A lot of times when that fuel comes out, it aerates pretty quickly and evaporates. It's not a big problem. So I'm not sure that that's the cause of the pain. We do see there's an EV right here. Looks like as we're just coming to the start-finish line. So there's some concern there. I'm just going to look. Yeah, this is right at that wedge that takes you into pit road. I'm not sure if they're waiting for traffic. Yeah, they're waiting for traffic to clear. It looks like that the emergency vehicle is they pulled out just a little bit, stopped and got out. Okay. So yeah, there was some debris out there. Looks like at that that triangle there that separates pit road from the front straightaway. And they've picked that up and progressed down now the front straightaway. So that would explain that. So hope you folks are having a great weekend. Kick off to your weekend. 3:11 here local time. So still 7 hours and 48 minutes remain in the race. Unofficially, this is one of those moments, it's opportunity for teams to take advantage of those cautions. And again, it seems as though these cautions are coming somewhat frequently, maybe every half an hour or so. And that gives teams some opportunity for their strategy to work out where they weren't necessarily ready to pit before. Maybe now they're in a position where they feel like they can. Well, we started out this morning actually with a little bit of rain shower. There's quite a bit of cloud coverage. But now those skies have cleared, as you can see from this camera shot. Looking out over turn 3, it is really cleared up on this area of the sky. There's still a little bit of cloud coverage back here as we look at turn number 1, but I think a lot of that's just the camera for the most part. So there's a few hanging clouds, but for the most part, the skies have cleared up quite a bit.
It's a gorgeous day here in Daytona. For folks don't know where it is, as Al Roker would say, in your neck of the woods, but it is beautiful down here in Daytona. Sunny skies, palm trees, right by the beach. I mean, this is Chamber of Commerce weather here. Looks like John is in the pits for Brew Crew, so Arjun was suited up to get ready to get in the car. It's pretty easy to spot him with his helmet and his gloves, and he wears that very bright suit. So looks like John will come in, he'll hop out, get him a drink and an attaboy for the work, and then looks like Arjun will get ready to hop in the car here.
Yeah, there's a little bit of difference in times between our cameras, which are a little bit more current, and some of the other feeds, which are going to be a few seconds back. So that's why it's like, wait a minute, I thought the car was still rolling, but now suddenly they're doing the driver change. So this is Nolan on the camera here in the pits, picking up the action.
So John's hopping out of the car, and then you'll see Arjun get in the car. He's got tear-offs on his visor right there. He tends to run with his visor down. Drivers have preferences. Some like to run with it cracked. Others run with it down. And instead of with, obviously, rubber and debris can get through the gap in the front between the window net and where the mirror is. So he can just pull. A lot of times you'll see this with drivers on dirt tracks. They'll pull especially sprint car racing or midgets. They'll pull a tear-off off of their visor, and then they'll just let it, fly away. It's just a very small piece of plastic, doesn't hurt anything, and but if it gets caught on your grill, it can ruin your day.
Yeah, it's one of those things. There's still concerns about that in Formula One, and it's still an issue every once in a while. Some unlucky person gets it caught up in a radiator.
Yeah, it happens a lot in NASCAR too, because they run windshield tear-offs on those cars, where it's a big sheet of plastic, and a lot of times if that flies off or doesn't get put in a trash can and ends up on a racetrack, it can cover the front end of a car and cook your day.
So they're getting their driver strapped in, as we saw. Same thing that we saw when Kyle was helping their driver get strapped in. This crew is doing the same thing. They're working. You saw the cool box coming over that chest. So that's what that's all about. They just changing the whole chest out rather than adding water or ice on pit lane. Very efficient.
So how that works is the cool box, it's an electronic system, and you put ice in the cool box with water, and what it does is it pushes Arjun or whoever it is will wear a cool suit. It's a
bilge pump.
Thank you. Essentially, it's a Nomex shirt, but it's got a bunch of. It looks like you got a bunch of like EKG tests hooked up to you, like they're checking your heart. But what it is, it's to Paulie's point there, it's a bunch of hoses that run, and the idea is it's supposed to keep your heart and your body temperature cooled down, because a lot of times that's when you can get overheated, risk passing out, especially as you get hot. That runs through the system, and that cool water is amazing for the drivers that run it. I've talked to them pretty in depth about it, and they said it really makes a difference where when they have it for drivers that need it, that can't necessarily do the hot temperatures too well without a system, they said it really helps them relax and not feel like it's a distraction, and it keeps that temperature down to where they can drive the car effectively.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Some people like it, some people don't. I have a cool shirt. I have a couple cool shirts. Raced for many, many years without any of that stuff, and it's good. Some like Kyle said, some people really need that for medical reasons. They really can't. Their body just doesn't handle the heat very well, and there is some medical proven history that once you do suffer heat exhaustion, it does do some damage to your brain stem, and you're more susceptible to becoming sick again from it. So some people really need something like that. I maintain that although I've used it, and I've had quite a few cases where I wished it was working and it wasn't, and I've found out just being really well hydrated, being prepared like that, makes a huge difference. I've been able to sustain things at very high, heavy temperatures and a lot of humidity. And really no reason why I should be able to stand it other than I was just really well hydrated. Bananas for breakfast and lots of good hydration and well prepared. That makes a huge difference what your body can withstand. So cool shirts, cool suit systems are fine. Nothing wrong with them. But it is more gadgets you're carrying. It's like you get in the car, you got a bottle, you got the cool shirt, you got the hoses hanging out of your pants. You feel like you're on life support. You got all this gadgetry you got to carry around with you in and out of the car. It's kind of irritating. I just want to get in and drive.
But also, too, while it's more of that for your driving side of it, it also puts more load on the electrical system of your car and the battery. So unless you're running a spare battery for the system that runs it by itself, you've got to keep that in mind. And like I was talking about earlier, I believe it was Richard, we were having a good discussion about this topic. And the point that I brought up is while they're great and they serve a phenomenal purpose, if you're fighting an electrical issue and you're trying to get this car to the end of the race, the first thing a team will tell you, especially a pro team, they're going to tell you driver comfort's got to go. This car's got to make it to the end. We got to score points and do what we got to do. So making sure that you're, to Paulie's point, hydrated, make sure that you have a banana or some type of pickle juice to prevent cramping. Had to take a little bit of
blew the bus stop almost completely. Blew both of the inside turns there.
Had to take a little bit of a detour, but very heads up, the car bobbled. He didn't just turn it, caught it, took a little bit of the time penalty there, gave up some of the spots, and was able to keep going on. But yeah, I mean, having that's great, but just preparation during the week. I mean, if you know you're racing Saturday, Sunday, start hydrating on Monday, and it makes a big difference. So, Paulie, I got to go check on my boys at Rad Air Racing and make sure they are good to go. The More is Less is in studio, and he is going to take over for me. I will be back a little bit later. Enjoy. Sweet tea is on board in the drink bottle for John and Whitnauer Motorsports. We want a picture of that at Gingerman that we can show at Watkins Glen on our next broadcast, John. So Thanks again for that. I'm going to hand it over to Les and enjoy, and I'll see you guys shortly.
Okay, thanks, Kyle, for that. Appreciate it. As still the race continues on as we are back to green, exhaust dragging on the number 440. They've been black flagged to come in and get that taken. That's the infinitely challenged team. So I would think that'd be more of a meatball situation really than a black flag drive-through. But whatever the case is, that's where we're at. Down in the pits with Nolan, the 172. That's the TLM car in the pits that's been doing so well today. That team, and why they're free revving the engine for some reason, so they might be checking something. They're looking at the time. There's a lot of shouting going on and decisions being made. Now the car is being waved on. So don't know if they were waiting or what the story was there. But that's what it looks like from the TLM team pit lane action there for that machine. As that car, it's going to head down pit lane, and so what he's doing here with his glove, or she, is trying to get their wristband exposed, so that way so at pit out they need to see your driver's wristband. They're going to check your belts to make sure they're laced properly as best as they can, and they're going to send you out. It's a cursory check. It's not a guarantee. There's no liability there on our part. That's just us trying to make one more quick eyeball check to make sure you're safe, but not, it's really up to you to make sure that you are belted in correctly for your event. Les is up here just getting out of the sun, and now it's really sunny out there.
It's very sunny. I had the sunglasses on. It was good though. It wasn't bad, It matches my personality, right?
Yeah.
But no, it's good to see TLM still running pretty strong out there for sure.
So how was it down there on pit road, and what was the kind of the mood and the atmosphere like down there?
It was great. I caught a lot of people taking some naps and stuff, so that was cool. You know, they're like eating sandwiches and taking naps. I'm like, I think it was Floridians. They had a whole inflatable couch popped up there, so they were kind of relaxing out.
There you go.
Yeah, so
in Florida, we've had that for years, where someone will bring a couch and drop it in pit lane. Just makes my wife chuckle when she sees that. It's like, yeah, well, I don't know. It's in they had room in the truck, so they threw it in there. They have this.
Gotta have a place to sit, for sure. But yeah, the mood is great. Everyone's smiling. Everyone's happy. I mean, even the guys that were packing up that I got an interview with, they were still, over the moon, saying they're coming back next year, no matter what. So.
Yeah, it was great seeing that old Toyota Supra. It was great. It's like, wow, check it out. And they were the ones that had, did they get into an accident with that? Was that the deal?
Yep, they got into an accident coming into pit lane. So they said they had some issues with their drive shaft. It's a carbon fiber drive shaft. So he said instead of turning it into powdered dust, I believe his words were, expensive dust, that he was going to, just kind of go and get it balanced and come back again next year. So not the best of luck for those guys, but they are troopers for sure. Said third time's the charm.
So Eddie Vedder leads by 1.8 seconds over Team Salem Mustard. They have gotten that pass done to retake the lead of this race away from the Porsche team, as Team Salem still holding on strong, not letting go, and they're going to be there, you can bet, throughout the day and into the evening. Because, yes, we do race into the night. The checkered flag is at 11 o'clock this evening, local time, so it's going to be... Yeah, there's a lot of race. Another 7.5 hours of racing going on here. Wilson Daly in third place, back about a lap, 3 laps back from them. Brew Crew Racing. Then about 2 laps back, it's Hong North. Florida Motorsports just about 4 seconds behind Hong North. They're dueling for 5th place. Atlanta Speedworks back 48 seconds. TLM back 4.7 seconds from Atlanta Speedworks. In 9th place, it's Track Car Rental, back about a lap, and Kaywood Racing in 10th, about 16 seconds behind TCR. So that's a quick rundown of how things look right now. The top 3 teams showing their equal pit stops, more pit stops for Brew Crew, maybe 5 pit stops there, 4 or 5 that they've had in now. Hong North and Atlanta Speedworks both, and along with Florida Motorsports, all look like they're all in that same pit strategy. So there's been a few teams that have a few more pit stops, but for the most part, yeah, those top runners are pretty much on the same pit strategy, it looks like.
That's going to come down to playing at the end of the race, too, for sure. Who can stretch it that last stint. That's always the trick. You pray for a caution and that it falls within your pit window and you have to do a last driver change. And typically, you can pull it off. Typically, most of the teams that win, they pull that off. I think last year it was just pure motivation of at the line. They caught them right at the premium dudes, caught them right at the line, and I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, every time you come in for a pit stop, if you're basically, you've got this 5-minute thing going on because you're putting fuel in the car and nobody's on the track. So you're sort of banking 5 minutes every time. So you've got a little bit of a window there, that first pit stop. You can take them all the way out to the ragged edge, he or she out to the ragged edge of 2 hours, and then bring them in. Mm-hmm. And then the next person that goes out, well, you've got 5 minutes that you've banked that you can play around with. And, of course, when they come in, you got another 5 minutes. So because we have so many hours going by, there's some leeway they can play with, stopping a little early, or maybe pushing that driver all the way out to 2 hours, depending on how they want to work the strategy.
Yeah, and then the name of the game is to have a car that can actually do more than 2 hours with your extended fuel reserve in there. And a lot of teams interpret the rules very generously sometimes with that, with surge tanks and things. But I think the way the rules are written is you can have the stock tank plus plus 2 gallons after you do a fuel cell.
Yeah, it's something like that. Oh, and we're going back to caution here. Full course Caccioloni. Oil down. Black flag for the car 640.
Oh, no.
And that is the Gunslinger Racing Team. So I don't have a corner number yet. But I do see one emergency vehicle beginning to roll over around turn 6. And so we'll just kind of keep an eye on things here. And we got a car pulled off the racetrack there on the left. Might be an open throttle.
Looks like an open throttle BMW. Yeah, not sure if that's their EC class car or not.
Yeah, so that might be the area they're concerned about. Oil being down. Code 35. And there is a car. The car is being identified. And it's 351, which I don't actually have on my sheet.
The track is always changing, so definitely going to require some heads-up driving for those guys if they're coming into turn 6. That's a pretty good braking zone, you know. You got to get that inside apex there.
It's like Section 8 coming in. Someone thought about coming in and changed their mind. One of the EC Mustangs, it looks like.
Wind is definitely picking up down there for sure. I was watching people do their fuel stops, and they were throwing the fuel catch cans down. They were kind of flying away too, so they had to put the foot on it, and it was a spectacle for sure. So open throttle, it's always kind of difficult to tell which car it is because all their cars are painted the same hue of green.
Yeah,
which is a very good calling side of was it Mike Gorman? Does a really good job and a really good programming. He fields cars in multiple series, so that man is always busy. It's Hong North.
Yeah, looks like they're behind the Shark car, maybe.
Yep.
And, well, maybe not. I thought that was, but I don't see the fins, so maybe it's not an Infinity. Taillights don't look like Infinity, do they?
No. It's kind of relaxing, just driving with one hand there, you know, reserving the energy. So is this, the temperature is actually starting to go up out there, so as I was out there on pit lane and showing you guys, it's, so the ambient temperature is maybe less than 100, but the track temperature is quite high.
Yep.
And that just radiates through the car.
Going back to caution here, which means we'll shortly be going back to green. And there is the signal for green as they pull the caution in. And we go back to racing here again at Daytona. So with that, we'll take another commercial break and be back in just a few minutes. So be sure and stay with us. We're at Daytona International Speedway this weekend for the Hawk Performance Daytona 14. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Back at Daytona Live, the World Center of Racing here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Paul Velton with Les Epps and Nolan Ryan and Kyle Lockrow here this weekend calling the race for you. As the 468 in the pits there. Yeah, some of these cameras are a little sticky here, but we're keeping them going for you, folks. Thanks for joining us. I hope you hit that like and subscribe for us to keep us going. Yeah, 200 likes. That's pretty good. Yeah, there you go.
On board with TLM here, and see they're driving their race, keeping it nice and tight and nice and tidy.
Yeah. TLM right now, let's see where they're at in the standings. They're scored in 7th place because we got that EC car up there ahead. Their fastest lap time of the day, 2:16, 18 seconds the gap up to Atlanta Speedworks and their Porsche Boxster.
I believe ATL Speedworks was the champions last year, weren't they?
Yes. They were last year's national champion.
Seem to be doing pretty well, and with the partnership with the Rockwells, seems like they're gonna have a pretty formidable team.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Obviously, 2 competitive and successful racing teams joining forces. So, and racing teams are, a lot like a music band. It's just you got to get the right chemistry, the right combination of people, or it's a bad marriage and it just doesn't work out. So if they can make it work, then more power to them. And they'll be amazing, I'm sure, for it.
I guess all of us that aren't on the team, I guess we can claim they have a monopoly now, right? Antitrust laws or something, Definitely 2 teams I've driven for, though. They're really nice guys, for sure. They run a tight ship, for sure.
Well, what they're really doing is they're handing off, one race. Instead of showing up both teams, they're like, well, okay, we'll run this car on this weekend, and we'll run that car on that weekend. So it's, they've kind of, if anything, they've relieved a little bit of pressure from the field because it's just one car or the other instead of both at some of the events,
Financially, I think that's probably pretty advantageous too,
Sure.
There. Looking smooth down there. Got some tight action coming into turn 3. The Mini Cooper seems to be holding its own very well. There's so much room out here, and there's more than one way to pass a car around this racetrack, and it's always interesting to me to see the people that are willing to take that chance on the inside or the outside, and they just make it work. And I got to give hats off to our Champ Car competitors because just respectful driving, no one really chops off anyone else's nose on it, or you never really see anybody like slam on the brakes and lock up. Haven't seen any your number 1 signal, hand signals going to anyone yet, so that's great too.
Right.
We got Brew Crew here, and Arjun is putting that car through his paces.
Yeah, Brew Crew was up to 2nd place earlier today. They're currently in 4th place. 3 laps back from Wilson Daly there in 3rd. Their fastest lap time of the day at 2:16. And their last time, 2:13 rather, is their best lap, and a 2:16 on the last lap. They did have that collision some time ago, so that can sort of throw off the car's handling a little bit. We'll see how it goes.
Going well too. Yeah.
Coming down the front straightaway.
Using all that RPM. You can hear that motor zimming along.
This is a lot of fun through here, but it requires a lot of focus. Gets it woe down quite a bit there. Give it a little extra gas to keep the speed up. And then he found the back end was a little loose, so maybe it was okay.
Right. Yeah, he corrected very smoothly, though. I'll give him that. Good hand speed.
Now bending into the curb, coming down around the inside here. Trying to get out to the exit. So once I get a good exit. And that just means, some of this terminology, I hate to be throwing a bunch of jargon around. But as you work your way up to the corner, we could talk about this less, into the corner and then leave the corner, you're trying to look for this geometric advantage, like the best line through the corner. And you would think, like on the autocross, a lot of hug the inside line all the way around. But actually you have to be thinking about the next corner and about the next part of the track. So instead, it's more of, on a traditional right-hand turn, you're going to line the car up on the far left side of the racetrack, cross over the track to where the car just touches the curbing maybe on the inside at the what they call the apex of the corner, the center line of the corner, and then the car then shoots all the way across to the opposite side again to what we call the outside of the track on the left for the exit, as we call it.
Right. And if you're battling in traffic, the person in front of you is not going to allow you to just take that perfect line every single time because they're trying to stay ahead of you. So you might have to drive, on the dirty side of the track, as we call it. That's the I shouldn't say the least optimal line through, but usually there's some tire junk over there and it's a little slipperier. And sometimes it's not the best way through the turn, but you have to play those mental games with maybe psyching the other person out, thinking, letting them think that you're going to try and, make a pass when you don't really want to, but just getting them to throw them off their line so you can make a pass before the next turn.
Coming back down the front straightaway here through the tri-oval.
Let's see him go through turn 1 again, see if that back end is every bit as loose as it was last time. That seems like he got a good handle on it.
Yeah, it seemed like it was a little more stable.
The track is constant, like I was alluding to, the track is constantly changing too. So if someone came through there a little bit earlier and they dropped some stuff down, the next time through it might be, slipperier, and the time after that, it doesn't ever truly go away, but then you're mentally more prepared just to, all right, I got to take it easy through here. Getting on the throttle just a tad bit slower, maybe opening up the corner just a little bit wider, taking a wider radius, a wider arc, I should say. Right, you can see that, was that a Civic there? Kind of stayed on their side and just good respect. Love it.
Yeah, he's got another Civic in front of him. Looks like it came around. And so now he's left turn 5. He's going to cross over the track to line up for turn 6. Right at the curbing there, you start working your way over to the apex for 6. You can see he just kisses the curbing on the outside. Now he's right up on the wall, leaving the corner.
Good driving for sure.
So he'll swing up to the high side or maybe the mid side. It's not really great to be right up on the wall. Kind of, you think, oh, it's cool. I'm just going to go up there and like put my mirror on that wall, but it really isn't that cool. You don't really want to do that. There's, as you alluded to, Les, there's a lot of marbles up there, and you're pretty close. You're going really fast. You could actually cause yourself some harm. You could wreck the car up there. So it's best to just
for sure. Target fixation is a thing. If you're really on it and concentrating on your braking zones, you're fine. But if you're just letting your mind wander, you'll look at something off to the side. You're like, oh, hey, look, a bird, and then I can't be the only one that's seen like a bird or something like that when I've been driving. Am I wrong?
Is that a finch, I believe, of the Australian version? In this climate? That's peculiar. I need to make a note.
Radio into the team for it. Looks like we're going to a 4-course yellow here.
Yes, it does. Okay, yeah, we've got a car stranded. It's a Pontiac, maybe a Trans Am, at turn 6. And it looks like they just kind of pulled off and said, okay, this is good.
All right.
I've had enough. I give up.
Looks like the headlights are still on, though, so.
Yeah. And there's another car pulled off on the opposite side of the track, leaving turn 5.
Hope they didn't have any contact.
Yeah, that would follow, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That does happen. You get a couple cars come together, and they're both damaged, and one of them makes it a little bit further than the other one.
All right. Off top of your head, Paulie, do you know what's the rule for the headlights here? What time do they have to come on? It's always a hair scramble.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It seems like it's always 5 o'clock for the races we're at, but I don't know for sure. I imagine it's in the supplementals. So if I was a team, I would be looking at that and really just thinking about what I like to practice is whoever's getting in the car for the stint where the lights are supposed to come on, we're turning them on when they're in their pit stop. They're getting in the car.
Yes.
So we're not trying to get a hold of this guy on the radio.
Turn on your lights.
Dude, turn on your lights. We're just going to do it then, and then we've got it done.
Right. We got everyone slowing down here.
Yeah, still waiting for the vehicles to get on the scene, and Nolan in the pits with the Betty White machine. Car number 100 getting their pit stop out of the way under this caution. Good idea. The WT Florida Racing Team, the Betty White car as we call it.
That's a super cool car. I love the livery, honestly.
Yeah, it's great. A lot of fun.
And it's always fun to have fun with your livery, you know, and some people take this super seriously. It's very serious, but sometimes they just kind of throw some stuff on, and it's just a good time, you know. What better way to attract attention and sponsors than Betty White?
Have some fun with it. I mean, I think that's what we're here for. It's trophy racing. It's not for make your career or anything in ChampCar. So I don't think Roger Penske's watching.
I don't know.
Although if he is, less Epps.
Right. He has a suite here. I am prepared, sir.
That's right. Put me in, coach. All right. Hooked up the Pontiac on the rope. Hopefully he rides the brakes. Keep that rope taut and let him come on through. Same for the other car. No info on control logs there as to what the story is, but looks like Bill's preoccupied with binoculars.
I think Eddie Vedder's down into second now, and about a 2-minute difference, it looks like. So they probably came in for their pit stop, and makes sense.
Yep, they did. Looks like I'm looking at the pit stop count. So they got that done. So they'll be good for a while.
Yep. Routine clockwork. I was down there. They did a little check on the tires and everything, but they seemed like they were still like they had some pretty good tread on them. So that tells you they're pretty good at managing that throttle or the corner exit. You know, because if you stomp on the power in that car, like I know it would just go around. The thing has to have so much power, just the torque. Those old Corvettes.
And so if you're wondering what's going on right now, we have the cars in what's called a purple 35. Now what that is think of cars going the caution that you see in most racing formats. We have that here too, but we also have this thing called a purple 35, which is where all the cars are slowed down to a maximum of 35 miles per hour. We have these electronic devices in each of the cars where they can see when we go into that condition, they can monitor their speed to make sure they're not exceeding 35 miles an hour. It just holds the cars essentially on track in their current position with their current gaps. That's the theory behind it. It also helps primarily for getting us back to green flag racing as quickly as possible, so we don't have to put a pace car out and then bring the pace car around a number of times, and then a lot of times the emergency crew gets the track cleared, and then we're really just sitting waiting for 3 miles for this pace car to come all the way around and get back in the pits. So this way we don't have to do that. We can just say, okay, we're going back to caution for a minute or so, and then we're going to go back to green. It's much quicker. So still that tow vehicle going back into the infield there.
This guy's driving down on the apron, conserving some fuel.
Eddie Vedder just keeps working their way up to the front. We go back to caution, keeps working their way into the lead. Right now, it just seems like they are the ones that really have a handle on this as the cars now accelerate and get ready for the green flag.
Well, we're back to green.
They will pull a caution in. We have it.
Wilson Daily Racing moving back up into third place. They led the race quite along. First opening sets. Maybe they got their fast guy back in, or decided on fresher tires now.
As you turn listening through here, just pedals it a little bit. A little surprised at that.
That's the hardest turn. It looks so easy.
Yeah. Well, why don't you talk about that? I mean, you say it's the hardest turn. Yeah, it looks easy. What's hard about turn?
It's just very deceptive because you think it's a decreasing radius turn. So as you come, actually, turn 5 here. I'll show you turn 5 and then turn 6. So coming through here, you think you have more runoff room than you do, and it just gets tighter, and you're like, but you've already slowed the car down, so you think to yourself, oh man, I need to get back on the power. I'm going too slow. Someone's going to pass me. So then you go to get back on the power, and that car goes, oh, you want me to go wide, huh? And then...
Not really, but okay.
Right? And unfortunately, sometimes your eyes look up at the wall, and you go, ooh, it's coming close. But, you know, driving is a lot of mental things, just hoping and knowing the car's going to stick there. It works out good. But when you don't get it right, it does not work out great, for sure. Yep. Well, I was starting my Champ Car career, you'd say. One of my biggest things was getting into a car after someone else, because I didn't get to feel the car naturally warm up and come into its grip level. So you're really always kind of like, oh, is it going to stick? I don't know. You know, this is someone else's car. I was renting seats, so it was one of those things like, is it going to stick? I don't want to loop the car. I don't want to ruin everyone else's race. For me, it wasn't really worried about ever getting hurt or anything. I just didn't want to ruin anyone else's race because, you know, you'd be a nice guy, for sure. But not feeling the car come up to those temperatures and just knowing, okay, the tires are already at this temp. I can go out and I can go 80% or I can go 90%. Or if the car cools down quite a bit, oh man, I got to really just work back at that brake pedal, get it nice and warmed up. Finish here. Nice and tidy through there. Excellent. Turn 2. Here's turn 3. So because you have to get all the way right down the center. You use a different braking mark. And then you look at the inside curve, and then there's one curve here, and then there's another curve on the outside. So you're never really sure. Like the first curve you see, and you go, ooh, I went too far. But that's fine. That's fine. If you have to tell your brake, calm down. That's fine. Go right back along and turn 4. Turn 5. Braking nice and deep. Turn in late, and slowly roll back onto the power. Get ready for 6.
So a couple things come down to us from Chelsea. So for your drivers and for you drivers that are here this weekend, a couple things if you haven't seen it on the WhatsApp app. So please use the drive lane clearly marked far right on pit lane. So when you're trundling down pit road, finally got to use that word, you want to be far right. And another note is drivers need their suits zipped completely before entering the racetrack. So we've had multiple drivers show up at pit out without their suits being completely properly zipped up. So that's all the way up to the neck there. You can get your clasp, your Velcro clasp shut, and there's no air gap there where fire can get you, so fire bad. So Yep, make sure you're zipped up all the way, and that's just like that combination of things. It's probably kind of a new driver thing. You're gonna put your helmet on, clasp it under your neck correctly. Then you're gonna get your balaclava. You're gonna tuck that in. Then you're gonna finish. It's easy to forget right there. That's where you want to finish zipping up the rest of the way to the collar, and then you put the Velcro strap on. Then toe the gloves, and you get in the car and you're ready to go. So just remember that one last step.
And if you've been doing it for a while, like I have a routine. I don't know if you have one, Paulie, of a routine of what you put on first. I always go left glove and then right glove, and then slap the visor shut, and then I already know everything else is done. That's my last things, Everything's zipped, everything's ready, and I roll up the head out, and I go show them the wristband, and you're rolling.
Yeah, it is kind of fun when you get to that last part. Everything's set. You got you don't show up to pit out with the chin strap open.
Right. I think we've all done it though. You kind of like you're rushing and you're like, oh, they're in a pit lane. You hear this, and instantly the adrenaline starts pumping. Your hands start shaking. You're like,
yep.
And Lord help you if you go to take off and you stall the car. Oh, that's the.
And Ed's telling me next time they pit, they're going to try to reset their stream. Okay. Thanks, Ed. Appreciate that. So going to caution here. And down to code 35. Again, they're going to bring everybody down to 35 miles per hour. And it looks like our villain for this one, car 970, no, excuse me, 924. And one of those pesky Porsches, Trash Panda Racing. Over in turn 5 is the scene of the crime. So we'll go there and see if we see anything. Yeah. I don't see anything dubious over there. Nothing sinister.
You got the waving yellow though, so tells you.
Yep, we see an emergency. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe this is it over here to our left, just near the pylon. I don't know. There's a couple emergency vehicles there. So, poised, ready to strike.
This Daytona team is on it.
I have to come up with some kind of theme music. Just, I can't handle it any more or less. They got them on a rope already?
Yeah, they, like I said, they are on it. They are prepared.
They're killing it, yeah. Good job, guys. Way to go, track workers. Getting it done. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do, folks. We'll go ahead and take another commercial break and be back here in just a few minutes so we can get back to more green flag racing. So much racing left to be had here at the Daytona International Speedway, the world center of racing. Great to be racing. It's almost half over. Gorgeous weather. Just look at that. Come on. This is fantastic. Eddie Vedder in the Chevrolet Corvette leads the race over the Porsche Team Salem and BMW Wilson race. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Welcome to Parts Badger, where we want to be your online machine shop. Through our online platform, we connect our global manufacturing capacity to your fingertips. You can request a quote, place an order, manage your parts, and even share that information with a colleague right online. If you prefer, you can work with our experienced team of sales representatives who are supported by our design engineers and project managers as well. Whether your project's big or small, simple or complex, Parts Badger can get it done. See if we can help your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. Back here at Daytona International Speedway. Just bringing you up to speed here. We are back to racing here. There was side-to-side contact between the Kaywood team and Atlanta Speedworks. And it looks like the penalty is a black flag, 1-lap penalty. So there was, I guess it was actually front to rear contact between the two cars. We also got notification one of the cars was noticed smoking. That's the Gunslinger Racing Ford Mustang. And so that was noticed over in corner number 1. So they'll be keeping an eye on those folks. We certainly don't want anybody dropping fluids onto the surface of the racetrack. So
yeah, coming down into turn 1 too, it's high G load, so maybe they have like a catch can or something like their ventilation system that's getting towards full. You know, we're about the halfway mark, so definitely starting to take its toll on some cars for sure.
These are the cars coming off the high bank towards, on the backstretch here, towards the Le Mans chicane, used to be called the bus stop.
Man. Yeah, the curbing does look diabolical now. You can see like the heights of it. I'm like,
yeah. Some guys are just tickling it, and other people are just swallowing it.
Right.
Just eating it big time.
Usually the rule of thumb, too, you know, like I believe Kyle was saying, you know, the lighter cars are more nimble cars. They're more fragile in a sense. So you have like a Miata or something inherently that has more aluminum on the car, on the chassis, the suspension points. So like the hubs typically tend to fail more often on those cars. So you don't want to ever really go over too many curbs with those things. I know I've been the victim of that before at Road Atlanta, coming out of going into turn 10 and then coming out 12, and got a little bit on the curb there. And you know, a few more laps after that, I started to hear some grinding, and I'm like, "Hey guys, I think the wheel bearing's gone." You know, and we came in, and sure enough, it was definitely gone. But we wound up being able to change that pretty quickly. It worked out just fine. Another case of knowing thy car and packing the things that you need. You never really, well, I shouldn't say never really need a spare motor or transmission, but if you do everything right, hopefully you don't need a motor or transmission. You need usually wheel bearings or axles or the consumable parts.
Yeah. So checking in with TLM, see how they're doing. Well, it just looks like it's business as usual for the TLM team. They're shown in 5th place overall. And the last lap was a 223.5. That's a 216, fastest lap time they've managed with that car today. Pit stop wise, looks like they're about on track with the other front runners right now. So it's been a good racing day for them. They've been up front most of the day. They've passed 7 cars for position since they started the race. Blue Crew's dropped a spot, but they're up in 4th place right now. And the gaps are starting to widen out a little bit. Looks like Floridian Motorsports. About 10 seconds behind the track car rental team there in 10th place. And it's just a 4-second gap, 4.5-second gap from Atlanta Speedworks up at Home North. Checking in with them. Home North actually getting the better than of their pit stop, on the lap times rather. Just a little bit quicker.
I think they're holding a little bit for last. I know that car is, like I was saying, it's something they did in the off season. They definitely turned up the whip on that thing. So they've been consistent all day. Their pit stops have been great, and they haven't had any unscheduled stuff come in. So they've been doing well. So I think they're kind of holding their cards till the end. Play the traffic perfectly through here. So you don't want to catch them. You want to catch them before the bus stop, not Running that thing out for sure. Play around in traffic here. Gets it down over the brakes. Oh, not before the brakes yet. Down in there. Now onto the brakes into the mod chicane. Ooh. A little bit of close race in there for sure. I believe that's ATL Speedworks right there. They're making a pass for that?
Yeah, that would be the pass for position there.
Nice. Good job. It's almost in that happy time too. I like to call it happy hour. I'm sure the photographers have a better name for it, but it's right when the sun's starting to peak around was it NASCAR 4, I want to say, or NASCAR, yeah, coming out of NASCAR 3, 4. And the sun just starts to hit you right in the eyes. Coming on back around to 3. Lining up real nice for the Betty White car, keeping it nice and respectful. Sometimes it turns into a drag race in between corners, and that's when you wish you had always had about 10 more horsepower or about 50 pounds lighter. You turn it in real good, get all the tires starting to protest. It's definitely starting to heat up out there. Let's see here, about 80 degrees ambient outside.
On north, swinging into 6, heading back up onto the tri-oval here. Going to 5th gear. You see, he's just intentionally kind of keeping on the low side, and this is, again, just really being polite for any faster cars that might be coming through. He knows he doesn't have to spend a lot of time looking in his mirrors. He just needs to watch for this crossover as he lines up for the bus stop. And he's just watching for that point where he's going to turn in. Usually it's the lights is what I look for there. There's a caution light panel there. Dives in. Looking to get back to the throttle as soon as he can. Right around here, he really wants to be on the gas, and he's going to slip out to the right, hoping the driver that he's going around saw him and is just going to tuck to the left and stay low. That's kind of the unwritten rule, or I guess it's somewhat spoken rule. Stay low. Oh, there's a car going very slowly on the apron. Sorry about that, folks. Mike let me know. I must have bumped the slider on the mic, and it was like really, really low, so it was hard to hear us. So sorry about that. Got it corrected.
Tony Kart Racer, yes, that is a DA Acura Integra. They are still around, they still exist. Without rust.
These 7X3's been around a long time. These guys have been racing this car. They had another car, so that's why this is the Trans Am 2. They had another car before this, and then they were running both cars for a short time. Then they went to this one, and it's just always been a really solid racing team. As they line up for 6 again, and I'm wondering if it's we're getting closer to that time where the sunlight start coming into the cockpit. It's gonna start seeing some glare. There you see right here, it's bouncing off the back glass of those cars ahead, and that's gonna obstruct that vision, start to make it a little bit difficult to see.
For sure, and it's it's difficult to see, but when you're going into the dusk too, you don't want to put a tinted visor on because then you can't see anything at all when the actual the sun sets.
Yeah. I know for me, what I like to use is the smoked one. It's just kind of, it's not real dark, but it's not clear.
Right.
And then I can just lift it or I can close it.
Right.
That seems to be the best combo for me. What do you like to wear?
Worst case scenario, at barber, I would always use like a piece of black tape across the top. That way I can just kind of tilt my head down when it is, blinding me, and then pop my head up when I need to see. So I'll go clear, and because you trying to change your visor last minute, you're going to drop the screw. You're going to strip it out. Something's going to happen. So
yeah,
I was just trying all right, worst case scenario, maybe I'll just put a piece of black tape along the top of it, and works all good.
That's like an old racer's trick, isn't it? Just a little bit of tape. Yep.
Or you can just close your eyes,
Squint.
Squint for a while.
Yeah.
And Wilson Daily Racing.
Lining up the Mini here.
You can see, that Mini Cooper is no slouch off the corners.
No, it's strong. This is, four-banger against that inline 6, and I think he's not quite sure where the Mini's going. The Mini's sort of drifting. I think the Mini now probably wants to drift over to the right to line up for the bus stop, and now the Mini really has the optimal line. There's really nothing that Daily Car can do. So maybe if he can just back up here a little bit and get a good run coming out of the bus stop, you get a real shot at getting them before they get to the start-finish line.
Right. And as a person that's driven a Mini before, it is trying to push a toaster through the air. Once you get to those higher speeds, it's, you start to get over 100 plus miles an hour, and the car, you could feel the struggle. You could hear the wind come around you, and it's I romanticize everything, I know, but you're punching a hole in the wind, and everyone else just kind of goes past you, and you're just go, And you see, just takes them nice and smooth there.
Yeah. Yeah, the long legs of that inline 6 catch him coming down the front straightaway. And now the braking tenderly as you're turning at the same time for turn 1. You don't want to brake too hard because now you got guys slamming in the back of the car. So it's always a bit of a stress moment there. It's really important as an approaching driver to know that they're going to have to check up a little bit. Might have been a debris flag back there on the Flagtronics.
Navigating traffic is definitely one of the finer skills. Making sure everyone sees you. See, there's a lot of close racing, so those cars to his left just came out of pit lane, so he knows already that they're not going to be up to speed or up to temperature. Making sure he's coming through, kind of creeping along through here, nice and smooth.
Yeah, a lot of congestion here, trying to find a lane, and it just doesn't seem to be one. He's happy to follow somebody if they'll just get on the gas. Lots of braking here as you line up through 6 here. I'm going to try it down the inside just to try to... He's going so slow.
Right.
He's got plenty of grip. And look at all the fuel dump coming from that car up ahead. It's either that or it's water coming out of...
the cool shirt,
the cool shirt box, but we've had a couple cars, reported for losing fuel. Car number 32 there.
Seems to be pretty inconsequential, so maybe it was water coming out of the cool shirt there, the cool shirt area. I gotta say, I actually vote with you and Kyle on this. I'm pretty I shouldn't say anti-cool shirt, but Mr. No Cool Shirts himself also. Just making sure you're staying fit. And my personal favorite thing to do in the morning is I'll have a jug of Pedialyte. So you guys know me of my always have my one-liners. The Pedialyte keeps you light. So that's that's what I do in the morning. I'll have some Pedialyte and just hop in the car, and I'm ready to go. I'm ready to rock. A lot of people need helmet blowers and, you know, chest blowers and all sorts of things. And I think to myself, well, if any of that, like Kyle was saying, if any of that fails or if the electrical system's going to be on the fritz, like they're going to tell me to turn that off. And that's an extra layer that you already have on you wrapped around with some hoses pumping potentially hot water. So once that water is in that cool shirt, it's just sitting there. And then you're kind of like you're a boiled ham in a sense.
Less is more. That's what we say.
Yeah.
Going back to caution here. Almost on cue.
And down to code 35.
Yep, waiting to see what the story is coming on the control logs. Looking around the track for any indication of what the story is here. But so far, things looking good for the Eddie Vedder team. They really haven't put a foot wrong all day. You know, they've stayed out of the news, and that's exactly what you want. You really don't want to get too popular with pit road.
Yeah, no news is good news. I was talking to them yesterday when they were loading in, and they basically said either the car works or it doesn't. And then I said, really? But they were saying, you know, either the car is it's very unreliable, or it'll just be perfect the whole weekend. So
Eddie Vedder taking that opportunity.
Yeah, and this is one of those things, the keys to the race, you know, making sure you get your pit stops done under caution and being in that window. Good communications with the driver, you know, so, hey, you know, knowing when your fuel window is. And it looks like they're coming on down pit lane for sure, yeah.
Yep, the leader of the race coming in, take advantage of this caution. And we're still waiting to get word on what the cause is. But it looks like they're looking at the bus stop area. So we'll see if we see anything. Don't see anything on our cameras here. Nope.
Nope, nothing not there.
Everything looks good, and again, this is a track we got a little bit of rain this morning, but then it dried up pretty quickly. We really had a very slight chance of showers today, so it was surprising we got rain at all. They do have rain scheduled for tomorrow. So Rad Air Racing, they got their camera going again. It looks like they're about ready to turn that car loose on the racetrack again.
So this is the sister car.
Yeah.
They put the camera back into the sister car, and it should be good to go. So. Looks like they're looking at the front end of the car.
Yeah, of course, they had that terrible accident. So you can be sure they have some residual damage there, and they just want to hopefully get the car sorted. They punted that Z car after they got shoved into them. So some cars definitely diving into the pits now to take advantage of this, just like the Eddie Vedder team.
Quick, concise fueling. See, I think is that the same driver staying in there that time? Eddie Vedder?
Yeah, I don't know. Looks like he's trying to get himself acclimated in there, so
maybe,
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe it is a different driver, different
Looks
belts.
like he's working on the belts, yeah. And the Wilson Daly team there.
They're back up into third place.
And we do have a car stopped, it looks like, at the cut through there, just around turn 4. So just at the bend there, 4-4, they pulled off to the right. And there's an access road there, and there's a truck on its way to that car. Yeah, it looks like it's car 451 involved. That's one of the Carb Motorsport teams, a Chevy Cobalt, 06.
Oh, it's one of the Canada guys. I was talking to them. They said they came down from Canada and they towed 2,200 kilometers. And I said, I don't know what that means in miles, sir, but I respect you.
Yep, as we have another car being brought in on the rollback down at Pit Inn. And it looks like they're going to perhaps drop them at Pit Inn because they were going to take them behind the wall, and then they veered and decided to stay out on pit road. Or as Doc would say, pit row. Oh, nope, now they are ducking behind the wall. They just chose a different entrance. So that car's coming in while the other car that's over at turn 4 is being towed in.
That's this Daytona safety team. I mean, they work in unison and they have so many moving parts and pieces and they keep us safe and rolling.
So as we're under caution right now, we'll break for commercial and be back to green here shortly. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, and it's Eddie Bitter leading the race. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Jr. are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps them find a deal on the right parts.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's Zero 360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to ChampCar.Live. We're back to green flag racing here at Daytona International Speedway, the Hawk Performance Daytona 14. Paul Velton with Les Epps, Nolan Waldrop, and Kyle Lockrow, who stepped away from the booth for a little while, but he'll be back. And lots of great racing on tap for you. 6 hours, just under 6.5 hours remain in today's race. Remember, if you would like to get involved in supporting or advertising through ChampCar.Live, we're always looking for people, looking for companies to do that. So, join the collective, if you will. And you can contact me at paul.veltum at champcar.org, and I'll be happy to help you from there.
And you can find me at pretty much any Waffle House in the United States, and I will tell you all about Champ Car and buy you a meal. Yeah, I'm going to put that out there. I'm going to put that in the universe.
Nice.
Maybe bring Waffle House on board. Got the Roman Nolan cam walking through pit lane here, showing us some things.
Yeah, we'll keep him in our peripheral view here. We just went back to caution again. But the information coming back to us here on the sheet is not quite timely, so I don't know exactly what the story is. Okay, we do see an emergency vehicle at turn 3.
Let's see.
But they are still behind the wall there, so I'm not sure what the story is. Take a trip around the track. Here you see the front straightaway and look at turn 1, and then we can see heading down into turn 3, coming out of 3 towards turn 4, and then from 4 towards 5, and then out of 5 heading to 6. Oh, there we have a victim, track left, just coming out of turn number 5.
That has been a popular area today.
It's a good popular meeting spot. Yep.
It's a safe area, so it's a good spot to pull off if you need to.
And they are well off the racing surface. They're like way out in the grass there.
Got quite a few cars still in this race, for sure. Where'd you say we started at, Paulie? About 120 something?
Should have been, yeah.
About 120 so, and you still got quite a few circulating around. So it looks like maybe about 113. So that's a pretty high rate for about halfway through.
So yeah, Kyle will be joining us a little bit later on today, as he's doing some instructing today with the team. Emergency vehicle at the scene. And you know the drill. They're just going to pick them up, move them back to the infield, and they should be able to get us back to green flag racing pretty quickly because we're using that code 35 now.
Like I said, the code 35 is a double-edged sword too for the competitors. You know, when you're in first place like Eddie Vedder is, you're just keeping your same spot. But I'm sure Team Salins would love for a pace car to come out just to kind of bunch them up again and get them in the striking distance.
Yeah. So the standings right now, we've got our D-Class leader, Eddie Vedder, leading the class and the field. Team Salem Mustard leading C-Class most likely, and they, for some reason, didn't get it in the Speed Hive data, but that is a C-Class car, and they are in second place. And it looks like EC leader is one of the open throttle cars. Valier and Steel has dropped back quite a ways now. They're shown in 16th overall, and they are the lead A-Class car. B-Class being led by Apex Racing, and F-Class by Covey Racing in their 93 Acura. The green Integra.
Oh, yeah.
What's the Rush? Another F-Class car just behind them. So we do have a nice litter of each of the car classes, but quite a few EC cars here, which is pretty common. That's normal for this event. We usually have about a quarter of the field or so made up of EC class cars.
I'm looking at best lap times right now, and if you minus the EC cars out, it looks like everyone's relative, like the cars that are on the lead laps are relatively pretty close still. We have Team Salins, which is only they're second to the Eddie Vedder team. So you got Wilson Daly. I mean, they're maybe a second off of Team Salins. So seems like everyone can kind of put up a very respectable lap time. So we're going to see how that plays out later on in the second half when it comes down to the wire.
Well, we were talking about cool shirt systems, and you know, some cars do really need that type of, like, I know that the MR2s, something about that cabin, they generate a lot of heat gets caught inside that car, and they're wearing cool shirts when it's really not very hot outside. It's relatively cool outside because it's such a dramatic difference of temperature. And there, as we go back to caution, and I know Rodney had one that you can, it's like a hat, like a balaclava almost. It goes over your head, and then there's more fluid that goes up through there. Keep the back of your neck cool and the top of your head. I think Doc had a helmet blower. So there's a lot of different options out there if you need that kind of protection, thermal protection from the heat.
I would definitely say putting it on some sort of timer or maybe a regulator, though, because I can only imagine getting a brain freeze, you know.
Yeah,
you know, like turn 3 and you're like,
turn that off.
Right?
Yeah.
Might be a bit much.
Yep, and of course now they have that stuff that it's basically an air conditioning system that you plug in, and it's keeping that water cold at constant temperature, and not quite as brutally cold as ice, you know.
Right, yeah.
Can be at the beginning of the race, like, wow, that's I noticed that.
Right, you shock the system and you're like,
that is definitely noticeable.
For sure.
So Wilson Daly Racing getting it spun up. The sun beginning to reflect off the rear view mirror, peeking in through the back glass as he rolls through the tri-oval.
You look at this front screen, though. He has it's a heater grid, which is essentially the same thing as your defroster grid on your everyday street car. And at first, it seems like it could be very distracting, but as you get driving, you just look right through it. You don't even see it anymore.
Yeah.
So.
Yep, same. And it's really good for getting the fog off the windscreen. And a lot of us don't have working blowers, so it's better just to have something like that. And I've driven cars with both ways. I'm yeah, without it, not a problem for me either as we go back to caution. Whew, man, it's just over in turn 6 this time again is the place of concern.
The cool kids hang out, turn 6. Back to code 35. Oh,
yeah. From this angle, not seeing anything.
Oh, it looks like maybe the Lamar chicane. Look over on the backside there.
Oh, okay. Let's head over that way and see if we see... there's a safety vehicle coming around. I think I did notice the green car was rolling pretty slowly, and as we went by in the Wilson Daly car... I don't see them there, but yeah, undoubtedly. Oh, we're picking him up right there. He didn't even make it to the bus stop. He's just caught in between on the backstretch here.
Oh, no, that's...
Ran out of motivation.
Yep, and stopping dead right there, too. That's not super great.
When Nolan was walking around, or was it either Nolan or yourself, I did notice that car in the garage up in the air. They were working on it, so... yeah, some challenges for that team this weekend, mechanically, it would seem. As we see the number 57 there.
Nice Corvette.
I don't have them on my sheet, but yeah, it does look like a Corvette, doesn't it? Whole shot.
C5 Corvette, man. Those cars don't... Maybe those things actually shot up in price quite a bit since Spec Corvette came out. A lot of people were very anxious. Yep, 57 Spec Corvette. Yeah, they actually have the fastest lap time today. They were in EC class, so that's exceptional class, but at a 2:09. So they are.
That is getting it done, brother.
Yeah.
Back on board with Rad Air Racing and the Garth machine, number 976 Dodge Neon.
Mm-hmm.
Watching from Brazil, Betho. Welcome. Glad you're able to join us. Tyler says, let's do a race in Brazil.
I think we should do that, yes.
Rio.
Yes.
How are we going to get our cars there?
That's a good plan. I don't know.
Do we have to fly them in there?
How did they do it in Fast and the Furious, right? We'll just figure that out. They fly the cars in and drop them off.
We could do an iRacing video there, real easy. Right? iRacing race there.
Lots of diesel. Yeah, that's true. It's a large transport. But have you ever done any international racing, Paulie?
No, I've come very close. I really was interested in the Targa Newfoundland.
Okay.
And the Pan America, the Carrera Panamericana.
Mm-hmm.
Both of those, ooh, that's intriguing.
Right.
I would like that. I used to have a car that was old enough to do the Carrera Panamericana, so I was like, that would be really interesting. But that car really didn't have the chops to do an endurance race like that. But maybe it could have been done, little mods here and there. Who knows? Back to green, folks, back to green. Car 265 in the pits, getting serviced as we speak. Car 265. Yes, CLS Motorsports, a 1990 Mazda Miata with the pop-up headlights. Go! We love you.
Pop them up.
Yeah, Gen 1, baby. Let's do this.
Interesting enough, you can see that it looks like they've taken the wing off of that car.
Oh, did they? Can you kind of see the upright mounts?
Yeah, the uprights are just there. Seems like they took the wing off, so maybe they found a little bit more speed, without the wing. A little bit more mile an hour, and the car was pretty stable. Maybe softened up the suspension to make it more stable. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, the NA that I drove was fine. It just like I said, the back end would get a little light. It would dance a little, and it made some of the other drivers uncomfortable. So, I mean, I don't know. I didn't think it was dangerous myself, but maybe I'm just ignorant when it was flipping dangerous, and I just didn't really think about it. But I didn't think it was that bad.
It's the meme that goes, "I'm in danger," and you don't even know it.
Yeah, could be. Maybe they just have more common sense than me. It's like, we really ought to do something about that.
Right.
Look as the cars come down towards the start-finish line in that tri-oval section. It's a really interesting configuration of this racetrack here in Daytona. You can see it's not your traditional oval-shaped. That's why they call it a tri-oval. That's kind of an unusual shape. And, of course, we cut to the infield there. As we cross the start-finish line, we dive in to the infield, run through that section, and then back out. And this is the same course configuration they use in the Rolex series, and where Les is going to be going, and to win he's going to get that watch.
For sure, got to get the watch.
So there's a number of series that run that. So if I remember right, that was actually you would think that the first race here would have been an oval race, but I think it was actually a road course race.
It was a road course race, yeah.
Yeah. So Eddie Vedder leads the field over 1 minute and 12 seconds over Team Salem in their mustard car. That's the number 943. Wilson Daly Racing there in the number 15 car. They're in third place, back 2 laps. Back another 2 laps is Brew Crew Racing. And then it's TLM USA in car 172. And then it's the Floridian Motorsports team behind them. And that's back another lap. Track Car Rentals behind them, about 40 seconds. Prefect Racing back another 54 seconds from behind them. And then it's Kaywood Racing back about a lap. Hong North only about 5.5 seconds behind Kaywood in 10th place. So positions by class, you've got A class being led by Valerian Steel. B class is being led by Apex Racing. All of these are unofficial, of course. C class by Team Salem. D class by Eddie Vedder. EC by the Open Throttle team. And F class by Covey Racing in their Acura.
Looking up some notes here about series that are hosted here. And you have your NASCAR and your ARCA, obviously. And you got IMSA, you got IROC, Trans Am. American Motorcycle AMA, you got your flat tracks, your Supercross guys. As you can see, our front straightaway is not filled with grass because of the Supercross race that took place here.
Yeah.
So it's not the beautiful. It usually says like 24-hour or something like that posted there, but they had a race here, so it's still pretty cool. Like, I'm not even mad. They can definitely, put in some jumps and stuff,
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah, it'll be looking pretty for the big races coming up for sure. They'll get it all dialed in.
For sure.
It's like that every year we come here. It's always torn up.
Yeah, there's a lot of, and even go-karting comes here too, so I can only imagine being in the go-kart, it's a few feet off the ground, and just, with just wide open, right? Like, ooh.
Absolutely.
Rear brakes only, just,
That would be great. That would be great.
So, needless to say, the track definitely is used, and it's part of the community. So, everyone that I'm usually around here, I say, "Oh, I'm working at the track this weekend, or I'm racing this weekend." They're like, "Oh, hey, good luck, hope you win," or,
Yeah. Car 265. That's the CLS Motorsports team in the pits right now. Okay, and so a message coming through from Kyle. We've got a car looking for spare injectors. It's a Chevy Camaro. And is it possible to ask if anyone has spare injectors for a GM 3.8 around? So we have someone driving to Orlando at the moment, basically, to get a couple. So that's the Dunkey Flying Carpet team asking if anyone has a couple of spare injectors for a 3.8 liter GM engine.
Yeah, so your Buick Centuries, what was the other cars that came in, a
lot of cars, I'm sure. Let us know so we can pass that information along to them.
Rivieras and all sorts of cars that came in. So, yeah. That's the best network of racers, Everyone's just helping each other out. Friends helping friends.
You got it.
Looking pretty clear. Excellent. The weather is looking fantastic right now. I don't want to give it that commentator's curse, but looking out the window here in the booth, it looks beautiful outside. I know it's getting a little warmer, so...
Yeah, pretty much no chance of showers at this point, so should be dry weather racing all the way to the close of the race. Checkers at 11 o'clock tonight as Atlanta Speedworks comes up onto the tri-oval once again. We see the cars coming up on that really high 31-degree banking as they come down towards the Le Mans chicane.
And coming to that banking, too, it seems like it's going to be so intimidating the first time. It almost looks like you're running into a brick wall. It looks like, and you're like... But if the car is set up properly, it pretty much steers itself around it. That's actually kind of one of the most... the times you get to maybe plan for the next corner ahead, making sure you get everything, right gear, right RPM shift, just kind of relax, kind of loosen up your hands. You don't have to hang on super tight. But if there's cars around you, you definitely start to feel the aero wash. They'll definitely unsettle you mid-corner. I'm sure that USS Enterprise definitely moves a lot of air around.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
But that Lexus got a great run on the Porsche around that high side there. They did a great job of getting away there. Going back to caution here, folks. And we'll bring you information as soon as we have it. I haven't been getting much information on the cause of these cautions, unfortunately.
Let's see here. Looks like maybe something down in right before 6 again.
Yeah, we'll take a look over there and see what we see. Turn 6. Yeah, don't see anything there.
I'm sure I can guess again and be right again.
Okay, it looks like we do have some information this time. We have a car stopped off the racetrack in turn number 1, actually. And it is car number 55, which is the RPM AutoWorks Racing Mustang. Ooh. Yeah, and he's, it looks like EVs are, it's as though he just kind of kept going straight, and I don't see the car for sure. I see the 2 emergency vehicles, unless they have him covered. All right, so with that, we'll go ahead and take another commercial break, and we'll look for the green flag to get us back to racing here shortly. So be sure and stay with us here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. And it is Eddie Vedder leading the race. We'll be right back. Yeah.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. And we are back to green, folks. Thanks for joining us, everybody. Hit that like and subscribe if you haven't already. 230 likes, 12,000 people signed in to watch so far. And so record numbers, and it's great to have everybody joining us this weekend. Hope you're having a fantastic start to your weekend. It is gorgeous out here in Daytona once again this year for the TireRack.com Champ Car Endurance Series race at Daytona, the Hawk Performance Daytona 14.
So thank you for watching, and if you hit that subscribe now, you will be able to comment. I was getting a lot of things, a lot of text messages saying like, oh, I can't comment. So if you subscribe now, you have to be subscribed for, I think it's at least 24 hours to be able to comment on our link. So subscribe now, and you'll get to watch our next race and hear on from forevermore, you know.
Yep.
That'll be great.
And the only reason I've done that is not because we don't want to hear from you. We absolutely do. We used to just have no restriction on that. It was great until we started getting spammed, and tried blocking it, did many different things to try and curb it, and this was the solution that finally seemed to solve the problem. Hopefully it's a permanent fix, and it seems to work. So unfortunately, that's why we had to do what we do. So
you could definitely reach out to us on the other channels too, at the Champ Car Garage on the Facebook group, some Instagram stuff, and we'll try it. I think we actually have a TikTok coming up soon or something like that soon.
Yeah, our TikTok's been we have TikTok again, and I did see something during the break. Someone said, you know, why is Champ Car throwing all these purple 35s? It's not really Champ Car that's doing it. It's really up to the track to decide how they want to handle each situation. Do they want to do a hot pull? Do they want to yellow the field? What do they want to do? And so we do the purple 35 as a solution to avoid having to do a full course caution, which just makes it that much longer for us to get back to racing. So it's really a track decision. They've decided how they want to protect their driver, their workers, and so on. It's not a Champ Car decision. So hopefully that's helpful and all that.
And I'm sure they know their house, right? So they run 24-hour races here. They run NASCAR here, ARCA here, so they know exactly in what position they can efficiently and effectively most pull cars out.
Yeah, I mean, we're renting the space, and they're allowing us the privilege of racing here, and we love racing here. It's great. But they've got protocol that we have to follow, just like any venue. So when you're up in race control, what's happening is you have Champ Car officials shoulder to shoulder with track officials running the race. It's done in concert.
We let them know, hey, this is the car that did that thing, and then they say, all right, we're gonna go make sure we handle that accordingly. And then they put out the message on the Flagtronics, so the drivers on track actually know what's going on too, whether it be just a yellow, a local yellow, or or staying green. You know exactly what you need to be doing, and I really do like the Flagtronics. It was new for a couple years ago, but it's really taken off, and I think it's a real good asset for sure. If you have it in good view, you don't have to really worry. I shouldn't say you should always look and see where your flaggers are for sure, but you don't really have to necessarily worry, oh man, I really hope that other car seen that flag, because you know they have a Flagtronics in their car and they should have also seen the yellow or potentially the red flag, situation. Always protect yourself to make sure, but
yeah, no, that's a good point. It does. You're in that situation. I had a situation at Gingerman last year, when we were driving Greg's car when I got shoved off the track, and as I was getting the car back off the grass onto the racetrack, they yellowed that corner before I could even get, and I knew that all the people around me,
knew that
this was going down into the dip down there at sinkhole right-hander 10A 10. So, you come over the hill, you're like, oh, wow, there's an issue over here.
Right. And
so, yeah, it was me and a couple guys and Roy and Timothy. We got kind of crossed up down there with AJ. And so, hey, then it went yellow so fast, and it's like, oh, that's pretty cool.
And everybody knows. Helps a lot for the blind corners, too, Riding along with Eddie Vedder here. With some fancy dancy slicing and dicing going through traffic here. Good catch. Handful of wheel there for sure. Waving to the competitors saying thank you. I'm driving that John Allen Special. The turn signals are actually still hooked up on that Mini Cooper. And if I see a car that I know is not in my class or the class or a faster class, I usually there's been times I just give them the turn signal and say, hey, pass me on this side, and it just makes it easier for both of us to pass down. In this most cases, it's usually something that's faster down the straightaway than me, so I'll give them the point and then just try and draft them as much as I can. And they'll punch the hole and I'll follow on through. So it's almost a little bit of a shake and bake, but, mostly me getting baked. Usually they're leaving me down the straightaway, but it works out good. When you can work through traffic with a team car or even just someone you can say, hey, we're not in the same class. We are going for the same overall win, but we're not in the same class. If you want to go ahead and take care of those guys in front of me, punch a hole, and I'll follow you on through. Works out good.
Yeah, I think that's good, too, for the driver that's overtaking, right? Because then they immediately know, oh, they see me. It's kind of like throwing a signal, like a point. It's like, oh, okay, he's letting me through here. Great. And so you are getting a message, car 988 dropping fuel, black flag drive-through for that team. 988 is the Valerian Steel team.
Ooh, not a great time for them.
And that caution that we just had for that was for car 665 low on power Miata. They stopped off track over in turn 6, just like less suspected, but then they were able to continue on their own.
For sure, yeah. It's kind of scrolling through the list here, and see here, Rotary Rocketeers. They run really strongly here, a lot. So they're down, look like 29th or so. They're definitely putting in some good laps, so I think they're still in there.
Never Start Racing in there, Z in the pits. Getting service, Nolan there. Showing Eddie Vedder leading the race by about a lap over Team Salem Mustard. And Wilson Daly there in third place, back about a lap. Another couple laps back, it's Brew Crew. Another couple laps back, it's Hong North. 10 seconds behind them, it's TLM USA, Floridian Motorsport, Prefect Racing in their Lexus. Team MDR Motorsport and TCR, the top 10. So Brew Crew in the pits, along with Team MDR and Vaughn Group. Open Throttle Racing looks like they're leading the EC class right now.
Whoa. Looks like the vet just passed Wilson Daly. It looks like they might probably put another lap on him there.
Heading into the bus stop.
Yep.
Le Mans chicane. Added some curbing here.
Just see how he kind of gets held up there, and Wilson Daly not taking it lying down. They're definitely back to it.
Yeah, I liked that spot where he made that downshift and went back to power. That was a decent exit with what he had going on ahead of him.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna hold it to the inside here.
Looks like they got someone coming up behind him there. Not sure who it is.
Staying low. Could be an EC car. Yep. There they are motoring around him. Oh, that's
the shark car.
Yeah.
Like I said, that car's quick.
Yeah, it's got some legs. Still on the inside. There's the clipping zone there.
Sharks don't have legs.
To the right. We got flippers.
Right?
Oh, wow.
A little slice and dice there, but
yeah, the Fox body considerably slower. Gets the move on the inside of the shark car, trying to catch up and follow through with the Corvette.
Wheeling that car.
Yeah, she's a little slippery out there. Heading to turn 4. Let's see if he can hold it. A little breathe.
All right.
Yeah. Now, Kyle said it was getting a little slick out there, so that might be an issue that the Wilson Daly team is seeing too. Could be a tire issue, could be a track condition issue. The sun continuing to drop, and we are going to be finishing under the lights today.
Yeah, and it's really hard to set up a car for Daytona because you can't set it up for straight oval, and you really want to play to your strengths, particularly if you have a car that's made for the inner loop. You want to make sure you have some camber in there, but when you go back on the banking and you have that much camber, the heat buildup in the tires, they typically don't like that. And we're running I think you can run anything above a 200 treadwear street tire, and it's sometimes that heat dissipation does not happen.
Eddie Vedder is just motoring right along here up ahead of that pack we were just watching. And we'll try to get the camera back up and running for the Shark team, Team Infinity rather.
Coming along here, coming out of turn
right
6.
Up that wall.
Yeah. That's such a good view. That's awesome. See people just really trying to slice and dice through there, and you really got to get it done too, because once everyone's full throttle, I mean, some of these cars are so equally paired that just you can't just motor around someone. It's not like the movies where you grab another gear and just go around them. Yeah.
Right.
I heard Kyle reference earlier Days of Thunder, and I was like, oh, okay. But definitely a funny, some realism to that movie, but pretty funny too, for sure.
Well, the F-Class car's got some smiles on it.
Yeah, fuel. Looks like it got some side impacts there.
Car 830. One of the MDR Motorsport cars. Their sister car is a Porsche Boxster.
I think that car was doing pretty good. I think they're at least 11th place right now. So they're right behind the Lannis P Works Boxster.
Kyle and I are just over the right side of the car, just over the hood of the car there, up on the roof of the car, up in the World Center of Racing Tower. I say Kyle?
Yeah, it's me. Kyle's quick, but less is more.
Yes, he is.
He's shaking his head right now because I know he's listening to this. Up to Lamar Chicane. You can actually see some of the closing speeds coming into some of these, like the cars are coming into the turn a lot quicker than some other cars. So you get the USS Enterprise. You got to see they slow that big boat down quite a bit. But let's see here, the Mustang, it's a Civic. Look, that thing's dancing right on the edge. Looking good.
There's so many ways to get into that corner. Of course, there's one maybe optimal line, but when you've got this many cars on the track, it's easy to get someone sneak in underneath you and make it so that, well, like there's the truck trying to give room, because you don't know how hard and how deep that guy that's behind you, but still to the inside is going to brake for that corner. And so if you brake enough to clip that, you could actually end up clipping his beak if he decides to push that corner.
Right, and that's going around there is not a good time.
Right, once you lose it, you're going to go for a ride, and that wall's not that far away.
Not at all. Either wall, I should say.
Yeah, when I set up my exit camera, Kyle and I were talking. This is the this camera here. We set it up such a way that it's off the wall because that is a point of impact there as they're coming up there. They look like they're far away, not going to get up there, but that it is possible. We've had cars hit that wall before coming out of the bus stop.
You are definitely loaded, and it's one of those things too that it's coming around to a right-hander too. So you're already doing your quick little left and to the right, and then you got to get the car back, get back to the power, and not so much for the front-wheel drive stuff, but the rear-wheel drive stuff. Like if you don't, gently roll into that throttle, you could loop it right there. Especially if you take too much curbing and then your hands are busy, your feet are busy, and then the car says, nah, no more. Well, looks like something's hanging off the back of one of those BMWs there. Like he's losing a bumper.
Man, he's sitting low there, down on the apron, isn't he?
Yep. I see some sparks. Coming along now.
There's the Trans Am back out on the racetrack. There's Floridian Motorsports coming through. Going back to caution now.
Down the caution, well, there's code 35.
Yep, at 5:20. So we'll look to see what's going on. Looks like it's something about turn 7.
That's the Lamar Chicane.
Well, this is why I wanted to put a camera over here, because it seems like this is one of the popular hangouts. And I do not see anything over there. So we'll wait to see if there's any further information given.
Let me see though. Let's see, we're coming around there. EV's out right now. Well, maybe down in the NASCAR 4, kind of peeking out the booth here.
And we do have some cars taking this opportunity to duck into the pits. And just waiting for those cautions to show up so they can get in and get serviced.
Looks like AOA is in the pit. I thought they were going to retire those cars this year. That was the word on the street, was they were going to wind up retiring the Miatas, the MX-5s.
So I'm getting a message on YouTube. They're saying that someone lost it in front of the track car rental machine. And the message was retracted. Okay. Made a little contact and someone smacked the back of the TCR car. So that would make sense. They probably had to check up or let off the throttle, and then the guy behind them or girl behind him's like, whoop.
Yep. Gotta lift it a little bit.
That's not good. And pow.
The Team Infinity J30 here.
So car-to-car contact. We know that car 96 apparently was involved. And that's the track car rental car we were just hearing from one of our viewers.
We got the best viewers. Love it. Anything we don't see, they see. I love it.
Black flag drive through turn 7 for that. It doesn't really explain the caution.
I'm not seeing anything stopped on track here. Or maybe down in, what's it? I see an EV flashing down in.
Yeah, they got their lights going down there.
Yeah, I guess they're all.
This is over at the final corner, NASCAR 4, that brings them onto the front straightaway. But those vehicles haven't moved. They're well behind the wall. And we see that, other trucks around the circuit doing the same thing, so that might be just normal.
Back to yellow here.
So we never did get an explanation on that. I'm not sure who's putting in that information. Back to green.
As a driver, a lot of these yellows and code 35s kind of makes it a little bit more difficult to get into a rhythm. So I'm sure a lot of people will be up and down, up and down. But earlier in my career, I learned how to kind of pace myself and just mentally get prepared and going, okay, back into the zone, and then kind of maybe hum Highway to the Danger Zone in your head, and thank you, Tom Cruise, and take on off.
Thank you, Tom Cruise. Well, the USS Enterprise is back out on the racetrack turning laps, so those guys are having a good time here this weekend. And it's great seeing them here.
Are they local to here? I've seen them at a few different tracks, but I can only imagine, finding a trailer long enough for that car would be kind of difficult.
It doesn't look suitable to drive. It's on the racetrack or anywhere else. It's rough looking. But seems to be pretty reliable, I guess.
Right.
Getting it done. There they are. Yeah, they've been racing that car with us for a long time. I love it. I think it's great.
Yeah, it's the front end, it says Daytona Special on it, and the back or the side, I think it says Fly While You Still Have Wings. I'm like, what does that mean?
So yeah, didn't get an explanation on that caution from the last caution that we received. Eddie Vedder still leading the field though. Team Salem second, Wilson Daly third, Brew Crew fourth. In fifth, it's TLM USA. In sixth, Hong North. In seventh, it's Floridian Motorsports. In eighth, Prefect Racing, Atlanta Speedworks. Behind them in ninth place, and in 10th, it's TCR. And they're shown in the pits, along with Open Throttle, EC Car Lead, and Wilson Daly also being shown in the pits. And so yeah, they're working on that windshield. Looks like probably a regular stop for them.
Sure, and that's it's very important to have that windshield clean right when the sun starts to go down. You've got some bugs, some rubber, some all sorts of debris, and then that can just, ruin your vision for sure. Pop the wipers back down. Reset everything. Crank the wheel. Get ready to go. Oh, wait, nope. Just checking the front suspension here. Looks like they're getting their cool shirt.
That might be the lights too.
Okay.
Because this is that whole thing of we know we're gonna have to turn on the lights, so just leave it there so that we don't have to remind you or have you hear us over all the noise.
Right.
As we're headed towards the night, folks, and everything is about to change.
Yep.
We're at Daytona International Speedway for 14 hours of continuous endurance road racing for the Hawk Performance Daytona 14. Stay with us, though. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right. Welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Nolan in the pits there, catching all the action in the pits as they're still working on that 830 car right now. Looks like they're doing some front-end triage.
I see a small hammer, so it's just a small hammer. It's not that big of a deal.
How bad can it be?
Right?
They have not gotten out the big one yet, so here comes the sledge. We'll head up to the front of the field here with Eddie Vedder. And so far, this team has just had a picture-perfect weekend from our perspective. We haven't really seen too much from them as far as issues or problems with the car.
Yeah, just run a picture-perfect race, and seems like every lap, they haven't put a tire out of place at all. Textbook way to take turn 1 there. Nice and smooth. Kind of wheeling it a little bit, but nothing audacious.
All right, so Les is going to go let Kyle in the door. So we'll have him back up here shortly. I'm back on board with TLM USA. It's starting to get darker and darker out there, so it'll be interesting to see how these various teams and drivers handle the darkness. Some guys handle it really well, and you don't see any change in their performance and their driving lap times and so on. Some guys actually get a little bit faster because they can't see anything, so they're not as terrified. And other guys get slower because they can't see anything, so they're more terrified. So it's always kind of interesting to see what changes that. We notice that especially VIR, which has all that elevation change and Some guys actually get a little bit quicker at night.
I think for me, myself personally, I focus in on where I'm supposed to be turning at a little bit more, and it works out kind of good sometimes. But VIR in the dark, it gets real dark there, especially with the fog. During that 24 race, it usually gets pretty foggy.
It gets country dark. And plus the track's getting cooler and the air temperature is usually dropping and gets a little more dense, so maybe that helps the cars get a little bit faster too.
That's true. That's true.
Car 803 in the pits there. That's the T1X Racing Ford Mustang.
I think those Mustangs are definitely coming down in price. I've been seeing a lot more of them at our events now, so they're becoming more of a price point that people can kind of get into for relatively inexpensive and have a good time.
Yeah, that's a good point. We might see more and more of those joining us. As long as there's a lot of manual transmissions, and maybe, they can do something with the automatics too. Maybe they don't need to use a manual transmission.
That is true. As we've seen with that the Infinity car, I mean, that automatic, I think when you're serviced properly and you got some good cooling on it, seems like it'll stretch its legs, and the gear ratios are real good.
Yeah.
It also helps too, where if you have the guys in the car and they're not just late, slamming on it, late braking, where it's like bam, 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 but Ed's guys seem to do a good job, and that's why I think he keeps a good core group of guys where they do it, and it's a smooth transition of the downshifts, and I think they manage that well, which doesn't hurt it too bad either.
Right. Sure, for fuel mileage too, a good lift and coast will probably help you out pretty good there too.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I'll tell you what, guys, I just came back from checking on my guys. The wind is absolutely horrific out there. I'm looking at our booth right here, folks, and some of the flags in the infield for some of the transporters and the American flag, they are about straight out, and now they seem to be pointing. They're switching a little bit between almost right at us in our booth and then a little bit toward the pit out. And it seems to be changing directions, which is absolutely going to be throwing these teams a fit. And it's very aggressive, especially I was standing over in 6 watching because it's a good view of the infield. And I'm noticing it's really affecting guys getting into 6 because it was hitting me in the face, which means when they're turning left right at the apex, rolling back to the throttle, they seem to be struggling, and they just seem like the car wants to push really bad, or it's pushing the back end of the car around where they can't get the traction to get off the corner. Plus, with the bumps over there, it's got to be making it more difficult.
Oh, for sure. Especially if you have your wing stuck way up in the air, it disrupts your aero package, and that's one of those things you got to do some quick hand stuff and just kind of relax.
Yeah, and that's where that experience comes in, where to just, all 3 of us have driven in that situation, just nice and easy on the wheel, don't do anything abrasive or aggressive, real smooth. But if you're in that rear-wheel drive or even the front-wheel drive, just modulate it with your right foot.
Yeah, modulate with your right foot and just let the track come to you. They'll say on the radio, let your track come to you, man. No sense enforcing it.
No. As we're on board here with our buddies from MyRaces.Live here, it looks like John's in the car. They're having a pretty good day. They're 22nd in class, 80th in the running order. Probably not the day that they wanted, but we have a healthy amount of EC cars here this weekend. So it's and I think this is their first trip to Daytona, Polly, when we've talked to them.
I don't recall. Could be.
So. I think Claire said she had been here once, but that was about it. But it's still a track that demands your respect for sure. It seems like it changes from time to time.
Well, and if you hadn't been here in a couple of years, and we talked about this before, the characteristics change where if there's bumps that develop due to weathering in certain spots of the track, and then you have to keep an eye on, for example, they changed the bus stop. depending on the last time Claire was here, she's having to pretty much get used to a whole, whoa, got a little wide there.
Wide.
Ooh,
Okay.
Great catch right there. Nice job. Got a little wide there. And that's what happens in that bus stop. You get more comfortable. You get late in your stint. You tend to push it a little bit farther. We're approaching 5 hours to go, so guys are turning the wick up a little bit. Got a little off, and if you get offline, now the track's getting more dirty and rubbered in, step out a little bit, go for that slide, but nice recovery. Driver didn't panic, do anything crazy, settled in, caught it, and keep rolling.
Yeah, we can get some of the in-car audio conversation. They've got that hooked up so we can hear the conversation between the pit wall and the driver. And I'll try to get that boosted for us so we can hear that a little bit better.
That's one of those super cool interactive things that could go horribly awry real quickly. I know myself personally, like, I say a lot of things in the car from time to time, and, you know, it's not always super duper, hey, I think you guys are number one, thanks for passing me.
Now, I am noticing this. You know, I'm seeing something that if you're not an experienced driver, you don't know your car, it can be a little bit risky right there. I don't know if they might have a different combination or something, but he's kind of going almost like third to fifth kind of thing.
Yeah, I noticed that too, and I didn't want to say anything. Commentator's curse.
There he did it again.
Yeah. But if you know your car and you know how much you can slow down and you can skip and saving a shift, we talked about that at Road Atlanta, Paulie, with our broadcast, when especially down the back straightaway.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, did you see that?
He actually went from third to fifth and then dropped it to fourth. He might have got himself a little confused.
I wonder if
we thought maybe he was having a trouble with fourth, but then he went to fourth.
No, that's going into fifth. He's missing it. He could be missing a gear.
He's skipping, yeah.
Yeah,
he's going from third to fifth.
Yeah, Civics do have a weaker transmission, so it could be a thing.
They could. I wonder if they got a bearing possibly going, or they just can't get it fully in, because it looked like he tried it, and then just was like, it's still locked out, and he did it. So as we see the Brew Crew car, that's the third place overall car just going by there, but nice move there, tuck it inside, get the pull, go by the lap traffic.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Woo-wee.
That's some RPM there.
Yeah, you're moving, but also too, did you notice when he downshifted to third, the car jumped a little bit? Driver's doing a great job. John is doing an excellent job. If you guys are listening, that's hard to do, because if you do that too quick, the car will wheel hop on you. So, I mean, he's doing a great job of just being real smooth and managing it and just letting the car settle in there. So that's hard to do. You really, really have to be seasoned to be able to do that.
Looks like fun. Let's go try it.
So he's going into sixth gear. Yeah, so maybe he's just missing fourth.
So we'll have to watch it. Let's see if, because it looks like he's sixth gear, down to fifth right there, under braking. See if he,
we heard the grind.
He's got problems.
Yeah, he's having a hard time getting that thing into third. I wonder, we'll have to monitor that.
Or it could be that he was just going for it a little too soon.
Maybe.
But he's clearly, I don't think he intends to skip fourth upshifting. No. Nobody wants to go from third up to fifth.
And this being a Civic, too, you're going to fall straight out of VTEC. So you're not on that high lift of the cam.
Yeah, as soon as you get like under $4,000, you're done.
But I'll tell you what, for even having to battle that, he's doing a nice job of keeping the momentum of the car up. And really, you can tell he's using the torque in the car, but he's not slowing the car down too much to where it's costing him.
Right, yeah, he's actually using the brakes more than the engine braking to slow him down, because it has a pretty high RPM limit on that car, but you do that for, the next 5 hours, nothing. I love that sound. I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. You get that VTEC sound. It's awesome. Yeah.
That's where he went for fourth gear previously, and it's just like this. It's kind of pointless because he has to go right back to third gear, and it's making a crisp downshift is pretty difficult. Going from fifth to third, you have to slow the car more since it's a different rev range.
These are all the internal battles that drivers go through, and it's cool that we got this My Races Live on board.
I think I'd rather deal with this than the guy that had the rearview mirror that was swinging and kept smacking him on the other race that we covered. That was horrific. So we got a lot of dust kicked up back here coming through turn 4.
Looks like we had somebody drop a tire or do some agricultural racing. I don't see anything from outside our booth, fellas, so looks like we might be no harm, no foul. They might have just decided to mow the grass for ISC.
Yeah, looks that way. So going to caution here, so I'm not sure if that's related to what we saw back there.
You know what? I see a car off outside the kinks the other way. I wonder if that's what we were seeing.
Kind of looped it and ended up against the wall to the right of our view here. Excuse me, that's the wrong camera.
It looks like it's backed into. Oh, of course, it's out of our camera view again.
Well, we could put cameras looking at guardrails, or we could look at the racetrack.
Oh, I know.
So we have to decide what we want to do.
We're kidding, folks. We just we talked about this at Road
It's not
Atlanta.
really true. We actually catch a lot of it.
We do.
On the cameras,
but you can see the safety team headed there. It couldn't tell for a second. It's backed right into that guardrail, pretty good.
And Golden Rotor Racing saying BR Racing is a friend of mine from Australia. Rick Shaw, director of the RX-8 Cup Series. Oh wow, he's racing with us this weekend. How about that?
Glad to have him.
Thank you.
You're welcome. As we see the tow truck and safety team headed out there too. So where they're at, Paulie, if you go back to the turn 5 camera, we'll kind of give them a little bit.
Wrong one. There we go.
Oh, you're fine. So as you can see, where the trucks are headed off to, there is that road right there is actually part of one of the bike layouts when they would run the Daytona 200 or the super bikes. For a few years, they ran. Not the international layout that we're running today. They ran a little bit of a different configuration, and that actually is the access road if you open the gates up to where you take a quick right and then a left, and then you actually enter off of NASCAR 2, and then you go in and would do the bus stop. So it's actually not far. It's not far to get the car off the racetrack, but unfortunately, it's coming through the kink, and you wonder if either we don't know at this point, but based on where he's backed in, either got in, the car lost it, or he might have gotten tagged, or I wonder if somebody started stopping in front of him a little bit and he tried to react, and the car's loaded really hard on the right rear and right side there, and I wonder if it just stepped out.
Yeah, as the track starts, like you said, as the track starts to get more dirty too, if you don't have as much available grip when you're offline there and trying to correct, and then she'll come around on you.
No, absolutely. And that's just something you have to be careful about as we're approaching 5 hours to go. I mean, we've been going at it for almost 9 hours now, and I mean, I was out there a bit ago. The track is it's very rubbered in at this point, which is good, but it's definitely dirty. We've definitely brought some extra stuff with us onto the track.
We're very giving people.
We are. We give back to those that let us come race at their facility.
It's just our nature, folks.
All right.
So car 32 here in the pits, not the same 32 that won the race last year. A little surprised not to see them here this weekend.
Looks like they're going to be doing some sort of change here. Oh, no, looks like they're having a jack issue.
It's always something, isn't it?
It's always something.
It's always something.
And that's why you always bring a backup jack with you.
Always bring a backup jack, for sure.
That's right.
So as you can tell, too, folks, we're looking at our camera here. This is coming off of NASCAR 2. So the car is, if you're running at a certain speed, so this is under code 35, if you get up on the banking and you're not at a certain speed, the car will actually start to try to slide down the banking. And also, if you're up there and you're not kind of loaded up, you want to get to the flat because you don't want your fuel to run away from where your pickup is as well. So that's a lot of times why you see the cars drop to the apron when they're not at speed. But I also want to point out, too, the glare that you're starting to see with the sun setting. That's something that's going to affect the drivers. I mean, the headlights have to be on here in about 8 minutes, that was the call from race control this morning. all headlights have to be on by 6 p.m. So
At 6 p.m. I was wondering. I know there was a mandate for that, and you definitely want to make sure they work before.
I had 5 o'clock in my head, but that was Road Atlanta. But that was before we had the daylight savings time kicked in. So I think that was probably why I still had that. But you're going to notice the glare. You can see in our shot here, Roman Nolan. The sun's setting until it gets behind the grandstands there in the tri-oval. It's going to be a bit of a bear in certain sections. The drivers are going to have to make sure, as you can see right there, that's a good shot of it, coming through the tri-oval and coming off a NASCAR 4.
Let me switch cameras then.
I was looking at ours too.
Eddie Vedder coming back into the pits. The leader back in under this caution. Code 35.
Seems like they are taking great advantage of these Code 35s.
We saw this at Road Atlanta. They did the same thing there. I mean, Dan and the guys, they'd see a Code 35. Hey, let's get in. Let's get it fueled. Let's get it taken care of. They lost the least amount of time doing that, and it was very smart on their part.
So the call is the car dropped oil, and that was the Atlanta Speedworks Porsche Boxster 718.
Oh, no.
Dropping oil, car stopped. So that's the victim of this latest caution.
That's a shame, guys. They were having a decent race.
Sure, I think that's like I was saying, I think that's the championship winner from last year. I think
It was
the number one car.
Yeah, that was a fast piece here last year. That was actually the entry that we ended up. I actually had the pleasure of driving with Todd Lamb and Caleb Graffer. And that was the one where the top ended up coming off the car. That was a wild experience, but it was cool, and the guys did an awesome job with it. But yeah, it's a shame. Hopefully they can get it fixed, get back out there. As we see, Team Salins is in. I believe I can't see the number. Is that the 3 or the 2? That looks like that might be ketchup.
So the mustard car is shown in the pits.
Okay, that's probably mustard then.
943. And other cars were shown in the pits, of course, Eddie Vedder, Brew Crew, Hong North shown in the pits, as well as Deadbrook Motorsports 2244. Then we've got J3P Racing in their Mustang, and TCR. That's the track car, track car rental.
John Wittenauer just brought up a good point too, guys. We should stress. So running the under caution, you want to run the shortest line to where you're not burning extra fuel. And in conjunction with that, drop a car into a higher gear so you're not running a bunch of RPMs too. That's always a helpful thought.
This is a great shot of seeing how that banking, it just looks like a wall when you look to the right. How steep it is. It's crazy. And this isn't an exaggeration. When I came here on the tram, when I first pulled out for they take you around and show you the place. They stop the tram. You look up and it's like, what? You can't. You have a canopy and you can't see the top. All you see is the asphalt. You see the road. It's like a wall. It's crazy. Now imagine me walking up there to put this cameras up.
Right. Legs burning.
Nah, it was fun. It's all good.
It would have been better if we weren't getting blown away.
That was crazy.
We felt like Dorothy and Toto. We weren't in Kansas anymore
So
after that.
that is definitely not Atlanta Speedworks. So that
No,
is
that's
another car, and it looks bent up.
That's, guys, I think that's our EC leader. Based on that number, oh no. If that is, that's a bummer for those guys.
Yeah, we did get the gray on them, so that could be open throttle. Number 69, yes.
Yep, that's them.
So, yeah, that is, as you say, a bummer.
That is. Mike and those guys have got to be just absolutely distraught, but they'll come back. They always do.
Great shots from Nolan here down in the pits. As the car's coming down, you can bet headlights on required from this point forward as the sun begins to set. There's Ray Frank just checking things out. Got a lot of tape on that thing.
Making sure those headlights are on. You could tell he was looking.
Yep.
A little bit. It looked like they were having a little bit of a discussion there. So Ray might have seen something that he may not have agreed with, and he's going to have a little discussion with those guys. And Usually when you have those
Doubt it.
discussions, usually the Champ Car official always wins.
All right. Kyle, do you run a tinted visor? We were talking about earlier, Polly and I, how we feel about the sunsets, you know?
I had a tinted visor on my old helmet. I have a clear visor on my current helmet. I haven't gotten a tinted visor for it, and honestly, when I was doing the short track racing, I mainly would run that. I just would sometimes look at some type of tape on the windshield or maybe a tinted tear off to put on it. And usually I would just have guys, in this instance, we just put some tape on the windshield until the sun went down, because then they could peel it off.
Right. Yeah, I always put like a piece of tape along the front side of my visor, and I kind of just tilt my head down and, you know.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult right there as we're on board with Team Infinity here. That might be, I could be wrong, that might be Dave Costello in the car right there. So, I'm not sure. I have to check in. I'll get a text from those guys. I have to clear up who's in the car.
Definitely moving along pretty good, though. So,
But
keeping it low on the apron and...
Yep, and like John Whitnauer just said, we're keeping you want to run the shortest distance. And looks like we're going back yellow here, so we should get the green here momentarily.
Yep, gonna light it up here, folks.
So you'll see here, be a little bit of a delay on that one. But yeah, it looks like we may be going green here just a couple minutes. Kudos to the Daytona safety team. They got that cleaned up pretty quick.
There's the yellow lifted, so we're back to green here, folks, at Daytona International, which means it's always time for a commercial break. Well, don't worry, we'll carry you through the next caution, folks. So stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, catching all the action here at Daytona for the Hawk Performance Daytona 14. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
You know, I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Welcome to Parts Badger, where we want to be your online machine shop. Through our online platform, we connect our global manufacturing capacity to your fingertips. You can request a quote, place an order, manage your parts, and even share that information with a colleague right online. If you prefer, you can work with our experienced team of sales representatives who are supported by our design engineers and project managers as well. Whether your project's big or small, simple or complex, Parts Badger can get it done. See if we can help your company at PartsBadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
And welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Not to disappoint, we're back to a full course caution 35 mile an hour slow thing. So yeah, I did check in with Jackie, and she said some of the race control log, the missing numbers is because they don't get those numbers from the field, so they don't know some of that information. So that's why we have some cautions, but we don't have any data as to what's going on. So 665, we do have that, and that is low on power Miata. Stopped off the track. It says NASCAR 4. So that would be right in our visual. I think they might have already picked them up and moved them, so hopefully we'll get that sorted out here shortly.
You said NASCAR 4, Paulie?
Well, that's what it says on the sheet.
I think you're a good call there. I think we're okay, because it looks like we may be going back green here pretty soon.
Yep. Shot as the cars come into the bus stop there, or Le Mans chicane, I should probably call it, because they have done some work on that section of the track, and it looks good. They renamed it, and tip of the hat to Le Mans. As if Daytona isn't prestigious enough. Oh, a little bit of argy-bargy there. Sorry, Calvin. Had to say it.
Hey, we waited 9 hours.
Right? You hear the cha-ching?
Yeah, Bob told me, he said, I might have to give Calvin some royalties or something from that. It's like, it's okay, all right.
Maybe Calvin could come to a race with us and put the checklist next to it like Varsha did, and then we can like, are we even now? You can say it on the broadcast and pay it forward, I guess.
And if I could get royalties for the stuff that other broadcasters have stolen from me that I hear, it's like, okay. I know what you're doing. But they say imitation is the best. Although they're imitating me, they surely could do better than that. That's all right.
Yeah, we take it as a compliment.
Always a compliment.
We're all just trying to do the best we can, folks.
We are.
That's really all it is.
So back up at the ranch, Eddie Vedder still leads this thing by a lap over Team Salem Mustard. Brew Crew Racing is in third. Wilson Daly is in fourth. And TLM USA still rounds out your top five as we're on board with the 15 entry here. A little bit of close call there with one of the Atlanta Speedworks. I think that's the 996 in front of him. So got a little. He tried to outbrake him, but I tell you what, it's hard to outbrake those Boxsters into those heavy braking zones, man. They will not be denied. You really can't allow it. You've got to maximize the brakes on the Porsches. That's you've got your 1-2 punch is the brakes and the turning speed, the corner speed. Right. And I mean, to your point right there, Paulie. I mean, he knew he had to get down to the last second, get through there, and he was holding him because he knew that Wilson Daly. You could tell he knew he was going to pull him, but if he gets in behind him, let him pull him down here into one. But it wouldn't surprise me if we see the 996 come on the right side. And
you can see him in the rearview mirror. He's sticking with him. He's on the tail. And this is where he should be able to gobble him up. But no, the Porsche does fall back just a hair here. Might have been a little too close to really get everything out of the German machine that he wanted. Yeah, I think Cameron's in the car. He's a regular driver that runs for Todd. And I know there's a program that he has. It's been a while. I actually ran into his son out in turn 6. He was taking pictures. It looked like he just spun the tires a little bit and he's digging really hard. Cameron's very up on the wheel when he goes, and I think he just might have gotten to the throttle a little too quick. So that Daily machine just has the legs. It's showing the power, and this is a good horsepower track for sure.
I mean, they lit the beginning stages of our race, so they definitely know exactly what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. So Prefect Racing, guys, I just noticed 9 laps back of the leaders, but they've worked themselves up into 6th. The Floridians looks like they're about on the same lap in 7th. Hong North still hanging strong in the top 10. Fong Group in the EC, the 418 is still leading your EC, and then K-Wood Racing in 9th. And 831, guys, that Team NDR Motorsports has worked themselves up into the top 10, and Ed is only about 54 seconds back of that, and those guys are slowly working their way up there.
Is that MDR? Is that the Boxster team?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think that's the Boxster,
I believe so.
So yeah, they've been putting in some clean, consistent laps also.
And that's what we talked about earlier, Les. I mean, Paulie and I were talking about that quite a bit. I mean, you don't have to be the fastest car in the first 2 hours. I was in the garage area. The half of one of the spots in the blue garage, there were cars in there getting worked on or damaged because of attrition. And a lot of those, you just kind of, you're going, I mean, things happen. That's racing. But it's like, man, out of 120 some entries, a good chunk of you guys in the garage, but you just see the teams that have been there, done that, they're slowly working themselves up. They know to just kind of ride for the first part of this race.
Yep. Can't win it in the first lap or the first turn.
But you can lose it.
I mean, you sure can.
And we see it so many times on so many occasions. But we're racers. We're hard-headed. We never learn.
For sure. We got Fat Crack Racing on the screen here. Looks like those guys are having some fun with that livery. I'll say that.
Those Fat Crack Racing guys, they I think they take the Del McCowart route. They may never win a race, but they never miss a party.
Right.
I mean, those guys are always having a good time, but and they're pretty competitive when they come out here too. I mean, they do their thing and have fun, but they're always do a lot of Champ Car races with us, and we're glad to have them.
Yeah. What is that, a Beretta or something?
No, it's a Accord. So I'm looking at. I'm like,
a what?
An Accord.
Accord.
It's like
okay.
a '90s Accord. Yeah.
Cool.
Wow. Yeah, I think those things had a multi-link rear suspension in them, and the Honda nerd in me is going to come out. Sorry, Polly.
Go for it.
Go for it, man.
Yeah.
They'll appreciate it. Hey, we'll give Fat Crack a little love here.
Right, for sure. Yeah, it's a multi-link rear suspension in there, rear disc brakes. Yeah, those cars were pretty pepped up. That was the British Touring Car Championship from back in the day. Those are the cars you'd see those guys over.
We got a coaster coming down the apron. And doesn't look like I don't know if he's going to make it or not. I think the breeze is probably trying to carry him in. Stick up a sail. He's trying to make pit road. He's going to get off the apron.
You're about ready to Fred Flintstone the thing. You just want to get it back there.
But you can look at like you were saying, Kyle, look at that win on the beautiful American flag right there. It is blowing out there.
And that's coming off a NASCAR 4. And when the pro guys run here, and especially like the bikes, I mean, you see them fighting. I mean, I don't think people understand that air is pushing you, and especially with the direction of the wind, it's trying to push you into the wall off of 4 because there's a bump for the original tunnel when this place was built in 1959. It looks like there's two tunnels when the way they used to come in, and they're real tight. They kind of have it looks like a piece of dryer.
Oh, the dryer accordion.
Yeah, it looks like a piece of dryer accordion. And until they had that one, they put the one in turn 1. They have it, and it's really tight. But there's bumps over there from when they put that in, and it's just as the bumps off of 4 would do that, and in conjunction with the wind, it wreaks havoc. And I think it's throwing a kink for some of our competitors.
This our pylon might be resetting or something. It's like kind of freaking out. There we go. We got him back.
I did notice give a call to the 996 guys. They're in 12th, but it looks like they're on the same lap as Ed's guys. So give a call to those guys. They're working at it and trying to get rolling. I did get an update earlier from the Rotary Rocketeers. I'll kind of have to dig into it and find it, but they're up in the top 20 or top 30 overall here. So I want to give a shout out to those guys. We know they've been consistently listening and really appreciate it.
They're probably pretty high up in B class too. Let me take a look at that.
Yeah, we'll have to take a look because I just got an update from my guys, and I heard that Eric, if he's still in the car, it might be Chris Ludwig at this point. But from what I was told, I think they just locked down P7 here just a few minutes ago. So
there's the B class standings there.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Fat Crack in 6th place. So it's Apex Racing.
And they're a lap. We'll have to keep an eye on this, guys. Rotary Rocketeers is only a lap off of Apex. That's not with 4 hours and 44 minutes to go. That is not a lot of ground. And they're running. Look at their best lap.
Yeah, they're running
within
right there on
0.06 of a second. So the cars are pretty even. I think we might have a race on our hands for B class boys.
For sure. And those rotaries, I mean, either they last or they crap out like in the first hour, or they last all.
And we're looking here. Paulie just moved us over to the A class here. We got Late to Apex still leading with Valerian Steele in 2nd in class. Dead Broke Motorsports 3rd. Hoosier Daddy Racing 4th, and Level 1 has crept up into the top 5 in class. I think again, 1 lap, 2 laps, the top 3, 1 hiccup. It's anybody's race in that that A class, guys.
That's really 1 fuel stop. Think about it. That's
On to C class, you got Team Salem Mustard leading, Wilson Daily Racing, Brute Crew, TLM, Prefect Racing, Hog North, Team MDR Motorsports, Atlanta Speedworks, Benover Racing, and Open Throttle Racing. Top 10 there, so you've got a nice complement of the C class cars being represented this weekend. And then on to D class, of course, the American Iron, as I like to call, which is the larger displacement cars. Of course, Eddie Vedder leading the race and leading overall. Floridian Motorsports right there. Kaywood Team Infinity, of course. 2244, J3P Racing, Hee Haw Racing, RPM Auto Works Racing, Reeves Racing, and Threve Racing.
And I noticed Team Infinity is within a lap of Kaywood. I mean, Eddie Vedder's pretty much, unless something catastrophic happens, they've got a good handle on that D-Class so far. But the Shark car may be in contention for a top 3, again, just separated by a fuel stop.
Got some F-Class cars, Covey, What's the Rush, and Team MDR. And then trying to pull EC here. Looks like that was a... There we go. So that Equip Octane Mini Cooper, of course, leading there. Fawn Racing Group in second.
9.2 seconds back, guys. We're going to have to keep an eye. We're going to have to keep an eye on these guys. They don't go for the overall win, folks, because the way Champ Car works is the EC cars kind of are in their own little race. But we'll have to give them some love because that could be a dogfight in the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, and they're gonna. That's what they're looking at. Absolutely.
So, Les, we were talking about how the Nerd and the Honda is going to come out. Let's talk about some manufacturers here. Well, we kind of got into a spot here in the race. We had 121, 122 entries this weekend. So we had 18 different manufacturers this week and 18 different OEMs represented here in Daytona. BMW leading the charge with 33 entries this weekend.
That's wild to me. I mean, everyone knows BMW makes 3 Series, makes a great race car, but there's so many other manufacturers, and like we said, all this racing is so close, and our rule book breeds good racing. It's fantastic.
Yep, I mean 33 entries for BMW, 26 Mazda entries. Ford has 14 entries. Chevy has 11. Porsche has 8 entries, and Honda had 5, and Porsche has 3 entries. Volkswagen, we have 3 Volkswagens this weekend, 3 Infinitis, 3 Pontiacs, 2 Nissan, 2 Lexuses, and then 2 Acuras as well, and then Audi, Cooper, Scion, and Toyota each have an entry per their OEM, and the range is 51 years separated between our oldest and our newest. We had a 1970 Porsche entry, and the 2021 was I think it was one of the Hyundai Velosters. I think one of the EC cars.
Nice.
51 years between that. But, I mean, look at that.
And
folks,
they're all close.
Folks, that is incredible to think that you can get the quality of car that you can find, and you can race that here in Champ Car with us. So for those that are always asking that question, because Paulie and I were talking about we want to get more new blood in the series. We want to see drivers. How do you get involved? If you find a car and it fits into the rule book there, it's pretty open season on whatever you want to run here. And, I mean, right there, 18 manufacturers. That tells you right there that we are very open to a lot of different cars.
Yeah, and that's it's fantastic in the sense of, I was walking through the junkyard one day and I seen this car and I thought to myself, but it's, or you just be on Craigslist, or is Craigslist still a thing?
I think so.
I think so, right?
I think so.
Or Facebook Marketplace, and you say like,
it's kind of the new Craigslist,
yeah.
But we still have the old school folks that are like, nothing beats Craigslist, because you never know what you're going to get on there.
You really don't. And like I said, you could just go there and purchase a car and safety equipment in there, a cage, and a fire extinguisher, the 5-point harness, and I won't say you're good to go, but you're
on your way.
You're on your way. For sure.
So, and recommended if you're going to get a race seat in there. A lot of teams will put like your basic Kirkies or a basic race seat in there. Those are great, but especially when you get to some of these big boy tracks, it's always recommended to put something in there with some headrests, just to make sure the driver's head doesn't move around too much in there. You want to protect those drivers as much as you can. So those are always recommended. And, guys like Ron with Discovery Parts can make recommendations. But also, if you're interested, reach out to Ray Frank, reach out to Jimmy, and a lot of these guys. Or if you see somebody here in the garage, or, reach out to some of us on the broadcast. If we don't know, Les and Paulie are a little more well-versed in the car world than I am. I pretty much just, run my mouth here on the show and I turn left and right on the racetrack. But they're very good and they understand the components of behind the scenes. So if you have a question, throw it in there And if they don't know, we'll find somebody that knows it. We've got quite a group here in the Champ Car family that are very knowledgeable.
Yeah, and a lot of teams will just let you, like, hey, I'm about 5'10" or so. I weigh about this much. Can I sit in your car? Can I just see how I fit? Because a lot of times you fit a lot different with a helmet on than than you think. So you want to make sure you're real comfortable in that car. At least you can do at least 2 hours in that car, and be able to extract yourself relatively easy in case of thermal events.
Well, I mean, we just saw that with the 69 car, the open throttle car. I mean, it looked like it was backed in there, but until we got a great view in that turn 5 camera, I mean, that right side took a vicious hit. I mean, imagine if we don't want to talk about something negative like that on the show or discourage people, but you want to think ahead, because in racing, these things happen. I mean, we're human, accidents happen. It's racing, unforeseen circumstances happen, but with the racing gods, when they don't shine on you that day. But imagine if that had been the driver's side and you're not protected.
Exactly.
I mean, cars and mechanicals can be replaced. We want to make sure the drivers walk away and can come back and go home to their families, but then come back and play. Looks like we're getting ready to go under yellow flag here, boys. We might be going under a code 35. Let's check the marching ants, and we'll see if we can find something.
See what's going on here.
Turn 2. Might turn 2 cameras down.
So we're looking out of our broadcast booth here, folks. We're trying to see if we can find something. It looks like there was a car that just... There's a Miata actually right outside of what is the, it just went by our blue garage, which is usually the NASCAR Xfinity or the ARCA Menard series when they're here during Speed Weeks in February. It's being towed on the access road, so I wonder if that was the car that happened. It looks like we still have one stopped here. Might have been the wrong car. We'll see. It looks like the safety team and tow team are being dispatched, so we'll see what they end up.
They're coming over the grass for sure.
Up there it is, guys. We have one right off of turn 1 and that precarious position right there. You have to throw the code 35 on that one.
For sure.
Yeah.
We've seen what happens.
Yeah. I mean, we got it first-hand view earlier, and I got a look at that car, and she took a nasty hit. So just to know, Mark Nolan is fine, the driver that was in the Rad Air car. Everybody seems to be okay. Obviously going to be a little bit sore, but everybody seems to be okay, in good spirits. Unfortunately, the 975, Wayne took a pretty good shot there, and wasn't very gnarly, but we'll go again.
Yep. They're neons. I'm sure they'll rebuild another one. Seems like those were the cars back in the day. You'd see 1 or 2 and they just multiply. So,
see, and we joke because with running the neons here, as we see a bunch of cars coming to pit road, it looks like a lot of people. We're going to have some customers at the pay window here getting ready to come in and get some service done to the cars. But we jokingly say, because they keep accumulating neons, that Rad Air is keeping the last 30% of the Dodge neons alive that are still around in the country. So,
oh goodness.
And we jokingly say that, but I mean, it's really cool the fact that they're able, what those cars can do. Oh, looks like we're going red flag here, guys.
Oh goodness.
So now you're going to see, looks like we're going red. So we have our Flagtronics unit here in our booth, and as Paulie stated, there's a touch of a delay there. So as you see the cars, they're coming to a controlled stop here on the back straightaway. And everybody, no matter where the cars are, they'll have to come to that controlled stop. And the safety team is over there off of turn 1 and working the incident. So as we get updates, we will keep you guys posted. Tyler, we appreciate that. We'll have to put you in touch with Mr. Bill Snow, and you guys can make that 40 that number 40.
Nice.
So we have a break here, guys. So we're getting to about 4.5 hours to go. We know that this place, we're starting to see the shadows as the sun is setting and getting behind the grandstands here behind our booth. We're seeing the front stretch is a bit of shadow. The entry to turn 1 is starting to get a shadow coming off of NASCAR 4. Les, you've driven here. You kind of know the nuances of Daytona. Let's give the viewers a little bit of what this place does when it starts to cool off. We know it's hot and slick during the day, but what's going to happen as we transition into the nighttime?
So when it starts to cool off, you start making a little bit more power. Just a touch more power. So, and that can actually change where you're going to be doing your shifting points at, or your braking points, where you're going to be drafting people at. So that car you might have been faster than down the straightaway, now it's cooling off for that car that has a turbo. So they might be able to get you in the long run or off the corners, as their cooling starts to be greatly affected.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's great when the sun goes down, because like they say, the fast cars come out and play out at night, but it's really cool. Unfortunately, sometimes the sun does get in your eyes. You kind of squint down. Hopefully you got a good visor on, or you got the tear-off visor like you were saying, or you have a piece of tape on there. But coming through NASCAR 4, it can be treacherous. You're wide open throttle. You're going about as fast as the car can go, and for about, if you really, at the maximum, probably about a good 4 to 5 seconds, you can't see anything, until you get to start finish. And it seems like, 4 to 5 seconds, but that's 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi.
Oh yeah, and it's in that 4 to 5 seconds seems like an eternity. And also too, we noticed from some of the onboard shots, you get the same thing in turn 6 coming on a NASCAR 1, because that sun is right in your eyes as you make the turn in. And NASCAR 4, you're at speed, and that's a sketchy area, especially if you're in a pack. But what makes it worse in 6 is you're blind going into that corner, and if somebody spun and you can't see it, you get shades of turn 1 again, what we saw earlier in the race. So you really have to be careful and just mind your P's and Q's, and you really just have to know as the driver when you're doing that evening stint with that transition from day to into evening into the nighttime, you really have to know that, okay, you're going to deal with this, so you have to adjust your brake zones, you have to adjust, you have to find different visual references to make sure that you're not doing anything. Here's a good view right here. Roman Nolan, nice shot right there. So it's about to that point, but it's right still in that spot where it's just annoying enough, and it hasn't crested behind the grandstands enough to where we're almost fully in shade. You'll probably see here over the next few minutes, I'm looking at our booth, NASCAR turn 4 is a little bit shaded about up to where Daytona is, and then you can see the light. It's still bright as can be on the back straightaway and the bus stop, but as it does that, you'll start to see it settle in, and it is partly cloudy, so if it gets behind that, it'll change. And the cooling off of the racetrack, hopefully it'll give some grip back to these guys, and it'll help the tire situation a little bit too.
All right. As you're going through, you can maybe request to the team, hey guys, can I have some new tires? Can I have some fresh rubber to finish out the stint? And a lot of the teams, they'll actually preemptively be thinking about this too, thinking, okay, well, we're down to the second half of the race, we can go new rubber and finish it on out,
Yeah, and you just have to, and you also have to make adjustments at night, because the lights will start to come on here at the Speedway. We don't run a lot of lighting here at Daytona, but you also have to adjust for the headlights. You have to adjust for the shadows that you'll see, and those shadows, especially with some of the patchy areas, it can fool you, and it can be deceiving.
Yeah, your braking points can change quite a bit just by, I know sometimes I look at corners before I go into a corner. I was like, okay, well, there's a black mark there, and I go 1 Mississippi, turn in. Or I look at the end of a curb, but at nighttime when you can't see that curb or that shadows, and once you realize you passed it, you passed your braking point, you go, oh no.
So you know what? We just got the word. I think we got to pay some bills while we're under a red flag here.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we're going to go to a commercial while they've got some track blockage over in one around turn 2 and debris. So they have a blower going out to remove that. So they got a little bit of maintenance to do. Get us back to green flag racing here shortly. So stay with us, a quick break, and we'll be right back here on ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. Stay with us.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires
We have so many tires.
and help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Junior are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps them find a deal on the right parts.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available, used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors. Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back everybody to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're back under caution here at Daytona International Speedway. the Hawk Performance 14-hour Enduro. Paul Belton with Kyle Lockrow. We've got Les Epps and Nolan Waldrop down on pit road. So yeah, the car's getting, because we were under red, there were cars that were sort of close into their pit box, but they had to stop. They weren't able to get into the pit box. So they were just, the crews standing there watching them, drivers sitting there watching them. They can't do anything. So once we dropped the caution, got rid of that red, they were able to move into position and start their pit stop. So we have several cars, Rad Air Racing, trying to take advantage of that caution, and didn't expect, of course, that we would have to go to red flag. But of course, that track obstruction just really, and the debris on the track just made it impossible for them to continue to allow the cars to circulate.
And under red flag, even if you are in the pit, like in mid pit stop, the officials force you to stop, so you can't gain any type of advantage during that. I mean, that'd be a great way to game the system, but they're very vigilant of that.
Yeah, unfortunately, but it evens it out for everybody, because, I mean, regardless, I think even if you're in the garage in the paddock, I think you still have to stop, because that's usually pretty standard for most racing series. Even if you're in the garage trying to get a problem fixed, you have to stop until we go back under a yellow or a green condition. So, on board here with Team Infinity, Ed and the boys are still digging. I think they're, from what I can tell, they are right outside. They're in 11th right now overall. I think they are. Looks like they're 4th in D class, so they're still trying to chase down K-Wood Racing.
We got a car slow between turns 2 and 3.
That is the 87, I believe. Looks like one of the Camaros, maybe?
Yeah.
I wonder if he just came off pit. Did he just come off pit road, guys? He might have cold tires, cold brakes, might be having to get up to speed. They might have just done a driver change. So it might be a driver that hasn't done a lot today or not been in the car for a lot. So he may just be getting up to speed here.
Yeah, I don't really see any issues on this side. So
seems to be still moving okay, but we'll have to keep an eye on it. If anybody with that 87 Camaro, if something's happening, let us know up here. We'll make sure we get you guys some love on the broadcast. But I did get an update from a couple teams, so I want to get that in here. So I got the 241 Miata guys have been awesome getting me updates today. So they about an hour and a half ago, Dave Jr. got out. Dave Gooden got in. He ran his stint. Dave Gooden got out just about 20 minutes ago, and Doc Martin got back in 241, the happy hour Miata. So everything is still rolling for those guys, and still laying down laps with us here, still in the fight.
It's busy in the chicane.
For sure. It's a great shot. I like that. It's good sunrise in the background, or sunset in the background too. It's a nice shot.
Oh, that's a cool shot right there. That haze just, I mean, that, and the palm trees in the background. It's Daytona. I mean, this place is just so magical to start with.
If you go into the infield and you look in the media center, and they have like all the photos of all the previous drivers here, and just the names and the people you see, and it's very awe-inspiring. Fireball Roberts, and you got Lee Petty, and just even from like the NASCAR side, and I think you were alluding earlier to like the two-wheel side. They have a picture of Ricky Carmichael in there too.
And fun fact, you've noticed when the cars come through the tri-oval, I just noticed a little bit of three-wide racing there out of our booth into the International. But was that the 87?
Yeah, he's down on the apron again.
So, yeah, it's really cool. And the cool thing is Ricky Carmichael, when they do the Supercross here during Bike Week, because usually that whole week, it's the first Saturday is the Supercross, and then throughout the week, what was the AMA at that time, the American Motorcycle Association, and now it's Moto America, those guys come and do it. And actually, a former instructor buddy of us is working to become the all-time mileage leader of the Daytona 200. He is I think he's in the top 10, and he's working into the top 5 to become one of those mileage leaders. Anthony Fania, if you're listening, give you guys a little love. The KSW racing team, they were down here again. He ran the race, and he added to that mileage. But, yeah, I mean, everybody kind of has their own race. But, Ricky, what I was getting ready to say is they run the 200 on that next Sunday. But Ricky Carmichael actually designs, I don't know if he's still doing it, but I know for a period of time he designed the actual Supercross course that these guys have run here.
Oh, wow, that's
and
super cool.
It was really cool to hear about. I didn't know that for a long time. So that's why you see the dirt, folks, in the Tri-Oval, where you usually would see it painted and then it was really beautiful grass. But they bring in the dirt for the Supercross because usually those guys run in stadiums. But Daytona is like their big spectacle on that side of the AMA, and so they'll come and they run right here on the front stretch in the Tri-Oval, and it's a really cool event. They actually, right there by Victory Lane, they'll have the start gate drop them, and they're running, and it's really cool. So if you get a chance, come see Daytona International Speedway. They do tours all the time. The place is open almost year-round, I think, other than Christmas or New Year's Day. There's one holiday they're not open. And come by, see it, do the tour. This place is amazing. The Motorsports Hall of Fame is in that Daytona, USA. There's so much history here, and it's just – I threw the link in for the Speedway in the chat. If you scroll back through, if you've been following the chat, I might pop it back in there a little bit, but come see the Speedway, check it out, and just see – you'll see the minute you see this place, you'll know why we all fall in love with it.
It's every time I come in, I goosebumps every single time. You just go, you know.
So just so you guys, your team's running these YCAT cameras. If you see that logo down in the lower left-hand corner, if you want to get rid of that, let me know, and I'll send you the firmware update that'll get rid of that. It'll also make it a little more reliable connecting for your streams.
On board here with Infinite Loop Racing and the Contour. These guys are still rolling, still having a pretty decent day.
Wow, 98 Ford Contour. I don't even know if is that a SVT model or.
I am not sure. We'd have to, guys, if you're listening and you want to let us know, throw something in the chat or shoot me a text message and let us know. We want to talk about you. Chris Davis behind the wheel here. I think that's accurate. If it's not, let us know. Oh, had to get a little bit of a handful of wheel, but you can see that sunlight right there, Les. And, I mean, he did a nice job, but it's starting to get low enough. It's getting this. It's now where it was 4 to 5 seconds. Now it was about maybe 2 to 3 or maybe 1 to 2. Depending on his angle into the corner. But that draft right there, look at that. I mean, that's not the fastest car, but he got right in behind that car, that silver car on the bottom, and it absolutely let it pull right up to him, and he got the run in the slipstream in the draft and made the pass.
Team USA in their Chevy Camaro. Car number 87, black flagged. They're going to sit for 5 minutes for not stopping at pit in.
Oh, oof. Got to stop at pit in, guys. So as we can see here, we're still on board with the 808. He caught the Mustang in the bus stop because the heavier car with the Mustang has to the body roll and having to slow the car down. You could see he made up that time, got to his bumper. Obviously, the Mustang has the legs on the NASCAR oval. As you can see, that sunlight is just less. You can see, he threw his hand up right there. Yeah. There you go. But you could see, the Mustang took off, but there's cars in front of him. And, folks, if you can see a car in front of you here at Daytona, you're getting some type of slipstream or draft off of that car in front of you. You'll hear the engine if you're listening and you're on board and you hear a car, you see a car jump in behind another, you'll hear the engine do a slight pickup, and the RPMs will probably pick up by about 300 or 400. And you think you have a turbo or a VTEC in your car, but that's just that air. And even in the infield here, when you get up to a certain speed, if you're behind these guys, it'll give you a little bit of a tow. So the trick for these guys, and we talked about it earlier in the broadcast, as you can see, he went a little bit wide there. Nice move by the Contour underneath. Now the Mustang may cross over with the legs on the right side here going to the kink. But if the Contour could get a good run off of there, looks like he did, he may be able to hold his own, and then they may swap positions again on the oval, and then the Contour can tuck in behind and just let him drag you around.
Right? Yeah, that's a lot easier on fuel and the car.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it. I'm kidding.
It's a stock car thing,
Right.
Molly. It's a stock car thing.
I heard you quote Days of Thunder earlier.
Yes. So one of my keys to the race, as you can see, that sunlight, guys. That is, we're on board with the Floridia guys. It was brutal. That sunlight coming on to coming out of 6 on a NASCAR 1. You really just it hit you right in the eyes. We saw Chris in the 808 throw his hand up there because you could tell he didn't have any type of tint or tape on there. So, yeah, what I was referring to is if you've never seen the movie Days of Thunder starring Tom Cruise as the infamous Cole Trickle, which is based off of Tim Richmond back in the day, and then Robert Duvall was Harry Hogg, which was actually famous NASCAR crew chief Harry Hyde, who was Tim's crew chief at the time. And then a lot of the references in the movie relate to things that happened during that late 80s, the mid-80s, early 90s in NASCAR. And then Nicole Kidman played the love interest, Dr. Claire. So what we're talking about is the infamous scene with the sweet and low packets. And I don't want to go into too much detail because there's probably kids watching this, but all I can tell you is there's an experience, and go watch it. Everybody who is a NASCAR fan or even a motorsports enthusiast, you learned drafting techniques from watching racing. And you watch Days of Thunder, and you watch the sweet and low drafting scene on how teach me how to draft. So, family, so homework for everybody watching the broadcast. Go pull up Days of Thunder, watch it. Viewer discretion is advised if you have younger race fans, the kids, just because of it. But it's an infamous scene.
They're gonna wreck rental cars. Is what you're?
Well, yeah, you want, and you'll learn how to treat rental cars great, and you'll also learn his way and my way, all kinds of cool references and stuff. But go watch it. A little bit of catch and release there by Floridia as we're still on board with these guys. Todd, we'll have to check and see what happened to the boys. It looks like they're still running 4th right now. Yeah, we haven't seen their stream. I wonder if their stream might have died at this point. We've been having a lot of technical issues with stuff.
Floridians?
No, the Wilson Daly car. Todd Daly was asking what was happening there. So.
Okay, we'll put our top people on it for you.
And that sunlight again.
Yeah, I mean, it's brutal.
And it seems like really easy that your eyes would just kind of adjust real quick, but they don't. And you have to remember too, some people are wearing their eyeglasses when they're driving too. So you have the transition lenses in there, it might not be quick enough.
So, the Wilson Daily feed went down. It could be they moved to another stream. I don't know if they did that because of the time limitation or not. And I'll do some checking. I'll see if I can get that back for us.
We'll get our best people on it.
Get our best top men.
Top brass.
What kind of men? Top men. If you don't know the movie reference, that's okay. We'll come back to it later. So they're checking headlights. They're also looking at taillights. So if the headlights are working but you're having taillight issues, you're still going to have to come in. Remember, you need 2 working brake lights. So that I'm supposed to pass along to you folks.
And Kevin from Money Shift Racing wanted us to know pits are closed. We're having ice cream, and if he has a matched set of tires he's bringing to his next race. So real quick, let me pay this off for the Eddie Vedder guys. So Dan Tilley just got a hold of us. Dave Pesky is out. Mike Novak is in. And then Dan will go in here very, very shortly. So you guys are continuing to lay those laps down, doing a great job up there, leading P1 overall. And so far, so good, Dan. We're knocking on anything we can here. We don't want to give you the jinx, but you guys are putting on a good show for us.
Okay, got the link for part 2 for Wilson Daly. So I'm going to get that up, and then I don't want any more trouble out of you.
What's the rush, unfortunately, guys? As of about 40 minutes ago, the 321 car, we lost them. The transmission said, I am done.
Oh,
goodness.
Man, that stinks.
When you got all neutrals.
Yeah. Looks like a little bit of a hand there. I wonder if he caught that slower car in the bus stop and it killed his run.
Doesn't he know who I am?
Right. The great Paulie Velton, folks.
No,
production.
I'm speaking in his place. Like, how could he block? Doesn't he know who I am? Oh, well. What are you going to do?
But you see the draft right there. I mean, he's catching slow. Wow, that was close. But he's catching traffic. All of a sudden, he got really close to him and just pulled right up to him. A little bit of hand motion there. Got deep on the brakes. But you can tell he's probably seeing a little bit of red right now. If I'm the crew guys, just get on that horn, calm him down a little bit. Just, do a little bit of cheerleading. You're doing a great job. Still running P4. His last lap was a 220 flat, still looking real good. Even with battling traffic, it looks like he's pretty good to hear on his little bit of drop off there. It looks good, but just you'll get it. They're only a lap back from Brew Crew Racing, and again, that's a pit stop.
Right, so that's a pit stop. Looks like he has somebody coming up on the inside here. He's maybe battling someone in his review.
That looks like, from what I can tell, I could be wrong. That might be Fawn, the Fawn group. He is. Yep, there's the tire screaming, resisting. Yep. Whoa, big catch right there.
Yeah. And so much of this is mental, like we were saying earlier, just you really got to find your own groove and run your own race and just making sure you're not making too many mistakes. And even if the other person's coming up behind you real hard and close, just make sure you run your race. If they're quicker, they'll get around you. But most likely they're behind you, so they're not quicker than you. Just keep going. You're good.
Lee Molman just said the old WTF hands, and I responded back to him, and I said the WTF hands and the hand signals.
Yeah.
That's why we have Betty White, though. That's why we have the Volkswagen. So Betty's giving us the we're all number one.
Yep, you're all number one.
We're all number one.
Yes, you can see they're drag racing down the back stretch there. That was super cool. Yep.
So Eddie Vedder leads over Team Salem by about 1 lap. Eddie Vedder just turned a 214 to Team Salem's 225. Jeez. Brew Crew Racing in 3rd place just turned in a 223. And they're back about 4 laps. Back another 2 laps, Wilson Daly Racing. So man, up in that top 5, the Wilson Daly, they just will not quit. Prefect Racing, of course, they're up in the top 5. That's the Lexus SC300. 2 laps back from the Daily BMW. Floridian Motorsports, that turbocharged Porsche 944, back about 23 seconds from Prefect, and that back another lap. TLM in the 172. Hung North is behind them by 16 seconds. Another 2 laps back, it's Team MDR Motorsports. And then Kaywood Racing back 27 seconds, round out the top 10, loaded with C and D class cars.
Guys, I think we're getting ready to have a battle here for 5th overall. Well, it looks like they're a lap behind, but Floridian just laid down a 2:15.98, their best lap of the race. And it looks like they're about a second and a half quicker than Prefect Racing. So if they can make some time up, we may have a battle for 5th place here very shortly.
Yeah, and like you said, it's getting cooler outside, and they got that turbo sticking right outside the hood. So,
Unfortunately, since the 69, the open throttle, we lost that entry. That was such a bummer. Race-leading car in EC had that incident, but it elevated the lead to the Equip Octane, but Fawn Group Motorsports has now worked themselves up into the lead in EC. So new players coming into the game here. Let's kind of look back through. We know up at the ranch, Eddie Vedder's got this taken care of. Let's look back here, and we got the guys with Rotary Rocketeers are still rolling. They're in the I think that's the A-class guys. Brick City Racing, that's the 241. They're having a solid showing so far, 25th overall. The RVA Graphics guys, I don't think we've seen those guys. I don't know if we saw those guys. Were they? I don't think they were at Road Atlanta this year. So I think this is their first race this year with us. So glad to have those guys back. I did see that they had an entry at Sebring.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, they had an entry at Sebring. I think it was in the Michelin Pilot class. So it was good to see these guys back.
Yeah, seems like everyone likes elevating. So that's cool.
WT Florida Racing. That's Betty. She is rolling in 35th right now.
You go, girl.
There you go. You're number one.
Right.
You tell us
So
we're returning the favor. So AOA Motorsports is in 37th, Level 1 Racing in 36th. What's the Rush? Unfortunately, we just found out their transmission said not today. We don't want to play anymore, so they are in. They've fallen to 39th in the order.
We got a slow one on the apron.
Looks like is that a?
Looks like a Corvette almost.
Corvette.
Looks like he's going to make it. So, yeah, he was just getting her woed, I guess.
So,
Nice.
Hee Haw Racing has cracked
Those
the top
guys.
40. They've cracked the top 40.
They're so friendly and nice. I talked to one of the drivers, Walter, and he was like, this is one of the best vehicles that ever graced this track. I mean, he gave me a great interview for sure.
But out of 120 some they're
Yes.
40th. I mean,
Yes.
they know they're not the fastest. They know, but that thing is absolutely, it's in the top 40.
For
but
sure.
But that's proof right there. I mean, those guys are, they're good drivers, like you said. They're very friendly. They've been very conscientious, but they're digging. I mean, who knew that a Dodge Dakota could do a 227 around Daytona? But I mean, they're putting on a great show, and we've got some, good, Fat Crack Racing. We're talking about those guys in their Honda Accord. It's a 94. They're 44th. We've seen the Reeves Racing guys. We know they tend to come out quite a bit. Garth is working its way up back into the top 50. The 976 I heard was having some problems with rat air earlier today when it got started, but top 10 in class. They've cracked the top 50 overall, so it's a good showing. Blue Steel in the 190s there. Laying Pipe Racing, the 692 still rolling. I mean, a lot of players that we're seeing are starting to work up. And if we haven't talked about you guys yet, we'll do our best to try to talk about you guys a little more.
Sometimes it's better when you're not spoken about.
True, that is
Sometimes.
true. Yeah, but then they'll see us and they're like, well, why didn't you talk about it?
Send us a message if you want us to say something.
Believe me, it's better that we don't.
So, but you know what? Regardless of the code 35, guys, we've seen, I mean, Vetter's kind of in their own zip code right now, but it could change. But we've seen a pretty good race. I mean, the battle between Brew Crew and Wilson Daly at one point in the race was that was crazy. They were back and forth for about 20 minutes.
All right, so with that, we'll take another commercial break. Kind of missing not having a caution right now. It feels a little weird. But anyway, we'll take a quick break and be back in a few. We are at Daytona. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
An important decision is afoot. This man is about to buy tires on TireRack.com. Tire Rack is the leading online retailer of tires in North America and a repository of advice and expert reviews. And it's done! All that's left is to arrange for safe, easy installation at one of our independent recommended installers. Well, I guess he did that too. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil. But she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. An aircraft manufacturer had to deliver a new interior in just weeks. With hundreds of line items and tens of thousands of parts needed, they turned to Parts Badger. We have the connected manufacturing capacity, the experienced team of design engineers and project managers, and the proprietary software to get it done and deliver. See what Parts Badger can do for you and your company at PartsBadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Whew, George is fed up. And so is Junior. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today. But they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner, Renee, helps them find a great deal on Duralast Gold pads and rotors. No headaches, just the right parts, and friendly service.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Paulie, you did it again. Folks, start razzing Paulie. We are once again, code 35 at Daytona. Once again today. Unfortunately, we will try to see what's going on, but Paulie has done it again.
The commentator's curse strikes again. I got to have a sound effect for that. But I can hear it in my head.
Where's that emotional? The emotional, damn it. We need that one, the emotional damage.
All right, so enough of this. Let's see. So turn 6, and our latest victim is car 698, and that is the Bad Habit Garage. Oh, it's the Scion taking the fall, the FRS. And so they got him up there on the wall, it looks like, and so it looks like they're going to hook up to him. And somehow he died up there on the high bank.
It doesn't look like.
Do you think he touched the wall?
I don't know. I don't see from the angle I'm looking at it. I don't see any scrapes on the wall. I wonder if I wonder if the car if he went up and as he was going to power, I wonder if the car just shut off and maybe there were cars underneath and he couldn't get to the bottom, or I wonder if the brakes locked up and the car won't move. Because that's a weird. I mean, the fact that car hasn't tried to slide down the banking is impressive. Honestly,
yeah, let's see what they decide to do with him. They could try to tug him down to the apron and then pick him up on the flatbed. And if he's okay, he just ran out of gas or something. He's at an odd angle too. It's like he turned, like maybe he thought he was going to try and roll down, and then he decided not to.
Maybe. I wonder. Yeah, he might have thought, I don't want to roll down in front of traffic or
because
take a risk.
Everybody's
Plus, driver's side's exposed, and I mean everybody's digging off that corner, and especially now, the glare from the sun seems to have faded because it's almost behind the grandstands, but that's still a dangerous position. So probably a good call to keep it up there. So real quick, Mom, Dad, I know you're listening. Thank you for the well wishes. Appreciate you guys tuning in again. Please keep me in the will.
Hi to my family at home, if you're watching, which she's probably not. Nolan's got the camera lit up again, and he's pretty much wiped out, so feeling sorry for the kid.
Yeah, give Roman Nolan some love, guys. He's been hoofing it all day long, busting the hump there, just trying to get you guys the best shots in the Champ Car paddock and garage and pits, and just give him some love if you see him, and get him a place to sit down for a couple minutes, a bottle of water, and maybe a bite to eat if possible. So, but he's done a good job. We're glad to have Nolan back with us. We missed him at NCM, and hopefully we'll have him at Watkins Glen and some other races when we do the broadcast. But real quick, Les's mom, if you're watching, Les says hi, loves you, and thanks for tuning in.
Yeah.
We appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, Les, Nolan has walked back and forth to the tower, I think twice. Now, that would be... I'm thinking the walk from where he was up to here is probably close to 12 miles. I think it's not that far, but it is. I'm sure it's a mile.
It's probably about a mile and a half.
It has to be. So he's done that in the sun probably 2 or 3 times. I feel it's like, oh man.
Yeah.
So he's just one of those people. He's got such a good spirit, such a good heart. It's like, oh yeah, sure, and he's burning the candle.
Tenacity. He's got a lot of tenacity.
Like, oh yeah, sure, we'll do that. It's all good. So laid back and easy going. He's nothing like me. He's a great guy.
Yeah, but we get to sit up here in an air-conditioned booth and hang out and tell great dad jokes and listen to dad jokes from Tyler Smith and some of our other awesome dedicated viewers, and then we get to make all the Days of Thunder references and WTF hands, and Fred, I will pay that off. The next time I'm in the car, if I have a camera and Paulie graces my presence, I will do the NFL nose wipe for you. You just got to remind me. Probably won't do it well. It'll probably look like I'm trying to chase the steering wheel, but I'll give it a shot. So. But as we're still under caution here, as they're trying to get this cleaned up, as we're on board with Team Infinity. Now, you just saw him there with his fingers. So when you do this, a lot of times drivers have different ticks and different things to keep themselves kind of in the zone. And I'm not sure who's in the car right now. I still haven't gotten an update from Ed and the guys. But what he's just doing is he's moving his hands around, kind of moving his fingers, just trying to keep the blood flowing. Plus, when you're running under green for an extended period of time, you kind of get in the zone, you're focused. When you go and you slow down, you can sometimes get unfocused. And I know Justin Garvin, when we had him on the show at Road Atlanta, was talking about this. You have to find ways to stay focused under caution and keep yourself rolling and be ready, because we don't have it where with the pace car, unless it's a substantial issue, where the pace car drops off a NASCAR 4 to pit road and then we go green at the line. You could be going back to yellow and going green at any point, so you kind of have to keep yourself at the ready at all times.
Yeah, that's something that used to catch people out a lot back in the day before we did this. Tyler, my dick is just going slow.
Same, Tyler. Same.
But yeah, it's not as bad as it used to be. It used to be you just suddenly, we're green, and you'd get relaxed, and you got to stay keyed up for 30 minutes watching the cautions. At NCM, there's a trick where if there's enough of the track you can see across to the other side, so you may not be able to see the flagger from where you're at, but you can look at the flaggers, especially on the front straightaway. You can see if any flagger pulls green. I don't care who it is, I'm going.
Right.
Now you don't have to worry about the shenanigans.
No, not anymore. Although, if you can see, especially if you happen to see that next flag station and whatnot, and you kind of see, if you see the flagger look like he's getting a yellow flag ready in his hand, you could kind of get yourself keyed up there to go, all right, we're getting ready. I mean, he might just be adjusting. He might just be doing the pee-pee dance. You don't know, but you can tell, like, hey, and like here's an example right here. We're getting ready to go back to yellow. So as we see one of the cars on pit road look like they were doing a driver change.
Yeah, trying to take advantage of that caution.
Looks like they're going to check the left front tire here. The guys have the jack. That is the... Is that the 803?
Green.
Yep, here we go. Going back racing. That's 803.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that's one of our EC entries, Paulie. Yes.
Yeah, 803 is T1X Racing. It's an 05 Mustang.
So it looks like they're jacking up the left side here, taking the looks like they're changing a tire. So probably with as heavy as that Mustang is, if they're leaning on it pretty good, it looks like they may. And he's getting one of his crew guys. Hey, wipe the window down for him. Give him a clear so we can actually see what he's doing. So, but they're probably changing the tire. You lean on these things pretty good. They might have had some cording or chunking in the tire. So it's better to just put a fresh tire on and give him something to work with as we get into these nighttime hours.
Fresher, as the case may be. And I don't know that these cars should have ABS. I don't know if they might have flat spotted. I don't know if people have problems with that in these newer cars. Pulling that tire off. I mean, I don't know what kind of punishment. Just when you're going through the U-turns, I don't know. Other than that, it's pretty easy going. Now, for whatever reason, though, if it's starting to cord, it could have been feeling kind of weird, and this was good just to go ahead and get it swapped out. So
and I saw him go by there. I saw a little bit of. I think that's the. Oh, looks like they may be getting ready to. Looks like they might be putting some fronts on it as well. Yeah, it looks like they're putting new front tires on it. So I wonder, Paulie, depending on how it was cambered, I wonder if they're seeing and depending on the tire they're using too, they might be experiencing a little bit. Plus, it was pretty warm a little bit earlier, so
it could be it's pushing. They're just trying to get that front end tied down a little better.
Yep.
It's just like a plow in all the corners. And they really want it to turn. So maybe we put some better meats on it than what we've been running.
And as it cools off, and as the sun is pretty much down, the lights are on here at the speedway. So that's a good point. Give him some Mr. Feelgoods, as we call him, to where he can get after it here for the last 3 hours and 45 minutes. So back on board here with Garth. Wayne, unfortunately, took a very nasty hit earlier in the race, and the 975 is done for the day. But Garth is still digging. That is Chris Ludwig in the car of LMS EFI. Chris is very good with the tuning on the cars. He works with our engineers and mechanics and really works on the tuning and just making sure the fuel mileage is where it needs to be. So if you want to reach out to Chris Ludwig, LMS EFI. You can find him on social media. He does great work. He's very, very smart. He looks into a lot of things you probably wouldn't think of. He's a much smarter man than I am. Yeah, so
seem to be one. He's happy to. Sorry about that, guys. Just get on the gas. Lots of braking here. Sorry about that.
We're just checking some audio there.
Yeah,
you sound good, Paulie.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
No problem. So, but as you can see here on board, Chris, just get the car up to third gear, nice and smooth through here. A little bit of sunlight right there, but that'll be gone probably in about the next 5 to 10 minutes. But the speedway is pretty much shaded all the way around at this point. So now we're in that transition period where you're going to start to feel the track cool off. Yeah, the sun's almost down. That's not too bad getting on there. It's just off to your driver's right. So, but you'll see now, you'll start to see the lights as you go on the banking, and the track will start to cool off. We'll get some of that grip back. Now, the only thing we do have to keep is the humidity is through the roof here in Daytona this week, Paulie, and today. We have to keep an eye on the moisture in the air as it cools off. That bit, looks we got a slower car here off of...
oh, yeah. And boy, did the Rat Air car get buzzed on the high side by a faster car. So
it did. Chris may just be taking his time here. I think I talked to him a little bit in the truck before I came back up to the booth, and I know he was very excited to get out there, but with us kind of being down to one bullet in the chamber here, Chris's goal was just to get he's a very phenomenal driver, but he just wants to get this thing to the end of the stint so the rest of some of the guys can get back in the car and get some time in. So he may just be taking it easy. Still a little bit of sunlight off of NASCAR 4, but again, next 5 minutes that should be gone. So, and they're again, we talked a little bit ago, they were in the top 50 overall, so having a good run. Still top 10 in the class, so everything's looking pretty good for those guys. Really got to thank Andy Pfeiffick and Bill Snow and all the Rat Air guys for letting me be a part of that race again and letting me hang up there. There you go. Downshift to third as he enters into one. Just hear him nice and smooth coming in and keep on rolling. Nice and easy downshifts into the corner. Nice and smooth there. Get a straight exit off the corner. As you can just kind of listen, it's definitely singing. I mean, the improvements they made to these cars were awesome over the offseason. I mean, they were great last year, but it's been so much fun to see what this thing can do on the high banks of Daytona. And real quick, I just got a message from Ben Ebling. He's the team captain on the 2242 entry, and he just wants to pass along that how proud he is of his group. This is only their second race as car owners. And it's for the three of them. We only have 4 to 5 Champ Car races under their belt. They're 17th right now. And they said if it wasn't for a small oversight that happened, we would be in a better position. He sent the in-car feed. We've been following you guys a little bit. We tried to get it up there. Kudos to those guys. You guys are having an awesome run today. You've done a great job. Want to send our well wishes to you guys as well. And hopefully you can hang on for another 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Man, it's only 3 hours and 40 minutes left.
It flies by. I mean, we get so jacked up, excited for the race, and then we get rolling, and then all before you know it, nighttime's here. And I mean,
I'm just surprised we haven't had more cautions.
Well, I think as we've thinned the herd a little bit too, that's helped. But hey, let's go to commercial. We'll bring one out. We'll pay some more bills.
All right.
As we see the 847 here is in the pits. Not sure.
Team oversteer.
Yeah, it doesn't look like this is a planned stop. Looks like they're checking for some stuff under the hood. Paulie, and he's laughing because he's actually considering going to commercial just to get you guys more Code 35 time so we can talk about various topics like sweet and low drafting and everything else.
As Doc would say, half the battle is keeping yourself amused.
And it has been, in honor of Doc Paulie, you were telling me, it has been a great day for a motor race, hasn't it?
It has. It has been a beautiful day for a motor race. It's just been such good conditions out here. There we have a car moving slowly. This looks like...
that's that 87 Camaro.
87 Camaro again, yeah. And unfortunately, he's heading to the bus stop like that.
Hopefully, oh, good. Nice heads up move right there. Staying over to the left. Ooh, he did it. Oh, yeah, he should have stayed a little farther left there. That was That could have gotten really bad really quickly, but good heads up. The incoming driver did a good job of backing his corner up a little bit, seeing that was going to go down.
Couldn't you just stayed off the track and went around the bus stop there?
Well,
I don't know how it's constructed over there.
You would think as slow as he was going, I mean, what you could have done is you could have just gone all the way down almost to the tire barrier and just rode along the tire barrier and then eased back onto the low part of the apron in NASCAR 3 and 4 instead of, because the problem is you drive through that bus stop, as you folks saw, when that faster car got there, you have to swing out to the left to then set yourself up to get through the latter part of the bus stop. So, and that's part of being heads up when you're having problems like that and the track awareness. You really need to know your surroundings to know your escape points. I know Todd Lamb brought up a great point this morning in the drivers meeting, because there's a lot of people that don't realize a lot of your escape routes here at Daytona are pretty much to your driver's left. So you really have to make sure you get to the driver's left if you can find an escape hole to get to the infield and to get back to the garage area much quicker, rather than having those guys come to you. So that was very heads up in the meeting to say that. But he's raced here many, many times, and so have his co-drivers and other folks he works with. So they know and have probably been in that situation to know to get off the racetrack. So, Todd, we're going to take a look and see if we can find out a little bit about the CarFab team. We didn't get a chance to get to that earlier. We'll see what we can do here on that. So right now we're seeing those guys are 83rd overall in the I think it's the Chevy Camaro. We will keep an eye, Todd, and see if they are still running. I'll check the marching ants too, but I'll check and see if we can find those guys. Sometimes it's kind of hard to get a read on it, but try to take a look and see if we can find them for you. I'm not seeing it to this point, Todd, but what you can do, if you go over on the Champ Car, you're on the YouTube channel right now, pull up another tab if you're watching this on your computer, or if you're watching on TV, pull up your computer and pull up the marching ants, and you can go through and you can see, you'll see where the car is. Unless the transponder is completely off or they're done or they've turned it in, you'll be able to find them. I wasn't able to see it at this point, but if you check it out, you'll get this view and you'll kind of get the overlay here of Daytona, and hopefully you can find it. It may be a little difficult if he's in a group of cars and he's mixed in, because the numbers kind of overlay each other. But that's a good way to find. And folks, if you're looking for a car you're following, your family, friends, or you're just a fan of that entry, you can try to you can follow that and see where they're at. So a lot of what the marching ants is, for those that don't know, is each car has a transponder on the car, and that's what communicates to let lap time, and it's got a GPS, and with the Flytronics, the GPS is kind of attached to it as well, where then you can see, and that's why you see the cars kind of skipping around the oval. It's just the car moving, and that's the place that it's at or where it's picking up the signal at. So it's a good way to kind of find it if we're not necessarily talking about it.
So anyway, hope that's helpful. We'll pull back to Nolan here.
So it looks like they're checking on some stuff. The hood is down, but it looks like one of the either co-drivers or team principals is checking in with the driver in the seat. Looks like they're looking at the dashboard. They might have some type of system in the car, and they're probably checking to see what's going on, what the readout could be, and making sure they're ready to go before they go back out. But while we wait to see what happens there, it looks like pit road is pretty quiet for the moment. The only other car we can see is the 87. It looks like one of the Miatas is in, and then one of the BMWs, I think that's the level 30 car. Their hood is up, but it looks like they may have just done a driver change, and they might just be checking the oil in the car. So if we hear anything, looks like the 87 is headed back out. And then it looks like another one of our BMW entries is that, I'm not sure if that's Wilson Daly Racing. I don't believe so. We'll have to find out here. So, folks, we have pretty much transitioned. You're going to start to see here when we start to go to some of the shots. The sun is down. We're rolling into the darkness. The evening hours are really, really cool here. And this place is a ton of fun at night to drive. And it's really cool from the in-cars. I mean, you can see, the Daytona on the wall. The sun's pretty much about gone at this point. And it's fun to watch the reflection of the headlights bounce off the walls with the paint. And you have to be really, wow, just ran a really good lap there, about almost 0.3 quicker that time. So Wilson Daly's still out there running, laying down some laps, 2:17.1 last lap. So great job for those guys. They are on the same lap as Brew Crew, only about 1 minute and 17 seconds back. So we'll have to keep an eye on that race and see what happens, because and we still got a couple pit stops to go before we get to the end of this thing. But it's a lot of fun to drive. I've had the pleasure of driving this race at night and when it's dark. Again, we run limited lighting here at Daytona. We do have the headlights on the cars, and the way it works now is you can only have 4 lights on the car. Yeah, and we don't. Champ Car is no longer allowing to run the light bars, as you can see, catching one of the Mustangs in front. Did a nice job, kind of offset there, crosses over, gives himself a good run. He knows he's got the legs to beat him off the corner, and then he should be able to out-drag him here. The Mustang tucked in behind him, and then they'll work together to get back onto the oval. It looks like they're catching WT Florida. Betty's going to tell them they're running number 1 right now as they roll to the high side. As you can see, folks, just listen to these motors just wind out and on that banking, and it's just really, really cool to see. So as we see on pit road, got a little bit of action here. The Enterprise has returned to the mothership for some fuel and
the docking station.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sure I'll get a text from my dad. You're messing up all the references. I'll have to hear about it to the end of time.
Well, I got you on this one. This is something.
All right, I'm gonna let you do that one. So,
yes, they returned to Starbase for just not a refit, but they're just refueling here. So they're going to put some fresh dilithium crystals in and recharge all of the food processors and get them back out there. So, yeah, obviously the LTD here this weekend again, and this thing's been around forever. And it was obviously around forever before it became a race car, and now it's a race car, and it's been a lot of fun. So we've heard a lot of stories, and it's always great to have them out there.
I was running on VIR South about 2 or 3 years ago. I was racing for what's now the Hungry Geckos team with Christian Peeler and Patrick Voigt and those guys. And they were in our race today. I'm not sure if they're still out there at this point. I know they were fighting a few issues, but I happened to be in their BMW that weekend, and the Enterprise was there. And VIR is very narrow to start with. And I caught them in the worst spot, and I was trying to chase down a couple cars in front, and I was like, I got to get by. I chased them up the upper S's and got to the kink, and I'm like, I got to get by. So I went to the right side, and as wide, and folks, I can't stress to you, you can't really, it's hard to tell from seeing that car is extremely wide. And I took it is extremely wide. I mean, VIR has about 1.5 lanes, and I think they had about 1.25 lanes. So, and I was stupid enough to go to the right side in the kink at the top of the hill and try to get by them. Well, they started, because the car's wide and heavy, it started coming to the right, and I'm like, well, this wasn't a good decision. And there's a video on social media where I bounced in through the grass, and I don't know how the car didn't roll or flip. I kind of Dukes a Hazard it down the hill and got the car back on track. Not my proudest moment. I've used it for some social media content. I was proud that I saved it. Was my wife upset because I probably needed new shorts after that? Absolutely.
Jeez.
But it was
glad you didn't get crushed.
Oh, I was glad I was too. What's the word? I didn't get because Enterprise. I didn't get vaporized, or what's the term?
Yeah,
I about did.
Yeah.
I about vaporized myself. So,
Yeah.
but regardless, we're glad to have those guys out here this weekend, and they've been very dedicated to Champ Car for many seasons, and it's great to see them back, and we salute all of you for a good 3 hours and 28 minutes to go. So back on board with Eddie Vedder. They're continuing to lead here. They still have a 2-lap lead over Team Salem, the Mustard entry, the 943. Brew Crew still in third. Wilson Daly is in fourth. A minute 15. They've gained about 2 seconds, Paulie, from the last time we checked on this. And Hong North has worked themselves, that's one of our camera cars, has worked themselves up into the top 5 overall. They got by TLM USA, the Floridian guys, and are running 7th. Prefect in 8th. Team Infinity, Ed and the boys are back up to 9th spot. And Team MDR in the 831, they have crept up into the top 10. And they are on the same lap as Ed and the guys, so we may have a battle for 9th place.
All right, let's check in with Les here. I think he's talking to some of the guys. I'm going to refresh that camera. We'll see if we can get him.
We're just giving you a remix. We're trying to be cool and hip on the broadcast now.
Issues and throttle body issues, okay. But then they fixed themselves. Okay. And then it broke again, but then it fixed itself again. We didn't touch it. It's a little loony. Yeah. Drive shaft issues? Yeah, the drive shaft. We blew the drive shaft out of it completely around like hour. Then we just salvaged the drive shaft, and we got that. And then now we're just turning laps. Turn some laps. Get it out in. Hunkering down for the evening. Yeah, Connor's out there right now. Connor's out. He's having fun. He's ripping the boards. And that's amazing, man. It's fun. So, shout out Adam Browski. Shout out Max.
All right, so with that, we're going to head over to commercial break and be back in just a few minutes, so stay with us. You're watching Champ Car Live from the world of speed. It's the Daytona International Speedway right here on Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone. It is the Hawk Performance Daytona 14. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome to TireRack.com, revolutionizing tire buying since 1979. With our unmatched selection of branded products, finding what fits your vehicle and is right for you and how and where you drive has never been easier. Through helpful online shopping tools that include our professional hands-on reviews done at the introduction of a tire and consumer reviews that give real-world feedback over the life of the tire, you can make the right tire choice and find exactly what you need. And if you prefer to talk to someone, our tire testers, our sales team, are available on the phone. And that's how we get you the right tire for you and your vehicle for where and how you drive.
But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's Zero 360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Jamie's on edge. It's her first time changing her own oil, but she went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helps her find a deal on what she needs to get the job done right.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing, and it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
And welcome back, everybody, to ChampCar.Live, presented by AutoZone. We're here at Daytona International Speedway. It's incredible. Every time I say that, it's just I just can't believe I'm saying it. Even though we've been doing this for years, it's still such a huge privilege to be able to come here and compete and just have a great time at this incredible racetrack. Just think of the history, the lineage, everything there is about this place. It's just really incredible, and I got to stop thinking about it. I just won't stop thinking about it. So Eddie Vedder, anyway, leads this race by 2 laps, ahead of Team Salem, the Mustard Car Brew Crew in 3rd place there. Wilson Daily Racing in 4th, Hong North in 5th. Really, I'm just really impressed how these top 5, 6, 7 teams, they have just been holding on and they just seem to keep doing everything right. Now, we did see a little hiccup with Brew Crew. They got into a tangle with another car on one lap, but other than that, they have been just so solid. These top 5 guys, Floridians, TLM, Hong North, they have been the guys up front. And we had this camera to put in a car, and Kyle said, let me do Hong North. And I said, yeah, because we both agreed that's a solid team. We know they're going to be up front. It's probably, you probably wouldn't go to them and say, oh, we know you're going to be up front, because it's like, there's a lot of work to be. And we got 120 cars out here. We knew they were going to be up front, and of course they are. So it's just really impressive. Team Eddie Vedder, Team Salem, of course, last year a bridesmaid. They lost this race in the most elegant and incredibly close, way that you could. It was really impressive, and they just took it in such stride. They just such professionals, such good mindset with the whole thing. Back here again to race again this year with us, and they're sitting in second place again. Maybe this is their year to win it. I don't know, but Eddie Vedder, it looks like they've got quite the handle on this. It's definitely a grassroots team effort by the Eddie Vedder team. And so far for them, it seems to be working out.
And they work for the OEMs that work with NASCAR. One works with Chevy, one works with Ford, and these guys do this for fun, and they're fast, but they're smart guys. And the positions that they're in, I can attest from coming from the stock car world, those guys don't get to where they're at by not being smart. I mean, you got to know your stuff, and you got to be good to be in those positions. So I'm sure there's some technology and tricks of the trade put into old Vedder, and they show, and they're good drivers too. I mean, they do a good job. They're courteous. You can see them working traffic right there as we're popping on board with our buddy Erwin from MyRaces.Live. They're here again with us this weekend. We had them at Road Atlanta.
Well, here's the thing that's really fascinating. At Brew Crew in third place, they have had 5 additional pit stops more than Team Salins. So Salins is in second. Brew Crew is in third. And I'm showing they've had like 10 pit stops. And it's like, what? Wilson Daly behind them has had 5. Maybe 6, excuse me. So it's just how Brew Crew has managed all these extra pit stops for this and that, and they're still in third place in this race. It's really impressive.
They've done a great job. I mean, I'll tell you what, Arjun's team has really turned the corner this year. He and Kate should be very proud. All the drivers, Derek, John Stone, all the crew guys, they're really working hard at the shop there in Atlanta. It seems like they're bringing a great product to the racetrack, and they should be very proud. And if they can hang on for another 3 hours and 16 minutes, they may be bottom step of the podium, third place, and second in C-Class. That is nothing to scuff off about.
Well, now Erwin has to deal with this no fourth gear thing, jumping from third to fifth and back to third. So all the drivers are getting their turn at this pleasure.
I noticed this too. I'm hearing a blah, 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 blah. Erwin, I don't know how long he's been in the car. Yeah, you can see him going that third to fifth there. I noticed when he was coming off the banking into 1, he hit it pretty quick, and I heard like a pop up. I'm wondering if he's hitting the chip, but I think if he's just gotten in a little bit ago, and he probably was just given like from his teammate, because I think it was I forget, John, I think that was in the car, might have been, and it probably told him like, hey, you're gonna have to deal with this. I'm sure he was aware, but now he's in the driver's seat going, all right, well, this is going to be fun to navigate. So I think he's got to find that sweet spot shifting like John did. And real quick, Paulie, I got to pay something off here to Mr. Anthony Chance, who's watching the broadcast. Anthony, I told you I'd get to it. He wanted to give a shout-out to Most Wanted, the BMW that started 24 laps down. They are up to 60th right now for those guys. Or actually, they might have moved up a little bit more. That was a little bit ago. Not seeing them, but anyway, they were up. That was just a little bit ago. They're doing a great job. They might have gotten a little bit farther up, so we want to give a shout out to those guys. They have had a masterful recovery after coming back from those penalty laps.
Let's see if we can hear this.
For 3 hours, we have no more fourth gear. So we're running third and fifth basically for the whole track. So getting out of the corner sometimes is a bit hard, but we use third distinction. Hit the rev limiter and then tap into the fifth, so it's pretty cool.
Wow, I mean, I was watching you shift gears, and I mean, it was like a master clinic. You were coming into the brake zone and coming right up on the rev limiters, not over. You were just always in touch with it quite a bit. So good work, sir.
Thanks, man. Well, I mean, listen, it's a lot of fun. It's very different what I normally drive, but super fun. And actually, I liked it that they bunched us back up on a yellow flag, gave us some traffic. And I just come alive in traffic, so
you were definitely doing good work,
awesome.
man.
Thanks, man.
So
Appreciate
for sure,
it.
like keep it up. So
Take care, guys.
You guys heard it here first. They are missing 4th gear, so that's going to be a remaining. The rest of the race are going to be missing 4th gear, but they're keeping it out there, so have a good time.
Yeah, Les is so awesome. Actually, it's great that he caught that interview, because it made that interview happen, because that kind of confirms what we were thinking that they were having to deal with down there with that ailing gearbox.
So as Les is walking down pit road, folks, you can see the sun is pretty much gone. We are in the night. We are into the nighttime here at Daytona International Speedway, as he's RVA Graphics and Georgian Bay Motors there. I'm not sure which team that is. He is checking in with guys, but what you can see is the lights are on. It's lit, but what you got to think about is now in a dark, if a team has a problem, they're going to have to get all the lights out, going to make sure that they can see what they're doing if they have a mechanical issue. And it does get pretty dark here. We're not there yet, but we are slowly creeping onto that as we get later into the later stages of this race, and that's something that can cause issue. Yeah, that's cool, but you have to really pay attention to that, where if you're working on that car, you want to make sure you don't drop something, because sometimes you can't see it. As Hong North is in, looks like they were doing a fuel stop, wiping the windows down. Everything looks good. It looks pretty standard for these guys. They are just continuing to put on a good show. A little bit of urgency there, but that might just be addressing an issue that they might have found real quick. Yep, looking good. Looks like they're checking the tires, probably checking for some wear, making sure nothing's there. We go.
Yeah, right. Nolan got in the shot, because Nolan's still down there shooting too. We got both guys down there capturing the footage.
David Tulati and guys with TLM. Then UC Motorworks, that's Brew Crew Racing's garage or pit stall right there. They've got a cool system with the light bars at the night races. They're watching our broadcast, so give us a wave, guys. Let us know what you think there. But the team has a cool light bar system. That's Arjun's very much on the IMSA-esque and like Formula One-esque stuff, and very methodical about what he thinks about with it. And that's smart to have those light bars hanging over, because it gives those crew guys more of a light when they're working on stuff, so you don't miss a step. There's the Radar guys. That's Matt Harbert right there. His brother Joe in the seat.
Straight to hell for you, sir. Correct.
And of course our guys with
Jesus. Oh my God, I can't even stand up. Bit of a rocky start to start, but I got in the car, set the tone, and now we're running down P6 in class. So that's what's up, man. Climbed from the bottom. From the bottom, now we here. I feel like you, man. I can't stop smiling. So we had a couple of shoes in. We have a couple more about to go in, as you can see. So yeah, excited for Daytona under the lights.
That's Bill Snow, one of the vice president of Rad Air, Complete Car Care behind him, and one of the team principals.
Looks like he's stretched now, getting ready to get in the car.
That's Dylan Kuntz. He's getting ready to get in the car here very, very shortly. So he's just getting stretched out here. Dylan's a good shoe. I watched him at Pittsburgh last year, and he absolutely was lights out. So looking forward to hearing what he thinks about Daytona. These guys, Rad Air has never been down here to Daytona. This is their first go-round. So it's been really cool to watch that unfold and see these guys experience the World Center of Racing for the first time. And they've been grinning ear to ear all weekend. And when the guys got out of the car, we did a lot of training on the sim, and I told them, I said, when you get under the lights, you have to watch for the shadows and things as we see the Enterprise headed back out for another mission. But they really just they prepared very well. They did a lot of work in the shop, but we did a lot of training on the sim and just tried to give them the quick get up to speed so they could experience it and get the most out of it while they were here, and they've done a great job. Unfortunately, we lost Wayne, but Garth is still in the fight, so we party on.
Yep, back into that section where the cars roll through the NASCAR 4, I guess that would be. And then
coming off of NASCAR Turn 4 right there. They're going over, so you'll go over the Turn 4 tunnel access to the infield as you see the cars. There's a little bit of that hop right there with some of the cars. It's not as bad. They've done a good job of smoothing it out a little bit, but for a while it was pretty rough before they repaved in 2010. I remember it definitely would break a car loose, but it's a little bit better. But it's such a cool shot. You see those cars coming at you, but you can really see that the teams do a good job of making sure they have good brightness in these headlights. And especially, I talked about a little bit ago, you can't run light bars anymore. It's you got to run 4 lights, and you got to be very methodical about where you put them because you want to make sure your driver has good lighting to get around. Now, it's a little easier here because we have some of the track lighting to help us, but when we get to VIR for the 24-hour later in the year, you want to talk about a place that's pitch black at 3 o'clock in the morning, you better hope you have those headlights pointed in the right direction. But this is a good test for these guys, and we saw that at Road Atlanta as well. So, but it's so much fun to be on the high banks of Daytona. I mean, this place we've talked about it numerous times. This place is just so magical, and it's fun because you're seeing shades of the Rolex 24 where the lights are bouncing off the wall and the shadows, and it's really cool when it gets pitch black.
Yeah, we can see now we've got the lights on here. So lighting up the track surface.
Checking out Flagger's enjoying a nice motor race.
Yeah.
His arm's getting a little bit of a break. So
over 15,000 views so far. We still got quite a bit of time here left in the race.
Yep. And that's a lot of time for things to happen. I mean, Vetter right now is up by about 2 laps, but Les alluded to this a little bit ago. That's only 1 pit stop, guys, in about the 5 minutes. Clock in laps at the 2 teens, about a 2:20. 5-minute pit stop, that evens the playing field. And Brew Crew's not out of this either, and neither is Wilson Daly. I mean, yes, you're looking at that, and you're probably saying, oh, well, 7 and 8 laps down, they're pretty much out of it. Well, not really, because we saw with the EC car with open throttle, 1 hiccup or something goes wrong. I mean, that's only about 20 minutes.
Look at the spread that car
that's
has
cool.
on the corner going.
Oh, that's so cool. I think he's signaling Batman.
What is?
I don't know. We'll have to find out. I think
one of their on that thing.
I think one of their headlights on the one side is pointed completely wrong, but it's bright.
As he came through there, you saw this giant wings of light.
Yeah,
coming through the corner.
It's their bat signal. They're signaling for a draft.
I mean, that thing was lighting up the safer barriers all the way around. It's like, what the heck are you doing?
Only on ChampCar.Live can you get this kind of entertainment.
That's a gee whiz. Well, he's nothing if not thorough, but there you kind of see it again. It's just a wide spread of light with a beam that's facing up. You got those corner lights going for it.
Yeah, you can see. So we're joking about this, but what it is from a driver's standpoint is you want the lighting because it's lit on the oval and it's easier to see, but when you get into the infield, the lighting is good, but it gets harder to see, especially when we get into full darkness. You want to angle the lights accordingly so it kind of looks like a V, and the reason for that is you want them at a slight angle because when we get to VIR for the 24-hour, when we broadcast that, folks will see how dark it gets. And when we were at Road Atlanta back in February, you want them pointed correctly because if you don't have it, you can't see the curbs, you can't see the edge of the track, and you want to make sure it's wide enough to where then you don't miss your mark and go off track. And then in the instance where Vetter's leading Mustard right now, you make a mistake and then all of a sudden you lose your 3-lap advantage. So it looks really, really cool and it's weird, but that's because we're on the banks of Daytona, but it really will pay dividends when we get to VIR in a few months. see back on board here with the Floridian Motorsport guys. Still doing a nice job. Falling down the order a little bit into 8th, but they are still 2nd in D class. So a good run for these guys, but they're always fast when they come to Daytona. They actually, if I'm not mistaken, they are 2 years ago, they won this race. They won the overall. So they know what it takes to get to victory lane here at Daytona.
So here's on board with, looks like Ray Vega in the Infinite Loop Racing Ford Contour.
Those guys are still digging hard in the contour, still doing a good
Got
job.
that thing going.
Yeah, they are.
Keeping it spun up. Oh, looks like Eddie Vedder in the pits. So this is big.
Looking pretty standard here so far. I think Dan Tilley will be getting in the car. That's what I was told. So Mike should be getting out. He's been out there for a little while. So it should be Dan getting in. Dan's pretty good about updating us here in the booth. So I'm sure we'll get an update here very, very shortly. But I mean, these guys have just been so good today. I mean, it's shades of Road Atlanta again, shades of Road Atlanta last year. I mean, these guys are just so thorough. There's not any type of unnecessary urgency to where something's wrong. It's just these guys have worked together for a long time, and they have a system, and they put it into use.
Yeah, we got Nolan on the Atlanta Speedworks car. Or is that, yeah, it's Atlanta Speedworks.
The 996.
And then we've got Les on the Eddie Vedder Corvette.
Everything is always bigger in Daytona. Bigger broadcast, double pit stops here, and you can see it's. It looks like that's Josh Vetrone, one of the lead engineers and mechanics there on Todd's team. He's just checking that left front, making sure everything's good. Got their driver and crew list right there. These guys are fun. They got a good personality, and they work hard and they play harder on the racetrack. So, but we're glad to have them in Champ Car.
So this is standard operation here for if you're just watching and you're new to the series, you're not sure what you're seeing here. This is a standard pit stop. The teams are allowed to have a driver out there for 2 hours. No more than that, then they have to come in and take at least a 1 hour break. And so the cars also have to be refueled. So ideally what you want to do is have a car that can make it 2 hours on fuel. Then you can do the driver change and put fuel in it at the same time, top it off, and go out for another 2 hours. So they get their fuel stop done, and then they also make a driver change at the same time. And then they go out for another 2 hours of racing, and that's how you do 14 hours of endurance road racing.
Now, we're just about to approach the 11-hour mark, about 3 hours to go. We'll have to see kind of how these guys play this. We'll have to see if teams split this into 90 minutes each. Some might do 75 and then do an hour 45. It's really going to see. It depends on what their pit window is. We'll have to see what Vedder does. They have a little bit of an advantage there because they have that cushion, but they want to make sure, they still have to make sure there's no mistakes. And we know the last time when Salins kind of unlapped themselves in the cycle of pit stops, Vedder kind of had to chase them down a little bit until Mustard came back into the pits. So we'll have to see how this goes down. So he's taken off.
Killing it, guys. Thanks.
It's been a good, and it's so cool. I mean, you can see we are in darkness here at Daytona. It is so cool. It's amazing to see this and just really see it.
So Atlanta Speedworks leaves as well. And Eddie Vedder heading out of the exit of the pits and rolls back up.
So you got to be
racetrack.
You got to be really careful on this. So we'll talk about this blend out real quick. So what I was recommended to some of the guys was, hey, head out there and stay all the way to that left, make sure you're good, and then just kind of run the second 2.5 up in case cars are around you until you get some heat in the brakes and until, Oh, no.
What is happening here? Dramas for Eddie Vedder. He's got his hand up on the starter button.
So it looks like he's trying to get it rolling. What he's doing is the car was rolling, but it looks like it's stalling out here. He's turning off. So what he's probably going to do, it may not be over for them yet, but this may be the break Mustard was looking for. He's pulling off in the grass. So what he's going to do, he's going to cycle the car. He's trying to get the car started. He's bumping he's hitting the starter.
Well, listen. He's tried to restart it. He's got nothing. Came in for a pit stop. Didn't seem to be any issues.
He's cycling the car, Paulie. I talked about this when this has happened before. He's going through the motions. Driver, if it's Dan, he's pretty relaxed. He knows the ins and outs of the car. He turned it off, cycling it. He's still trying it, though. You can see what he's doing. You see a little bit of a shadow movement on the floor. What he's trying to do is he's trying to get a little bit of fuel into the carburetor and try to get it rolling. Oh, my gosh. This has got to be devastating for these guys.
It's not running, so I don't know.
He has to make sure that he didn't bump the ignition switch.
It just won't, it won't fire.
He's trying. He's trying really hard. And the unfortunate part is he's off pit road. If he was on pit road, they could push him. Paulie,
Here we go. He's turned it off. Just got to make sure. I've seen guys roll out of the pits, bump the ignition switch, and not realize that the car dies. The same thing happened to the Huggins team before the driver finally realized he had knocked the ignition button while he was shifting.
He was checking his switches, so I think he went, and because what he did is he cycled it. He waited about 10 seconds and flipped it on. He's doing it again. Yeah, he's turning the master off. He's giving the car a second to settle. He'll flip the main master. Vapor lock could be something, but I'm starting to wonder. We're over 11 hours into this race.
That battery is starting.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm wondering if that battery life. I'm wondering if it's the battery starting to go, or maybe they have an alternator going that maybe they don't realize. Battery might not be charging, and it may just not have the juice enough to turn the car over.
Well, for a car to die like that, the battery would have to be basically dead. You wouldn't be able to get cranks out of it when you come to a stop. So it's not battery. There's something else going on here. It's just that he's been cranking on it and cranking on it.
So he's probably flooded the motor at this point right now.
Well, if it's a fuel-injected car, it's not flooded. And I believe it is fuel-injected. So it's not flooded. It's just a situation where they're probably running a smaller battery because you don't need a big, 650 Colt cranking amp standard battery. You usually use a smaller battery. And that's fine under normal circumstances. But in this case, he's having to keep cranking it over and over and over and over and over, and the battery's not going to have the guts to do that.
And see, the unfortunate part is he can't get the car to turn over with
this. Definitely electrical.
He can't get it with the starter.
Electrical or fuel. Like you heard it start, right? It started and just pop, put it on just all that shit.
And there was something going on. Sorry about the language, folks. There was something going on in the pits when they left, because we heard Les get excited, say, "Whoa, it's fireworks or something." So there was something going on when that car left. Might have been something coming out of the tailpipe. This is racing. You just never ever know.
And that's why we said, they were putting on a show, but 2 laps or 3 laps is not a big advantage. And
then here we are.
Yep, and Mustard is going to get a little bit of a gift here, but it's not over yet. Brew Crew and Wilson Daly are right there, but let's pay some bills, Paulie.
All right, stay with us, folks. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. You're watching Champ Car Live. Plenty of racing action remains here, coming from Daytona International Speedway. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I'd buy tires online, but then what?
We've thought about it. We're TireRack.com.
They should let you ship directly to a mechanic.
Actually, we call them independent recommended installers.
They should have like 1,000 mechanics.
Try over 7,000 installers.
Then you just make an appointment.
At a time that's convenient for you.
This could change tire buying forever.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
Ricky's truck is having trouble starting. So he went to AutoZone, where Joseph, a friendly AutoZoner, totally understands. He points out AutoZone's many free services, including battery testing and charging. Less delays, more free services.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Fly & Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyandwrench.com.
Frozen rotors from Diversified Cryogenics deliver increased performance and a higher level of safety, while significantly reducing braking system costs.
So to tell you a little bit about the durability of this product. So we have seen an incredible extension of the life of our brake rotors using frozen rotors. We've gone from brake rotors every other weekend to 6 weekends on one set of brake rotors, and I think they can go farther. The durability has been amazing. And it's been a fantastic season, and man, a lot of that is due to the way our car can brake on those frozen rotors.
For more information, go to frozenrotors.com.
Welcome to Parts Badger, where we want to be your online machine shop. Through our online platform, we connect our global manufacturing capacity to your fingertips. You can request a quote, place an order, manage your parts, and even share that information with a colleague right online. If you prefer, you can work with our experienced team of sales representatives who are supported by our design engineers and project managers as well. Whether your project's big or small, simple or complex, Parts Badger can get it done. See if we can help your company at partsbadger.com.
Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues. But a friendly AutoZoner tests their battery and helps them find the right Duralast battery to get back on the road.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back to Daytona International Speedway here for the Hawk Performance 14-hour, or Daytona 14 hours. We are a little less than 3 hours to go in this contest, and the drama has unfolded. The dominant Eddie Vedder leader had a mechanical issue, but before we went to commercial break, looked like Dan Tilley was in the car trying to get it started. We noticed there was a little bit of an issue. Les got an awesome shot of the car taken off pit road, and he said he noticed a sound when it took off. The guys are dissecting it, as you can see, working really hard to see what happened, but unfortunately they got around. They came off the access road, or the access road to get onto the speedway in the infield. The car just for some reason would not stay fired. Dan ended up off in the grass, off of, it looked like the kink, and they're now back into the garage area trying to figure it out and see if they can get it back out there. But that is unfortunately going to hurt their chances for a victory today. And it's such a shame. I mean, they were putting on a great show, real smooth, business as usual for that team, but I know Dan said he was a little leery. I know they've had some bad luck here in the past, and unfortunately the racing gods have not shined on them once again. As you can see, he's trying to crank the car. I think they were checking some stuff under the hood. Just for some reason, they cannot get it to crank. We heard some radio conversation before we went to commercial break, and he had mentioned about possible electrical issue, the fact that the car would fire but then turn off. So there may be something deep into that wiring that they may not be able to get till they get back to the shop and really get it dissected.
Yeah, and it's just one of those things. I'm sure they're going to sit there and work on it and try and figure out what the issue is. They've got some time to tinker with it, and with all the adrenaline, the idea of just walking away from it and closing it up is not going to happen. They're. That's just a heartbreaker.
Especially with just a few hours to go.
Yeah, of course, Team Salem Mustard now has overtaken Eddie Vedder for the lead. They've slipped into second place, has the Corvette, and Wilson Daily Racing now in third, Brew Crew in fourth in the BMW. Then it's TLM USA, Prefect Racing in the Lexus, Hong North in the Mazda, and it's Floridian Motorsports in the Porsche, Team MDR Motorsports, K-Wood Racing, Team Infinity in the J30.
Last couple hours, or last 20 minutes, but sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. Oh, of course. So I got to talk to them, and unfortunately they are saying that they are done. It's something electrical, and they're saying they're going to try and get to it, but they're thinking it's not going to happen. So sometimes those old electronics just don't lend themselves to Daytona. So they're going to do a few things.
So there you have it. Yeah, it's rough.
That's a shame for those guys. So that will elevate Team Salem, the Mustard, entry into the lead. Ironically, the team that lost by just less than 0.2 of a second to Premium Dudes in last year's contest. So maybe getting a little bit of redemption, maybe a little bit of a gift here, Paulie. But it's so hard. You feel for the Eddie Vedder guys. They were putting on such a good race, but it happens.
Well, you got to say they certainly earned the leadership that they held the majority of this race. They were certainly in command of everything, and it goes back to so many things have to fall into place to really be dominant, and it's not just broiling speed. You've got so many things to consider, and there's a lot of luck involved, unfortunately, too. And so that's the nature of endurance racing. This is not the SCCA. Not that there's anything wrong with the SCCA, but this is not the clubs of sprint racing.
Yeah.
And that kind of racing lends itself to cars that don't have the ability to endure. And we've seen, historically, the Corvettes are fast, but they do have some durability issues, and that's risen to bite them once again here at Daytona. But we've seen teams go through these types of teething problems in the past, and eventually get past it and be quite dominant, and so anything is possible if they keep working at it. They might get all the kinks worked out of it. Earlier this year they came to Road Atlanta with the car, and they said, we just kept blowing power steering lines until we had blown every single power steering line on the car. It was multiple segments, and replaced all of them eventually, and now we don't have that problem anymore. So we're doing pretty good this weekend. And so over time, you work through these problems. You just have to be careful when you have a failure to understand exactly what happened, and then you can recommend, you can then diagnose, and then you can remedy it with a proper fix that removes that type of failure from the equation, hopefully in the future. And eventually you remove enough of those and you've got yourself one reliable race car.
Absolutely. And remember, we talked to him, he had mentioned that they kind of had to engineer, they found a way to engineer something that was more durable, that wouldn't succumb to the issues in the endurance racing. There was I forget what we had said. I think it was like a truck line or something they found.
Yeah, he went to a forklift company where they manufacture, hoses, and just had them make the hoses for them. So he was even blowing the rigid lines. So, he just had the lines built by a company, and they're brand new. And obviously, forklift company, they're going to make it in such a way that they're not going to have a problem with blowing a line. Those types of systems see much more pressures than what automotive power steering would. So and took care of the problem. So and it's that like we talked about this earlier. Even a team as seasoned and well trimmed and primed as Salen's still has mechanical breakdowns. It happens to everybody. So there's no escaping. There's no escaping that. This is something that can happen to anybody. So Eddie Vedder, if you're just tuning in, the Eddie Vedder team has retired their Corvette from competition. They still have it in the garage. They are still looking at it. But at this point, they have succeeded and said, we're done. There's 2.5 hours left in this race. But I think they're just on adrenaline right now, just looking at some things. And but eventually they'll button it up probably and just push it back up onto the trailer and call it a weekend. As hard as that is, and this is just that. This is just the nature of racing. It's tough sometimes like that.
And sometimes it's closure. It may not, and you're just, you can't get back out there. Realistically you're done. But for those guys, after what they did today, it's closure for them. If they can figure it out or have some idea, they can start to formulate a plan to fix it before they go to the next race. And at least they'll know what it is, and they can, cause that's a sleepless night. They're going to be, until they figure it out, they're going to be racking their brains going, what broke this car? So, and it's frustrating, but they're very good. They'll get it fixed. They'll figure it out, and they'll go again. Back on board here with Wilson Daily Racing and the BMW. They just came off of pit road. Not sure who's in the car right now, but they are still 4th overall, and here in about a lap or so, they'll surpass the Eddie Vedder entry, and they will move up into 3rd place. And Paulie, I just looked at this. We are last year. I don't know if anybody realized this or picked up on it. We had a sweep of the overall top 5 of C class, and guess what?
They're going to do it again.
They're on. Well, actually, they're looking to add because Hong
6.
North is right there, and Team MDR Motorsport is right there with the Floridian guys. And we need to talk about that because that actually brings that race back into. That's going to elevate the Floridian guys to the class lead in D class here very, very shortly. So,
well, what I find fascinating too is with these developments, Brew Crew has actually moved into 2nd place.
Mm-hmm. And they're only 4 laps off the lead, and I mean that's less than 10 minutes, folks, or right about 9-ish minutes. If something happens to Mustard, Arjun and crew may find themselves on the top step of the podium. But Wilson Daily Racing, who we're on board with, is only a lap or so behind those guys, and they are digging hard. I mean, I'm looking at their phone or Garmin there on their dashboard, and I'm seeing a 2:16.4. They are laying some lap times down.
Yeah.
But it's cooling off, Paulie. We talked about this. We are in full darkness here at the Daytona International Speedway, and when sunlight goes away and the track cools off and we're in that nighttime hours, speeds pick up, performance of the car picks up. Yes, it's a bit humid outside, but when it cools off, that motor runs a lot better.
Valerian Steel is leading A-Class right now. Late Apex is in 2nd. Dead Broke Motorsports is in 3rd. Then you look at B class, you've got Rotary Rocketeers, you've got Apex Racing BR, and Brick City Racing for B class. Then we go to C class, and of course we've got Team Salins leading that class with their Mustard car, and then we've got Brew Crew and Wilson Daily Racing. Then we go to D class, and of course we know at this point it appears that Eddie Vedder has retired the car, so it's going to be Floridian Motorsports, Kaywood Racing, and Team Infinity leading there. Then we move on to F class. We did have a few entries in the F class, which is great to see. Covey Racing, What's the Rush, and Team MDR Motorsport. And then of course EC, which does not qualify for a podium, but they will be trophied for the winner. Fawn Group Motorsports now leads EC over Equip, Octane, and Open Throttle.
And there's not much of a gap there, Paulie. 11.6 seconds. That's not a big gap. Equip was in the lead earlier, and Fawn Group kind of stepped it up and got it to him. And I think, Paulie, if you can real quick check back in with I think it's our A-Class guys, that's not a big gap either that I noticed. We'll take a look here. Paulie's going to pull it back up for me. Valerian Steel and Late to Apex are only separated by about 28 seconds. So, folks, while Vedder was walking away from it a little bit, we got some new players in the game here, and the gaps are closing. And in the nighttime hours, there are some drivers that are very big catch and release right there. Oh, another one. It's real slick there. And like I said, Paulie, with the moisture in the air, and because you're so close to the ocean, that's going to start coming into effect too. And it's been very windy. I'll guarantee you we've had sand blown over here from the beach and over near the coast. So we have to keep that into effect. So it looks like Garth is in. Chris Ludwig will be getting out. Dylan Kuntz will be getting in the car. He will then go, and then I think they'll have to do another stop for somebody to take to the finish.
So that is the TLM team right there. So that's the 172 that's been doing so well today. Now it looks like they're poised for a 4th place, knocking on the door to a podium finish here at Daytona International.
Absolutely. So we'll have to keep track of those battles, folks, and we'll let you know if it gets close. As we get further into the darkness, we can see them decently, but with some of the glare off the headlights, it is going to get a little bit harder to really dissect it and pull it. So make sure you pull up your marching ants if you're following along for the last 2.5 hours. You kind of get an idea where they're at. We'll do our best to find it. We know that Les and Nolan will get us some shots. We have at least one more pit stop to go for all the teams, so we're getting down to the fight, and Brew Crew is 4 laps off of Mustard, but Wilson Daly is only 1 lap off of Brew Crew. And as Vetter, they're going to fall down the order as we turn more laps here, but you're going to start to see more of those C-Class cars come into effect, and it's going to close that gap. Now, if Mustard ends up having a problem, you're going to have 5 or 6 cars that are only within a lap of each other, and that's a pit stop. I mean, 4 laps still isn't a big gap, but it's going to get interesting. Not wishing any bad luck on those guys, but from the trend we're kind of seeing, it may not be good to be the leader.
So the standings now, just to kind of bring everybody back up to speed on the overall standings, Team Salem Mustard leads by about 4 laps over Brew Crew Racing, because mainly this is because they've had twice as many pit stops as Team Salem. We've got Wilson Daly Racing there in 3rd place, back about a lap from the E30. Then we have Eddie Vetter, who's retired. So after Wilson Daly, we can just effectively say TLM USA in the 172 is going to be in 4th place, back about 3 laps from Wilson Daly. Back about 3 minutes is Prefect Racing in the Lexus. Then it's Hong North, Floridian Motorsports, Team MDR Motorsport, Kaywood Racing, and Team Infinity in the number 19. Remember, a previous winner here. And get this, Team Infinity has passed 54 cars for position. Their fastest lap time, a 2:18, which is a formidable lap time here at the Speedway.
And give a call, too, Paulie, to Prefect Racing. 25 spot gain for those guys today. And Hong North, they've picked up a solid 10 spots on the day. Team MDR Motorsports with 15. So, but, I mean, give a call to Ed and the guys. I mean, but it's that core group that I think it's Luis and Ed. I know Dave usually comes in for Sebring and Daytona. And I will have to find the other name. I know they're going to tell me. Stalking. Ed, they just said they're stalking. Yes, you guys are. But, again, you don't have to be the fastest car to win this race. And even run well in this race. As we see TLM USA coming off pit road here.
Yeah, and it really gives a new lease on life for teams like TLM, for Wilson Daly, who's now in a podium position, and Brew Crew. They are just in a really good spot right now. No, they don't have what it takes to take over the lead of this race on power and speed alone. No, they would need some other things to happen in the race for them to find themselves on the top step. And it would be a crowning jewel for sure for them to win this race. Really, for anybody. We've seen big wins from Salins, from Wilson Daly. Prefect Racing has had some time in the sun as well, and certainly TLM. But, yeah, there are some other players in here, such as TLM, who is now in the pits, but such as Hong North, Floridian Motorsports. Can you imagine? They would be doing handsprings down pit road if they could pull off a win here at Daytona. And right now, you know, all of these guys are still in the mix of this race with 2.5 hours of endurance road racing that the cars have to endure. Not just the teams and the drivers. They're capable. You know, they pretty much know what they're doing, these top teams. But can the cars hold up? And we're seeing it's not always the case.
No, and we talked about this. We said this all day long. Attrition. Daytona beats up cars because we are asking these things to, first of all, just race and do things they're not supposed to do. Then add 31 degrees of banking in the turns, 18 degrees of banking in the tri-oval, transition off of that, and then go into the infield. It's wild, but we do it every year.
So with that, we're going to take another commercial break and be back in just a few minutes. So be sure and stay with us. Plenty of racing action remains here at Daytona International Speedway. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I probably need new tires.
You do.
What if they sold tires online?
We do. We're TireRack.com.
They could offer lots of tires.
We have so many tires.
And help you find the right tire.
It's called the Tire Decision Guide.
Oh, and they could ship them to a nearby mechanic.
We shipped over 7,000 independent recommended installers.
This is an amazing idea.
Sorry.
TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
George and Jr. are fed up. They weren't planning on having to replace their brakes today, but they went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner helped them find a deal on the right parts.
In the zone, AutoZone.
Since 1994, Flying Wrench has been a family-owned business renowned for exceptional European car repair and maintenance. We treat every vehicle with the same care and attention as if it were our very own, building lasting relationships with our clients along the way. We specialize in high-performance vehicles, offering a range of services that include fabrication, construction, custom wiring, and much more. Visit us at flyinwrench.com. Discovery Parts is a veteran-owned racing and safety equipment company. While we're located inside Atlanta Motorsports Park in Dawsonville, Georgia, Discovery Parts can also be found at the tracks, supporting a number of Champ Car Series events. We take pride in being a reseller of the best of the industry to Champ Car teams and drivers. We know racing, love racing, and look forward to tomorrow to even more racing. Visit us at discoveryparts.com.
Want to get started streaming your races or make your current live stream more captivating? We've helped hundreds of drivers create engaging live streams. It's simple. Create a new stream event, grab your camera, and start streaming. Head over to myraces.live to sign up for a free account. Or join us in our community Discord. Stream, share, engage.
At Parts Badger, we're not your typical machine shop. When a market-leading mountain bike manufacturer was looking to reshore their hardware components, they turned to Parts Badger. Within weeks, we had deployed a dedicated manufacturing cell, ramped up production, and had guaranteed capacity to meet their demand. We're looking to be your manufacturing partner. See what we can do for you and your company at partsbadger.com.
Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Used by the majority of the world's motorsport championship-winning drivers, teams, and constructors, Lifeline has a stringent and proven history of success. Lifeline's continuous commitment to research and development ensures that we supply the most innovative and cutting-edge products available. Lifeline's 0360 systems are the result of over 7 years of intensive research and development using 3M's Novik 1230 environmentally safe gas extinguishant. Lifeline uses only the finest quality components. For more information regarding our fire safety equipment and fire safety systems, please contact us at info@lifeline-fire.com.
Sentinel is a comprehensive motorsports video solution incorporating live streaming, local recording, 3 cameras with picture-in-picture, flag status, and much, much more. Stop playing with multiple solutions. Sentinel handles it all, including timing and scoring, vehicle data, graphic overlays, adaptive bitrate encoding, network bonding, and more. Sentinel is the solution to sharing your motorsports experience with your friends, family, sponsors, and the world. What are you waiting for? Get your Sentinel today and never miss an on-track moment. www.sentinel.racing.
Dave's twitch is bad. That's because his wipers need replacing. But he went to AutoZone, where a friendly AutoZoner guides him to the right wipers and makes sure everything is working smoothly.
In the zone, AutoZone.
All right, welcome back to Champ Car Live, presented by AutoZone, the number 18 in the pits there. And we went to caution, and then we went right back to green. So I am seeing emergency vehicles, though, that are sort of, I don't want to say over the wall, but...
From what I can tell, Paulie, it looks like the 7 car is stopped. From the marching ants that I've got, it looks like the 7 car is stopped over in the bus stop right at the first right-hander inside the bus stop. They're off toward the tire barrier. So what it looks like is...
Like that?
Like that. See, magic on ChampCar.Live. Anyway, so what you can tell he did right there was he turned it. He was trying to get off the racetrack. I was getting ready to do that, but you, again, with your magical cameras there, Paulie, you just. So what he did is we talked about getting. We are definitely glad that we only have a couple hours to go. Anyway, the driver was very heads up. He found one of his escape routes, and he was able to get the car off and behind the wall. So they briefly went yellow. The car was probably slightly exposed, and then if he was able to get a push from the flag station workers, or if he was able to probably bump the starter enough to get it behind the wall, protected enough, they were able to put the green back out. So he's behind a protected wall where then the tow team can come and get him and pull him back into his garage stall, and the team can look at it, and hopefully they can get him going again. So
yeah, and we do have something going on pit road here. I'm just not clear. We've got an emergency vehicle, a couple emergency vehicles. It looks like they're towing a car in. Yeah, it might have been the truck that was racing with us.
Oh, man, that's our buddies, 48, the Hee-Haw racing
The Hee-Haw guys got towed in.
And they were running top 40, too. That's a bummer for those guys. They're garaged over. So because we have so many entries here, folks, we use the yellow and the blue garages and the open garages in the blue, and those that don't have it, they go into an overflow lot. So, and the significance about that is essentially you have 4 series worth of a car count here this weekend. And when the stock car guys are here for Speed Weeks, the yellow garage is the Cup garage. The blue garage of the actual garages is what's Xfinity, and then the blue opens are the ARCA cars. Some of them, and then they also have the overflow lot past the medical center is where they put the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series trucks. So we fill 4 garage areas worth when we come to Daytona with the Champ Car Endurance Series. So back on board here with Wilson Daly. Paulie, I don't see Brew Crew on pit road. They might have come in a little bit, but it looks like Wilson Daly has popped up into second place. I wonder if Brew Crew had a little bit of an issue, because they are now 2 laps off of Wilson Daly. So we got a new player coming into the fight here, and Prefect is up to 4th, Hong North in 5th. TLM USA is only 46 seconds back of Hong North, so we'll have to keep an eye on that through the cycle of pit stops. So real quick, while we have a little bit of a lull here, Most Wanted, I gotten a message from some of the guys, and they wanted to say just how happy they were, that they've recovered from a 24-lap penalty from the start for all in the point system here in Champ Car with the way it works with your car. They have just moved into 54th place overall, and I know you guys are probably saying, why are you talking about them? Everybody in this field matters. Everybody has a story. We told you at the beginning of the year we were going to try to talk about many people in this field, and we want to give those guys kudos. They have recovered from 24-lap penalty, and they have worked themselves up into the top half of a 121, 122 car field. Kudos to you guys. Shout out from us here at the broadcast. Excellent drive. Keep it up. Still got 2 hours and 20 minutes to make magic happen, and keep us posted and let us know what's going on.
So I am seeing, so we did get a report from the Hera Flight Racing team did impact the wall at 8:35, so just 5 minutes ago, and they are behind the wall. We have a local yellow for the 219, which I don't have on my sheet, but nevertheless, the BMW that's over there in the Le Mans chicane still at that access port. Not sure what the holdup there is. They're working on something to get that car removed, I'm sure. But we are